Oh my, family, today I'm going to tell you an extremely thrilling Douluo continent fan story. Qian Renxue is about to do something big. She has replaced all the guards in the Tiandou Palace with her own people, and now all that's left is to deal with that mysterious palace. Guardian, who exactly is this guardian that even the snake spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo are so wary of? Young master, all the guards in the Tiandou Palace have been replaced with our people, and only that palace guardian remains. In the Tiandou Palace, the porcupine Douluo respectfully reported to Qian Renxue. The snake spear Douluo frowned and added, "This guardian is called Chen Yue, and he is said to be from the time of the first emperor of Tiandou, with a very long history as even. More experienced than Dugu Bo. The key is, he has just emerged from a 20-year closed-door training. We don't know if he has broken through to become a Title Douluo. If we rashly go in to confront him, it will definitely alarm the 3 Title Douluos in Tiandou City. Moreover, with the 6th and 7th elders absent, it's just the 2 of us if we're discovered by the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. We won't be able to protect the young master at all." However, Qian Renxue remained calm and chuckled lightly, saying, "It's fine. This person is loyal to the Tiandou royal family, and he must have his own demands. I believe that as long as we offer him better conditions, he will be sensible. I'll go meet him personally." The porcupine and snake spear exchanged glances, feeling relieved, and hurriedly clasped their hands, saying, "Young master is wise." They were really afraid of being sent to confront that mysterious Chen Yue directly after all. Once a fight broke out, they had no confidence in resolving it without alarming the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. It was uncertain whether they could safely withdraw with Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue arranged for them to handle the aftermath, sealing the palace's news to prevent Dugu Bo and others from learning of it in advance. And then she headed deep into the palace alone. In the desolate great hall deep within the palace, Chen Yue just broken through to level 90 and was ecstatic. "After 20 years, I've finally broken through from level 89 to level 90. If I get another spirit ring, I can become a Title Douluo." Family, you must be curious about Chen Yue's background. 116 years ago, he won the Peerless Beauty Talent in a game lottery and, in his excitement, directly crossed over to the Douluo continent. He awakened the axe martial soul at the start. With innate spirit power of level 30, it was truly a heavenly start. But who would have thought that reality dealt him a heavy blow? He spent 10 years in closed-door training, only to advance from level 31 to level 32, and that was with 3,000-year spirit rings. This speed of cultivation was simply crushing. Being a teacher at the academy? No way. With the chaos, he could be conscripted at any time. The spirit hall? Not to mention whether he could even find it. Even if he joined, during the time of the first emperor of Tiandou, the spirit hall was just a gathering place for spirit masters, so joining wouldn't bring any practical benefits. After thinking it over, Chen Yue decided to take a risk and enter the palace, because only the palace had the best simulated cultivation environment. Moreover, during this period, only by joining the royal family could he avoid being sent to the front lines to fight. Thus, in order to cultivate, Chen Yue chose to become a eunuch. Isn't that identity contrast explosive enough? Just when Chen Yue was full of anticipation for the future, Qian Renxue was already walking in his direction. What conditions would Qian Renxue propose to win over Chen Yue? How would Chen Yue choose? Would he remain loyal to the Tiandou royal family or be moved by Qian Renxue's conditions? The next part is even more exciting. If you want to know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. As for being really killed, Chen Yue said he wouldn't panic. Family, the most unfortunate transmigrator in Douluo has turned the tables. Chen Yue's actions left me dumbfounded. Back in the day, he entered the palace as a eunuch to avoid conscription, but the surgeon suddenly died, and he became the only fake eunuch in the Tiandou Palace. To avoid exposure, he went into closed-door training for 100 years, grinding from level 31 to level 90, and became a Title Douluo while others relied on talent for cultivation. He relied on outliving the years. Just as he broke through, the system suddenly popped up. Ding dong. The long-awaited system has been bound. Chen Yue was stunned. "I've already become a Title Douluo, and you just show up? Are you kidding me?" Unexpectedly, the system immediately sent 4 compensation gift packs, directly making him a deity. 1. Restored at 18 years old bone age, becoming the youngest Title Douluo. 2. Gift a 100,000-year spirit ring, 3 pieces of 100,000-year spirit bones. 3. Divine martial soul. King God Tower, the peerless beauty talent from before crossing. 4. Completely awaken the first martial soul and unlock hidden abilities. This isn't just compensation, it's a divine start. Chen Yue said all right on the surface, but inside, he was overjoyed. Who could refuse the joy of being both handsome and strong? You have to know, he was previously worrying about where to find a 9th spirit ring, even considering seeking refuge in the spirit hall. Now, it's all taken care of by the system. Even his looks are top tier. For compensation, gift packs have been sent to the host. Please check. But at that moment, Qian Renxue had already reached the entrance of the Great Hall. She still didn't know that the old antique she was trying to win over had just turned into an 18-year-old beauty standard combat monster. Family, do you think Qian Renxue would be stunned upon seeing the young version of Chen Yue? Would Chen Yue turn around and reject the olive branch from the spear hall? The next chapter is directly high energy. When Chen Yue opened the door to see Qian Renxue, the system suddenly prompted, detected angel bloodline. Would you like to absorb it and convert it into energy for the king god? Tower. Qian Renxue's pupils instantly shook. Who exactly are you? Chen Yue felt a warmth in his skin, and then his looks instantly peaked, second only to the reader's peerless beauty. Family, this plot is crazy. Chen Yue just unlocked the Pangu Axe martial soul and turned to Qian Renxue with a lion's mouth. Wanted to compare with Bibi Dong. Can you believe it? That broken axe of his turned out to be a projection of the Pangu Axe. Although it only had 1/1,000,000th of its power, the prestige was high. Slow cultivation? That's because the energy in this world isn't enough to fill the gaps. Now with the system, he could take off directly 18-year-old peak looks, soaring spirit power, and even with the peerless beauty buff, Qian Renxue was stunned. Wow, who is this handsome guy? Qian Renxue pretended to be close and said, Chief Chen, help me seize the position. Money, beauty, and status are all up for grabs. Spirit rings and spirit bones are guaranteed. Chen Yue's eyes lit up. Really? Then I want to compare with Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue was left dumbfounded. This was reckless. Why is this old monster, as she thought, not following the script? Qinghe has always been a man of his word, so I naturally mean it. Then I want the beauty Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall. How about that? The key point is that Chen Yue has also unlocked the more children, more blessings system marrying, and having children will earn rewards, spirit power, spirit bones, and divine artifacts will be given directly. This wave of lying flat and developing is even more outrageous than Tang San cheating. He looked at Qian Renxue with shining eyes, just as he was looking for a target. You delivered yourself to my door? Family, how will Qian Renxue respond to this outrageous request? Will Chen Yue really set his sights on Bibi Dong? The next chapter is directly high energy. Qian Renxue forced herself to calm down. Bibi Dong can be considered, but you have to help me first. As a result, Chen Yue grabbed her hand. Why don't you marry me first? The system rewards will be credited immediately. Qian Renxue exploded on the spot. Are you looking for death? Then I want the beauty Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. How about that? Just this one sentence completely stunned Qian Renxue. Just moments ago, she had confidently declared, whatever you want, they'll give it to you. But now her smile froze on her face, and she was probably screaming internally. I took you as my helper, and you actually want to be my stepfather? What's going on here? Qian Renxue barely suppressed the urge to curse, her facial muscles twitching slightly as she forced herself to explain, this is a bit difficult. Bibi Dong's strength is unfathomable. However, Chief Steward Chen, if you follow me, there will be opportunities for you to reach her level in the future. She must be thinking to stabilize this weirdo first and deal with him properly once they leave Heaven Do City. Then, Qian Renxue tried to salvage the situation by throwing out bait. How about this? Qinghe will send you a tenth of sand of your soul bone as a gift. But Chen Yue didn't even lift his eyelids and shot back. I don't care about soul bones right now. I just want the beauty. Hey, that made Qian Renxue anxious. With a quick thought, she came up with another tactic. Then he'll bring the holy maiden Hulayina of the Spirit Hall to you. That should work, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Yue couldn't help but curl his lips. Hulayina? She was fine in the early stages, but at this point in time, she had already walked the path of hell with Tang San and might soon be turned into a white-eyed wolf by him. Thinking of how Hulayina had informed on Bibi Dong and their failure to capture the Ming and Air Ming in the original work, leading to Ghost Douluo getting caught and Bibi Dong being severely injured. Chen Yue's expression changed. He didn't want to be stabbed in the back by this woman at a critical moment. Seeing Chen Yue's disdainful expression, Qian Renxue furrowed her brows into a Chan shape, pondering for a long time before she couldn't help but ask, Chief Steward Chen, I heard. You're not a virgin. What use is Bibi Dong to you? Chen Yue smirked and mysteriously replied, guessed that of course. He wouldn't say that the inexplicable death of the one holding the knife back then might have been due to his own stunning beauty. That was over 100 years ago. There was no evidence left. Qian Renxue wasn't foolish. Seeing Chen Yue's reaction, she had a rough idea in her heart and quickly changed the subject. Chief Steward Chen, why don't you change your request? Chen Yue was straightforward and replied, I can help you, but you have to agree to 4 conditions. Qian Renxue's eyes lit up as long as Chen Yue was making demands. There was hope. She quickly said, please go ahead, Chief Steward Chen. The first condition is to bring Bibi Dong to me. When Qian Renxue heard this, she almost choked, her face alternating between pale and flushed, screaming internally. I was wrong. I never want to hear the name Bibi Dong again. Chen Yue didn't care how devastated she was inside and continued with the second condition. Go to the core area of the Stardo Great Forest and catch a 10th Sandier. Transform Softbone Rabbit. I need to go with you. Qian Renxue's brows tightened even more. Catching a 10th Sandier Soul Beast would require mobilizing how many Title Douluos? But then she thought that since Chen Yue had just broken through level 90, he probably needed a 10th Sandier Soul Ring. So she gritted her teeth and agreed. All right, no problem. Chief Steward Chen, please continue with the third and fourth conditions. Chen Yue revealed a meaningful smile, which made Qian Renxue's heart race. At that moment, Chen Yue spoke, delivering a shocking blow. I want you, Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue was instantly petrified, her eyes wide as saucers, her mind blank. How does he know my identity? How is this possible? She was completely stunned, frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Everyone, how do you think Qian Renxue will respond next? Why did Chen Yue specifically target her? What secrets are hidden behind this? Her earlier smile, which had appeared on her face, was completely shattered at this moment, and she stared in disbelief at Chen Yue. Everyone, Qian Renxue was completely scared. Not only did Chen Yue expose her as the young master of the Spirit Hall, but he also knew that she had poisoned the Snow Knight Emperor to usurp the throne. This secret had been concealed for 20 years, and yet it was completely uncovered by an old eunuch. Qian Renxue exploded on the spot, her soul power surging as she tried to silence him. You're seeking death. But Chen Yue countered with a swift strike, revealing his 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul rings. Blinding her eyes was the first soul ring 1,000 years? Was the 4th soul ring 10,000 years? Qian Renxue was left dumbfounded. This is impossible. Besides Tang San, is there really such a monster? How is it possible that your first soul ring is 1,000 years, and your 4th soul ring is 10,000 years? In just one encounter, Qian Renxue was struck down, clutching her chest and unable to get up. She had no idea that Chen Yue had already become a Title Douluo with a 10th Sandier soul ring, and, as a soul sage, she simply wasn't a match. Want to signal the Tutun and Swamal? Chen Yue unleashed a powerful move that shook the ground and knocked her unconscious. Over here, Tutun and Swamal felt something was off and rushed in. But as soon as they opened the door, they were met with a barrage of 1,000 small axes. 10,000 axes thrown into the void. This soul skill was incredible. It had almost no physical damage, but carried a powerful mental shock. The two were instantly dazed, standing there unable to move. This maneuver could even catch Title Douluo's off guard. Pangu Axe's 4th soul skill, 10,000 axes thrown into the void. Within 1 second, 1,000 small axes are shot toward a specified area. Their speed is like a meteor racing across the moon, and they carry a strong mental shock. Everyone, Chen Yue is planning to take out all the people from the Spirit Hall. What will happen to the unconscious Qian Renxue? Will Tutun and Swamal wake up? The next chapter is going to be intense. Chen Yue picked up Qian Renxue and said with a cold smile to the dazed 2 Title Douluos, "Just perfect, a wedding gift delivered to my doorstep. I won't refuse." Now it seems I have no worries behind me. Everyone, Chen Yue's maneuvers are too impressive. After tying up the Tutun and Swamal like Zhongzi and tossing them aside, he turned to Qian Renxue and said, "Agree to my 4 conditions. You become the emperor, will be 9,000 years old, and right now, all I want is you." He's planning to make the young master of the Spirit Hall his own. Qian Renxue had been tough before. You can kill or punish me as you wish. But upon seeing Chen Yue's stunningly beautiful face, she instantly blushed and lowered her head. Looks like beauty strikes are indeed unbeatable. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yue pressed on. Let's have a child who'll be both the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the Emperor of Heaven Do. Unifying the continents sounds great. Right? Qian Renxue's heart raced, and she found herself a bit swayed, but she was still curious. How do you know so many of my secrets? Chen Yue dropped a bombshell. The Tang Yin you want to win over is actually Tang San, Tang Hao's son. Qian Renxue was stunned. What? Tang Yin is actually Tang San, Tang Hao's son. And it wasn't over yet. Chen Yue continued to spill the beans. Tang San will go to the Piji clan to find Yang Wudi. The 2 useless ones you left behind, combined with your confidence, will ruin your 20-year plan. Just as Qian Renxue wanted to refute, the next second she was silenced by Chen Yue. This development was way too fast. Everyone, will Qian Renxue completely submit? What will Tang San do when he finds out his identity has been exposed? The next chapter is going to be intense. Chen Yue held Qian Renxue and sneered. Just wait for the good show. You'll soon witness the classic scene of Xiao Wu. How can I live without you? Qian Renxue's eyes widened. He even knows this. Now that you know, isn't it time to fulfill my conditions? Qian Renxue's face turned crimson. Her body trembled, and she didn't respond. But her gaze was quite conflicted and slightly unwilling. Chen Yue was not in a hurry. What he needed from Qian Renxue was not just a physical relationship, but to tilt her romantic feelings towards him. This way, in any situation, Qian Renxue would remain incredibly calm and resourceful. So, with someone like you who possesses a divine martial soul, to pass on your martial soul, you would definitely need a husband who is also a dragon among men, right? Am I wrong? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue nodded. Indeed, it was not wrong. You've also seen my strength and talent, as well as my dual martial souls. What do you think? This made Qian Renxue think of Chen Yue's previous ability to instantly kill and, as well as the unheard of 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul ring configuration. Her heart stirred slightly. Could it be that this palace guardian has an unknown power behind him? It's important to note how rare are soul masters with a 100,000-year soul ring in the entire Douluo continent today, and how powerful are 100,000-year soul beasts. As far as she knew, apart from the Spirit Hall, there is only 1 soul master with a 100,000-year soul ring, and that was Tang Hao, and his 100,000-year soul ring was obtained from his wife as a sacrifice. If one were to truly hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, it would at least take 3 or more Title Douluo to act. Otherwise, any slight mistake could lead to a total disaster. The more Qian Renxue thought about it, the more alarmed she became. In the end, she couldn't help but hold her breath, nodding in agreement as she said, "Your strength is very strong. Your martial soul is also very powerful, and your soul ring configuration is excellent. In fact, your second martial soul might one day accommodate 9 100,000-year soul rings." At this point, her breath caught, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. 9 100,000-year soul rings. This is the most unparalleled configuration in the entire Spirit Master world. She couldn't imagine how strong Chen Yue would be by then. So, if you consider that I have a twin martial soul and am a naturally born level 30 Spirit Power Father, along with you, who has a naturally born level 20 and a divine martial soul mother, how strong would our child's talent be? Hearing this, Qian Renxue showed a moment of surprise, her expression turning contemplative, and gradually, her beautiful eyes lit up with brilliance. The inheritance of the angel lineage is extremely difficult. Tiandou Douluo was also quite the charmer in his time, yet in the end, he only had 1 son, Qian Renxue. This is why. It's their 6-winged angel martial soul. It's too powerful. Without equivalent talent and strength, it is absolutely impossible to inherit it. This is also why, despite being quite old, Tiandou Douluo sought out Poseidon back then. Wasn't it because Poseidon's martial soul was also of divine quality? The combination of 2 divine martial souls would likely produce an even more powerful divine martial soul. And then there's her father, Qian Renxue. He adopted Bibi Dong for no apparent reason, providing her with food, clothing, and shelter. Why was that? Was it just for her to call him godfather or teacher? Of course, it was for the inheritance of the angel. However, at that time, Qian Renxue only listed Bibi Dong as one of the heirs, as he didn't want to bear the notorious title of a beast master. He was still searching for other suitable heirs, but he never expected such a situation to arise, ultimately forcing him to take drastic measures. These details were told to her by her grandfather Tiandou Douluo to emphasize the importance of inheriting the 6-winged angel martial soul, which was also the mission of the Qian family. So, when Qian Renxue heard Chen Yue's last words about innate level 30 soul power, she was profoundly moved, filled with anticipation. The child born from the combination of a martial soul with innate level 20 soul power and another with innate level 30 soul power would probably be unique across the entire continent. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue's gaze instantly became fiery. When she looked at Chen Yue's handsome and charming face, her cheeks flushed again and she leaned into Chen Yue's embrace, saying, "I promise you." Hearing this, Chen Yue felt a slight relief in his heart. It's fortunate that Qian Renxue is an older sister. If she were any more innocent, it would be difficult to persuade her just based on a mission. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, blushing, felt the masculine scent of Chen Yue for the first time, involuntarily tightening her legs. Outside the door, sensing the commotion in the chamber, suddenly changed their expressions and desperately tried to call for help. But at that moment, with their mouths stuffed with stinky socks and tied up like Zongzi, how could they possibly break free? It's all my fault for being too careless. Who would have thought that this palace guardian would be so strong? Don't say that. Saving the young master is the top priority. The two couldn't speak and could only communicate with their eyes, But since Chen Yue had tied them up too tightly, they couldn't untie themselves and could only wait like prisoners as the sounds inside fluctuated like an electrocardiogram, eventually becoming a straight line. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying. This is the first marriage, and as it involves an important female lead from Douluo, the reward is doubled. System space, heavenly crystal stone, supreme level traditional Chinese medicine, 100. 000. Year soul ring, 3,000 lightning movements, soul shattering stone. The host already has offspring. Please pay attention to protecting the child. And rewards will be distributed after the child is born. The system space can store all non-living things. The heavenly crystal stone can be used to evolve martial souls. But since Chen Yue's 2 martial souls are already strong enough, further evolution might mean he wouldn't level up for 100 years. The energy required is too massive. And the energy in the sewer realm is too weak, so he would temporarily keep it in the system space. The supreme level traditional Chinese medicine is said to have the ability to regenerate flesh from bones, capable of consuming soul power to transform energy into needles for healing. Theoretically, as long as one is not dead on the spot, they can be revived, which is much stronger than the healing soul masters in Douluo. The 100. 000. Year soul ring needs no explanation. It will be directly applied to the second martial soul, the Heavenly King's divine tower. The 3,000 lightning movements are a movement technique from the Dopa world. Chen Yue estimates that with this technique, he could even give the 7 great fierce beasts of the Star Do Great Forest the middle finger and return unharmed. The soul-shattering stone can shatter a soul master's soul ring and then reabsorb it. This can also be used for Qian Renxue, as she just worked hard and suffered greatly. It would be nice to reward her with a 100,000 year soul ring. This is a huge profit. After 10 months, there will be another wave of rewards. And having his own obedient child is what laying flat should be like. Thinking of this, Chen Yue couldn't help but rub the belly of Qian Renxue in his arms, his gaze softening as he gently said, "Let's go. We should head to the Star Do Great Forest." Oh, hearing this, Qian Renxue was first taken aback. And then she remembered Chen Yue's second condition, nodding. Should we go recruit people from the spirit hall now? She felt that dealing with a 100,000 year soul beast might be somewhat challenging with just 3 Title Douluos. No need. Chen Yue smiled. This time, I will also give you 100,000 year soul ring and a piece of 100,000 year soul bone. With the system by his side, Chen Yue didn't even need to rely on the soul bones from the Douluo continent. Who knows, he might end up with a battle armor or even stronger soul bones. Qian Renxue's expression changed slightly, her breath catching. After all, that was a 100,000 year soul bone, which the entire spirit hall might not even have a single stock of. Yet this person, this bad guy, was giving it to her so easily. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue couldn't help but look up at Chen Yue. Under his peerless talent, she found herself somewhat mesmerized. Time to come back to reality, little angel. Wait until tonight to let you see enough. Qian Renxue immediately snapped back to reality. Her face flushed and huffed. I won't look. It seemed that after entering a certain relationship, she couldn't help but act a bit spoiled. Once she regained her composure, she quickly escaped Chen Yue's embrace, tidied herself up, and restored her original appearance as Shueqinghe. If I'm not mistaken, there are already 2 Title Douluos leading a group of soul saints into the Star Do Great Forest. Qian Renxue was stunned. She didn't know about this operation and immediately asked, which 2 Title Douluos? You don't need to ask that, Chen Yue replied mysteriously with a smile. But I can guarantee they will ultimately return empty-handed. Qian Renxue understood in an instant. It was because of Tang San, or rather, Tang Yin. Clever. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. He wondered if when Tang San arrived at the Star Do Great Forest and found that his beloved was missing, would he feel like Little Wu? How can I live without you? Chapter 4 Little Wu. This person who dares to harm that part of me has already sealed their fate. They must be punished. S. Major revisions throughout. Revised on 9. 5. Star Do Great Forest. Lake of Life. Dressed in a white skirt, Little Wu sat quietly under a large tree, hugging her knees, staring blankly at the lake, murmuring, "It's been 5 years, Brother San. Do you still remember me?" Behind her, the Titan Great Ape Airming couldn't help but say, "Sister Wu, I really don't understand. Why are you so infatuated with a human? When you transformed and left, you said you were going to find Aunt Ro's enemy. Have you already avenged her?" Upon hearing this, Little Wu's expression slightly changed, feeling a bit unnatural. But soon after, she spoke, "It's okay. I've found them, but our strength is not enough right now. So we need to rely on the help of humans. For all these years in Shrek, she hasn't learned anything except for a head full of love and sophistry. The love brain is inherently awakened, while the sophistry is naturally learned from her dear Sange. Is that so? The Titan Great Ape scratched his head. He had never been to a human soul master, but he knew that humans were cunning, and dealing with them really required long-term planning. He immediately said, "If you need our help then, just speak up." "I know." Xiao Wu nodded and couldn't help but murmur, "Sange, don't worry, when I reach maturity, I will definitely come and find you. No need to wait for maturity. You can actually go now." Just as her murmurs fell, a light laughter suddenly rang out, instantly startling the Titan Great Ape, who shouted, "Who dares to intrude into the Tiandou Forest? What do you think?" With a light laugh, Chen Yue's figure suddenly appeared on the branch of the large tree behind Xiao Wu. He used the technique of 3,000 thunder movements, making it impossible for the 300,000-year soul beasts present to detect his presence. At this moment, he looked down at Xiao Wu with a smile and said, "How about you come with me? I'll take you to meet your dear Sange." "Human?" The Titan Great Ape's expression turned cold. Without saying a word, he raised his fist, which was as big as a sandpot, and smashed it towards Chen Yue on the tree. At the same time, a powerful gravity field was activated. Too late. Chen Yue smiled slightly and did not make any movements. As that sandpot-sized fist came crashing down, an extremely large black divine tower suddenly emerged, and with a loud rumble, it instantly enveloped Xiao Wu. In just a moment, the aura of life around the Lake of Life disappeared, losing Xiao Wu's presence. At the same time, the landing Heavenly King Tower rapidly expanded, finally blocking the path between the giant fist and Chen Yue, forcefully stopping the Titan Great Ape's attack. Title Douluo. The Titan Great Ape's expression changed drastically. His lantern-like eyes filled with killing intent. "Human die? To dare capture my sister Xiao Wu, that is seeking death." "Seeking death?" "Not quite." Chen Yue put away the Heavenly King Tower. However, the Xiao Wu under the tree had already vanished. This was a skill inherent to the Heavenly King Tower, which could be understood as a kind of innate soul skill, capable of capturing and imprisoning targets like how the Monkey King was suppressed in the journey to the west. "We will meet again, don't worry." After capturing the target, Chen Yue had no intention of staying here for long. Just as he was about to leave with a slight smile, he suddenly felt his movements slow down. It was the Tianqing Niumang at the bottom of the lake that made its move. Slow field. "Hey, this is it? You think you could trap me?" Chen Yue shook his head with a light laugh, casually pulling out a pitch-black axe, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction and creation. At the same time, the seventh soul ring behind him shone brightly. Martial soul, true body, Pangu axe. Title Douluo. The Tianqing Niumang, just surfacing, sensed the terrifying aura brought by the axe, and its eyes were filled with horror. Without thinking, it quickly withdrew its field and used its strongest defense to resist this blow. The Titan Great Ape also quickly retreated, preparing to defend with lightning speed. Unexpectedly, as this weapon's soul, true body, slashed through the air, it went in the opposite direction from them. In just one slash, the ground shook and countless trees were overturned. "Damn it, this cunning human is trying to escape." The Tianqing Niumang was shocked and hurried in that direction. But there was no sign of Chen Yue on the ground. "Damn, this cunning human." The Titan Great Ape, following closely behind, was so angry that it pounded its chest with its sandpot-sized fist. "Don't worry, this human definitely won't run far. Let's chase." The Tianqing Niumang calmly said, and its long serpent body was the first to head in that direction. Seeing this, the Titan Great Ape hurriedly followed. "Big brother, wait for me." After these two good buddies left, the figures of Chen Yue, Qian Renxue, Sea Pig Douluo, and Snake Spear Douluo emerged from a stone cave. "Did you really catch her?" Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue in confusion. "Are you planning to use her as your second soul ring for your second martial soul?" Chen Yue's earlier action of directly capturing Xiao Wu had completely stunned her. After all, the Heavenly King Tower had no soul rings, but could withstand a punch from the Titan Great Ape. Seeing this scene, Qian Renxue felt more and more that she had struck gold. What a huge profit. "What? You think she lost out?" No. She is winning hearts." Knowing that Chen Yue had already boarded her pirate ship and locked the cabin door, how could she possibly lose? Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. "What a profit. You say between the Titan Great Ape and the Tianqing Niumang soul bones. Which one do you want?" Chen Yue did not answer Qian Renxue's question, but instead smiled mysteriously and confidently asked, Not only was Qian Renxue stunned, but Sea Pig and Snake Spear, standing on the side, were equally astonished. The two good buddies exchanged glances, both looking a bit confused. "I'll choose the Tianqing Niumang." Although she didn't know what plan Chen Yue had, she felt that since they were already in this relationship, he wouldn't deceive her on this point. However, she still couldn't understand how Chen Yue planned to kill these 200,000-year-old beasts. Wait, we will see a good show. Chen Yue smiled slightly, reached out and hugged Qian Renxue, whose face turned red. Someone's watching. Sea Pig and Snake Spear, who caught this scene out of the corner of their eyes, quickly turned around and moved forward a distance, pretending as if they hadn't seen anything. Tang San. I wonder how surprised you will be when you see this surprise I prepared for you. After paying the tribute, Chen Yue helped Qian Renxue tidy up her clothes, used the heavenly crystal stone on her, and whispered a few instructions. Isn't this a bit harsh? Qian Renxue hesitated, but seeing Chen Yu's frowning expression, she quickly said, "Don't worry. I will definitely complete the task." Chen Yue nodded in satisfaction. After you absorb it, your soul power will increase. Listen to me. Don't absorb the soul ring for now, understand? Understood. Nodding, Chen Yue left the stone cave and instructed Sea Pig and Snake Spear to protect Qian Renxue. He then turned and headed in the opposite direction. After entering a more secluded valley, he released the Heavenly King Tower, and his figure slowly disappeared, entering the interior of the Divine Tower. Earlier, under the suppression of the Heavenly King Tower, the direct target Xiao Wu couldn't hold on for even a second and fainted. Now she appeared inside the Heavenly King Tower, unconscious on the spot. I wonder what expression your Sangu will have when he sees your belly. Chen Yue curled her lips into a smile, the exclusive custom-made Divine Tower Palace. Others don't have such treatment as you do. Compared to the future after your sacrifice. This is much better, right? If she is set free, she will definitely be sacrificed to Tang San. Then it would benefit Tang San too easily. So it's better to say she would be more useful to him. Wouldn't it? I really wonder what expression your dear Sangugu will have when he sees you holding a few adorable little ones. In the Divine Tower of the King. As long as Chen Yue doesn't die and the Divine Tower remains intact, this Xiao Wu will definitely not be able to escape. However, breaking through this Divine Tower would probably require the strength of Sun Wukong from the journey to the west. But, with the current power in this Douluo world, is there anyone who can reach that level? Certainly not. Therefore, this Divine Tower of the King cannot be broken. In other words, the cute little pink rabbit that Chen Yue is locked in a cage will now serve as a mascot or a lovely pet. With this system by his side, Chen Yue won't have to struggle to cultivate or fight like when he first crossed over. Isn't marrying and having children more appealing? Now that he has a cute rabbit, combined with the original Heavenly King Divine Tower, isn't that just a perfect bug handed to him? But let's not forget, this is still a mischievous rabbit. Isn't this a sure win? Thinking of this, Chen Yu's gaze became increasingly fervent as he looked at the unconscious Xiao Wu. He suddenly slapped her. Xiao Wu jolted awake, staring at the playful expression on Chen Yu's face, and immediately got so scared that she fell to the ground, crawling backward in fear. Looking at Chen Yue and asking, Who are you? What do you want? What do I want? Xiao Wu. She instinctively glanced at her pure white dress, and upon seeing no signs of being violated, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, looking back at the advancing Chen Yue, her expression changed suddenly. She erupted, and her spirit rings surged forth. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. 6-ringed Spirit Emperor. After 5 years of closed-door training in the Stardow Forest following the Soul Master competition, Xiao Wu had actually grown to the Spirit Emperor stage. According to the standards for a soul sage entering maturity, she was already not far from it. This strength is indeed not to be underestimated. However, this not weak is only relative. In front of Chen Yue, even a soul emperor or soul saint would not be able to exert any pressure on him as long as they are not a super Douluo. Bang! Chen Yue did not hold back, kicking her directly in the chest. In an instant, Xiao Wu was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Chen Yue in disbelief. How can you be so strong? She thought that Chen Yue, appearing merely as a young man, would not be very powerful. But she never expected that he could send her flying with just a slap without even releasing his martial soul. She rubbed the area that had been struck, still feeling a faint pain, causing her mouth to twitch. However, she quickly composed herself, coldly staring at Chen Yue. You dare to hurt me? You're dead. I'm giving you a chance now. Let me go immediately. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Aside from a sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, she had the 3 protective barriers of the rogue rabbit. This person dared to hurt her, especially in that area, must surely seek death and be punished. So what if I hit you? A disdainful smile appeared on Chen Yu's face. This rogue rabbit is even more confidently self-assured than Qian Renxue. She really hasn't experienced the pain of society and hasn't even figured out her own situation. Looking at her haughty demeanor, Chen Yue suddenly felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. What kind of transformation would this rogue rabbit, raised by him as a canary, undergo? With this thought in mind, Chen Yue clasped his hands behind his back and walked towards her slowly and unhurriedly. I still want something more exciting. What do you do to me? You dare. Xiao Wu was taken aback, but still pretended to be calm. I warn you, my father is the Title Douluo. If you touch me, your whole family will die. She had only learned after returning to the forest that Tang San's father was actually the Title Douluo. The original text stated that the only one who defeated the Titan giant ape was Tang Hao, so the Titan giant ape should remember Tang Hao's face. Also, if you dare to touch me, the 200,000-year soul beasts outside will ensure you have no place to die, even if you are a Title Douluo. You absolutely cannot escape. She watched as Chen Yue remained indifferent to her threats and even pressed closer, which frightened her into retreating while continuing to threaten. I warn you, the Tiandou forest is not as simple as you think. Are you talking about the dimension space within the Lake of Life? Chen Yue paused his steps and slowly spoke. In the original text, Xiao Wu's mother speculated that her strength was greater than that of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. Otherwise, these two beasts wouldn't have called Xiao Wu's sister. Under this premise, it is highly likely that Xiao Wu's mother encountered fierce beasts beneath the Lake of Life. Of course, the fierce beasts she encountered could not be the beast god Emperor Tian. At most, they might be the weakest of the fierce beasts. However, Chen Yue inclined towards the possibility of encountering Biji. After all, she is a healing-type soul beast. If she woke up and saw Xiao Wu's mother injured, she would likely come forward to heal her, and then they would become acquainted. Chapter 5. Xiao Wu. I only belong to Sangge. Don't harbor delusions. The entire text has been greatly revised to 9.5 today. Therefore, as Xiao Wu's daughter, it is possible for her to learn from her that there are insurmountable existences beneath the Lake of Life. However, with the current strength of Xiao Wu, Deming, and Ming, 300,000-year soul beasts, it is impossible to verify this. Perhaps it is merely a legend. Currently facing a desperate situation, Xiao Wu had no other choice but to use a dead horse as a living horse to hope to scare Chen Yue into retreating. Of course, there is another possibility that Xiao Wu's mother was with her when she encountered the fierce beasts, which is why the latter would know. Compared to that, Chen Yue is more inclined towards the former statement. Otherwise, this rogue rabbit wouldn't be so certain. How do you know? Upon hearing Chen Yue reveal the secret beneath the Lake of Life, Xiao Wu was instantly stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at him. You must know, this secret was unknown even to Deming and Ming. Only her mother told her before leaving. Logically speaking, it is even more impossible for a human to know of its existence. But how did this person know? But do you think that those who are deeply in seclusion would forcefully come out for a small fry like you? Chen Yue smiled slightly, hands behind his back, and said unhurriedly, your mother, as a soul beast who came into contact with them, has never seen them stick their heads out even once, right? What qualifications do you have to disturb them? Hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and her heart was filled with anxiety, as if she felt that her whole being was being seen through. Who exactly is this person? How does he know everything about her? Even the greatest secret of the Tiandou forest is spoken of so lightly, as if he knows it like the back of his hand. Who are you? How could you know so much? Seeing her changing expression, a teasing smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. This rogue rabbit, under the pretext of going out to find her mother's killer, has fallen hopelessly in love with her 3 cuts, as if everything would be fine as long as her 3 cuts were present. Now let me show you. What difference does it make whether your 3 cuts are here or not? Of course, if she returned to Tang San, having such a leg-playing rabbit pet wouldn't be too bad. But unfortunately, he is not. For this rogue rabbit, although she looks quite pretty, even described in the original work as slightly more attractive than Qian Renxue. So what? In Chen Yue's view, she is far inferior to Qian Renxue, and likewise, he feels no affection for her at all. All he has is the thought of teasing the canary. It's a typical case of being physically involved without emotional investment. His only goal is to cut off Tang's opportunities. Chen Yue is more curious if this Tang really can't survive without this rabbit pet. Who am I? Chen Yue stepped forward, looking down at the cute rabbit sitting on the ground, and said, remember, I am your master, and from now on, you must refer to me as such, understand? You bastard. Xiao Wu trembled as she pointed at Chen Yue, feeling insulted, her legs instantly wrapping around Chen Yue's neck, ready to use a surprise move to take him down. However, the next moment, Chen Yue casually grabbed one of her feet and lifted her up completely, her white skirt falling to her waist. Slap! After a crisp sound, Xiao Wu's face turned even redder, and she angrily shouted, you scoundrel, Let go of me. Chen Yue shook his head, indifferent to her words. Knowing the gap between them, why still think about resisting? You're a rabbit. What's wrong with being a rabbit pet? Why think about so many unrealistic things? After seeing Xiao Wu quiet down, Chen Yue casually tossed her aside like a doll. Xiao Wu covered her skirt, trembling as she stood up. She looked around. It was pitch black, as if she were in an iron tower with no ventilation. Yet the entire room was strangely illuminated by white light. What is this place? Is there such a place in the Starry Forest? She originally thought that Chen Yue had taken her away from the Lake of Life area, but in fact, she was still in the Starry Forest. However, the surroundings were completely unlike any place she had ever seen. It was an entirely unfamiliar land. In that moment, Xiao Wu's face turned even paler. Her delicate features filled with fear and anxiety. She had already realized that she had been taken away from the Stardow Forest by Chen Yue. Moreover, it was done in front of De Ming and Er Ming. She anxiously groped around the dark walls, trying to find an exit. In contrast, Chen Yue was in no hurry at all, even finding it a bit amusing as he mockingly looked at her expression, which changed from pale and terrified to drenched in cold sweat, then to as white as paper, and finally to a face like ashes. So, have you found an exit? Xiao Wu, with a face like ashes, slumped to the ground, looking at Chen Yue. What is this place? What? What do you want to do? The black walls surrounding her are completely indestructible. Even her soul power hitting them is like striking a stone with an egg, unable to break through. Harder than a turtle's shell. Could it be that this person intends to imprison her here for eternity? As for why she didn't think about her soul bones and soul rings, if Chen Yue truly wanted her soul bones and soul rings, he would have killed her directly long ago and wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to her. Of course, it might also be a glimmer of hope and desire for life hidden in her heart. She hoped she wouldn't have to die because she hadn't yet seen her beloved Sange. This is my world, Chen Yue said with his hands behind his back. Smiling slightly, I am the master of this world, and everything inside it belongs to me, including you, little rabbit. If you want to go out, it's not impossible. If you make me happy, I might let you out to bask in the sun. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately shook her head frantically. No, that's impossible. Give up on that thought. Just kill me. I will never agree to you. She had already given up on the idea of going out because she felt that Chen Yue would never let her go, even if she paid any price. But then, in the next moment, Chen Yue suddenly leaned over and whispered with a laugh in her ear. What if I can let you see your beloved Sange? Huh? What did you say? Xiao Wu was taken aback, her eyes suddenly brightening. What did you say? If I'm in a good mood, I might let you out for a glance at your beloved Sange, he said. Her eyes lit up. Really? But if you make me unhappy, I wonder if I should bring some of your Sanji's things when I come back next time? Chen Yue said with a smile, making Xiao Wu's expression stiffen, followed by a cold sweat. For example, fingers, hair, scalp, flesh, legs, toes, or maybe the heart, arms, head, or your Sanji's parts. At this point, Xiao Wu was so scared her heart almost stopped. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she saw those parts of her Sange. Immediately, she knelt in front of Chen Yue with a thud, crying out, Don't say that. I beg you, please don't say that. I'll agree to whatever you want. Just please don't harm Sange, I beg you. Chen Yue smiled, a hint of mockery in his expression. Anything is fine? Saying this, he lightly raised his hand and pinched her cheek, startling her. But in the end, she overcame her psychological fear, raised her head, and trembled as she asked, What do you want? What do you think? Feeling Chen Yu's aggressive gaze, Xiao Wu felt as if she had no place to escape, and her body shivered again. Scared to the point of collapsing to the ground like a duck, struggling to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Can we change the request? Chen Yue looked at her with a smile that was neither here nor there. If you stay here honestly, maybe one day, when I get bored, I could let you out to reunite with your Sange. Wouldn't that be nice? Xiao Wu's expression stiffened, her face instantly turning red with anger as she shouted, Impossible. I only belong to Sange. Don't have such delusions. She was the pure and innocent Xiao Wu, and she was a perfect match with the equally pure Tang San. How could this unknown guy who popped up from nowhere desecrate her purity? Therefore, she would never agree, even if it meant death. Moreover, this person dared to covet her purity, which was a path to death. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Chen Yue shook his head and slowly turned around. I'll go out first and bring in an arm of your Sange. The moment those words left Chen Yu's mouth, Xiao Wu was completely thrown off balance, instantly breaking down. With a thud, she knelt down again, crawling over to cling to Chen Yu's thigh, desperately pleading, No, please. I beg you, don't do the 3 cuts. Can we change the conditions? I can give you my soul bone, a 10,000-year soul bone, a 10,000-year soul ring. Even a 100,000-year one, I can give it to you. Although her face was panic-stricken, she had already calculated in her heart that as long as Chen Yue let her go, she would immediately inform her 3 cuts, and that person would undoubtedly die. As long as she could survive, nothing else mattered. She would make that person pay a bloody price. Oh, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Both can? Chen Yue said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Yes, yes. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, but then realized she was just making empty promises, so she readily nodded in agreement. But the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her face as she was slapped away, crashing into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. I'm not in a good mood right now, and you dare to lie to me. Chen Yue crossed his arms and sneered. With your little tricks to deceive 3-year-olds. You dare to use them in front of me? To teach you a lesson, I guess I need to go out and send you a big gift package, right? Saying this, Chen Yue seemed to remember something. All right, I almost forgot. 3 hours ago, your 3 cuts already entered the inner circle of the Tiandou Forest. The probing aura of the blue-silver grass earlier was hers, which is also why the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape appeared on the surface. Within an hour, I should be able to bring back one of your 3 cuts hands. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned pale again, as she saw Chen Yue's figure becoming transparent, as if he was about to disappear the next moment. She endured her injuries and rushed over, but ultimately was still a step too late, collapsing to the ground in despair. It's over, the 3 cuts are in danger. Chen Yue's figure reappeared in the valley, quickly returning to the stone cave, where he saw the still guarding spiked porcupine and snake spear outside. He ignored his good friends and walked into the stone cave, where he met Qian Renxue. My martial soul. My martial soul has really evolved. Qian Renxue exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Chen Yue, hugging him like an octopus, her face trembling with excitement. My original martial soul was the 6-winged angel, and now it has evolved into the 12-winged angel. You have to know, since ancient times, the Qian family's martial soul has been the 6-winged angel, and even among them, that ancestor who achieved the first-generation angel god also had the 6-winged angel martial soul. But now, I have directly surpassed the ancestor, gaining this terrifying 12-winged angel martial soul. How could this not make her excited? Now, as she looked at Chen Yue in front of her, the more she looked, the more pleasing he became, and she couldn't help but want him. Stop messing around. Have you done what I just asked you to do? Chen Yue slapped her on her perky tea, and Qian Renxue's face immediately flushed red. After giving him a charming glare, she nodded and casually took out a paper-wrapped item from her storage bag. Here. This is Tang San's little finger. As she said this, she became a bit confused. What do you need Tang San's finger for? She couldn't understand why someone would cut off a finger for no reason. It's nothing, just get familiar with your own strength for now. Chen Yue changed the subject. The boost from the 12-winged angel far exceeds that of your previous 6-winged angel. You need to adapt to your current strength, understand? What you're saying makes sense. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. That's right, this difference is not simply 2 or 3 times. It's a full 5 times increase, from 6-winged angels to 12-winged angels. It may seem like just adding 6 wings, as if the difference is only 2 times, but in reality, the gap is even greater. This is comparable to the 20-level gap from Soul Master to Soul Emperor, and the 20-level gap from Soul Sage to Title Douluo. Can these 2 20-level differences be the same? Do you understand this plan? Qian Renxue nodded. Ghost Douluo and Jude Douluo led the team, along with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall and many soul sages. Their goal is a 100,000-year soul beast in the Tiandou Forest. But I didn't ask for specifics. Qian Renxue only went to meet Ghost Douluo and Jude Douluo with the Snake Spear, although they may not know her. The 6-winged angel spirit is enough to highlight her identity, so Ghost Jude Douluo didn't hide it. Chapter 6, Tang San, Xiao Wu, 5 years later, damn. Where's my lover? Major revisions, today 9. 5 revisions. Tiandou Forest, near the Life Lake area. In the team of the Spear Hall, leading Ghost Douluo and Jude Douluo looked serious, walking at the forefront, with many soul sages following closely behind. Tang San looked at the increasingly near Tiandou Forest, feeling excited in his heart. 3 hours ago, while the Spear Hall team was resting, he had already sensed Xiao Wu's aura with the blue-silver domain. She was in the Life Lake area of Tiandou Forest. However, there were 2 powerful auras around Xiao Wu that were not inferior to Title Douluo. He suspected one might be the Titan Great Ape, but he didn't know the other. However, according to his detection, it was also at the 100,000-year level. But he had no worries at all, because he planned to use the Spirit Hall people as cannon fodder. He just needed to find a Xiao Wu. These damn Spirit Hall people are indeed representatives of evil. They directly want a finger from me, which is really annoying. At this moment, Xiao Wu, who was thinking about the 3 cuts, was bandaging her left pinky finger with a bruised face. She never expected that she had planned to use the Spirit Hall people as cannon fodder, causing them to perish here. But suddenly Ghost Douluo appeared, wanting to kill her to maintain the secrecy of the plan. Even Hu Lai's protests were useless. Tang Sen had no confidence in facing aTitle Douluo. He could only rack his brains for a comprehensive strategy. With Hu Lai's guarantee and showing determination at the cost of a pinky finger, he agreed to join the Spirit Hall, and only then did Ghost Douluo let him go. In fact, from beginning to end, Ghost Douluo was also puzzled. He had always followed Qian Renxue and was among the Title Douluos who were hammered by Tang Hao, so he recognized the 6-winged angel. Therefore, when Qian Renxue came with the ensnake spear to attract him and Tiandou Palace and gave him a task, he didn't refuse. However, he couldn't understand why Qian Renxue wanted a finger from Tang San. Of course, he also knew this matter was serious, especially since Qian Renxue's identity was something even he had to keep secret. He instantly understood that this was a top-secret plan, completely beyond his inquiry. So, he honestly completed the task, although he was still confused. Everyone, be vigilant. We are about to enter the core area of Stardow Forest. At that moment, Tiandou Douluo shouted, and everyone trembled in unison, promptly responding yes. Only then did Ghost Douluo come back to his senses, putting away his emotions and looking solemnly around. For some unknown reason, it was eerily quiet all around. Not even the sounds of flying soul beasts could be heard, and not a single ant was seen on the ground. In all directions, there was only the sound of the wind rustling through the grass and the gentle swaying of the blue silver grass. Something's off. Stay alert. The core area is still some distance from the life lake. Generally, this area is inhabited by soul beasts over 50,000 years old, but at this moment, Ghost Douluo and Tiandou Douluo failed to detect any signs of movement. They cautiously looked around while slowly approaching the life lake. Yin and Xiaoyu each pressed down on Tang San's neck, as Ghost Douluo had cut off one of his thumbs earlier, fearing he might retaliate amid the chaos. So Ghost Douluo arranged for these two to keep an eye on Tang San. Many elite soul sages were centered around them, vigilantly watching for any signs of movement. At this moment, Chen Yue had already arrived at the branch where Xiao Wu had been sitting earlier. With the thunder movement spirit, Chen Yue did not disturb anyone. Even Ghost Douluo and Tiandou Douluo did not notice anything unusual. At this moment, the 2 Ming and Air Ming in the life lake had not yet returned. As only an hour had passed, they should still be frantically searching in the other direction. On the branch, Chen Yue reopened his Heavenly King Divine Tower Spirit, crossed his arms and stepped inside. Xiao Wu saw Chen Yue return not long after and immediately opened her mouth to say something, but then saw Chen Yue slap her face with such force that it sent her flying to the ground, crashing heavily and covering her face with her hand. What did you call me again? Chen Yue disdainfully threw Tang San's pinky finger on the ground like trash, right in front of Xiao Wu. It seems this is just a finger. No problem. Next time I'll just take his arm. Xiao Wu instantly recognized this was her severed finger. As for how she could tell, don't ask. Just know it's her lover. What do you want? Xiao Wu raised her head to look at Chen Yue. Her eyes filled with fear. She was starting to believe that Chen Yue might really hurt her lover. Slap. However, as soon as her words fell, Chen Yue slapped her again. With his Title Douluo strength, Xiao Wu couldn't react in time, and another red 5-fingered mountain mark instantly appeared on her delicate face. She fell to the ground with a thud, blood oozing from her face. At this moment, her once stunning beauty was gone. All that remained were the 2 bright red 5-fingered marks, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, looking extremely disheveled, losing all her previous goddess-like aura. What did you just call me? Xiao Wu covered her stinging face, struggling to get up, with a mix of anger, fear, and humiliation swirling in her heart. Her eyes quickly becoming moist. How could she, under her mother's protection, ever suffer such humiliation? There was no need for her mother to intervene. Deming and Air Ming would have torn the opponent to pieces for her. Especially now, she was still in her Stardow Forest territory. However, even with all the humiliation and grievance in her heart, she could only bury it deep inside, gazing fearfully at Chen Yue, whose expression was ambiguous. As if he was unpredictable, her delicate face filled with terror. She was scared. Speak. Chen Yue raised an eyebrow, wondering if this rogue rabbit was doubting her life after his 2 slaps. He snorted coldly and raised his hand again, scaring Xiao Wu so much that she knelt obediently at Chen Yue's feet, like a pitiful little rabbit, trembling. No, I can't. Xiao Wu covered her face, suppressing the fear in her heart. but her gaze was firm. I can't do this. You don't even think about it. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Chen Yue sneered and turned around, as if heading outside. I'm in a bad mood right now, and am planning to vent by chopping off one of your arms. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiao Wu was immediately scared pale, rolling and crawling to hug Chen Yue's thigh with a thud, crying and pleading, "No, please. I beg you not to do that to me. Please, can you?" How to beg? Xiao Wu's heart trembled, and she lowered her head, saying banana and milk. Chen Yue, when I typed this symbol, it wasn't me who had a problem, but you who had a problem. Noticing Chen Yue's gaze directly facing the waterfall of white, Xiao Wu quickly released her grip from his thigh, covered her neck and below, and shook her head repeatedly. No way. That is the 3 cuts. Besides this, I can agree to all your requests. I can even give you 100,000 years of soul bones. This statement made Chen Yue pause for a moment, and he said with great interest, "Oh, whose 100,000 year soul bone?" The 2 soul beasts outside. Chen Yue's eyes sparkled with amusement. Selling out your own brother at a critical moment? How would you do that? That's a secret. Once they hear it, they will definitely obey the order and sacrifice themselves for you. Hearing Xiao Wu's confident words, Chen Yue was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly let out a laugh without warning. His expression turned cold as he abruptly slapped Xiao Wu, sending her flying. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Chen Yue sneered, disdainfully wiping the blood from his hands with a tissue. "You want me to let you go so those 200,000 year soul beasts can attack me, right? Truly worthy of being a rogue rabbit. Once it involves your own interests, your intelligence is quite something." Huh? Xiao Wu covered her face. Half of it was truly bruised and slightly disfigured, blood pooling on that side. I'm still saying the same thing. Seeing Xiao Wu still racking her brain for schemes, Chen Yue had lost his patience. "Once I feel relaxed, I might consider letting you go. If I'm in a bad mood, then perhaps I will go out and dismantle your 3 parts for fun. Right now, it's just an appetizer, a mere finger. Next time, who knows? Maybe it'll be an arm, or a leg, or perhaps Cohen's spear." At this point, Chen Yue chuckled. "I really wonder if your beloved soul bone can still become a Title Douluo after losing a limb?" Hearing these devilish words, Xiao Wu shuddered, trembling as she pointed at Chen Yue. You are a demon. You're not human. On the Douluo continent, losing a limb results in severe consequences, especially if it's a complete amputation, as in the original work, Tang Hao lost his arm and leg. It could lead to a permanent decrease in soul power, making further progress nearly impossible. Moreover, such injuries are basically irrecoverable. P.S. Don't forget, in the original, the Sword remained a one-armed hero until his death, clearly indicating that injuries sustained in battle cannot be healed. It's essential to know that her soul bone is a full innate soul power, a true genius. A future Title Douluo, if she loses an arm, she can't even imagine the despair and collapse her soul bone would face. "No, please, I beg you." Chen Yue sneered. "Beg? What are you begging with? You've even forgotten how to address me. I think it would be much more interesting to go back and slaughter your soul bone." As he spoke, Chen Yue had already lost his patience and turned to walk outside. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu couldn't help but recall the last time Chen Yue left without a word, and now he was about to take her soul bone's finger. If he really went out feeling displeased, Xiao Wu's face turned pale with fear, and she rushed forward, tightly hugging Chen Yue's legs. Using her whole body to apply pressure while her flushed face, filled with humiliation, whispered, "Master. Now that's more like it." Chen Yue seemed a bit surprised, looking down at her from above, stroking her head like a little cat, and chuckled. "As long as you can make me feel relaxed, I might consider taking you out for a bit of fun." Really? Seeing the previously fierce Chen Yue gently stroke her head, Xiao Wu's heart shook, and she couldn't help but look up at him, feeling that these words might actually be believable. A few hits followed by candy. This method works every time. Of course, only obedient little servants would qualify for me to consider them. Chen Yue crossed his arms, a smile on his face. "I will definitely protect you. I will be a good little servant." Xiao Wu sighed in relief, finally seeing hope of getting out. She vowed that once she was out, she would have the Ming and Air Ming kill this dog. "Then now, take it off." Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu's confused expression, Chen Yue's face instantly darkened, and he violently shook off her arms that were clutching his legs. Ungrateful. Dare to deceive me? For dinner, you will eat 1 roasted arm and 1 braised thigh from your soul bone, then prepare to hit the road. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, who had been stunned earlier, turned pale with fear and hurriedly clung to him. No, I will listen. At this moment, she finally understood that the indifference of this man before her was different from those men who had long coveted her. Others wanted her soul bones and soul rings, but this man was only interested in her charming face and perfect figure. The difference here is significant. In the former case, the other party can relentlessly pursue you day and night, even conducting investigations for months, which raises the stakes quite high. But in the latter case, the other party's interest might only last for an hour or two. Once they become completely annoyed and impatient, no matter how stunning your appearance is, they could easily just sweat you away. And now, in Chen Yue's eyes, Xiao Wu is clearly in the latter situation. If she truly provokes the other party's impatience, given this person's erratic temperament, she might really end up dismantling her long-cherished plans. By then, even if she is rescued, even if she gets her revenge, so what? If her cherished plans are gone, what meaning is there in her living alone? Can we go out like that? Xiao Wu suddenly knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face, looking as if she had truly resigned to her fate. Chen Yue's lips curled into a faint, satisfied smile, but it was fleeting. At the same time, in the Tiandou Forest, in the area of the Lake of Life, Xiao Wu, it's been 5 years. How are you? Where's my beloved? Chapter 7. The rain soaked the sky, gray in a more refined way. Major revision of the entire text. Today is Update 9. 5 Xiao Wu, where's my beloved? Tang San, along with the Spirit Hall and many others, finally entered the area of the Lake of Life. He couldn't wait to search for the figure he had been longing for. With the results from 3 hours ago from his blue-silver domain exploration, he was certain that his Xiao Wu was under that big tree. But when he looked up, the longed-for figure had vanished without a trace. Where's my beloved? Tang San froze entirely. The next moment, he dashed towards that tree like a madman, digging frantically as if he were a crazy dog marking its territory. He didn't know how long he had been digging. Only when he felt utterly exhausted did he slump down on the ground, leaning against that big tree, squinting his eyes upwards, slightly opening his mouth, desperately trying to suppress his tears, not letting them flow down. My Xiao Wu boo-hoo. Tang San groaned silently, and suddenly he felt like it was raining from the sky. Could it be that our sincere love has moved even the heavens, making them feel sorrowful for me at this moment? At the moment this thought crossed his mind, Tang San felt an endless sense of pride. After all, even the heavens were shedding tears for his love with Xiao Wu. What kind of supreme honor is this that anyone can attain? Delete the dividing line. Let's see if the comment section is available. However, it's strange. How could I get rained on while hiding under a tree? Tang San expressed his confusion. How could he be rained on even behind the tree? His subconscious lick felt like the taste of Bloody Mary in the city of slaughter. Because of this, he became even more perplexed. What's going on? Tang San was a bit confused. He lowered his head to wipe away his tears. Just as he was about to look up, suddenly, a deafening roar of a bull and the furious shout of a giant ape erupted. The Tianqing Yomeng and the Titan giant ape have returned. Roar. The sudden, deafening roar startled all the birds in sight, causing them to fall and flee in panic, as if they had encountered some great terror, each one trembling and scrambling to fly away. Even Tang San's spiritual power experienced a brief blank moment, and in an instant, he felt himself plunged into a temporary dizziness. Not good. It's 200,000-year soul beasts. Ghost Douluo and Title Douluo reacted first, their expressions changing dramatically as they looked at the two massive figures rushing over from another direction, their hearts trembling with fear. In their estimation, there is only 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan giant ape, in the Tiandou Forest, which was why Ghost Douluo and Title Douluo had come together. But they never expected that there would be 200,000-year soul beasts. Hurry and escape. The two exchanged glances, both wearing grim expressions. Now that the 100,000-year rabbit had vanished, they had lost their main target for this operation. If they stayed here, they would likely be torn apart by these 200,000-year soul beasts. However, this place was not something they could come and go as they pleased. The first thing the Heaven Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape saw upon their return was the group of people from the Spirit Hall who were planning to retreat. There was no way out. Among those present, only Ghost Douluo and Title Douluo were Title Douluos, and their unique aura was hard to miss for the soul beasts. Second, kill them all, leave none alive. The Heaven Blue Bull Python spoke human words. He felt that it must be these damned humans who had taken Sister Xiao Wu away. He wanted to kill these people in a fit of rage and then retrieve Sister Xiao Wu. As soon as the words fell, his cold gaze swept over the crowd like a sharp sword, and in that instant, everything around turned blue. At that moment, everyone in the Spirit Hall felt their bodies suddenly slow down, their speed decreasing by at least 30%. Slow field activate, and in the next moment, the Titan Giant Ape charged towards the elite of the Spirit Hall. Quick retreat. Douluo and Ghost Douluo's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted to the stunned elite of the Spirit Hall while separating to confront the threat. Aside from the two of them, the strongest in the Spirit Hall were just soul saints. Even if they used their martial soul fusion technique to restrain these 200,000-year soul beasts, their strength might not even be enough to break the skin of the heaven blue bull python and the titan giant ape. It would be better to face them directly and let the elites escape. Tang Yin, let us go. Hulaina took a few steps back and suddenly saw Tang San, who was still stunned in place, and shouted, "Let us go, what are you still dazed for? It's you. Tang San had just been stimulated by the roars of the 200,000-year soul beasts, and his thoughts were somewhat unclear. The thought that had just risen to his mind quickly dissipated, and his attention was now focused on Hulaina. The moment he saw her, he immediately thought of tens of thousands of things, including the conspiracy theory that Hulaina had feelings for him but was unable to win him over, thus framing Xiao Wu. Such tricks were common in the martial world during his previous life in the Tang sect. However, this thought was quickly cut off, because it was impossible. Hulaina had no idea that he was Tang San. There was only one possibility. Tang San suddenly remembered the time when Ghost Douluo asked him for a finger. At that moment, he thought it was just a peculiar preference of Ghost Douluo. But now, upon reconsideration, this person must have threatened his beloved Xiao Wu with his finger. Given Xiao Wu's love for him, she would definitely comply. With this thought, Tang San's expression turned ferocious as he pulled out his Haotian hammer and smashed it towards Hulaina, cursing, "Die, you despicable Spirit Hall." As for why he targeted Hulaina, the many elite members of the Spirit Hall were completely out of his attack range. Right now, Ghost Douluo was holding off the Titan Great Ape, and Douluo was dealing with the Tianqing Yomeng. Only Hulaina was within his attack range, not far away. In other words, among those present, apart from Hulaina, he couldn't defeat any of them, nor could he reach them. Nana. Ghost Douluo was taken aback, never expecting this junior to dare hurt Hulaina, the saintess. He was so angry that he trembled. Taking advantage of being knocked back by the Titan Great Ape, his seventh soul ring shone brightly. The moment his martial soul was released, he suddenly became ethereal, turning transparent in an instant, and silently appeared in front of Tang San. "Junior, you're seeking death." Ghost Douluo slapped Tang San hard across the face, sending him flying, crashing heavily against a tree, his face swelling up and stars dancing before his eyes. Xiao Wu, my beloved." He crashed into the tree, his vision dimming, but suddenly he seemed to see his most beloved Xiao Wu. At that moment, his beloved Xiao Wu looked charmingly flushed, her big eyes filled with affection, staring at him without blinking, leaving Tang San mesmerized. "Xiao Wu, I'm so happy to see you before I die." Tang San thought this was a moment of clarity before death, a smile appearing on his face as he reached out, wanting to touch this hard-won dream. But suddenly, he grasped a soft little hand. "Xiao Wu." Tang San jolted awake, and in front of him, behind Xiao Wu, he saw the face of a strange man in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief. "You." Tang San stared wide-eyed, pointing at the man in front of him, Chen Yue, just as Xiao Wu's hoarse voice rang out. "Daming, kill him." Earlier, Ghost Douluo had just slapped Tang San, knocking a stunned Hulaina aside. Before he could take action, he was locked down by the Titan Great Ape's gravity domain, and a punch nearly exploded him. At that moment, he had just gotten up from the ground, standing alongside the similarly injured Douluo. "This won't do. At this rate, we will definitely be annihilated. What should we do? Use the martial soul fusion skill? Not now. They're focused on us in case we have a backup." As the two kings of the Star Do Forest, the Tianqing Yomeng and the Titan Great Ape were not brutes. They knew that as Title Douluo, they must have some backup. These backups could serve as a crucial life-saving card for Title Douluo. Therefore, upon sensing that Ghost Douluo and Youth Douluo had sustained severe injuries, they did not act rashly but kept a close watch on them, controlling their respective domains, relentlessly crushing the minions of the Spirit Hall. Under the gravity and slow fields, some low-level soul saints could no longer withstand the immense pressure, their bones crushed to pieces. If this dragged on, the elite members of the Spirit Hall would surely be wiped out. But at that moment, the Tianqing Yomeng and the Titan Great Ape suddenly heard Xiao Wu's voice. "Daming, kill this bastard." Is this the voice of Sister Xiao Wu? The two beasts were first taken aback, then suddenly turned their heads. When they saw Chen Yue next to Xiao Wu, they were instantly stunned. "Sister Xiao Wu? Is this human the one? Be careful. This person is aTitle Douluo. Activate the domain, second brother." In the instant of their mental communication, they wasted no time and directly activated their domains. Just as the blue and black domain lights were about to press down on Chen Yue, the opportunity came. The ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo, who had been looking for a chance, suddenly showed great joy. Martial soul fusion skill. The two exchanged glances, stood facing each other, clasped hands, and their bodies suddenly fused together. Everything around them was instantly covered in gold and silver, especially the turning Tianqing bull python and Titan giant ape, which were also frozen in place at that moment. Polar stillness domain. In a moment of carelessness, the Tianqing bull python and Titan giant ape were directly locked down, unable to move even an inch, leaving only their eyeballs capable of moving beneath their massive bodies. We can only trap these two soul beasts for a while. You all retreat immediately. Due to the angle, the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo only saw the turning Tianqing bull python and Titan giant ape in front of them, and did not see Chen Yue, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, who were facing them at that moment. After all, the bodies of the Tianqing bull python and Titan giant ape were too huge, completely blocking their line of sight. Seeing that these two guys were immobilized, the ghost Douluo breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly shouted. The elite members of the Spirit Hall, upon hearing this, and with the pressure of the slow domain and gravity domain completely gone, dared not stay any longer and turned to flee. Tang Yin, let us go. However, at this moment, Hulaina was still fixated on Tang San in front of her. But the next moment, she lost her chance. Boom! Unable to watch any longer, Qian Renxue descended from the sky and slapped Hulaina on the head, causing her to roll her eyes and faint. I finally understand now why I wanted her back then, but you absolutely refused. Damn it. She couldn't stand this ungrateful person anymore. While others, like Tang San, wanted to kill you, you're still here fawning over him. Your mother was almost like this back in the day. With one sentence from Chen Yue, Qian Renxue instantly exploded in anger. What did you say? If you don't believe it, you can go back and ask. Qian Renxue fell silent, snorted, turned her head away proudly, looking like she was sulking and wanted to be coaxed. For some reason, after Chen Yue helped her spirit evolve, she knew very well that her relationship with Chen Yue was based on interests, but she just couldn't help but want to act cute to get his attention. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of falling in love at first sight? Just as Qian Renxue was lost in thought, Chen Yue shook his head with a smile, pointing at the immobile heavenly blue bull python and Titan giant ape, and spoke to Qian Renxue, but what he said left everyone stunned. Choose one. Chapter 8, Tang San. If you dare to treat my Xiao Wu this way, I will kill you. S. Major revision of the entire text, revised on 9/5. What did you say? Qian Renxue was momentarily stunned. I'm not at the stage where I need to absorb a soul ring yet. If I let you choose, just choose without so much fuss. Under Chen Yu's fierce demeanor, Qian Renxue immediately looked pitiful, pointing at the heavenly blue bull python. I choose this one. All right. Chen Yue nodded, a smile appearing on his face. You did this on purpose? Xiao Wu struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva, her pretty face pale. You let me out on purpose? At this moment, if she still doesn't understand, then she must have a pig's brain instead of a rabbit's brain. A bit clever, but not much. A smile appeared on Chen Yu's face as she spread her hand, and the 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul rings, far exceeding the standard configuration, instantly dazzled her titanium alloy rabbit eyes. You despicable, you shameless, you bastard. Xiao Wu was instantly stunned. She never expected that the person in front of her was actually a Title Douluo. You dare to take liberties with my Xiao Wu, I will kill you. At this moment, Tang San seemed to be shocked. His eyes turned blood red, and he crazily lifted the Haotian hammer, smashing it down towards Chen Yue. Don't rush. You still have use. Chen Yue, like holding a doll, simply pressed a finger against the enormous Haotian hammer that was coming down, allowing Tang San to go wild with his strength. His hand trembled, yet he couldn't push Chen Yue even a tiny bit. This scene left Qian Renxue stunned. Wow. She didn't expect him to be formidable, not only in certain aspects, but also quite strong in terms of power. Looking at this toy rabbit, she thought it best not to provoke her. Chen Yue had no interest in playing with this little brat. He casually raised his hand, and the Haotian hammer instantly flew away like thrown garbage. Then, with a slap, he directly struck Tang San's face, turning that remaining handsome half of his face into a pig's head. At first glance, it oddly matched the other half of Ghost Douluo's face that had been fanned. Tang San fell to the ground, completely unconscious, with blood on his face. After finishing this, he clapped his hands, looked at Qian Renxue, and instructed her. Oh good. Qian Renxue nodded, leaped onto a branch, and pressed down on the terrified Xiao Wu, seemingly having some doubts as she lifted Xiao Wu's hands. Xiao Wu, suppressing her humiliation, looked hopefully at the arena, wishing that Deming and Erming would not die and would even counterattack that detestable creature and that group of Wuhuan temple lackeys. On the other side, what was happening? At this moment, Ghost Chrysanthemum Daw, who was maintaining the 2-level static domain, looked bewildered at Chen Yue, not recognizing him at all. I don't know, but should we maintain this form? Said Ghost Douluo, as he sensed Qian Renxue's aura. Previously, Qian Renxue had come to him for Tang San's little finger. Thus, he felt this should be a secret operation of the offering hall, as he had also followed Qian Xuanji and naturally knew that the 6-winged angel was an old heritage of the Qian family. All right, Chrysanthemum Douluo understood his good friend's thoughts, and immediately the two's soul power was unleashed. In the areas of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, the stillness became even more stable. Dumnomans. The Titan giant ape could only widen its eyes in anger. Human, I warn you, second, don't panic. Compared to the irritable Titan giant ape, the sky blue bull python's mentor was calmer. Even though we are restricted in action by their domain, to kill us, they would need at least 4 Title Douluos to have a chance to take us down. Even if this human is a Title Douluo, it doesn't matter. The 2-level static domain has a flaw. Once an attack is made, it must kill the target instantly. Otherwise, the target will immediately break free from the static state after being attacked. If the 2-level static domain could continuously hold the target, Deming and Erming from the original work would naturally not have been able to escape safely, while Bibi Dong had so many Title Douluos with her. The Sky Blue Bull Python was very confident that, with his and the Titan giant ape strength, even facing the 9th soul skill of 2 super Douluos, they wouldn't be directly cut down. But the next moment, a breath that seemed to split the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a pitch-black sharp and eerie battle axe, appeared before it. What is that? Not only did the Titan giant ape's expression change drastically, but even the previously confident Sky Blue Bull Python widened its eyes in horror, feeling that under this strike, it might as well be the snake skin that was chopped off. The true spirit of the weapon's soul, Pangu's opening axe. Chen Yue's figure gradually faded and was replaced by a 100-meter-long Pangu opening axe. The axe light flickered, and in an instant, the Titan giant ape was completely frozen in that moment. The next second, its body, like a mountain, fell to the ground with a loud crash, split in two like a watermelon. A strange red soul ring, accompanied by a pale white energy-filled soul bone, came to his side as Chen Yue lightly waved his hand. Erming. Xiao Wu was instantly stunned. She never expected that the mountain-like Erming would be chopped in half so easily by Chen Yue. It's all my fault. At this moment, Xiao Wu regretted it deeply. I was wrong. I will listen from now on. Please don't kill the Ming. I beg you. Seemingly thinking of something, Xiao Wu wanted to kneel down and hug Chen Yue's leg to plead for mercy, but just as she moved, Qian Renxue pressed her down. If you move again, do you believe I will kill Tang San? Xiao Wu, it's your turn. Chen Yue casually used the system space to store the soul ring and soul bone. Now is not the best time to absorb the soul ring. After all, this system space could store all non-living things. The soul ring and soul bone certainly couldn't be considered living things, right? After doing this, his gaze fell on the sky blue bull python, filled with playful interest. The sky blue bull python stiffened all over. If he were in human form, his face would definitely be rigid, but now, from his enormous bull eyes, his expression was somewhat horrified. To know, his strength is just slightly stronger than the Titan giant ape. After all, both are 100,000-year soul beasts. He possesses a trace of the golden eye black dragon king's bloodline, so his power is naturally a bit stronger than other 100,000-year soul beasts, but just a bit. He couldn't even double it. However, the Titan giant ape was just split in half by this human, so I can surrender. I can become her spirit, please. Don't kill me, is that okay? Hearing this, everyone except Chen Yue was dumbfounded. These two words seem to have touched upon many people's knowledge blind spots. Soul spirit. That's quite a good idea. Chen Yue smirked, glancing at the sky blue bull python. Do you know about soul spirits? It is said that this soul spirit was created by some old man using hacks during the Doer period. However, the so-called soul spirit mentioned by the sky blue bull python should be similar to the wisdom soul rings of the heavenly dream ice silk, right? But Chen Yue did not truly believe the words of the sky blue bull python. It should be that the sky blue bull python had only heard the term soul spirit by chance, just having it mentioned by outsiders. But it definitely did not know how to become a soul spirit. Otherwise, how could the original story still involve sacrifices instead of becoming a soul spirit 3 years ago? The sky blue bull python was unaware that Chen Yue had seen through its lies. Seeing that, Chen Yue seemed somewhat tempted at this moment. It immediately showed a look of great joy. Yes, I can become a soul spirit. As everyone knows, soul spirits have many more benefits compared to soul rings. Believe me, there are many benefits, I believe, but do you have a method to become a soul spirit? The joy on the sky blue bull python's face instantly froze. It wanted to argue with reason, but Chen Yue had no time to listen to its chatter and directly attacked. 6 soul skill, open sky axe. Just as he spoke, Chen Yue suddenly erupted, wielding an axe as large as a sandpot, transforming it into a long light that cleaved towards the head of the sky blue bull python. In an instant, its enormous head shattered inch by inch, and the long light axe was just a mere 0.01 centimeters away from completely severing the entire bull's head. At that moment, due to Chen Yue's 2 axe strikes, the 2-level stasis field of the ghost chrysanthemum also erupted with a web-like crack, followed by a sound of spitting blood as both figures were sent flying to the ground, their breathing somewhat weak. But at this moment, neither Chen Yue nor Qian Renxue looked at them again. Angel's true body. The moment Chen Yue unleashed his 6th soul skill, Qian Renxue immediately understood. She instantly activated her martial soul true body, bathing in golden light, with 12 golden wings unfurling behind her. Angel's domain. Her momentum soared with the opening of the domain. Under the martial soul, true body, and Angel's domain, the aura she exuded was even comparable to that of a typical Title Douluo, 5th soul skill Holy Sword. Almost at the instant the domain opened, her 5th soul ring shone brightly, and a golden long sword, radiating heat, followed the moment Chen Yue's long light axe dissipated, connecting with the wound. The sky blue bull python's eyes widened, and the brilliance in its gaze slowly faded away. No, damning. Without restraint, Xiao Wu was suddenly thrown into a panic, tumbling down, but at this moment, her legs had gone numb and lost some sensation, leaving her only able to lay on the ground, tearfully watching as the body of the sky blue bull python was split in 2, crashing to the ground. What do I do now? Having completed all this, Qian Renxue looked at the soul ring floating in front of her, emanating a strange red glow. Her breath momentarily halted. But thinking of her current soul power level, her mouth involuntarily twitched as she had not yet reached the critical point. Release the soul ring. To this, Chen Yue offered no explanation and simply commanded. Okay. Qian Renxue was very obedient, probably having eaten well last night, and immediately released her soul ring. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. Facing her puzzled gaze, Chen Yue walked to the position of her first soul ring and casually took out a soul fragment stone from the system space, lightly tapping it on the soul ring. Know you this? Qian Renxue was about to say something, but suddenly sensed something that made her face change dramatically. She felt that her first soul ring had actually lost contact, and when she tried to sense it again, she was shocked to discover that her first soul ring was actually gone. Not just her. At this moment, even a ghost Douluo and chrysanthemum Douluo, who had been forcibly injured after breaking the 2-level stasis field, couldn't help but widen their eyes, staring at the scene before them, gasping in shock. Crack! The originally illusory soul ring, which could only be seen but not touched, was bizarrely struck as if it had become solid, and then shattered like glass, scattering all over the ground, making the ghost chrysanthemum Douluo and Qian Renxue nearly pop their eyes out. How is this possible? To shatter an existing soul ring and then obtain a new soul ring? Seeing this scene, ghost chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't help but gasp in shock. The 2 good friends exchanged glances and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. In this world, there's such divine objects? Suck it. Qian Renxue nodded. But for some reason, she felt that with Chen Yue's gaze at this moment, combined with his 2 words, something seemed a bit off. What are you still dawdling for? The soul absorption ring. Seeing Qian Renxue's confused expression, Chen Yue immediately gave her a light knock on the forehead, and she instantly felt wronged, covering her head and hurriedly dodging to absorb this 100,000-year soul ring. You are a devil. You are a devil. Don't come over. Xiao Wu looked at Chen Yue in horror, crawling backwards repeatedly. Her legs had already been sealed by Qian Renxue's soul power and lost feeling, which was to prevent her from escaping when Qian Renxue attacked earlier. Fine, I want to come over. Chen Yue crossed his arms, looking at the terrified Xiao Wu with a half-smile. Suddenly, the Pangu axe appeared in his palm, and he swung it down. Slash. Ah. Xiao Wu was so scared that her face turned pale, covering her face tightly. After a while, she opened her fingers to reveal her eyes, which were filled with shock, fear, and heartache, saying, 3 cuts, 3 cuts. This thigh, I'll let you have it for dinner tonight. Chen Yue casually took out Tang San's 100,000-year blue, silver emperor right leg soul bone from that severed thigh and disdainfully tossed it to Xiao Wu, asking, "Is this enough?" Chapter 9. Xiao Wu, 3 cuts, even though I still love you. The entire text has been significantly revised today 9. 5. If you feel this isn't enough, how about adding a claw? Xiao Wu shook her head desperately, using both hands to support herself and kneeling at Chen Yu's feet, crying and whimpering, "Yes, I'm sorry, master, I was wrong, I won't dare anymore. I won't dare to hide anymore. Woo woo woo, master. I understand." She realized that Chen Yue was making her remember she had dared to resist her master just now. Wouldn't that vent her anger on her beloved Tang San? But this wouldn't do. Chen Yue shrugged, saying, "I was just angered by you, and if I don't vent my anger now, I might just suffocate." Xiao Wu lowered her proud head, feeling completely devoid of her usual confidence. Daming and Erming had both died because of her, and now she was truly helpless, relying solely on her dear Sin cuts. Hey, what are you doing? Don't mess around." Chen Yue seemed startled and pushed her away, saying, "I didn't force you. What are you doing?" I'm doing this voluntarily. I came on my own. No, it's not because you forced me. Delete and modify the dividing line. See if comments can be left. Although I'm doing this voluntarily, you are still a devil, and I will definitely help them take revenge. Tears streaming down her face, Xiao Wu shot a hateful glance at Chen Yue, muttering in her heart. However, deep within her eyes filled with hatred, there was a strong sense of fear. She truly never expected that the Title Douluo, who was like that ghost chrysanthemum Douluo, why was Chen Yue so strong? Even the combined forces of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were no match for his one move. "What did you say?" Chen Yue smirked, scaring Xiao Wu's face to turn pale, her eyes trembling, and she didn't dare to look at him anymore. Instead, she gazed weakly and affectionately at Tang San, who had passed out not far away. At this moment, the latter's right leg had been chopped off, and one of his hands was bandaged, presumably the little finger she had seen earlier. Chen Yue ignored her and opened the system's notification. "Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female lead Xiao Wu. Rewards are doubled. Million Years Soul Spirit, System Modified Version. Q Farming Rapid Fertilizer, Python Sparrow Swallowing Dragon Diagram. Fengshan Stone, Tianyuan Secret Realm. The host already has offspring. Please pay attention to protect the child. After giving birth, rewards will be distributed. Million Years Soul Spirit. After system modification, there are only soul skills and summon these 2 skills. There's nothing much to say about this. It can be directly placed on the second soul ring of the Heavenly King Divine Tower. The soul skill is called Divine Tower Nightmare, which can envelop the opponent directly with the Heavenly King Divine Tower and release a realm of inner demons equivalent to a tribulation. If one succumbs, their soul cannot return to their body and will be deeply imprisoned within. As for summoning, it refers to soul spirit summoning, which can summon the projection of the Heavenly King of the primordial Heavenly Court to fight. As of now, the strength of this summoned soul spirit is approximately equivalent to that of a super Douluo, though the specifics are currently unknown, as it has not been tested yet. The ethereal fire crystal can be refined by the martial soul. It is a crystal of the fallen heart flame. After refining, the space within the Heavenly King Divine Tower will give rise to heart fire, equivalent to an enhanced version of the sky-burning refining chi tower. The Q-known Rapid Fertilizer is an acceleration growth item from a farming game. And Chen Yue still remembers seeing this item sold for 15 yuan a pack in his past life. However, now, after system enhancement, throwing it can accelerate plant growth by 80 years, and 1 pack can increase growth by a full 80,000 years. The Python Sparrow Swallowing Dragon Diagram is essentially a fantasy version of the Biming Divine skill, allowing one to absorb the opponent's soul power and consume soul, beast flesh, and blood to enhance their own cultivation. The Sealing Stone can temporarily seal a person's memories, but the person may suddenly awaken under extreme stimulation, causing significant mental damage, which can easily lead to dissociative identity disorder, commonly known as a second personality. The Heavenly Source Secret Realm is a small world where vine demons roam. Killing vine demons can yield rewards, which include but are not limited to soul bones, soul rings, extending soul ring years, soul guiding devices, and more. The flow of time is not proportional. 1 day in Douluo continent equals 10 days in the Heavenly Source Secret Realm. This last reward made Chen Yue feel a bit envious. "So, if I leave my pregnant wife in there for 30 days, can I get a baby?" With this thought, Chen Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. But before he could react, the system's voice rang out again. "Congratulations, host, you have gained another child. The mother has been identified as the original female lead, Xiao Wu, Therefore, an additional reward is issued, a million-year soul ring. This million-year soul ring has 4 soul skills. Chen Yue did not hesitate to apply it to the Heavenly King Divine Tower. The soul skills are quite interesting, namely Divine Tower Cage, Divine Tower Cage Return, Divine Tower Cage Seal, and Divine Tower Cage Suppress. The Divine Tower Cage can forcibly pause the sacrifice of any soul beast and imprison the soul beast's body within the soul ring. Everything the soul beast body experiences will feedback effects, which will periodically return to the soul of the soul beast that has already become a soul ring. Successfully sacrificed soul beasts can also use their soul ring, and upon successful use, their body will be imprisoned by the soul skill. Only 2 soul beast bodies can be imprisoned at the same time. After successful use, the soul ring of the sacrificed will turn into a white soul ring with a duration of 1 year. Once the soul beast completes its resurrection, this soul skill will automatically become invalid. However, if the soul beast is resurrected, all reactions it previously experienced or did not experience will be returned to its body. When the soul beast is resurrected, the host will have a sensation. Divine Tower Cage Return can only be used based on the prior soul skill. It allows the soul of the sacrificed soul beast that has transformed into a soul ring to temporarily return to its body. During this time, the person who obtained the sacrifice cannot use this soul skill or soul bone skills. This is also effective for already sacrificed soul beasts. Divine Tower Cage Seal can seal one of the opponent's soul skill abilities. Only 1 soul skill can be sealed at a time. Divine Tower Cage Suppress releases the Heavenly King Divine Tower, magnifying it to resemble a mountain range to attack the opponent, belonging to physical attacks. This million-year soul ring is indeed quite interesting. Speaking of the sacrificed soul beast, the first one Chen Yue thought of was none other than Tang Ritian, the initial sun soul beast who nearly made his father die from anger, right? Wait, system, what is this second wave of rewards about? At this moment, Chen Yue suddenly paused, as if he had thought of something, and asked the system. As everyone knows, a rabbit can give birth to 10 in 1 litter. Chen Yue thought, this is bad. I'm starting to hate this instant understanding of life more and more. At this time, Xiao Wu on the side looked affectionately at Tang San, her gaze gradually becoming more resolute. Tang San, even though I have already, she was saying when she glanced back. Chen Yue seemed to be in a daze. Qian Renxue was absorbing the soul ring. After all, 100,000-year soul ring is not so easy to absorb. As for Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo, they recognized the 6-winged angel and were guarding Qian Renxue. Finally, there was Hu Liena, who had been knocked out by Qian Renxue's sudden slap and was currently dazed, probably up to no good without anyone knowing. Sacrifice. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was not paying attention, Xiao Wu decisively decided to sacrifice herself for her beloved Tang San. This was the last thing she could do for her lover. Anyway, even if she were to die, she wanted to die by her beloved Tang San's side. Fortunately, my earlier voluntary action should have relaxed his vigilance. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, feeling that her earlier initiative was not in vain. However, just as her sacrifice was about to commence, Chen Yue on the side curled his lips into a smile, just as I wished. It was worth giving you so much time. Oh no, trapped. The moment Xiao Wu heard this voice, she recalled the previous incident where her impulsiveness led to the sacrifices of Deming and Ming. But now that the sacrifice had begun, she couldn't interrupt it. Third soul skill, Divine Tower Cage. Chen Yue raised his left hand, and the Heavenly King Divine Tower appeared, with 3 soul rings, 1 red and 2 gold, instantly dazzling everyone's eyes. What the hell? Golden soul rings? Ghost Douluo exclaimed. Wow, golden legend. Zhu Douluo was also stunned, and even Xiao Wu's eyes widened. She had never seen a golden soul ring in her life. Just as she was astonished and filled with fear, a golden light enveloped her body, and suddenly, a piercing pain surged through her, causing her to let out a terrible scream. In an instant, her entire being began to fade, as a soul ring radiating an eerie red light, accompanied by a pink soul bone, gradually fell away from her, splitting into 3. 100,000-year soul bone. The body of a soul beast, 100,000-year soul ring. The soul bone first landed in Chen Yue's hands. The soul beast's body, under the golden light, built an illusory chain with Chen Yue's 3rd golden soul ring. The last eerie red soul ring slowly floated towards Tang San's body, and as it moved, its colors seemed to fade, scattering a bit of starlight like paint peeling off, until it merged into Tang San's body, turning into a white mist at the moment of entry. A year-long soul ring? Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo, who were well informed, nearly lost their minds. My God, I actually saw a year-long soul ring in my lifetime. No, Tang-san. The starlight from the eerie red soul ring gradually formed an illusory figure identical to Xiao Wu's body, which was her soul beast spirit. At this moment, her face was filled with regret, and she cried out in despair, but could only watch as the white soul ring entered Tang-san's body, appearing in the position of his blue-silver emperor's sixth soul ring. No, you bastard! Xiao Wu's soul cried like a torrential downpour, and she punched Chen Yue in the chest, but this punch not only failed to knock Chen Yue down, it instead caused her scream in pain. Senior, this is the fire dog you wanted. Senior, this is the humanoid demon spider you wanted. At this moment, the missing porcupine and spear, each holding a soul beast corpse, approached with a look of confusion. When they saw the scene, they were even more astonished. That corpse, resembling a mountain, was the Titan great ape? What kind of noodles are as long as this, as thick as a bucket? Both of them were taken aback when they saw the two, and had only recently become elders. They had met before, but were not familiar. However, they had indeed seen this pair of good friends when it first joined the Spirit Hall, back when they were still just platinum bishops. Indeed, a smile appeared on his face as he casually picked up an axe and chopped off the leg of the fire dog with one stroke, then walked towards. What do you want to do? The shadow of changed dramatically upon seeing this, and she shouted in a hissing voice. I really like your fox-like smile, just now. Smiled slightly, slowly placing the fire dog's thigh next to his severed leg. But I'm not happy about the way you just hit me. No. The shadow fell to her knees with a heart-wrenching cry. I beg you, please let go. I can give you anything you want. I'm begging you. She couldn't believe how devastated her beloved would be if he knew his leg had turned into a dog leg. After all, her was the pure and noble who vowed to become a god and destroy the Spirit Hall. Be good. Don't be afraid. It will be fine soon. Smiled slightly, glancing over and saying, wow, this is really good. The age of this fire dog is sufficient. The thigh fits perfectly with severed leg. Without hesitation, he used his energy to manipulate needles, employing the legendary supreme-level traditional Chinese medicine technique of resurrecting flesh and blood as long as there was a breath of life, allowing new flesh and blood to grow at the severed leg of perfectly bridging the nerves under soul power. No needles. A smile appeared on his face as he raised his palm. Under the influence of his soul power, the corpse of the human-faced demon spider fell beside him. Disdainfully, he picked up the axe and sliced, producing 10 human-faced demon spider legs that appeared in his palm. Then, grabs other intact arm, about to chop it off at the shoulder to replace it with the dog paw. No, please. The shadow suddenly woke up, quickly returning to her true form. Despite the weakness coursing through her, she crawled desperately to his feet, tightly hugging his thigh, and cried out in despair. I beg you, please spare. You can do anything you want with me. I'm begging you. She had lost everything, was dead. Her soul rings had been taken. All she had left was her beloved. Just a moment ago, you mentioned some fire something, and now it crawled. Chapter 10, I have become the person I hate the most. The entire text has been greatly revised to day 9. 5 revised. The moon is bright and stars are few. The crows fly south. Stretched lazily, feeling satisfied as he rubbed, who was collapsed on the ground, silently shedding tears. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, she resembled a cute little rabbit, instinctively rubbing her head against as he patted her. However, she still glanced at, who had 5 spider legs and a dog leg, mumbling something only she could hear. After she spoke, tears slowly dripped down her cheeks onto the ground. At this point, she had lost everything. All she had left was her beloved. As long as was alive, she still had hope for revenge hope to avenge her humiliation today. Therefore, for the future of her, for her future revenge, she chose to endure humiliation and bear the weight, using the method she once despised most to plead with not to chop off his arms anymore. Once upon a time, she had looked down on this little fat man for going to those places but now the tides had turned, and she had become the person she hated the most. Hey, is this old beast really that fun? Pouted with a hint of jealousy. Her figure isn't even as good as mine. She's just slightly younger in the face. You don't understand. Oomph. Chuckled, shaking his head, little pink rabbit. What good is it to raise such a small animal without playing with it? Are you trying to spoil it like some dog lovers do? Making these little animals divine and overturning human dominance? With this thought, rubs head, feeling much better. If you have any friends among the 10,000-year-soul beasts, feel free to introduce them to me. Smiled at her, no need to be polite. With tears in her eyes, lowered her head in humiliation, silently thinking. I will always love you. You can never have my heart. My heart is all yours. The rabbit's favorite is still you. This thought barely crossed her mind when she felt darkness before her eyes and completely lost consciousness. Prison released his martial spirit, and the third golden soul ring suddenly opened a transparent, illusory chain, pulling soul beast body into it. The remaining starlight at the scene slowly returned to. I wonder how he'll feel when he wakes up and sees that his sixth soul ring is actually the first white soul ring in the history of Douluo continent. With only a 1-year limit, was somewhat looking forward to it. However, the current mental impact was still not strong enough. So he took out the he received as a system reward and used it on. I'm looking forward to seeing develop a split personality, with a smile on his face. Waved his hand, storing the corpses of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python into the system space. Let's go. Oomph. Snorted, glancing at the still unconscious. After a moment's thought, she also picked up her body. I don't believe that stinky rabbit can compare to my fox sister. She felt that she was pregnant, and for the sake of the baby in her belly, she couldn't afford to be reckless. So, she had no choice but to find a peach to help her get her name back. After the three emerged, and, who were guarding outside, exchanged glances, then silently went to carry the soul beast corpses they had brought before and followed suit. Hey, Your Majesty, wait, who was also guarding outside, suddenly woke up at this moment. She quickly pulled to catch up with, calling out to him as she ran. Paused, glanced back at them, his gaze calm as water, and said nothing. Although the system returned his lifespan, the life he had lived for the past 120 years was indeed real. Coupled with his past life experiences and strength, his mindset was naturally very stable. Facing, and he showed no expression at all. After all, they were just a ghost and a flower. He could easily split them in two with his axe. Under Chen Yue's intense gaze. Thinking of the scene where the Tianqing Yomeng and the Titan giant ape's corpses were split in half, Ghost Douluo and aTitle couldn't help but swallow hard. Cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. That crown. This is our saintess. You can just say it directly. Qian Renxue snorted, still feeling quite displeased about the grand performance Chen Yue had put on in front of her earlier. Ghost Douluo and aTitle felt embarrassed. How could they, as elders, withstand this kind of divine battle? If the Pope and the Grand Offering were to fight because of their report, they would probably not survive even with 10 lives. Or you can just say she died at the hands of Tang Yin, a disciple of Hao Yin sect, got it? At this moment, Chen Yue suddenly spoke up, which caught the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo off guard. Tang Yin, a disciple of the Hao Yin sect. But his Hao Yin hammer doesn't have a single soul ring, and his soul power is at the level of a soul emperor. Chen Yue didn't explain further, but said, you just need to organize what I just said and pass it on. Qian Renxue, who was still humming, was momentarily startled by this, and after thinking it through, her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she gasped, avoiding everyone's attention to gain the greatest benefit, then perfectly extricating herself while shifting all the risks onto others, and even forcing Pope Bibi Dong to face the Hao Yin sect again. The saintess of the Spirit Hall has been captured by a disciple of the Hao Yin sect. Are you going to do something about it? If Qian Renxue had read Sun Tzu's Art of War, she would definitely blurt out these 3 idioms. Crossing the sea by deceiving the sky, the golden cicada sheds its shell, and killing with a borrowed knife. Unfortunately, she hadn't learned them, so she could only silently give Chen Yue a thumbs up. Impressive. At the same time, a hint of pride flashed deep in her eyes. Oomph. Such an impressive man is still under the skirt of this young master. With this thought, Qian Renxue's face turned slightly red, and she murmured, it's all your fault. You little rascal, how annoying. The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo were confused, but just as they raised their heads to ask Chen Yue for someone, they suddenly felt a murderous intent, which scared them into a cold sweat, and they didn't dare to speak anymore, nodding repeatedly. If they don't agree, it seems that Chen Yue will pick up the axe and chop them down in the next moment, and by then, even the Pope won't know how they died. However, if they tell the truth, Ghost Douluo shivered all over. The two good friends exchanged glances. They certainly didn't want to become cannon fodder in the civil war between the Pope's Hall and the Offering Hall. Old Ghost, how about we just go along with what that guy said? Douluo tentatively asked. Ghost Douluo nodded, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. The main reason was that Qian Renxue's 6-winged angel spirit had scared them. After all, Ghost Douluo had previously followed Qian Xuanji, and Douluo had also seen the judgment elder Tiandou Palace when he entered the Spear Hall, recognizing the 6-winged angel. If it weren't for Qian Renxue accompanying them this time, they might not have easily complied. Hey, where are you going? Qian Renxue, carrying the unconscious Hulaina, quickly walked up to Chen Yue, walking side by side, and asked. She just realized that this didn't seem like the way out of the Stardow forest. It looked more like they were heading to another forest. You can go back first and just capture Tang Yue for me, Chen Yue said casually. Huh? Qian Renxue looked confused. Why are we capturing Tang Yue? Wait, isn't this guy's goal not just those two 10,000-year-old beasts plus a pet rabbit? How does this relate to Tang Yue? Just go ahead and do it. Don't worry. After the coronation ceremony in the future, your throne will definitely be unshakable. Chen Yue smiled slightly, rubbing her exquisite face. Really tender. Good girl. Qian Renxue, on her way back to Heavendoe City with the snake spear, became more and more confused as she thought about it. She felt like her CPU was about to burn out. Forget it. I'll just ask him about it later. Qian Renxue shook her head, deciding not to think about these messy things anymore. Anyway, she believes that the father of her child won't harm her or the child. And at this moment, deep in the Tiandou Forest core area, Tang San slowly woke up. Pain. So much pain. As soon as he woke up, he was hit by intense pain, almost fainting again. At that moment, his entire brain felt like it was being squeezed to the point of explosion, and it took him a good while to regain his senses. Looking around, he had a puzzled expression on his face. This was due to the sealing stone used by Chen Yue earlier. His memories were stuck at the moment he entered the Tiandou Forest, and he didn't even remember encountering anyone from the Spear Hall. So, when he saw the familiar scene before him, he scratched his head in confusion, wondering what was going on. Is this the Tiandou Forest? He instinctively scratched his head, but as he did, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, his whole body shivering as he trembled and opened his palm in front of him. To his horror, he saw that his original 5 fingers had transformed into 5 black-red spider claws, now stained with blood. He had scratched his own scalp. What the hell? He was so scared that he quickly shook his hand away, stepping back repeatedly and accidentally bumped his head against a tree, leaving his head buzzing. Is this my hand? Tang San clutched his head in pain, looking at his hand from a distance, puzzled about why the tips of his fingers were gone. All that remained were these 5 cold, black glowing spider claws. Seeing this scene, his already bewildered face became even more confused. How did my hand become like this? He showed a look of disbelief and tried to move his fingers, only to find that the spider claws actually moved in response to his thoughts. Tang San, is this the spider claw of the man-faced demon spider? But how did I end up like this? He found it hard to believe that his normal human hand could turn into spider claws like those of the man-faced demon spider. Could it be a side effect of the man-faced demon spider? Thinking of this, Tang San dared not delay further and hurriedly walked outside. No, I need to quickly go back and ask my teacher how I could have changed like this. However, as he ran, he stumbled because the strength in his legs was uneven and his height was slightly off. Consequently, he suddenly fell to the ground with a thud, landing face first in the dirt. Tang Sanug, he spat out the unknown mixture of salty and fishy flavors from his mouth, feeling it wasn't enough, and wanted to rush to the lake of life to rinse his mouth. But, with another thud, he fell again, successfully filling his mouth with dirt once more. Tang San, this time, the unknown substance in his mouth only left a slowly fading salty taste, and the ocean-like fishy flavor had disappeared. What is going on? Tang San spat out the substance from his mouth, but despite his pure and clean demeanor, he still felt a sense of filth in his mouth, accompanied by an inexplicable strange taste. Why can't I run? Tang San swore that the confusion he experienced in his entire life couldn't compare to the bewilderment he felt today. Especially when he looked down at his lower limbs, he was completely dumbfounded. He saw that his right leg, which was originally like a human thigh, had disappeared, replaced by a furry dog leg that was noticeably thicker than his left leg. What the hell? How did my leg turn into a dog leg? He was in shock, trying to bend his knee, but couldn't do it, only able to see that dog leg kicking backward a bit. No, this isn't right. This is fake. Tang San desperately tried to dismiss this thought, screaming in disbelief. I must still be dreaming. How could I, with my pure and clean demeanor, be this half-human, half-beast monster? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be dreaming, although he was said to be the product of the Blue-Silver Emperor and a human. There was no way his genes could mutate to give him a dog leg, right? However, no matter how much Tang San rubbed his eyes, even if he rubbed them red or knocked his head until it felt like scrambled eggs, he still transformed into a half-human, half-beast with 5 spider legs and 1 dog leg. No, this is impossible, Tang San shouted. How could this happen? No, I had to find my teacher. He must have a solution. Thinking of this, he hurriedly used his mother-esque spirit to wrap around him, binding himself and flinging away in a relay race-like manner. Bang! Tang San crashed into a towering tree, the impact so great that the tree's trunk dented in the shape of his body. After being baptized by the ice and fire eyes, Tang San had become immune to all poisons, but unfortunately, This was a physical toxin, and the spider legs contained the mental toxin specifically collected by Chen Yue in the... Therefore, after this collision, Tang San's brain buzzed, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chen Yue appeared nearby, wearing a benevolent smile. Don't worry. When you wake up, I will let you be pleasantly surprised to find that your mother is gone. Your father has run away, your uncle is dead, and your aunt is also missing. What will that feel like? Chapter 11. Tang Yue, I beg you no. Don't hurt S. The entire text has been revised to day 9. 5 revised. What did you say? Spirit Hall City. Spirit Hall, Papal Hall. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up, her eyes wide open, looking at the trembling ghost chrysanthemum Douluo in disbelief. You said, Nana has been captured? A disciple named Tang Yin from the Haoyan clan? His Haoyan hammer doesn't have a single soul ring, yet he displays the strength of a soul. Emperor? Ghost chrysanthemum Douluo nodded repeatedly, looking at Bibi Dong's increasingly darkening expression, not daring to breathe. Good, what a bold you, Xiaojie. Bibi Dong laughed in anger. So this is your closed-door disciple? He really has the audacity to come and capture my spirit halls, Saintess? She initially thought that Yu Xiaojiang would not harm her disciple Hulaina due to their past relationship, but she never expected. This Yu Xiaojiang is truly unscrupulous. You must understand, in Bibi Dong's heart, Hulaina's status is even higher than that of her biological daughter, Qian Renxue. No, it should be said that in Bibi Dong's heart, Hulaina is her real daughter, while Qian Renxue is merely a bastard sister. What a Haotian sect, claiming to be closed off from the world, yet now they are playing this double-dealing game? Do they really think Bibi Dong is a soft persimmon? Bibi Dong shouted angrily, scaring Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo and a group of guards who trembled in fear, not daring to speak. Back then, when Tang Hao beat Qian Xuanji to a pulp, she finally had the chance to take action. So after ascending to the position of Pope, she didn't do much to the Haotian sect. Basically, these measures were all led by Tiandou Palace. But now, the Haotian sect actually dared to touch Hulaina, whom she regarded as her own daughter, that she can't be blamed for being ruthless. Send the order. Gather all the elders. Command all the platinum bishops to sift through and locate the address of the Haotian sect, with a deadline of 3 days to find it. The ghost chrysanthemum Douluo's heart trembled. The development of this situation is indeed exactly what they imagined. Old ghost, if we speak the truth here, will we be killed on the spot by His Majesty? Ju Douluo transmitted his voice with a tremble. Be more confident. Remove the will we. Ghost Douluo's lips twitched. But now that the arrow is on the string, it must be shot. He also didn't dare to offend both Bibi Dong and the grand offering Tiandou Palace at the same time. So, after exchanging a glance, the two good friends could only brace themselves and respond, yes. At this moment, in the blue-silver forest, Tang Hao, who was indulging in the pleasures of life with a piece of grass, suddenly heard news about the Tiandou Imperial Palace being on high alert. Initially, he didn't care much about it, since all he needed to do was watch over his grass. Why bother with anything else? However, the information he accidentally overheard instantly left him stunned. I've heard about this too. Apparently, a disciple from Haotian sect captured the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, and the current pope was furious, demanding Haotian sect hand over the person and publicly bow down. Haotian sect? Huh. ISNT that the turtle that shrank back decades ago? I didn't expect that after so many years, they're still causing trouble. I've heard of Haotian sect, but didn't they close their mountain gates? And what does their conflict with Spirit Hall have to do with Tiandou City? Well, you don't know. It's said that while Haotian sect is officially closed off, they're actually hiding not far from Tiandou City, watching the world unfold. But I didn't expect their disciple to be so powerful as to directly capture the Saintess of Spirit Hall. My goodness. ISNT Haotian sect in deep trouble now? Of course. I've heard that there are spies from Haotian sect hidden in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. The Crown Prince found out and was furious. The entire palace has been locked down, and strict investigations have begun. Just a turtle sect, what's the big deal? Hearing this, Tang Hao couldn't sit still any longer. He picked up his signature large hammer and smashed the spitting, mocking guy into a meat pie. You dare to insult Haotian sect? You have chosen the path to death. Shut up. Tang Hao coldly scanned the terrified soul, respect from a distance. Till insult Haotian sect. Blood must be used to wash it away. After saying this, he ignored the pleas of the few people and directly sent them to the afterlife with a single blow. After doing all this, Tang Hao completely disregarded the astonished gazes of the crowd around him and swiftly headed towards Haotian sect. No, I'm only a soul saint right now. Going to the sect would be pointless. But as a disciple of the sect, how can I turn a blind eye to the crisis facing it? Tang Hao's expression was somewhat troubled. He originally thought of returning the soul bone and not getting involved in worldly matters, but he didn't expect the sect to face such a significant crisis. Being targeted by Spirit Hall. No, I must do something for the sect. After thinking for a while, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Wait, Tiandou Imperial Palace. I may not be able to save the sect, but I can bring back Yuehua. At that time, the sect's legacy might just lie with Xiao San and her. With this thought in mind, Tang Hao no longer hesitated. Overjoyed, he quickly headed towards the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, Chen Yue, who was having tea in a small town nearby, smiled as he watched Tang Hao's retreating figure. Finding something suitable for you is not easy. Moreover, this place where the blue silver grass is hidden is thanks to Tang Hao's hard work. Saying this, Chen Yue glanced at the blue silver grass in his hand, shook his head and smiled. I'll be waiting for you at Yu Xian Pavilion, Tang Hao. After all, we are family, and we should be together, right? Soon, the stars filled the sky, and it was already late at night. The Tiandou Imperial Palace was on high alert, with countless guards patrolling, and the fluctuations of soul power were actually at the level of soul emperors. With Chen Yu's full support, Qian Renxue had completely taken control of the Tiandou Imperial Palace, and the Snow Knight Emperor had become a mere figurehead. Even if he could rise, no one would listen to him anymore. How could there be so many soul emperors in the Tiandou Imperial Palace? Hidden in the shadows, Tang Hao, who was adept at being a rat, furrowed his brow as he narrowly avoided the heavy encirclement and finally arrived at Yuxian Pavilion. However, just as he stepped inside, a powerful wave of soul power suppressed his heart. Title Douluo? Feeling the pressure of this soul power, Tang Hao's expression changed. People from Spirit Hall? He looked up and saw Chen Yue, who had somehow taken a seat in the empty Yuxian Pavilion, smiling at him as he slowly stood up. Tang Hao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's pupils shrank suddenly. Without thinking, he released his martial soul, the soul rings floating around him, and picked up his large hammer, preparing to explode his rings. After all, he was currently just a soul saint. Only by exploding all his rings could he possibly gain a slim chance of survival against the Title Douluo. However, the moment his soul rings appeared, Chen Yu's smile widened even more, and he released his Tian Wang Shun Tower martial soul in a flash. The red and 3 gold configuration instantly blinding Tang Hao's titanium alloy eyes. 100,000 years soul ring? This is impossible. Tang Hao was shocked. He had never seen such an outrageous configuration, and even the golden soul ring was something he had never heard of in his life. Just as he was in shock and hesitation, Chen Yu's 3rd soul ring suddenly shone, and a bathing golden light transformed into a chain that swiftly pierced through Tang Hao's 9th soul ring. At that moment, Tang Hao felt that the soul power he had raised because of the desire to explode the ring was pouring out rapidly, like a puncture balloon. Before he could react, he saw a graceful and elegant phantom, with closed eyes, pouring out from his 9th soul ring as if in a dream. The phantom appeared to be around 30, stunningly beautiful. Although he could not see the face clearly, Tang Hao knew that it was the figure he longed for in his dreams. No. Watching his beloved grass walk towards Chen Yue, as if in a trance, Tang Hao immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar. He desperately lifted his giant hammer, wanting to smash someone. However, at the moment he raised his head, he saw a towering giant tower, crashing towards him like a mountain. What is this? Tang Hao was greatly startled, and in a panic, he lifted his signature Haoyan hammer and smashed it down fiercely. However, this comes from a heavenly quartz king Li Jing of the tower, whose heavenly king tower, even if it is merely a projection of molecules, is absolutely not something that any martial soul from the sewer level can shake. Crack! Without any warning, and no unexpected events, the massive body of the Haoyan hammer crashed down on the towering heavenly king tower, but in the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the huge hammer body. And then, expanding like a spider web, in the blink of an eye, the entire Haoyan hammer was covered in fissures, as if it were pieced together from glass. It's a long story, but this shattered time from the beginning to now is just a fleeting moment. All the sounds have turned into a crisp echo. This is impossible. Tang Hao was horrified. He couldn't imagine that the proud Haoyan hammer would one day be unable to break even a tower, but instead, the hammer itself would shatter. Impossible, absolutely impossible. As soon as he spoke, Tang Hao's face turned pale, and with a loud wow, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He leaped up, but his body seemed to collapse like a plane that had been hit 240 times, instantly losing strength and falling to the ground. With his martial soul shattered, he suffered a tremendous backlash, collapsing to the ground as if he were drained of all energy. Who are you? Tang Hao clutched his chest. His body slumped on the ground, struggling to get up, but he was gasping for breath, unable to rise at all. However, Chen Yue completely ignored him, instead watching with great interest as the phantom of Ain approached him. No, Ain! Seeing this, Tang Hao's eyes widened in rage as he screamed, Ain, don't leave me. But in that moment, Yin's eyes were tightly closed, her form ethereal, as if she were blind to him, abandoning Tang Hao and drifting toward Chen Yue. What a scene! Chen Yue waved his hand, and the dreamlike phantom of Ain immediately merged into his third soul skill. Then, he flipped his palm, and a somewhat withered blue-silver grass appeared in his hand. With a gentle toss, it also entered his third soul ring. The King of Heaven God Tower martial soul is not restricted by any soul skills, meaning that even while using a soul skill, one can use other soul skills, even reuse soul skills, or even activate another martial soul to use soul skills. You give Ain back to me. Give her back to me. At this moment, the 9 soul rings behind Tang Hao exploded simultaneously, and he seemed to have gone mad as he gathered his strength and lunged at Chen Yue. Your acting is better suited for the underworld. Let the King of Hell see it. Chen Yue didn't indulge him. With a slap, he sent Tang Hao flying, crashing against the wall, and with a loud wow, blood spurted out uncontrollably. At that moment, Tang Hao's spirit was completely drained, collapsing to the ground. Like a half-dead old man, he could only barely lift his head, looking at Chen Yue with eyes full of fear and resentment. Damn it, he cursed in his heart, but did not realize he was cursing Chen Yue. Instead, he began to resent his older brother and the 4 elders. If it weren't for these 5 damned beings forcing him to hand over the soul bone before allowing Tang San to return to the sect, how could he have fallen to such a state? No, it should be said that if it weren't for his older brother and those 4 elders stirring up trouble and offending the spirit hall, how could he have ended up in Yuxian Pavilion to save Yu Hua and become the fish on this chopping board? It's all Tang Xiao and the 4 elders' fault. Tang Hao's life was glorious. If it weren't for the cowardice of his elder brother and the 4 elders, how could it have ended like this? No, don't hurt my brother. I beg you. I am willing. At this moment, a luxurious and beautiful woman suddenly ran out from the side room. Her eyes filled with tears. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, but her enchanting face suggested that she was far beyond what a woman of that age could compare to. In this book, she is set as the youngest daughter of the old patriarch Hao Yin, born when he was already old, making her over 30 years younger than Tang Hao. And her real age is only slightly older than Tang San. As for the specific age, the author does not set a limit, as it seems meaningless. She is indeed Tang Hao's sister, Tang Yue. As soon as she rushed in, without saying a word, she knelt down with a thud at Chen Yue's feet, tightly hugging his thigh, pleading desperately, I beg you, no, please do not harm my second brother Hao. I am willing to serve you. I will do whatever you say. Chen Yue looked down from his height, a smile appearing on his face as he contemptuously lifted her chin with a finger. Then what should you call me? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's face instantly turned pale. She opened her mouth, wanting to plead, but after seeing the half-dead Tang Hao on the ground, she ultimately lowered her head obediently. Facing Tang Hao's gaze that shifted from shock to rage, Tang Yuehua, under Chen Yue's playful and seemingly smiling eyes, softly said, Mistress, the maid greets you. Chapter 12. Tang Hao, Ain, I only have you now. Damn, my Ain was dug out. Major revision of the entire text. Revised on 9/5 boom. Tang Hao's eyes widened, feeling as if his head had been struck by lightning, completely stunned and empty. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Yuehua loves me. She is an elegant and noble lady. How could she say such shocking words and make such earth-shattering actions? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. You're not Yuehua. You are definitely not Yuehua. Tang Hao's heart was in turmoil. He was actually somewhat smug about his feelings for Yuehua, but he just couldn't accept it. It was just a game just for fun. After all, what cannot be obtained is always in turmoil. But he never expected that this thing that originally belonged to him would now be gone. It seems that your brother has gone mad. Chen Yue stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the bowed Tang Yuehua with a half-smile. The latter shivered all over and continued to massage in silence. Should I just kill him? Tang Yuehua's pupils constricted, her face slightly pale, but she didn't dare to stop. Instead, she massaged even more gently. After sensing the fluctuations of soul power, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least, from this reaction, the demon in front of her wouldn't just be dissatisfied and tear her Hao Gu apart. Compared to your nephew, You are much more sensible. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face as he gently placed a hand on her head. After a moment, he rubbed her head and said, "Not bad. Keep it up. There's a saying, a mother is honored because of her daughter. Do you understand?" I understand. Tang Yue swallowed hard, glancing at Tang Hao, obediently supporting Chen Yue as they slowly walked towards the Moon Pavilion, her room. She silently sobbed in her heart. "Second brother, I'm sorry. Yue belongs to someone else now, and we can no longer meet in the future. I hope you can stay away from Tiandou and live a peaceful life." The Moon Pavilion also had various masters from the Haoyan sect present, meant to protect her and maintain the intelligence network of the Haoyan sect smoothly. However, she personally witnessed these masters being utterly destroyed under Chen Yue's hands. The scene made her vomit directly. Now, in comparison, although Tang Hao was crippled, being able to salvage his life was already quite good. And the price? It was that her future would likely never have any freedom again. Of course, this is the result she voluntarily brought upon herself. "Hey!" Qian Renxue was carrying the little fox Hu and saw Chen Yue about to enter his room. She immediately shouted, "How about you switch for tonight?" Clearly, she sensed her own crisis, especially after seeing that Xiao Wu's looks were on par with hers. Now she was even more flustered. What if this guy was tempted by beauty and got taken away by another woman during her pregnancy? So, she decided to treat Hu as a gift for Chen Yue. A white-eyed wolf, once stained with blood, cannot be washed clean. Chen Yue casually glanced at Hu and his expression showed a hint of disdain. "Qian Renxue, no, wait, you're..." Before Qian Renxue could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Chen Yue. "Cuttlefish, serpent spear. Lock up this white-eyed wolf, and then proceed according to the plan. Understood?" "Yes." After seeing Chen Yue effortlessly cleave the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape in two with just 2 axes, the duo of Cuttlefish and Serpent Spear no longer dared to act arrogantly in front of Chen Yue. They were more obedient than a dog. Just as the words fell, before Qian Renxue could react, the huli now she was carrying was taken away and locked up by the two. "You." Qian Renxue pointed at Chen Yue, unable to speak. "You can continue if you want." Chen Yue smiled, not worried at all about Qian Renxue exposing her identity. The entire palace was under control. How could any accidents occur? It had only been a day, and it was still manageable. Really? Qian Renxue was somewhat suspicious. She always felt that Chen Yue's gaze was somewhat off, as if he were a big gray wolf staring at a little fat sheep. But soon, she realized that her feelings were not wrong. Outside, Tang Hao, half dead, heard Tang Yue's voice from the boudoir, and his face turned as ugly as a pig's liver, extremely grim. "No, Yue, didn't you say you loved me the most? You should keep yourself pure for me. Why are you doing this?" CCHN and SHMO exchanged glances, silently starting to use the thread that Chen Yue had brought back earlier to temporarily stitch up Tang Hao. Time passed, and eventually, the sky outside began to brighten. The voices in the boudoir gradually ceased. "Are you really going to let this fox go?" Qian Renxue leaned in Chen Yue's arms, tracing circles on his body with her fingers, murmuring softly, "Look, you could even take down that soft-boned rabbit, so why not this fox, which is only a fox spirit?" Smack! Qian Renxue's face flushed as she bit him hard. "I'm talking about serious matters. This bad guy, for some unknown reason, has become even more passionate towards her since she felt a new life force within her. Didn't I tell you the answer to this question before?" Qian Renxue was taken aback. "Told me?" Then she realized, "You mean the white-eyed wolf?" Chen Yue remained non-committal. "But you also saw the resentment from that rabbit and this Tang Yue towards you. Wouldn't they also be considered white-eyed wolves?" Chen Yue smiled slightly. "What do you think?" Qian Renxue thought for a moment and then shook her head. "I think their rebelliousness should be higher than Hu right?" Hu, who later entered the spirit hall, was already a part of the plan that Qian Renxue had been secretly implementing in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, and she had only heard that Bibi Dong regarded her as a daughter. The two girls didn't have much emotional connection or entanglement. If there was any connection, it was that Qian Renxue was so angry at Hu white-eyed wolf-like behavior that she knocked her out with a cap. "You are still too naive." Knowing the original work well, and with the character development already established in the later stages, Chen Yue naturally understood the personality of this white-eyed wolf very well. "How am I naive?" Qian Renxue huffed, pouting her fiery red lips, which made Chen Yue press down on her head to silence her. Wu, just as Qian Renxue was about to resist being pressed down, she heard Chen Yue's voice and couldn't help but stop her movements. She only heard Chen Yue say, "Tell me, how does the spirit hall treat this Hu Oh. Qian Renxue couldn't speak and could only make nasal sounds. Then think about it. Raising her to adulthood, giving her mimicry training, and providing her with soul bones, among which Bibi Dong treated her as her own daughter to cultivate. His be gentle. Chen Yue took a breath, gently rubbed Qian Renxue's head, and continued, but how did she repay that? Ignoring a 100,000 year soul beast that was meant to be her soul ring, and even disregarding the safety of many people in the spirit hall. Only having eyes for the wanted criminal of your spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue instantly understood. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and felt some cold sweat on her forehead. So, the white-eyed wolf you mentioned wasn't just an insult, but rather a fact? But then she thought, now that the spirit hall has already locked onto the whereabouts of the Haotian sect and launched a full-scale attack. The two sides have reached an irreconcilable point. She shouldn't be biased anymore, right? Chen Yue smiled and said nothing. In the original work, Hulayina informed Tang San about Bibi Dong's whereabouts, which led to the fall of Ghost Daw, who had been quite fond of her in the early stages. And her mentor Bibi Dong was severely injured. Of course, the most important thing is that despite the significant sacrifices made by the Spirit Hall's Title Douluo, they ended up with nothing, instead benefiting Tang San. One must understand that for soul masters to hunt soul rings, especially when hunting 10,000-year soul beasts, such information is not something that can be casually shared with outsiders. Such matters are strictly confidential even among the members of the Spirit Hall. Yet Hulayina casually handed it over to outsiders? Even now, as the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall are in full-scale war, and perhaps the Haotian sect and others might be completely annihilated because of it, for Hulayina, it would be easier to believe that Tang San achieving godhood could bring her teacher into the divine realm, or that her cousin Bai Qinxiang and her cousin's husband Ma Hongjun could ascend together to the divine realm. Whatever, I'm tired, I won't think about this anymore. Seeing Chen Yue's expression, although they had only interacted for a few days, Qian Renxue had already understood the disdain on his face and felt a sense of helplessness. After all, she was just a saintess of the Spirit Hall, and she wasn't from her grandfather's faction, so abandoning her was no big deal. What was the use of it? Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind, and she thought, wait. She abruptly raised her head and looked at Chen Yue, her gaze gradually becoming horrified. Since you have no interest in this little fox, then why did you tacitly allow me to bring her back? Was it intentional? When she brought Hulayina back, although Chen Yue didn't speak, his attitude clearly showed approval, so she naturally assumed that he had some interest in the little fox. After all, if he could play with that rabbit, why couldn't he with the fox? However, now that she saw that Chen Yue was truly disinterested in Hulayina, she finally realized the unsettling implications of the person before her. The purpose of capturing Hulayina is to enrage Bibi Dong, leading her to directly go to war with the Haotian sect and completely crush it. It is important to note that Bibi Dong is not a coward like Tiandou Palace, and she is certainly not one to adhere to any gentleman's agreement. She understands Bibi Dong's character very well. Once the mask is torn off, she will definitely eradicate all threats without leaving any risks. In fact, she is quite certain that if the events of that year were in line with Bibi Dong's character, it would not simply result in the Haotian sect being sealed off, but rather its complete destruction. What? You say, what if Tang Chen returns? It's simple. Aren't their strengths comparable? If Tiandou Palace destroys the Haotian sect, all he has to do is perish together with Tang Chen. And then who could shake the status of the Spirit Hall? Of course, Chen Yue speculates that Tiandou Palace's hesitation may not stem from cowardice, but perhaps from his position. With Qian Xuanji dead, the only guide for the six-winged angels left is Tiandou Palace. And now, with Qian Renxue's extraordinary talent, he may see her as the only hope for achieving angelhood, which is why he's been keeping a low profile, only to ensure Qian Renxue becomes a god. However, Chen Yue wonders why Qian Renxue would come to the Heaven Do Empire. Perhaps what Tiandou Palace supports is the collection of beliefs in the angel god. Are you doing this on purpose? Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue in horror. After staying in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace for so many years, you should, in theory, be unaware of the current Pope's character, but with Bibi Dong's ruthless nature, the Haotian sect will definitely face real trouble. Of course, the previous incident with the Seven Treasures glazed sect doesn't count, as it was entirely Bibi Dong's scheme from start to finish. There were not many who supported her in this action, but they were certainly not all. Moreover, although the Seven Treasures glazed sect suffered greatly, their strength has also been tested. At present, unless the offering hall intervenes, or the ghost law and Bibi Dong personally come, or if they use ordinary Title Douluo to pile on, otherwise, it would be impossible to do anything to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Therefore, Bibi Dong was able to let go. However, the incident of Hulayina, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, being captured by a disciple of the Haotian sect is not solely Bibi Dong's doing. This concerns the honor and face of the entire spirit hall. With Bibi Dong leading the way, it's likely that all Title Douluos, except for her grandfather Tiandou Palace, will choose to support her. The assassination of the former Pope of the Spirit Hall is considered an old grudge, but Tiandou Palace did not take the lead, so everyone could only suppress their anger. However, now, with the capture of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and the seizure of the 100,000-year soul beast, even her grandfather Tiandou Palace would probably find it difficult to say anything. Otherwise, the prestige that the Spirit Hall has maintained for so many years could be ruined in an instant, which would not be a good thing for their angel clan either. Therefore, Qian Renxue is quite sure that her grandfather will choose to turn a blind eye, but while he won't take action, the other offerings might not be the same. With this thought in mind, Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue with a deep sense of horror. She never expected that Chen Yue would do something so astonishing right under her nose, and only now, after the event has occurred, did she realize it. It's terrifying. This man is truly cunning. At this moment, Qian Renxue felt fortunate that she had chosen to feed the tiger with her own body. If she had become this guy's enemy, she probably wouldn't even know how she died. Chen Yue smiled without speaking, rubbed her small belly, and his gaze softened slightly. For him, only Qian Renxue was true love. Everything else was just an accident, to put it in the words of his past life. It was just a bug used to exploit the system. Rest well. Chen Yue kissed her cheek, glanced at Tang Yuehua, who was foaming at the mouth and had fainted, and reminded her, understand? Okay. Feeling Chen Yue's unintentional tenderness, Qian Renxue felt relieved and watched his departing figure, secretly thinking to herself, no, this man is too terrifying. I must keep him by my side. Otherwise, if he is charmed by another woman, I fear I won't even know how I died. Outside the boudoir, Chen Yue immediately spotted Tang Hao on the ground, who had listened all night, his eyes bloodshot and his whole body extremely wilted, his mindset completely collapsed. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. Don't worry, severed limbs can be reborn. Although it's a soul beast, but aren't you the most fond of the sun beast? So this should be just right for you, right? As he spoke, he used his soul power to transform into a needle and stabbed it towards Tang Hao. With supreme-level Chinese medicine skills, he could easily reattach the severed limbs, especially for someone like Tang Hao. He didn't need to be as meticulous as when he reattached Tang San's limbs. Let's go. Chen Yue casually responded. This time, Tang Yuehua provided excellent service. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off this time, but next time, Tang Hao glanced at the spot where his limb was severed, which had turned into a dog paw, then looked at his severed leg, which had become a spider leg. He felt his nose heat up and wanted to cry. But seeing Chen Yue's cold expression, he silently sniffed back his tears, turned around without a word, and stumbled out of the Yuexian pavilion. After returning to the cave in the blue-silver forest, he finally couldn't hold back his expression, kneeling on the ground with a thud. I have nothing left. Right now, I only have you woo-woo-woo. But when he raised his head and saw the already excavated soil and the bewildered turtle on top of it, he was completely dumbfounded. My grass has been dug up. At this moment, he could no longer hold back, collapsing onto the ground, and began to cry loudly. Chapter 13. If you're brave enough, come at me, don't kill my Hao. Major revisions to the entire text. Today, version 9. 5. By the way, keep an eye on her. Do you understand? Chen Yue kissed Qian Renxue's cheek and glanced at Tang Yuehua, who was on the side, foaming at the mouth and passed out. Good. Feeling Chen Yue's unintentional gentleness, Qian Renxue also felt relieved. Watching Chen Yue's departing figure, she secretly thought, no, this man is too terrifying. I must tie him to my side. Otherwise, if he gets charmed by another woman, I might not even know how I died. Outside the boudoir, Chen Yue immediately saw Tang Hao on the ground, his eyes bloodshot after listening for a night, looking extremely dejected, his mindset completely collapsed. A smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. Don't worry, severed limbs can be regrown. Although it's a soul beast, but aren't you most fond of the sun beast? So this should be just right for you, right? As he spoke, he used soul power to form a needle and stabbed it towards Tang Hao. With his supreme medical skills, he could easily reattach severed limbs, especially for someone like Tang Hao. He didn't need to be as meticulous as he was with Tang San. Let's go. Chen Yue casually replied, this time, it's because of Yuehua that I'm letting you off the hook, but next time. Tang Hao glanced at the position where his limb had been severed, now transformed into a dog paw, and then looked at his severed leg, which had turned into a spider leg. He felt his nose heat up, wanting to cry, but seeing Chen Yue's cold expression, he silently sniffed back his tears, turned around silently, and stumbled away from the moon pavilion. After returning silently to the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, I have nothing left now. I only have you, woo woo woo. But when he raised his head and saw the soil that had been dug out and the confused turtle on top of it, he was completely dumbfounded. My grass has been dug up. At that moment, he could no longer hold himself together, collapsing to the ground and crying out loud. No, it couldn't be. How could Ain be missing? Tang Hao wiped his tears, refusing to believe it, and turned the entire ice and fire Enyang area upside down, but still found nothing. Could it be that Ain couldn't adapt to this place and return to the blue-silver forest? With this thought in mind, Tang Hao hurriedly made his way back to the blue-silver forest. Fortunately, it wasn't far from the ice and fire Enyang in the sunset forest. But when he saw the emptiness of the cave in the blue-silver forest, he suddenly froze, unable to stop the tears that burst forth. Inside the cave, the soul beast turtle, after the blue-silver emperor was transplanted, the soul beast turtle living here was now staring in confusion at Tang Hao, who was sitting on the ground and crying like a deep well of ice, with a turtle full of question marks. What's wrong with this human? Why is he kneeling before me without saying a word? Could it be that he has recognized my extraordinary nature and wants to take me as his adoptive father? The turtle was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly felt a surge of joy in his heart. Father, I also have an adoptive son now, huh? Hey, human, I can feel your desire to acknowledge me as your father. From now on, I agree to take you as my adoptive son. With this thought, the turtle spoke human language, looking proudly at Tang Hao, and began to speak in a tone that sounded like he was bestowing a favor. Tang Hao's loud sobbing immediately came to a halt. What did that shameless turtle just say? It wants to take me as its adopted son? Seeing Tang Hao stop crying, the turtle immediately showed a smug expression. Hypocritical human, your acting has successfully moved me. Now you've succeeded. Hurry up and be grateful. But the next moment, it was left dumbfounded. A fist the size of a sand pot instantly kicked its entire turtle head away, and faintly, it heard the human's roar. Get lost. Who the hell wants to be your turtle son? The little turtle fell to the ground, completely confused, questioning its turtle life. Wait, wasn't this human just kneeling and crying, wanting to worship it as an adoptive father? What's going on? I'm in a bad mood today, so I'll treat you, turtle, as lunch. After a night of anger and frustration listening to Chen Yue, plus the fact that the blue-silver emperor seed from a yin sacrifice was gone, Tang Hao's mood was at its lowest. Just as the turtle dared to rub salt on his wounds, he was not going to hold back. No, human, you can't do this. My dad won't let you off. Tang Hao sneered. I don't care if it's your dad or grandpa. Even if the king of heaven comes today, I'll still stew you and eat you. The next moment, boom, an old turtle as big as a mountain suddenly burst out of the cave, staring expressionlessly at Tang Hao. What did you just say? Tang Hao, what the hell? What huge turtle. 100,000-year spirit beast. My goodness. Tang Hao swallowed hard, trembling as he looked at the old turtle that was almost as big as a mountain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. The next moment, he plopped down and knelt before the small turtle, saying, I, Tang, have met my adoptive father. A good man does not suffer immediate losses. Tang Hao, being a good man, naturally wouldn't allow himself to suffer such a loss, so he decided to temporarily kneel to feign weakness, waiting for the right moment to escape. The old turtle narrowed its eyes, glanced at Tang Hao, and then at the small turtle. Just as it was about to leave with the latter, suddenly, the small turtle exclaimed, Hey, turtle son, why do you have something strange on you? You're clearly a human soul master, but why do you have spider legs and a dog paw? Although the small turtle could speak, it was only a spirit beast with 1,000 or 2,000 years of cultivation, so it was still considered a child among spirit beasts, and thus spoke without filter. Could it be that you are the son of Spider, or the son of a dog? Tang Hao, if it were someone else here, they might hear this and explode in anger, directly smashing this turtle and running away. But who is he? He is Tang Yashan. Even after his wife was killed by the Spear Hall, he could hide in a small village for decades without seeking revenge. Yet he bullies an average assessment student like Zhao Wujie instead. The title of Ninja Turtle is truly embodied by him. Suddenly, Tang Hao thought of something and began to cry loudly. Foster father, you don't know this. I was harmed by treacherous people, woo woo woo. The old and young turtles exchanged glances, and the old turtle said lightly, harmed by others? But your dog paw seems to be under your control, right? Could it be that you were just a dog son trying to deceive my turtle son? Tang Hao, no, that's not it. Noticing the old turtle's unfriendly expression, as if he were about to slap him to death, Tang Hao turned pale with fright and hurriedly explained, there is a human soul master. He has evil techniques that can transplant human beings with spirit beasts. Transplant? The old and young turtles looked at each other, somewhat confused and not quite understanding the term. It's like what I do, specifically killing spirit beasts and then using their limbs to splice onto humans. And after the splicing, the human soul master can use them freely. The old turtle, feeling a surge of unnameable anger, specifically hunted soul beasts just to take their limbs? How could humans be so audacious? Let's go. Take me there. I want to see this human. The little turtle glanced at the seemingly angry old turtle and silently thought to itself, Dad really lives up to the title. Even learning the hypocritical human's acting skills to such a high level. It seems Dad wants to capture that human soul master who can splice limbs to help mother with her severed limbs, right? The little turtle has a turtle mother, but she is transformed. However, after encountering a human Title Douluo, although she healed her injuries in the blue-silver forest, the wounds from her severed limbs couldn't be healed by these blue-silver grasses. All right, I'll take my adoptive grandfather over. Hearing the old turtle's words, Tang Hao was immediately overjoyed. Just as he was halfway through speaking, he noticed the old turtle's cold gaze and quickly changed his words. However, he soon paused, looking at the mountain-sized old turtle and scratching his head with his paw. Isn't it a bit much for you to go to the human world like this, adoptive grandfather? Before he could finish his sentence, the old turtle's form shrank, transforming into a small object the size of a palm, resembling a shell, and clung to Tang Hao's paw like a gecko. Is this okay? Of course it's okay. Tang Hao was overjoyed with the support of this 100,000-year-old turtle soul beast. Reclaiming the moonlight from that human would be a piece of cake. And so, these three bastards took advantage of the cover of night and quietly sneaked back into the moon pavilion. Previously, Tang Hao took an entire day to return to the blue-silver forest after leaving the moon pavilion. After all, his spider leg was equivalent to a bamboo pole, and combined with his physical weakness, he couldn't walk very smoothly. Moreover, he had to take a detour around the Tiandou forest to avoid humans. Who could blame him? He looked truly terrifying in this state. If this is seen by his fans from before, he really wouldn't be able to show his face. The guard at the Yuxian pavilion are not very strict, and soon these three bastards sneaked in. However, when Tang Hao quietly arrived at the Yuxian pavilion, in Tang Yuehua's boudoir, he did not see anyone there, and even the bedding and clothes on the bed were nowhere to be found. If it weren't for the fact that he listened outside the room all night last night, he would have doubted that this was a room that had never been inhabited. Tang Hao was a bit confused. He had not seen any of the people from Chen Yue's group last night, and Chen Yue did not introduce himself. As for Qian Renxue, and the snake spear, there was even less to say. In other words, he had no idea who Chen Yue's group was, only knowing that Chen Yue had given him a live broadcast all night in the Yuxian pavilion. They must have moved, believe me. Noticing the cold and stern gaze of the old turtle on the dog paw, Tang Hao suddenly shivered and quickly said, I will definitely find them. After he finished speaking, the old turtle snorted and said, I warn you, don't play tricks. Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to leave the Yuxian pavilion, he suddenly heard a faint sound coming from above his head. Huh? Tang Hao was puzzled, furrowing his brows. Upon listening carefully, he realized that this sound was somewhat similar to the live broadcast he heard last night. What was going on? With his brows tightly knitted, Tang Hao immediately looked up, and the sound above was getting louder, and he felt that the voice of the female lead was becoming increasingly familiar. Could it be Yuehua? As soon as this thought arose, it was immediately dismissed by Tang Hao. He had just heard Tang Yuehua's voice last night, and it didn't sound like her at all. This voice sounded a bit like his beloved Ain. Wait, Tang Hao suddenly remembered the mysterious man from last night who used an unknown golden soul ring to turn his ninth soul ring, which was a yin sacrifice, into white. He also saw his beloved Ain being captured by an illusory chain. It was that guy. Without saying a word, Tang Hao wanted to pick up his signature hammer and smash it down on his head. However, just as he charged forward, he realized that his hammer seemed to have been shattered last night. Adoptive grandfather? He instinctively looked at the old turtle on his dog paw and was instantly startled. The old turtle, which was clinging to his dog paw like a gecko, had actually vanished. Adoptive father? At this thought, Tang Hao was shocked and hurriedly looked down at the little turtle on his spider leg, and he was dumbfounded as well. His adoptive father, that little turtle, was also gone. Oh no, I've been discovered. Seeing that his two sources of confidence had disappeared, Tang Hao was suddenly terrified and quickly turned to run. But just as he turned around, he saw the porcupine and snake spear, with their arms crossed, slowly walking out from the doorway. Tang Hao, we've been waiting for you here for a long time, you know? The porcupine smiled and rubbed his fists and feet. That's right. The senior said you would definitely come tonight. We've been waiting for quite a while. Snake Spear Douluo cracked his neck, grinned, and showed his white teeth. But let's be honest, after all these years, we haven't experienced what it feels like to beat up the Tiandou Douluo. Just think, if we recorded the scene of beating you up, it would surely make a lot of people admire us, right? Tang Hao, oh crap. Seeing the malicious smiles of his good buddies, he shuddered and retreated repeatedly. Why you? Don't come here. Chapter 14 Tang Yue, Brother Hao, even though I still love you. S. Major revision of the entire text, revised on 9/5. If Tang Hao had the Haotian hammer in hand, he wouldn't care about anything else. Directly swinging the hammer like a teddy bear, fearless. But now, with his martial soul shattered, he had no means to fight back. Even a random soul saint or soul emperor could easily overpower him. No, don't kill Hao. I am willing, please don't kill him. As Tang Hao was pinned down by his good buddies, he suddenly heard the voice of his beloved Ain from above, and his eyes turned red instantly. Ain, up there. Ain, hearing Tang Hao's voice from below, trembled all over and quickly knelt at Chen Yue's feet, tightly hugging his thigh, tears streaming down her face. I am willing, please don't kill him. I didn't force you. You came up by yourself. Yes, it was my choice. Good rain knows the right time. When spring arrives, it happens. The wind sneaks in at night, moistening things quietly. At this moment, silence is better than sound. Tang Hao, beaten to a pulp, stared blankly at the ceiling, listening to the live broadcast he had never heard before. His whole being felt like it was frozen. Wow, this Tang Hao really. The porcupine and snake spear, sitting beside and guarding Tang Hao, discreetly covered their ears, glancing at Tang Hao's middle finger, feeling a chill. The words of a senior about the Tiandou Douluo really weren't nonsense. I was still a bit skeptical before, but now seeing this scene, it's unbelievable. If this isn't the Tiandou Douluo, then what is? The ghost Douluo, who was not yet aware of being called out, might have felt offended. The senior mentioned that the Tiandou Douluo is like a teddy bear. I didn't quite understand it before, but now I finally get it. Teddy? What is that? The porcupine looked speechlessly at the confused snake spear. The senior said that it's a soul beast that represents heaven, earth, and air. Snake Spear Douluo was taken aback, then looked at Tang Hao's raised middle finger and suddenly understood. Indeed, the senior's vocabulary is beyond what we can comprehend. At this point, the two good buddies breathed a sigh of relief, glad they hadn't clashed with the senior. They were very obedient to the senior's words. Otherwise, they might have ended up like the Tiandou Douluo now. By the way, should we report this matter? Snake Spear Douluo suddenly thought of something and asked. Report? Report what? Snake Spear Douluo pointed at Tang Hao, just about us. Stop. The porcupine Douluo interrupted. I haven't been out recently. I don't know anything about the Stardew Forest. I haven't done anything. I don't know. Don't say random things. This denial instantly left the Snake Spear Douluo dumbfounded. But the next moment, he suddenly realized and understood. We are inseparable shadows, of course. We're guarding together. I definitely don't know either. At this moment, Tang Hao laid back down on the ground, looking at the ceiling, and hearing the pleas for mercy. He felt a strange sensation in his heart. My Ain, how could you become like this? I remember in my previous life, after crashing that pink Maserati, Chen Yue was hospitalized for a long time and even developed a slight trauma from street racing. It was terrifying. Every time he woke up, he would dream of being in a scene submerged in water. He was trapped inside the car, surrounded by water. The car's power was diminishing, and the windows began to crack under pressure. In his terrified gaze, the immense pressure of the water crushed the car apart. Finally, with a loud crash, it completely shattered. The next moment, countless floods rushed down, drowning his mouth and nose, completely submerging the entire car, and his breathing grew weaker. The suffocating feeling in his dream suddenly jolted Chen Yue awake. He sat up, his eyes wide with shock, gasping for air as if he had nearly drowned. The dream was so vivid, he almost thought the dream was exactly the same as reality. What's wrong? Qian Renxue was also startled awake by the commotion. Seeing Chen Yue drenched in sweat, she hurriedly got up, hugged him, and tried to speak softly, saying it's okay, just a nightmare, just hold on to me. Chen Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He touched her forehead and said, You're not even running a fever. Why say that? Isn't it okay for someone to care about you? Qian Renxue huffed. Is it because you have the most guilty conscience that you have nightmares every day? It's nothing, just a small problem. Chen Yue shook his head, gently hugged her, and listened to the sound of their connected bloodlines. His restless heart gradually calmed down. Yes, those were things from his previous life where he almost drowned. What was he still thinking about? Now that we are in Douluo continent, How can he not be invincible and unparalleled? Or else how could he justify this reincarnation? By the way, I noticed you were tired last night, so I didn't disturb you. Qian Renxue seemed to recall something and said, also that Tang Hao. I let him go too, but he looked like a walking corpse when he left. As she spoke, she couldn't help but stop, seemingly remembering that it was that 10,000-year-old blue silvergrass that had turned her man into this state last night, right? However, she also knew later that Tang Hao probably spent the whole night listening to the sound of that blue silvergrass, which made him question life and become a walking corpse, right? At this moment, after Qian Renxue mentioned it, Chen Yue suddenly thought of the blue silver empress that was particularly proactive in absorbing soul power last night. This is actually his first defeat ever. However, to be fair, if Tang Hao were still around, he would definitely say something like very smooth, very silky, very soft. But then he couldn't help but think that Tang San must be the product of 3 seconds, which is why he is called Tang San, right? With this thought in mind, Chen Yue glanced at the unresponsive system, and it was obvious that neither Tang Yuehua nor aTitle had succeeded. He had never killed the seeds each time. Just like Qian Renxue, not only did she fail once, but so did Xiao Wu. Yet, strangely, Tang Yuehua and aTitle did not. Clearly, these two women sweetly said they were willing, but it turned out to be just a fleeting pleasure. Indeed, a woman's words are deceiving. If you are unwilling to bear my child, how could you possibly love me? This is just like the real-life saying, if you don't spend money on me, how could you possibly love me? Chen Yue sighed and complained in his heart, but then shook his head and smiled disdainfully. However, it didn't matter. After all, it was voluntary, haha. As a good person, we cannot force a woman's will, right? Just as this thought crossed Chen Yue's mind, he heard Qian Renxue nodding in agreement, saying, I understand. He regained his composure and turned to look at Qian Renxue, who was about to say something, and asked first, how's the situation with the Shrek 7 monsters that I asked you to pay attention to? Huh? Qian Renxue was about to pry Chen Yue's hand off when she suddenly heard this question and froze for a moment. After a while, she came back to her senses and said after some contemplation, they seem to be staying at Shrek Academy? Chen Yue raised an eyebrow. Seem to be? I'm not sure. Qian Renxue nodded, because during this time, they have been like startled birds running everywhere. After all, not long ago, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was wiped out, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect also suffered heavy losses. They might be discussing countermeasures in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, or they might be at Shrek Academy. After a pause, she added, according to my investigation, the first generation of the Shrek 7 monsters seems to have gathered at the Academy for some kind of 5-year reunion. I'm not too clear on that. Chen Yue nodded. What were you about to say earlier? What I wanted to say is about the upper 3 sects. Qian Renxue glanced at the unresponsive Chen Yue and added, although the focus is currently on the Spirit Hall, there is no substantial evidence. Chen Yue remained indifferent and did not respond. Now, it was Qian Renxue's turn to be curious. Why aren't you asking about the outcome of the Spirit Hall declaring war on the Haotian sect? Is there even a need to ask? Qian Renxue, wait. Why am I losing track of the conversation? As we were talking, how do we end up on different wavelengths? Qian Renxue looked at him in confusion. If you don't ask, how would you know? Chen Yue replied without hesitation. It's simple. The Haotian sect was completely wiped out, with only Tang Xiao escaping injured. And the Spirit Hall also suffered a Pyrrhic victory, probably losing several Title Douluos. Qian Renxue's eyes widened in shock, and she didn't even care about Chen Yue holding her anymore, staring at him in disbelief. How do you know? You must know. This result was still news she received not long ago. Chen Yue had completely collapsed and was recuperating after being arranged by Yin, and he had not gone out at all, nor had anyone come to see him. But how could he still know the result? Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue in confusion, opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Seeing her bewildered face, Chen Yue couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Tang Xiao was already a level 96 peak super Duo and the current sect master of the Haotian sect, so he naturally knew some of the Haotian sect's ultimate skills. It was unlikely that Bibi Dong, with her current strength, could kill him, although Bibi Dong's soul power level had not been revealed. Chen Yue could infer it based on the original work. 5 years ago, at the end of the Soul Master competition, Bibi Dong led 7 Title Douluos to block Tang Hao's Wuhuan true body with a single blow, and as a result, all 7 were injured, while Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. This was enough to show that among these 7 Title Douluos, including Bibi Dong, none were Super Douluos. At that time, Tang Hao was probably around level 93 to 95. After the sacrifice of the Blue Silver Emperor, he was around level 92 to 93. After defeating aTitle Douluo and severely injuring Qian Renxue, he went into hiding and with his character from the original work, it was absolutely impossible for him to cultivate. Therefore, his level could only increase naturally. Based on this deduction, Bibi Dong's soul power at that time was not high. If she had a level 95 and also possessed a top-tier twin martial soul, it would have been impossible for her, along with 7 helpers, to be injured under the Haotian hammer. Thus, it indicates that her level was not very high, probably between 91 to 93. Now, she had stepped into the Super Douluo realm, and 5 years later, she reached the peak of level 98, which was quite reasonable. In 5 years, from an ordinary Title Douluo to a Super Douluo, from the end of the Soul Master competition to the eve of the Tiandou Palace's transformation, and then spending another 5 years to go from Super Douluo to the peak of level 98 during the 5 years on Sea God Island with Tang San and others. And under the test of the Rakshasa God, it all makes sense. As for Tang Xiao, at this point, he was already at the peak of level 96, close to breaking through to level 97. With the Haotian hammer in hand and his own strength, he was naturally very strong. Thus, it made sense that Bibi Dong, who had not yet obtained the Rakshasa demon scythe, could not break through the hard shell of the Haotian unity led by Tang Xiao. Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue in front of her, not knowing how to respond, could only nod. That's right. The Spirit Hall had lost a total of 2 Title Douluos and several severely injured Title Douluos. If it weren't for the 2 level 96 offerings dispatched by the offering hall, this time, it might not have been possible to destroy the Haotian sect in one go. Chen Yu's heart stirred. 2 level 96 offerings? It seemed, this is when Qianjun Jiangmo made his move. Judging by the timeline at this moment, Qianjun Jiangmo should be at the late stage of level 96 soul power, not yet at the peak of level 96. However, combined, these 2 brothers should be able to contend with an injured Tang Xiao without any issues, but capturing him would be somewhat difficult. Just as I was thinking this, I heard Qian Renxue continue. After Tang Xiao fled, hundreds of people from the Haotian sect fell one after another along with the 5 elders. After the battle, upon reviewing the Haotian sect's genealogy and statistics, it was discovered that 3 people managed to escape. Besides Tang Xiao, the sect master of the Haotian sect, there were 2 others who fled. A little girl named Tang Tian and a little boy named Tang Renxue. After a pause, Qian Renxue said, among the 3 of them, Tang Xiao was the first to be injured by the Pope, and both of the others were also severely wounded. It was the combined effort of the 5 elders of the Haotian sect that allowed Tang Xiao to escape despite his serious injuries. As for Tang Tian and Tang Renxue, they were fortunate to be out and did not stay in Tiandou City, so they escaped this disaster. Tang Tian. Chen Yue couldn't help but think of that little girl from the original story when Tang San first visited the Haotian sect. She should have grown up by now, right? Hee. What about Tang Yue? She's next door. Although Qian Renxue didn't know what Chen Yue was up to, she was very clear that this guy either doesn't cause trouble, or, when he does, it's something earth-shattering that would make ghosts weep. The destruction of the Haotian sect. This matter is even more shocking than the heavy blow to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the destruction of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Moreover, in this battle, the muscle displayed by the Spirit Hall has successfully astonished the entire continent, completely raising the morale of the people. Now, quite a few rogue soul masters have come to join. Even the number 1 sect in the world, the Haotian sect, has been destroyed by the Spirit Hall. What other forces would dare to act recklessly in front of the Spirit Hall? Of course, this chain reaction has naturally caused the Xinglua Empire to panic and seek cooperation with the Tiandou Empire. If it were in the past, perhaps Qian Renxue would have pretended to cooperate and then stabbed them in the back. But now, with Chen Yue by her side, she feels it's better to listen to her man. After all, this guy, although sometimes a bit bad, is truly ruthless. All right, Chen Yue stood up, casually put on a coat, and walked next door. Hey, you haven't put on your pants yet. In the next room, Tang Yue had just finished bathing. She lay on the bed, silently closing her eyes, tears sliding down her cheeks. In her hand was a bottle of medicine. This was her last stubbornness and dignity. Though I am dirty, I will always love Brother Hao. I can only... Bang! Just as this thought crossed her mind, the door was kicked open ruthlessly by Chen Yue, startling Tang Yue into sitting up. You, what do you want to do? Didn't you say yesterday that you were willing? Chen Yue said with a half smile, his tone playful. What? You aren't even willing to give me a child, and you still say you are willing? It seems I need to find someone to settle the score. Tang Yue's heart skipped a beat. You. Oh, right. Chen Yue, hands behind his back, told her, I have to tell you something. I heard that the Haotian sect has been destroyed by the Spirit Hall. Sect Master Tang Xiao was heavily injured and fled. I have a suggestion. You see, their old dad must be lonely underground. How about letting them reunite as a father and son down there? What do you think of the suggestion? Tang Yue's face changed rapidly, turning pale at a visible speed. Taking advantage of the moment Chen Yue turned around, she hugged his thigh tightly. No, I really am willing. Is that so? Chen Yue looked down at her, lifting her chin with one hand, gazing at her evasive eyes. Then what is this? He raised his hand and waved. And the medicine bottle that Tang Yue had hidden under the bed appeared in Chen Yue's hand. Oh, you still have money to find a healing soul master to get this kind of medicine? Huh? Tang Yue, it seems your information network is still quite extensive. Chen Yue said with a half smile. You can still buy this kind of medicine right under our noses. I've heard that women who are unwilling to bear children for men are just unwilling. I wonder if that's true? False, that must be false. Oh, really? Tang Yue's face turned ashen. She dared not argue with herself anymore and knelt on the ground with a thud, forgetting to maintain her usual elegance. She knew very well that sometimes words seemed pale and powerless, but actions would not have such a situation. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original novel's female, supporting character Tang Yue. Reward. Panga's heaven-cutting axe's soul ring duration increased by 10,000 years. The host already has descendants. Please take care to protect the offspring and distribute offspring rewards after birth. Not bad, a bit of progress. Hearing Chen Yue's praise, Tang Yue breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, Chen Yue's words immediately froze all expressions on her face, making her entire body stiffen. Now, hand over Tang Tian and that Tang Renxue, and I might consider sparing your second brother Tang Hao's life. Tang Yue trembled as she raised her head. You? What did you say? Just now? I only spared your older brother Tang Zhao's life. Now, what reason do you have to let me spare Tang Hao? Chen Yue looked down at her, his expression half smiling. Oh right, and Tang Hao's son, the twin martial souls, right? Tang Yue's previously rosy complexion instantly turned pale, and her gaze towards Chen Yue was filled with intense horror, feeling a chill run down her spine. How does he know this? The hepatitis has been put on shelves. Today the editor notified me that it was listed, and I was also quite confused. It's only a few tens of thousands of words, and the editor explained that this is due to a mechanism overhaul. This book is free for QQ reading users who subscribe to a membership. As for Qian, since it is a subscription site, I have no choice. Authors generally have no autonomy regarding the listing, except for the big names. If Qian readers don't want to read because of the charges, they can just skip it. If you want to read, you can switch to QQ Reading and get a membership for free access to the whole book, or subscription is also fine. The book has been listed, and the data from the first few days after listing is very important, as it concerns the life and death of a book. Therefore, I am making a separate statement here, hoping that all readers will not neglect it. At least take a look during this weekend. Thanks. By the way, I want to add that some readers have reported that Bibi Dong was once at a peak of 99, but was suppressed to 95 or 96. I only found out that Bibi Dong was suppressed to a peak of 98 around the timeline given by Daming Erming. As for the earlier peak of 99, then being pushed down to 95 or 96, the novel doesn't mention this point. If it's about the comics or anime, I apologize, but I want to accept it because I don't watch or have seen those two things. The settings from comics or anime, like Lingyuan Douluo, were adopted purely based on hearsay midway. And since they want to affect the main storyline and I don't find them excessive, they were included. As for the treatment of Bibi Dong being so harsh, I think it's a bit too much. It would be simpler and clearer to just say participate in the divine exam and cultivate on your own. Writing something so complicated that I'm not familiar with is not interesting. So feel free to nitpick. As long as you provide screenshots from the original novel, it can be adjusted as long as it doesn't affect the plot. But it's hard to change things that are too old. Otherwise, all posts will be deleted and severe cases will result in a permanent ban. Chapter 15. Tang Xiao. Which man can withstand a Yin's test? S. Major revisions throughout, revised on 9. 6. What about Tang Yue? She is next door to us. Although Qian Renxue doesn't know what Chen Yue is planning, she is very clear that this guy either doesn't cause trouble, or if he does, it will be something earth-shattering and soul-stirring. The destruction of Hao Qian's sect. This matter is even more shocking than the heavy blow to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the destruction of the blue electric tyrant dragon family. Moreover, in this battle, the muscle of the Spirit Hall has successfully astonished the entire continent, thoroughly raising the morale of the people. And now a significant number of wandering soul masters have come to join. Even the number 1 sect in the world, the Hao Qian sect, has been destroyed by the Spirit Hall. What other forces would dare to act recklessly against the Spirit Hall? Of course, the chain reaction has caused the Star Luo Empire to panic and seek cooperation with the Heaven Do Empire. If it were in the past, Qian Renxue might have pretended to cooperate and then stabbed them in the back. But now, with Chen Yue by her side, she felt it was better to listen to her man. After all, this guy, while sometimes a bit bad, is indeed ruthless. All right, Chen Yue stood up, casually put on a coat, and walked next door. Hey, you haven't put on your pants yet. In the next room, Tang Yuehua had just finished her bath. She lay on the bed, silently closing her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, holding a bottle of medicine in her hand, which represented her last stubbornness and dignity. Though I'm tainted, I will always love Brother Hao. I can only. Bang! Just as this thought crossed her mind, the door was kicked open mercilessly by Chen Yue. The loud noise startled Tang Yuehua upright. What are you doing? Didn't you say yesterday that you were willing? Chen Yue said with a playful tone. How come you don't even want to give me a child? You still claim you are willing? It seems I need to find someone to settle the score. Tang Yuehua's heart skipped a beat. Oh right. Chen Yue, with his hands behind his back, said, let me tell you something. I heard that the Haotian sect has been destroyed by the Spirit Hall. Sect Master Tang Xiao was heavily injured and fled. I have a suggestion. What do you think about letting those two, father and son, reunite underground? What do you think of this proposal? Tang Yuehua's face turned pale at an observable speed. Taking advantage of Chen Yue turning around, she hugged his thigh tightly. No, I really am willing. Is that so? Chen Yue looked down at her, raising a hand to tilt her chin, gazing at her evasive eyes. Then what is this? He waved his hand, and the medicine bottle that Tang Yuehua had hidden under the bed appeared in Chen Yue's hand. Oh, so you still have money to find a healing soul master to get this kind of medicine? Tang Yuehua, it seems your information network is still a bit wide. Huh? Chen Yue said with a smile. You can still buy this kind of medicine under our noses. I heard that women who are unwilling to have children for their men are reluctant. I wonder if that's true? That's false. That must be false. Oh, really? Tang Yuehua's face turned ashen. She didn't dare to argue anymore, kneeling on the ground and ignoring her usual elegance. She knew very well that sometimes words seem powerless, but actions do not. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female supporting character Tang Yuehua, earning the reward. The soul ring lifespan of the Pangu opening heaven axe increases by 10,000 years. The host already has descendants. Please pay attention to protect your offspring and distribute offspring rewards after giving birth. Not bad, there's some progress. Hearing Chen Yue's praise, Tang Yuehua immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, Chen Yue's words froze all expressions on her face, leaving her entire body stiff. Now, hand over Tang Tian and that Tang Rongyao, and I might consider sparing your second brother Tang Hao's life. Tang Yuehua trembled as she raised her head. What did you say? Just now. I only spared your elder brother Tang Xiao's life. Now, what reason do you have to make me spare Tang Hao? Chen Yue looked down at her, his expression half smiling. All right, and Tang Hao's son, the twin martial souls, right? Tang Yuehua's previously rosy face turned deathly pale in an instant. Her gaze towards Chen Yue filled with horror, feeling a chill running down her spine. How does he know this? Tang San's twin martial souls, in the original timeline, apart from the Haotian clan, only Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong, and Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue know about it. Even Tang Yuehua only found out within the sect. And now that the Haotian clan has been destroyed, how does this strange yet familiar man know? Tang Yuehua was very displeased. Of course, compared to the fact that Tang San has twin martial souls. She was even more shocked by how he knew that the two remnants of the Haotian clan were hidden by her. Tang Yuehua's face turned pale. I don't know what you're talking about. It's okay if you don't say. Chen Yue seemed disinterested in getting an answer from her, and casually said, but you seem too comfortable here, so I think it's better to let you calm down for a bit. No, Tang Yuehua was taken aback at first, but the next moment she understood Chen Yue's intention. Her expression changed drastically, and just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt dizzy and fainted completely. Qian Renxue had just put on a nightgown and opened the door. She wanted to know if Chen Yue was staying next door tonight, so she wouldn't need to leave the door open. However, she never expected that when she opened the door, she would only see Chen Yue and not Tang Yuehua. Where's Tang Yuehua? Chen Yue casually replied. I locked her in a little black room. Qian Renxue? Was a little black room. Just as she was about to ask again, she saw Chen Yue casually throw out two half-dead turtles, one a 10,000-year soul beast and the other a 100,000-year soul beast. You handle it yourself. Wait, don't talk about 10,000-year or 100,000-year soul beasts. I want to ask, what did you just say? As Qian Renxue was speaking, she suddenly realized something and slapped her forehead, staring in shock at the two half-dead little turtles in her hands. You mean, this is a 10,000-year and a 100,000-year soul beast? MHM. Chen Yue looked at the two silly turtles with a strange expression, really unsure how these two turtles thought they could dare to crash their shells against his heavenly King Divine Tower. These two turtles are naturally the newly recognized adoptive father and grandfather of Tang Hao. With Chen Yu's current control over the heavenly King Divine Tower, it would be a piece of cake to secretly capture these two little guys without Tang Hao knowing, given that he is just a sole emperor. I'm going out for a while. You both take good care of Xiao Shui. Chen Yue didn't explain too much to Qian Renxue, turned around, and walked out of the palace. He glanced back at and instructed as for why he didn't put Qian Renxue into the Vine Ghost's secret realm for training. Chen Yue had never been to that secret realm himself, and he had no idea what the difficulty inside was like. Recklessly throwing his wife, and there would be like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth, right? So, he decided to go out and find a test subject to see. Yes, senior, please take your time. Faced with the existence of the hand-splitting Titan giant ape and the foot-kicking sky blue bull python, the good buddies, and dared not act recklessly, and their smiles were almost flattering. All right, seeing Chen Yue walk far away, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could fully relax, they saw Chen Yue turn back, which immediately startled them into holding their breath again. Senior, do you have any instructions? Send someone back to bring Qianjun down to suppress the demons. Something big is about to happen in Tiandou City, and you two can't handle this situation. After a slight hesitation, Chen Yue looked up and added, of course, if you two have the ability to find someone stronger. That works too. And the two good friends exchanged a bewildered glance, their confused faces reflecting each other. Tiandou Douluo's mouth twitched slightly. Did the senior look down on them? After all, they were also Title Douluo, right? However, it seemed that their strength really didn't impress the senior. Tiandou, hissing, seemed to still be. So, should I go back while you stay here? Sichuan slammed a big arm on Tiandou's head. Are you stupid? The senior already said to find someone to go back. Can't you understand? No. Why are you also hitting your head like that? Sichuan snorted. You didn't see how cool the young master looked when he knocked the holy maiden unconscious with a slap that day. Tiandou, at this time, Chen Yue had already arrived in a forest. At the end of the forest was a small mountain village, and currently, there was only a bottomless canyon, which seemed to lead to the ultimate destination. As soon as he entered the canyon, Chen Yue discovered that even the brief ability to float that Title Douluo could use was impossible here. The swampy walls from all directions seemed to have sensed his intrusion as an outsider and were aggressively pressing it on him, the immense pressure nearly suffocating Chen Yue. Especially beneath his feet, the soil seemed to be connected to magma, releasing high temperatures. Chen Yue looked down and saw that the soil beneath him was actually blood red, resembling a path formed by the accumulation of countless soul masters' corpses, and that blood-red color appeared like bloodstains under the high heat. This scene is somewhat reminiscent of the Hell Road in the City of Slaughter, Chen Yue thought to himself. In this case, the battle between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall truly is a fight to the death, isn't it? However, this is also to be expected. After all, the Haotian sect has taken one of their saints. It would be strange if it weren't a fight to the death. Chen Yue glanced around and did not find any traces of corpses, but he figured they had probably been buried on the spot by the people of the Spirit Hall. It seems that the soul masters from the Spirit Hall might have been dragged away. The fact that not even a corpse was left behind indicates that this battle was indeed brutal. As Chen Yue sighed, he continued walking forward. Although there were no bodies visible on the ground, there were faint traces of flesh and blood, clearly left behind by soul masters whose bodies have been shattered in the fierce clash of soul skills. Moreover, the lingering smell of blood in the air was impossible to conceal, strongly stimulating his senses. Even Chen Yue couldn't help but pinch his nose. The smell of blood is almost reminiscent of certain slaughterhouses from my past life. No, this battlefield is filled with too much evil intent. I need someone to come over and wake me up to avoid sinking further into this. With this thought, Chen Yue pulled Yin out from the third soul skill of the Heavenly King Tower. What do you want? A Yin's face was haggard, but there was a sickly flush on her cheeks. She spoke weakly, looking at Chen Yue in shock. Her memories were still stuck on the scene from several years ago when she was sacrificed to Tang Hao. However, after Chen Yue fertilized her original body, the blue-silver emperor seed, with Qunong's rapid fertilizer, she had already recovered to about 80,000 years of cultivation. As of now, bringing her back to life would actually be quite easy. But Chen Yue did not think of himself as a good person. There was no need for him to do such a thing. Keeping this mother-in-law duo locked in the Heavenly King Tower and occasionally letting them out for a stroll was the best option. Here is the Haotian sect. Chen Yue answered her question indirectly. Perhaps you don't know what the Haotian sect is. This is your husband's home. Ain looked around. At this moment, Chen Yue had crossed the long and deep canyon and arrived in front of the house that had already been severely damaged. No, don't even mention the door. This house, which was still somewhat decent, now had no door at all. From Chen Yue's perspective outside, one could see a slightly tidy bed against the inner wall of the house. Haotian sect? Ain glanced around. It was indeed her first time coming to the Haotian sect. Back then, Tang Hao's father did not accept her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, so Tang Hao did not dare to bring her into the sect. Not to mention, after the Haotian sect was pressured by the spirit hall and closed its gates, it moved to another location, so she had never been there again. What else do you want? Ain looked at Chen Yue, her eyes filled with deep fear. This man was even more terrifying than an ox. She felt that his intention in releasing her at this moment was probably very impure. I think, Chen Yue said casually, you only have one son. It's too lonely for him to live alone. How about giving him a brother or sister? A brother or sister who is 200 rebellious. Impossible. Ain immediately rejected without a second thought. She loved her Hao and her son, whom she had only met once. How could she do such a thing? At this moment, she was already prepared to resist crazily. All right then. However, to her surprise, Chen Yue actually nodded in agreement, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Wait, this demon actually did not forcibly twist her will? But Chen Yue's next words made her shiver with fear, plunging her into an icy abyss. I heard that a few days ago, a disciple of the Haotian sect captured the saintess of the spirit hall, provoking the wrath of the spirit hall, which led to the Haotian sect becoming like this. All right, I forgot to mention that disciple of the Haotian sect had the Haotian hammer, which had no soul ring, yet possessed over 60 levels of soul power, along with an excessively configured blue-silver grass martial soul. Chen Yue smiled slyly. What do you think would happen if I accidentally leaked this news to the spirit hall? Do you think they would reward me with a beautiful person? A Yin's body stiffened, staggering, and almost falling, trembling as she pointed at Chen Yue. After all, actively reporting would definitely come with rewards. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. Don't you think so? The innate 30-level soul power gave Chen Yue immense comfort. He had initially thought he could look down on the world, but was struck hard by the cold reality, making him feel chilled from head to toe. To survive, and to avoid being conscripted by the Tiandou royal family, Chen Yue made the grim decision to enter the palace as a father-in-law. What tragic choice. What a heavy psychological burden. Fortunately, he entered the palace but did not fully settle in. However, during this long, seemingly endless retreat, he was nearly driven mad. 120 years of closed-door cultivation. Are you testing a person's patience with this? Who can withstand the ravages of time? Hey, what are you doing? Just as Chen Yue was about to leave, he suddenly saw Ain rush forward and hug his thigh, leaving him stunned as he looked down. Don't come over. Men and women should keep their distance, and you're still a married woman. Yin's face flushed, and she whispered, I'm willing. Please, don't misunderstand. Really? Chen Yue asked suspiciously, don't lie to me. No, I won't lie to you. Ain knelt on the ground, lowering her head silently after speaking. The sea embraces all rivers, and the universe is vast, Chen Yue thought to himself, casting a meaningful glance at the dilapidated floor of the small house. He was truly looking forward to what would happen when Tang Xiao learned that his wife, whom he had given up, was not well taken care of by Tang Hao. The so-called most dangerous place is the safest place. Indeed, Tang Xiao, who should have been heavily injured and fled, was hiding in this abandoned site of the Haotian sect, in this unknown basement. At this moment, in the basement of the house, Tang Xiao sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. Although he was severely injured in this battle, as a peak level 96, he had turned misfortune into fortune. After battling against the level 97 Bibi Dong, he had gained a lot and felt he could break through the 97 barrier. Once I break through to level 97 and let Hao Yan absorb the soul bone, it will be time for revenge against the Spirit Hall. Tang Xiao thought resentfully. The Spirit Hall was simply a fictitious entity. All the disciples of the Haotian sect who went out must have soul rings with their Haotian hammers. It was impossible for them to possess soul power of a soul emperor without a soul ring. Damn Spirit Hall, once my grandfather returns, you will taste the bitterness of having your gates broken down. Unlike the submissive Tang Hao, Tang Xiao was not the kind of fool who would endure humiliation after being bullied. Now that the sect was gone, he was alone, thinking only of avenging the sect, without caring about anything else. Is it raining? Just as Tang Xiao exited his state of cultivation, he suddenly felt wet above his head. He was immediately stunned. Could it be that the disciples had cut corners during construction? Damn it, I wouldn't be drowned by the spirit hall's flood, would I? With this thought, Tang Xiao could no longer sit still. He quickly got up, prepared to head to the stairs to investigate when suddenly a bucket of water came crashing down on him, soaking him from head to toe. What the hell? Has the spirit hall really discovered me? Tang Xiao was shocked, not daring to hesitate. He swiftly activated the mechanism he had set to bring the canyon walls closer together to prevent the flood, and then headed out towards the secret passage. But once he stepped out, he was in for a shock. At this moment, Chen Yue was already preparing to return the same way. The location of the Haotian sect was set very secretly. After all, they were a hidden sect. The secret passage was generally only for Tang Yue to enter the sect, so this secret room in the canyon could only accommodate one person. However, this mechanism could be controlled at any time. With Tang Hao's control, the canyon was about to merge into flat ground, and Chen Yue was desperately operating his soul power to resist the forces pressing in from all directions. Huh, you underestimated my strength, didn't you? Chen Yue sneered, circulating his soul power, and with sheer determination, he carved out a path for himself, ultimately returning successfully to his starting point. Only Tang Xiao, standing dazed at the broken door, was left in the pouring rain, gradually questioning his life. Is that a Yin's voice? And who is this man? How could Hao brother treat a Yin like this? He took a Yin to test other men. Which man can withstand such a test? The pure and innocent Tang San thought, I can withstand it. Chapter 16. Tang Hao Big Brother. Why are you getting soaked in the rain? After the sudden rainstorm at dusk, the light drizzle lightly fell on the confused Tang Xiao. He stared blankly at Chen Yue's departing figure until it disappeared, still unable to understand what had happened, instead standing there in a daze, gradually questioning his life. Could it be that something happened that I don't know about? As he questioned his life, his expression grew increasingly grim. No, I need to ask Hao brother what he is trying to do. How could he abandon Yin? Tang Xiao was in a state of confusion for a while before he regained his senses and decided to clarify the matter. Although he didn't know where Tang Hao was, he knew that his sister Tang Yue would definitely know. So, he had to go to Tiandou City. However, just as he set off, he encountered Tang Hao, who was in a similar predicament. Hao brother? Big brother? Tang Xiao looked at Tang Hao, who now had a spider leg and a dog paw, and opened his mouth, unable to say the words he had previously blamed him with. Hao brother, even if you have great grievances, you can't do this. Tang Hao. What did I do? Look, you made yourself look like this, and that's just it. Tang Hao. What do you mean that's just it? And, is this how I wanted it? Big brother Tang Hao was about to explain, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Tang Xiao. But sending a Yin away is too much, isn't it? Tang Hao silently shut his mouth. He had just seen Chen Yue arrive, the devil that had become his greatest shadow in his heart. If he hadn't seen Chen Yue leave, he wouldn't have even come out. It was terrifying. That devil had shattered his Haotian hammer, which he relied on for survival. You should kneel in front of father's grave and repent. Tang Xiao saw Tang Hao's silent expression and sighed deeply, shaking his head as he brushed past him, disappearing shortly after. He had made up his mind. He would go to Yuexian Pavilion to bring Yue back, and the two brothers along with their sister would create a new Haotian sect. Regarding the fact that Tang Yue had always liked Tang Hao, he, as the older brother, was actually aware of it, but at that time, Tang Hao already had a Yin, and he knew that Tang Yue had her own sense of propriety, so he didn't say anything. But now, revitalizing the sect was the most important thing at present, and he believed that even if Tang Hao was unwilling, he would definitely agree to this arrangement. Of course, he couldn't tell Tang Hao about this in advance. What if the latter shrank back like a turtle again? However, Tang Xiao never expected that at this moment. Tiandou City was already laid out with a net waiting for him. The heavenly demon subjugation was ready. As soon as Tang Xiao showed up, he was instantly surrounded, caught like a turtle in a jar. However, just when Tang Xiao was in danger, Tang Hao descended from the sky with a female old turtle, taking advantage of the old turtle to block the heavenly demon subjugation's joint attack, and the two brothers escaped. Damn it, Yuehua's been captured, that damned spirit hall. Although the heavenly demon subjugation hadn't reached the peak of level 96, it was not far off, and moreover, the combined strength of these two brothers was even more terrifying. Severely injured Tang Xiao couldn't stand against them at all, and even with the help of the old turtle, he was still disarmed by the two brothers, becoming a true one-armed hero. Now, he didn't dare to return to the sect. He could only hide with Tang Hao in the blue-silver forest in a Yin's cave. However, the impact of the arm he lost due to injury was extremely significant. In the short term, there was no hope of breaking through to level 97. In fact, there might not be any hope for his entire life. At present, He could only barely maintain his peak soul power at level 96 without falling, and it was unrealistic to think about breaking through. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao couldn't help but sigh deeply, then looked up with a somewhat strange expression at Tang Hao. "How, brother, what's up with that old turtle?" Tang Hao's mouth twitched, and he bitterly smiled. "Big brother, let's not get into that." After the old turtle and the little turtle were captured, Tang Hao had no choice but to escape back to the blue-silver forest. Before he could catch his breath, the old turtle's wife, this female turtle, came looking for him. Just so happened that the female turtle was in her fertile period but hadn't transformed into human form. Tang Hao, who initially felt helpless, didn't expect that the female turtle would take a fancy to his spider leg. Thus, this 10,000-year-old female turtle bowed down at Tang Hao's feet. But now, this female turtle was facing the joint attack of the heavenly demon subjugation. And the final result could only be that she followed the old turtle and the baby turtle's path and became a soul ring. All right, although Tang Hao said nothing. At this moment, Tang Xiao understood everything. However, he had no way to deal with it and could only pat Tang Hao's shoulder with his remaining right arm and sighed. "Let's rest for the night." Tang Hao felt that Tang Xiao's gaze was like that of someone caring for a mentally challenged child, with a hint of wariness. As if afraid he would change? Big brother, don't speak, I just want to be quiet." "Quiet?" Tang Xiao silently wrapped up his wound with his clothes, no longer paying attention to Tang Hao, and sat down cross-legged to enter a state of cultivation. Seeing this, Tang Hao opened his mouth but ultimately didn't say anything. However, he felt that quiet must be the new partner that big brother found, right? However, since the elder brother didn't want to say much, he didn't ask further and silently sat down to enter a state of cultivation. But at that moment, Tang Xiao suddenly felt a sense of unease. He always felt that the mysterious guy who had taken Yin away didn't seem like someone who would treat her well. And what about Yuehua? Now that the Haotian sect had been destroyed and Tang Yuehua had fallen into the hands of the Wuhuan Hall, her fate was likely to be very grim as well. The more he thought about it, the angrier Tang Xiao became. He felt he couldn't continue to be as despondent as his brother Tang Hao. After that, he exited the cultivation state and turned to look at Tang Hao, just as the latter also exited his cultivation state. "What's wrong, brother?" "Dang Xiao Bunda. I feel we can't let ourselves fall like this. We absolutely cannot let the destruction of our sect go unpunished." Tang Hao looked puzzled, "But with our strength, is that really possible?" He knew Chen Yue's strength, which was simply inhuman. A single axe had shattered his Haotian hammer. It was outrageous. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had been attacked by the Wuhuan Hall. Although there was no evidence, it was clear that they were also filled with rage. Tang Xiao analyzed rationally. If you absorb 2 soul bones again, you should be able to return to the level of a Title Douluo. Plus, with the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, we might not be unable to challenge the Tiandou Imperial Palace. What you said made Tang Hao feel a bit moved, but he still had some doubts in his heart and didn't dare to reveal his shattered martial soul. So he advised, "But won't this be too hasty?" "What's wrong with that?" Tang Xiao was determined and not something Tang Hao could persuade him against. He immediately took out 3 soul bones from the Haotian sect that were over 10,000 years old. "If you absorb these 3 soul bones, you will definitely be able to return to the rank of Title Douluo. Hurry." "All right." Seeing this, Tang Hao knew that he couldn't hide the fact that his martial soul was shattered any longer. But he was still reluctant to part with the soul bones and planned to absorb them first. After all, it was all for the sect. While Tang Hao was absorbing the soul bones, Tang Xiao was on guard. Chen Yue, however, was looking down from above with arms crossed at Tang Yuehua, who was kneeling on the ground with a fearful expression, and asked with a half-smile, "Hey, what do you think we should do about that incessantly buzzing fly?" Tang Yuehua's expression suddenly changed, and she forced a smile while trembling, clutching Chen Yue's thigh and looking up at him. Let's not worry about them for now. Okay, let's do something happy, something that makes people feel good." Such matters, in her view, only had 2 choices, none in countless. She seemed to have become accustomed to this, because she, a weak woman who wasn't even a soul master, didn't know what Chen Yue would use her for. The difference between volunteering once and volunteering countless times, in her eyes, was no different. "Where have you hidden Tang Tian?" Chen Yue looked at her with a half-smile. Tang Yuehua's expression stiffened, and she suddenly understood the man's intentions. You can't. I will never tell you where Tian is." Chen Yue was not angry. He smiled at Tang Yuehua. "It's okay. I never force others." Tang Yuehua's pupils trembled. "Hey, such a large forest is actually quite nice." Chen Yue yawned, but forests generally need fire prevention measures, especially with such tall blue silver grass. "That's living fuel. By the way, What do you think would happen if a lawless man named Zhang San came to this forest and set it on fire? Tang Yuehua's expression changed drastically. Although she didn't know what a lawless man named Zhang San was, it wasn't hard for her to understand those 6 words as referring to a person. So, what are you trying to say? Ayin, who was beside her, also changed her expression and looked at Chen Yue with wide eyes. I warn you, don't mess around. I'm not messing around. Chen Yue raised his hands innocently. I'm just asking a question. You see, have I ever used a word that implied coercion? You may not know, but the lawless man named Zhang San is truly evil and has done all sorts of wickedness, and he is still at large. If he gets unhappy and sets the whole forest on fire, who knows how many soul beasts and people would die? If he uses the rumored indomitable true fire that even water can't extinguish, then it would be quite something. Ayin and Tang Yuehua exchanged glances, and ultimately they gritted their teeth and moved toward Chen Yue, one on the left and one on the right, to hug him. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Yue kept retreating in fear. We agreed that men and women shouldn't be too close, and this looks like I'm forcing you. The 2 women said in unison, I'm doing this willingly. Really? The 2 women stopped speaking, but their actions had already made it clear. In his past life, Chen Yue, who had almost met with disaster just after becoming a driver, still had some shadows regarding street racing. For a long time afterward, he obeyed the law, until several years later when that rich roommate called him again, asking him to drive that blue supercar from the estate. The devil in Chen Yue's heart was completely unleashed as he rushed down the highway, yet he didn't exceed the speed limit, and the drive was quite pleasant. However, he didn't know if it was because he stepped out with his left foot. Halfway through, the weather turned from clear to overcast, and in the blink of an eye, the sky became dark and it started pouring rain. It's still raining, I'm so scared. At this moment, the shadows and fears of drowning surged back into Chen Yue's heart. Suddenly, a flash of lightning and thunder startled him, causing him to jerk the steering wheel, and with a bang, he crashed into a building next to the highway toll booth. Chen Yue, junk sports car, damn, what a waste. Chen Yue cursed as he took out his phone to tell his roommate. Then he also grumbled as he sent the car back to the repair shop. When he first drove the blue supercar, he thought nothing would go wrong this time, and that he could enjoy himself. But he never expected it to turn into a disaster. By the way, about the question I just asked, have you figured out the answer? I can say. Coming back to his senses, Chen Yue looked up at Tang Yuehua with a playful expression. What did you say? I can tell you where Tian is. You want to negotiate with me again? Facing Chen Yue's playful gaze, Tang Yuehua shivered and quickly explained, I handed Tian over to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. As for Tang Rongyao, he said he wanted to go to the Star Luo Empire. I don't know where he is now. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Chen Yue nodded slightly. Not bad. Very good performance. I've decided to treat you to a cup of milk tea. Tang Yuehua shivered all over, but still stepped forward to accept a reward. I'm sorry, Brother Hao. I can't bring myself to like you anymore. I'm sorry. In the blue-silver forest within the cave, the clear sky suddenly turned into a rainy day, with strong winds and heavy rain pouring down. Brother Hao, this place is leaking. The cave that Tang Hao had created for the blue-silver emperor seed was actually just dug out with a big hammer. And it wasn't waterproof at all. In an instant, water had accumulated in the cave. At this moment, Tang Xiao, who was in a state of cultivation, was also disturbed by the unevenness. As a super Douluo, he was extremely vigilant and immediately exited his cultivation. When he felt the pouring rain outside, he was slightly stunned and, after stepping out of the cave, saw the heavy rain outside. What a heavy rain! Tang Xiao exclaimed. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, bringing countless raindrops that hit his face, washing away the hiding he had done recently. Big brother, thank you. At this moment, Tang Hao had absorbed 1 soul bone and felt that his soul power as a soul saint had made a leap. At this rate, after absorbing 2 more soul bones, he would be able to return to the rank of Title Douluo. Big brother, why are you getting soaked in the rain? But when he woke up and looked up, he found Tang Xiao, who was drenched like a drowned chicken and was momentarily confused. The rain in the blue-silver forest was indeed quite peculiar. Just like the seawater when they went to Sea God Island a long time ago, carrying a marine scent. Tang Xiao sighed and suddenly seemed to think of something. By the way, Brother Hao, what do you think is happening with Xiao San now? Tang Hao, wait a moment. How do I know now? It must be the hidden weapons given to you by Xiao San, right? Tang Hao, who is very concerned about his nephew Tang Xiao, naturally knows the power of the hidden weapons that Tang San had before. In the original story, Tang San established the Tang sect after returning from the Stardow Forest, when the 7 of them gathered together, but it hasn't been established yet. However, Tang Xiao has also heard about Tang San's hidden weapons. And upon seeing Tang Hao's unusual behavior at this moment, he understood. But Tang Hao, on the other hand, felt embarrassed. How should I say this? Chapter 17. Chen Yue. Tiandou Palace is probably the first to come and slap me to death. Let me clarify. This book is free for all members on QQ Reading. Friends from other channels, can you please stop trying to influence the comments and let me finish it? 9. 6 major revision of the entire text. Tang Hao awkwardly changed to a sitting position. Should it be? What do you mean by should it be? Tang Xiao has always been curious about Tang San's hidden weapons, and now that he has the chance to see them, how could he possibly refuse? Immediately, he got up and curiously reached for the hidden weapon. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, in an instant. The two brothers' bodies stiffened. The next moment, a sudden storm swept through the blue-silver forest, and countless raindrops poured into the cave, instantly soaking both brothers completely. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao. Tang Hao struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. He felt as if everything was burning away. Brother, I'm sorry. The two brothers were speechless here. And at the same time, Tang Yue felt the same way. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female supporting character aTitle and receiving the reward, Soul Fragment Stone. The host already has offspring. Please take care to protect the children, and after giving birth, distribute the offspring rewards. Another familiar Soul Fragment Stone? Chen Yue still remembers that he used this to help Qian Renxue exchange for her first soul ring, which made her so excited that she almost wanted to reward herself. But now it seems that it won't be used for Qian Renxue anymore. As for Tang Hao being injured, although there was a dirt wall between them, it was nothing to Chen Yue. He immediately noticed Tang Zhao's abnormality. So he quickly deduced that within the Tiandou Palace, the two little white mice he had been thinking about, should be the super hitters, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo, who had arrived. Go home. Since he knew the whereabouts of Tang Tian, Chen Yue no longer needed to interrogate Tang Yue harshly. He waved his hand and put her back into the Heaven King God Tower space before turning to leave. At this moment, inside the Heaven King God Tower, Tang Yue, Xiao Wu, and Yin looked at each other, suddenly hugged together, and cried loudly, feeling a sense of we are all unfortunate souls in the same world. Why must we have known each other before? Not to mention, Tang Yue knew Yin, and Yin roughly knew that Tang Hao had such a sister. But Yin did not know Tang Yuehua's fatal orthopedic thoughts. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, he said at that time. It was just a little bump I didn't expect. She looked at Tang Yuehua in front of her, as if she saw her husband Tang Hao, and felt extremely guilty, uncomfortably saying, I didn't mean to get pregnant with his child. It was he who secretly broke it, originally thinking that these two women had nothing to do with her, at most just sharing the same sorrow like Xiao Wu. But at this moment, hearing this, she widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Yin in front of her. You're the mother of Sangge? She could naturally see that Yin was in a situation similar to hers. Although it was somewhat better, fundamentally, it was the same. But she never expected that this was actually Tang San's mother. Now, it was Yin and Tang Yuehua's turn to be confused. What did you say? Xiao Wu's face looked a bit unnatural as she touched her abdomen, forcing out an ugly smile. I am the lover of Sangge, but I'm pregnant with a child that isn't Sanji's, and not just one. I'm sorry, Sangge, I was wrong. Okay, good child. Yin's eyes brimmed with tears as she tightly hugged Xiao Wu. Mom has nothing to give you. I can only hug you. I'm sorry. Suddenly, she thought that since she appeared here, her daughter-in-law's fate was surely the same as hers, and she couldn't help but feel her hot tears turn cold, flowing down like poetry. You can rest assured. Even if the third party finds out, he definitely won't despise you. Yin smiled, but the tears kept flowing down as she comforted Xiao Wu. If he dares to disown you, I won't acknowledge him as my son. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law drama in the Heavenly King Tower made Chen Yue feel excited, and he wanted to go to the repair shop early to borrow a rich woman's pink Maserati that he had befriended while working as a plumber. But unfortunately, that rich woman was also a speed demon, and the Maserati was almost in a terrible condition. Probably not fixable anytime soon, and would have to be sent back to the factory for repairs. It's a pity that the quality of these foreign cars isn't that great. They really can't be driven. Chen Yue sighed, realizing he still had to support domestic products. With this thought in mind, he had already returned to the Tiandou Imperial Palace. As soon as he entered the palace gate, he felt himself being targeted by two presences. The fluctuations of these two soul powers made him raise his eyelids. It was indeed the demon slayer Duo who had been waiting here for a long time. Kid, are you the guardian of the Tiandou Palace? The demon slayer Douluo glanced at Chen Yue and said with an unpleasant tone. The nearby Tiandou looked at Chen Yue, but said nothing, his eyes filled with suspicion. Clearly shocked by how Chen Yue knew that Tang Xiao would come to attack the Tiandou Palace. I don't have time to explain to you. Chen Yue completely ignored the demon slayer Douluo's question and turned his gaze to Tiandou, saying, "Release your martial soul and soul rings." This kid actually dares to ignore me? Being younger and, as the younger brother, the demon suppression Douluo furrowed his brows. Just as he was about to teach this ignorant Chen Yue a lesson, he was held back by the Tiandou beside him. Compared to the demon suppression Douluo, the Tiandou appeared much more composed. Without saying a word, he released his martial soul, the spiral dragon staff. His soul rings were the standard 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Chen Yue silently took out the fragment of the soul stone he had obtained earlier and accurately struck it against the first soul ring of the Tiandou. This kid wouldn't possibly be. The demon suppression Douluo was about to mock him. After all, who would have thought this kid would quietly take down Qian Renxue and even make her pregnant? Although Qian Renxue was not his biological granddaughter, in the eyes of all the worshippers, she was no different from a real granddaughter. Therefore, he naturally felt displeased and wanted to beat up this pretentious kid and mock him fiercely. Now, seeing Chen Yue so foolishly knocking on the soul ring, was he out of his mind? However, before his thoughts and words could turn into action, he was shocked to find that the first soul ring of the Tiandou actually shattered with a crack as Chen Yue struck it. What the hell? The demon suppression Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. On the other side, the usually calm and cautious Tiandou also showed a look of shock. Even with his many years of experience, he had never heard of anything that could directly shatter a soul ring without affecting its owner at all. He could distinctly feel that his first soul ring had vanished. No, it wasn't that it disappeared, but it felt as if it had been emptied. He had never experienced a dual martial soul, so he didn't know what an empty soul ring felt like, but he guessed it must be quite similar. The 10,000-year-old tortoise you captured earlier can now be absorbed. Chen Yue casually clapped his hands to brush off the dust from the shattered soul stone and said lightly, "Hey, you." The demon suppression Douluo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but before he could, he was slapped by the Tiandou to silence him. Demon suppression Douluo? What's going on? He looked at his brother with a resentful expression. However, the Tiandou completely ignored him and nodded seriously. Good. Chen Yue walked unimpeded into the palace, leaving the demon suppression Douluo feeling somewhat indignant, but not daring to pursue him due to his brother's authority. Brother, this kid is a bit too full of himself. I can't swallow this. If you can't swallow it, spit it out. The Tiandou shot him a cold glance. You're already over 60. Why are you still so rash? I'm going to reabsorb the soul ring. You'll protect me. At the mention of this, the Tiandou felt quite excited. After all, that was the coveted 10,000-year soul ring, and it would become his first soul ring. As a super Douluo, how could he not be thrilled? Yes, the demon suppression Douluo's heart trembled, and he pushed aside his previous emotions, his expression also becoming somewhat excited. A 10,000-year soul ring. He had dreamed of absorbing one to see what it was like. Unfortunately, during the time they broke through to Title Douluo, there were only a few known 10,000-year soul beasts on the continent, and all of them were incredibly strong. It was simply impossible for the two brothers to hunt them. You came in so quickly? Sitting cross-legged on the bed and cultivating, Qian Renxue exited her meditation state upon hearing footsteps. She looked up and, upon seeing Chen Yue, asked with some uncertainty, "Did they not stop you?" "They couldn't stop me," Chen Yue casually replied as he sat down. "But I think you should have been able to stop me." "How is that possible?" Qian Renxue shook her head. "If they couldn't stop you, how could I possibly stop you?" At that moment, she finally understood what it meant to be stopped and felt a mix of shame and anger, almost cursing. Is there some movement in the young master's palace? The spiked porcupine Douluo scratched his head and looked at his good buddy, the snake-speared Douluo, and asked tentatively, "What movement?" "Well, someone went in." The spiked porcupine Douluo asked tentatively, "How about we go take a look?" The snake-speared Douluo scoffed, with two worshippers guarding here. How could anyone get close to the young master's palace? But wasn't that Tang Xiao who sneaked into the palace last time and almost killed the young master? The snake-speared Douluo, upon hearing this from his buddy, felt a bit panicked himself. "Then let us go take a look." After saying that, the two good buddies immediately walked to the palace door. Just as they were about to knock, they heard Chen Yue's voice from inside. "You guys, hurry to the worship hall and find another worshipper. It's best to call in the golden crocodile Douluo too." As soon as these words were spoken, the inn froze, looking at each other in confusion, completely at a loss. What is going on? The two high-ranking offerings have already arrived, Why do we still need a? It should be noted that he is a presence whose status is only below in the entire. How could they just invite him casually? No, it's unnecessary, right? In the palace, S urgent voice came through. There's no need to call Grandpa over. Are you talking about those two who almost had to steal the trash from home? And exchanged glances, suddenly at a loss for words, while could only hum in strong protest. Senior, we understand. And looked at each other, gritted their teeth. And were about to leave when suddenly a beam of light flew by. It was throwing out her token. With this token, if we go to the offering hall, Grandpa will definitely come. Yes. Upon hearing the function of this token, and felt a chill in their hearts, and didn't dare to delay any longer. They understood the importance of this item and immediately set off toward it together as good friends. Within here, they felt assured about S safety. Are you trying to die? You bastard. Pinch waist. I still need the little baby. She was still thinking about the inheritance. It's okay. The little baby is resilient. As long as he is not directly killed, he definitely won't die. Why you want to call Grandpa over? Casually asked. He is about to have the largest soul master conflict in history, and even may not be able to hold it. Right now, even though strength is super strong, he is still at the pinnacle of level 91 in terms of soul power. He probably can't even take down that in one hit. Not to mention their S also that assisting him. If at that time, the desperately tries to kill and the tries to hold him back. Wouldn't that be like in the original story, watching his wife die while expressing deep feelings? Rather than that, it's better to eliminate all threats in the cradle. Besides, didn't he know if he would be guarding the at that time? He glanced at who looked at S slightly protruding belly, swallowed hard, and figured if came over. Who will be the first to be killed? So, it's better to find. Chapter 18. I am the prince of the empire. Isn't it natural for the prince to take concubines? What did you say? Ind suddenly slammed the table. Her eyes wide open as she stared intensely at the trembling in front of her. They had dug 3 feet deep in and still couldn't find S trace. What on earth is going on? Trembled, not daring to speak, bowing his head. On the other hand, who had gone through this once and was barely maintaining his composure, weakly spoke, Your Majesty. Glanced at him and said, Speak. Under S gaze. They felt a bit of a prickling sensation on his scalp, but with the arrow already on the bowstring, he had to let it fly. He could only brace himself and quietly said, in the entire operation of, There's still fish that have slipped through the net. It's possible that has long been prepared to fight us to the death, which is why they move their people. Remained silent. Continued besides their leader, who was expelled from over a decade ago, is also missing. Upon hearing S' name, S' expression darkened even more. She recalled the scene 5 years ago during the Soul Master competition when had hammered the entire in front of a large audience, making her so furious that she considered destroying. How embarrassing. And, cautiously replied, it is also said that after hiding has a good relationship with the royal family. According to our investigation, 3 disciples have not been found dead. They are suspected to have escaped to the... He spoke carefully, as this information was relayed to him by. Faced with he was reluctant to defy it, but also feared that previous lies to deceive would be exposed, ultimately leading to trouble with and indirectly offending, making it not worth the loss. So, he could only betray his conscience, pinching his nose to accept it, thinking, since I don't know the truth, listening to the should be correct. Which 3? S' gaze was icy, and she already had her first suspect in mind, which was her ex-boyfriend's disciple, without a single soul ring, yet possessing the soul power of a soul emperor. It's hard for her not to imagine Tang San in this situation. But over the years, Tang San has been out of touch. And since she hasn't completely turned dark yet, and still has some unresolved feelings for Yu Xiaojing, she deceives herself. The 3 disciples of Hao Yian sect are Tang Tiantian, Tang Rongyao, and another Tang San. Bibi Dong's eyes turned cold, but she didn't speak. Among them, Tang San is the most suspicious because he has a twin martial soul, and his second martial soul is Hao Yian Hammer. Generally, without applying soul rings, there's still a great possibility. Bibi Dong's expression darkened, interrupting Ghost Douluo's speech, saying to talk about the other 2 people. Ghost Douluo was startled. The young master was indeed insightful, accurately predicting that Her Holiness the Pope would definitely not consider Tang San. A thought flashed through his mind, but Ghost Douluo didn't dare to show any signs. Fortunately, he was just a shadow, and Bibi Dong couldn't see his changing expression. Yes, Ghost Douluo responded, then said with a slightly anxious tone, Tang Tiantian is said to be a 3rd-generation disciple, with a martial soul being Hao Yian Hammer. The most likely hidden place for her age and soul power is in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. and it is rumored that the court academy of the Tiandou royal family has a close relationship with a high-ranking official of Haotian sect. This was also taught to him by Qian Renxue. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, he didn't know about these matters, so saying this felt a bit lacking in confidence, fearing that Bibi Dong would notice. However, after saying so much in Bibi Dong's ears, there were only 7 words, Tang Tian Tian, Tiandou Imperial Palace. Then she understood in her heart and waved her hand to interrupt, asking, "What about Tang Rongyao?" "Yes," said Ghost Douluo. "According to our intelligence, Tang Rongyao happened to be outside their sect at the time of our operation. After the incident, he immediately fled the Tiandou Empire and is currently missing in the Xingluo Empire." Before Ghost Douluo could finish his words, Bibi Dong slammed the table and interrupted him, saying, "Listen to my command. I order the Xingluo Empire to hand over the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and the disciples of the Haotian sect within 3 days. Otherwise, the Haotian sect will serve as a warning for your Xingluo royal family." Ghost Douluo? On the side, Jude Douluo watched the excitement and exclaimed, "What the heck? What's going on? Why is the Star Luo Empire being ordered for mobilization all of a sudden?" Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged confused glances, seeing the bewilderment in each other's eyes. However, Bibi Dong did not explain anything to them. With a wave of her hand, she sent a message down, stating that she wanted to rest. Yes, although they were confused, since the Pope did not speak, they, as subordinates, dared not ask too much and left obediently. "Old Ghost, did you understand?" Chrysanthemum Douluo scratched his head, still feeling a bit bewildered. He was listening and thought that this old ghost had a plan. But why did it seem off when it came to the Pope? Why did they have to order troops? Previously, Ghost Douluo had mentioned those 3 people, and he thought the most suspicious one should be Tang San. So why was Tang Rongyao involved? If you don't understand, don't ask. Why ask so many questions about the Pope's matters? Just execute the orders. Ghost Douluo also couldn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. However, he also knew that as a qualified subordinate, it was better not to ask too much about such matters, as knowing too much could lead to trouble. After transmitting the orders, Ghost Douluo also wrote a letter and handed it to the end, who came out of the, "Can this guy be trusted?" After Ghost Douluo left, the figure of Golden Crocodile Douluo appeared behind the 2 good friends, dressed in a golden robe. His eyes cold and indifferent as he glanced at Ghost Douluo and asked coldly, regarding Bibi Dong's mobilization of the Spirit Hall's power to annihilate the Haotian sect. Basically no one in the supported this. It should be known that years ago, when Tiandou Douluo was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, his son died at Tang Hao's hands, and he had mobilized the full power of the Spirit Hall to destroy the Haotian sect. And now, a mere saintess raised by the Spirit Hall had almost made Bibi Dong expend all the Title Douluo of the past, which indeed left many in the feeling dissatisfied. However, due to the circumstances, Tiandou Douluo was also afraid that Bibi Dong would deplete all the Title Douluo from the Pope's palace. Thus he dispatched Qian to assist. Otherwise, the losses for the Spirit Hall this time would not be limited to just 2 Title Douluo. Previously, regarding the soul-hunting operation, including, and the Spirit Hall had dispatched a total of 6 Title Douluo. Among the 6 Title Douluo, Cuttlefish and Snakespear first went to the Tiandou Imperial Palace to settle scores, while the remaining 4 attacked the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, resulting in 2 seriously injured and 2 lightly injured, but ultimately dealt a heavy blow to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with Sword Douluo losing an arm. Afterwards, the 2 lightly injured individuals, along with the Spirit Kite Douluo sent later, jointly attacked the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. In the end, at the cost of 2 Title Douluo casualties and the serious injury of Spirit Kite Douluo, they caused the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Currently, Spirit Kite Douluo has returned to the Douluo Hall to recuperate and has not been heard from for a long time. Now, in Tiandou City, apart from Cuttlefish and Snakespear, there are actually 2 other Title Douluo present. These are the 2 Title Douluo who were seriously injured during the previous attack on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, they are recuperating in the Spirit Hall within Tiandou City and are not in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. So at this moment, the Spirit Hall is unaware of the specific situation in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. The only ones who know about the situation in the Tiandou Imperial Palace are currently Qian and the 4 individuals Cuttlefish and Snakespear. But now, Qian has obtained a 100,000 Year Soul Ring and is still absorbing it, while the Demon Slayer Douluo is responsible for protection and cannot leave for the time being. After experiencing the events in the Star Doe Forest, Cuttlefish and Snakespear have completely chosen to side with Qian Renxue, and naturally, they cannot reveal this secret to others. As for the ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo, Cuttlefish and Snake Spear both agree that unless they think their brains are harder than the Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape, there's no way they would irrationally betray the young master. Thus, Cuttlefish Douluo nodded, trustworthy. Golden Crocodile Douluo fell silent, slightly nodding. Let's set off. At this moment, Chen Yue, who was in the Tiandou Imperial Palace, also received a message. Hey, what are you planning to do now? Chen Yue had just put on his clothes and stood up when he heard Qian Renxue's question, and he immediately smiled mysteriously. Rest assured, I'll give you a big surprise involving Golden Crocodile Douluo later. Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue's departing figure with some suspicion and couldn't help but rub her aching waist. In this day and age, it's truly outrageous that there are still lands that have been left uncultivated. But how easily can such neglected land be forgotten? What should be done? Qian Renxue felt somewhat distressed. She never expected that someone as charming as Ulaina would one day be looked down upon, which was completely beyond her expectations. So, should I find someone else? As Qian Renxue shifted her gaze, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind. She slapped her thigh and thought, right, I am now a prince, and it's perfectly reasonable for a prince to take concubines. Yes, that's it. With this thought, she instantly perked up and began to devise a plan. Qibao Liuli sect. Since the last attack by the Spirit Hall, Qibao Liuli sect has been on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for Tang San's hidden weapons, this sect would likely have been completely destroyed. Ever since the incident at Qibao Liuli sect, Ning Fengji, Bondoa, and Swordlaw have been running to Shrek Academy every day. It's unclear whether they found safety after arriving at Shrek Academy or what, which is puzzling. It's not just Chen Yue who finds this puzzling. As Ning Rongrong's biological mother and Ning Fengji's wife, the woman named Shangwan also feels the same confusion. She is a battle spirit master with a martial spirit of a green snake and a soul power level that is not high, only at the Soul Emperor level. With her puzzled thoughts, she went to Shrek Academy to deliver meals to Ning Fengji and the others. Afterward, she returned to her chamber. Just as she lay down on her wooden bed after bathing, her heart suddenly jolted. Not good, someone else here. At that moment, with her heart racing, Shangwan did not move at all because she understood that the strongest person in Qibao Liuli sect was a Soul Douluo. If someone could sneak into her chamber without the slightest awareness of a Soul Douluo, it was undoubtedly a Title Douluo. Now that this Title Douluo was silent, it was clear that they were not here to kill her. Perhaps they wanted to extract some information from her? As Shangwan thought this, she gradually relaxed her tense muscles. Just then, two hands gently rested on her shoulders, and the softly spoken words made her bolt upright in shock. Madam, you and T want the Spirit Hall to find out about your hiding of the remnants of Haotian sect. Would you? Shangwan was taken aback, and, without thinking, slapped backward in an attempt to attack. However, her strike, merely that of a Soul Emperor, was as ineffective as a childess in Chen Yue's hands. Easily caught in his fist, Chen Yue looked at Shangwan with a playful expression, surveying her from top to bottom, and chuckled. You don't look much like a mother of a child. How about proving it? Shangwan's face turned red with anger. What proof? What do you want? Her wrist was firmly gripped by Chen Yue, rendering her unable to move. She could only glare at him with a fiery gaze, her expression gradually turning cold. I advise you to let go. Our Qibao Liuli sect, I know you have two Title Douluos in Qibao Liuli sect. The one-armed hero Chen Xian and the old bone Gurong, right? Chen Yue interrupted her, smiling. I also know that with Ning Fengji's assistance, they can easily face 4 Title Douluos, am I right? As he said this, Chen Yue leaned in slightly and whispered a chilling remark in her ear. So, are you planning to repeat the old path of Haotian sect? Or do you think that the Spirit Hall, which even the 6 Title Douluos of Haotian sect could not fend off, can be stopped by your Qibao Liuli sect? Shangwan's face turned pale. Who are you? The fact that Haotian sect had 6 Title Douluos was something only the upper 3 sects were somewhat aware of. The specifics of their ranks were not well known, just that there were 6 Title Douluos. Even the Spirit Hall was unaware of this. They only attacked furiously out of Bibi Dong's rage. Who I am isn't important? Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. What is important is that I want you to prove what you just said. Shangwan was taken aback. Prove? What proof? Then she seemed to realize something and immediately asked, You want Tang Tian? I can hand her over to you. But before she could finish, Chen Yue raised a finger to her lips. Shoo, keep your voice down. Save some strength for later. Shangwan was confused. Save strength for what? But the next moment she understood. I also want Tang Tian, but I want your proof too. Chapter 19. Zhu Zhuqing, who are you? I warn you, hurry up. Sure enough, in this day and age, service still comes first. This is the first time I have received such a large sum of remuneration. My catering business is hopeful to rise. In my previous life, I managed to excel in the catering industry. So, in this different world, my first action should also go off without a hitch. Ning Fengji, your opponent has arrived. Having just arrived, I hope you will be satisfied with this big gift. As Chen Yue muttered to himself, he left Qibao Liuli's sect quietly, heading toward Shrek Academy. His figure gradually disappeared into the night until he was no longer visible. Shrek Academy. Originally, this academy was established on the corner of an iceberg in Soto City, later merging with Blue Tyrant Academy to settle in Heavendo City. However, after the original Shrek 7 monsters won the championship in the Continental Spirit Master Tournament, and with Dugabo's presence, more and more wealthy patrons came to contribute funds. And now the academy has finally taken on a semblance of its former self. Of course, this scale, compared to many old established academies like the Tiandou Royal Academy, still feels somewhat lacking in terms of vision. However, it ultimately belongs to the Tiandou Empire and is the first academy to win the championship in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. Qian Renxue must have received significant funding for its construction, but unfortunately, now that Qian Renxue is ill, it is Xue Qinghe who is in power. In the VIP lounge of Shrek Academy. So what exactly does the Spirit Hall want to do? Although night has fallen, the 3 people in the lounge still haven't rested. Among them, Ning Fengji is rubbing his temples, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and looking utterly haggard. He simply can't sleep, especially after the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School suffered a heavy blow. He hasn't had a good night's sleep for a single day. Not to mention, not long ago, the Spirit Hall directly destroyed the Haotian sect, a shocking and terrifying event. Now, among the top 3 sects, only his 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect remains. And as the sect master, how can he possibly sleep? Sect master, it's late. You should rest now. The Sword Douluo looked at Ning Fengji, who was rubbing his temples and had 2 large dark circles under his eyes, and couldn't help but speak up. With disciples guarding the sect using the Zhuge crossbow, even if something happens, we can know immediately. It shouldn't be a problem. I hope so. If it weren't for the incident with the Haotian sect, perhaps Ning Fengji wouldn't be so anxious. But now that such a major event has occurred, he must be restless, and the people are in a state of panic. After all, that was the once mighty Haotian sect. To say they were destroyed just like that means that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect might also follow in their footsteps. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji rubbed his temples again, and just as he was about to speak, suddenly a loud shout rang out, "Enemy attack." The voice was very familiar. It was the voice of Zhao Wujia, a teacher from Shrek Academy. However, just as his voice fell, it abruptly stopped, as if someone had suddenly slit his throat. Not good, something happened. The Bon Douluo, sensing this disturbance, immediately darkened his expression. Just as he was about to move, the Sword Douluo stepped out first. This damn bone. Seeing this, the Bon Dogu Rong had no choice but to withdraw his foot. One of them, the Title Douluos, had to stay by Ning Fengji's side, which had been their consensus for many years. The Sword Douluo quickly rushed to the source of the sound, and his expression became even darker. This was the dormitory assigned to Ning Rongrong and Oscar by Shrek Academy. But at this moment, there was no trace of Ning Rongrong inside, only Oscar covered in blood, and the corpse of Zhao Wujia, who had already breathed his last in a pool of blood. Damn it! The Sword Douluo glared angrily, sensing the fluctuation of soul power. He drew his sword and charged forward. Whoever dared to kidnap Rongrong would undoubtedly die. At this moment, Chen Yue, who had deliberately paused for a moment, noticed the figure of the Sword pursuing him, and a smile crept onto his lips. The fish has taken a bait. However, feeling the murderous intent from the Sword Douluo, Chen Yue is still somewhat fortunate for his foresight. If I am not mistaken, with Tang Hao's martial soul shattered, the Haotian sect must have other ways to restore his martial soul. At that time, with the 2 Title Douluos and the 2 from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, if they rush into the Imperial Palace, even with the combined strength of the Thousand Hands Demon and the Golden Crocodile Doa, they may not be able to stop them. And if I can't take out all 4 of them in one move, they will likely become alert immediately, and in a desperate situation, they might kill Qian Renxue. Therefore, to prevent them from cooperating, it's quite reasonable to eliminate the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect first, right? With this thought in mind, after careful consideration, Chen Yue ultimately decided to sacrifice himself, playing the handsome man strategy to shift the main battlefield away from the Tiandou Imperial Palace to another location. With this fleeting thought, Chen Yue casually picked up Ning Rongrong, regardless of her softness, and took off running. The strength of this Sword Douluo is indeed formidable. so much so that he isn't confident he can kill in one strike. However, there's a possibility that he might accidentally harm Ning Renxue, who he is holding. If she dies, the guests he previously entertained may never come back to patronize his business. Considering all this, Chen Yue decided not to take action. After all, the end had gone through so much trouble to bring the Douluo here. How could he not let the latter have a good fight after such a long journey? An hour earlier, had informed Chen Yue that he and his group had arrived outside of and were expected to enter the palace late at night. At this moment, in a grove outside of the Douluo had arrived. They were preparing to enter under the cover of night and take the opportunity to enter the palace. Suddenly, a figure like lightning flashed by, and before the three could react, it had disappeared. The 3,000 thunder movements were a complete dimensional strike in the sewer dimension. They simply couldn't react in time. Even the Douluo only saw a flicker of light pass by. Or was that just now? The Douluo, realizing something, lifted his head with a look of confusion. The and, who were good buddies, exchanged glances. Just as the Douluo was about to speak, a furious shout accompanied by a murderous sword light slashed through the air, instantly exploding. "You dog thief, come and take your life. Douluo, 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 what the hell? So quickly we have been discovered. Is it sword Douluo Chen? And Snake Spear looked at each other in confusion. However, the golden crocodile Douluo was taken aback, realizing that something must have happened in the royal palace. But being a cunning old fox who had lived for over 100 years, he quickly calmed down, unleashing his peak soul power at level 98 to block that sword light. "You two, hurry into the palace to protect the young master. I will deal with this Chen." "Yes." And Snake Spear understood without needing further explanation and turned to run. Sword Douluo, having failed his strike, frowned deeply upon seeing and Snake Spear fleeing, as he felt the soul power fluctuation he had been tracking had dissipated. In its place was a large area of unfamiliar soul power fluctuations. But before he could think it through, he suddenly heard the distant Snake Spear Douluo, who exclaimed with the power of aTitle Douluo, "What is 7 treasures glazed tile school? Daring to obstruct my spirit hall in capturing the wanted criminals of the Haotian school. You really are not afraid of death, Sword Douluo? Wait, when did I obstruct your spirit hall from capturing people from the Haotian school? Golden crocodile Douluo? What the hell? This 7 treasures glazed tile school is actually colluding with the Haotian school? No wonder the Pope is so furious, willing to go to any lengths to destroy the Haotian school. So that is how it is." Thinking of this, the golden crocodile Douluo's gaze turned unfriendly. It seemed the 7 treasures glazed tile school wanted to follow in the footsteps of the Haotian school. "Today, I will fulfill your wish." Without saying another word, he unleashed his full soul power, releasing his martial soul, with soul rings shining brightly. Now the sword Douluo is completely caught off guard. Wait, when did I ever want to follow in the footsteps of the Haotian sect? Let me just say, did you recognize the wrong person? Friend, there's no point in saying more about this. Prepare to die. The golden crocodile Douluo had no intention of wasting words with the sword Douluo and directly unleashed his martial soul. Sword Douluo, what the hell? Level 98 peak. And it's one of the top beast martial souls. The golden crocodile king? I'm really going to be shocked. At Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong were still waiting for the sword Douluo's return. Shortly after the sword Douluo left, a soul Douluo from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect hurriedly ran over. Panic, not good. Not good. Sect master, Madam has disappeared. What? Ning Fengji suddenly stood up, his face full of shock. How could this happen? How could she have disappeared? I'm not sure. It was when the maid went to notify Madam about her bath that she found out Madam was no longer in her chamber. They even searched the entire sect, but couldn't find her. As soon as those words were spoken, Ning Fengji could no longer sit still. He quickly took Gu Rong and the soul Douluo with him, heading at full speed towards the 7 treasure glazed tile school. With Ning Fengji's departure, the entire Shrek Academy fell into a state of vacancy. Although Dugabo was said to be stationed at Shrek Academy, he did not actually live there. He was just a name on a list. Of course, even if he were present, Chen Yue wouldn't mind putting on a live performance of chopping the big snake. Now, the B plan could be executed. Chen Yue shrugged and slowly walked into one of the dormitories at Shrek Academy. Earlier, Zhao Wuji's voice had already spread throughout the entire academy, and many people had gotten out of bed, including Dai Mubai, who was making rapid progress tonight and was about to win over Zhu Zhuqing. In the original story, they were in the same room when they went to Sea God Island, but in this book's setting, it was at Shrek Academy. And now it was interrupted by the protagonist. He had exerted tremendous effort and, with his silver tongue, finally persuaded Zhu Zhuqing to open the door for him. Just when Dai Mubai was about to transform into a tiger, he unexpectedly heard Zhao Wujie scream, which startled him and almost ruined everything. Mubai, you go ahead. It's not too late later. Zhu Zhuqing was also startled by the sound, quickly regaining her composure and blushing as she pushed Dai Mubai out of the room. Don't let me find out which bastard ruined my good deed. Seeing the closed door, Dai Mubai cursed under his breath, but in the end, he could only turn helplessly and head towards the dean's office. Behind the door, Zhu Zhuqing let out a sigh of relief, slumping against the door. Just as she was about to change her clothes and go out, a sudden knock sounded. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Could it be that Mubai forgot something? She scratched her head and opened the door a crack, but the next moment, a strong hand pushed the door open, and a stranger, wearing a faint smile, slowly walked in. You, who are you? Zhu Zhuqing was startled and quickly retreated, not attacking immediately, because she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from the man in front of her. It felt similar to facing a sword de law, extremely dangerous. She even had the feeling that if she dared to make a move, she would be the one to die in the next moment. So, she chose to retreat and create distance. This unfamiliar man is naturally Chen Yue. Zhu Zhuqing, right? Zhu Zhuqing's face was full of caution. Who are you? I warn you. Hurry up. Before she could finish her words, Chen Yue effortlessly pinched her neck with one hand, so quickly that she didn't even have a moment to react. I heard that in your view, a man's flirtation is not a crime, as long as it's not vulgar. It's not a big deal, right? Excerpt from chapter 116 of the original work, Strange Fungi Reaching the Sky, Tiger Breaking the Dragon. And it seems you also think that women do not count as population, but as resources, am I right? Excerpt from chapter 25 of the original work. The Power of Weapons and Martial Souls, Part 2. Zhu Zhuqing tightly gripped Chen Yue's hand that was squeezing her delicate neck, her face turning purple, feeling somewhat suffocated. But Chen Yue's palm was like a vice, firmly locking her throat, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pry even a single finger off Chen Yue's grip. So, it means that the resources of the weak can be plundered by the strong, right? It seemed that he sensed her nearing death, and Chen Yue loosened his grip. Zhu Zhuqing fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath, her face filled with relief from escaping death and a greed for life. She was already the crown princess of the Star Luo Empire, the future queen. How could she be compared to that girl who had fled the Star Luo Empire for survival, risking everything to pursue a glimmer of hope, and had been brainwashed by the Dai and Zhu families to be as pure as paper? I warn you before she could finish. Chen Yue raised his hand to interrupt. Don't be so quick to warn me. Let me see if this resource is useful. If it's not, I don't mind letting this garbage resource be wasted. Zhu Zhuqing's threatening words were abruptly cut off. She stiffened her body and trembled as she raised her head, just in time to see Chen Yue smile, full of ulterior motives. What do you want? Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. Tell me, how many survivors do you think there are from the Haotian sect under the declaration of war from the Spirit Hall? I wonder how many the Star Luo Empire can have. Zhu Zhuqing shivered all over, feeling her legs weaken. W, what did you say? The Haotian sect's matter. Is it you who did it? The fact that the Haotian sect was exterminated, leaving only 3 survivors, was no secret. As the crown princess of the Star Luo Empire, she naturally had some channels for information. It was precisely because of this that the 2 great empires were hurriedly seeking to form alliances to jointly resist the Spirit Hall. She looked up at Chen Yue, whose peak beauty was only second to the friends of the readers, enhanced by the national beauty and heavenly fragrance talent, and suddenly trembled all over. Of course, it wasn't her looks that attracted me. It was the smile on her face that, in her eyes, seemed almost demonic, frightening her to the point of shivering all over, just a hair's breadth away from losing control. You haven't answered my question yet, have you? Chen Yue smiled, but his words instantly turned Zhu Zhuqing's face pale. If you don't speak, I don't mind stripping you and hanging you at the gate of Tiandou City for everyone to witness the purity of the Star Luo Crown Princess. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth, wanting to admit she had said those words, but upon sensing Chen Yue's gaze, her heart trembled, and she dared not speak. She was scared. She feared that if she nodded, even slightly, this man in front of her would perfectly carry out his threat. I'm actually quite curious about your Zhu family. Chen Yue suddenly changed the subject, leaving Zhu Zhuqing slightly stunned, and she instinctively asked, curious about what? Since you want to escape your doomed fate, why are you traveling thousands of miles to find a husband, only to see him with multiple wives? Yet still wander through the flowers, with none left untouched. Our fates are the same. Of course we must unite. Chen Yue scoffed. Unified? So you're admitting that your words about resources and not considering people are true? Zhu Zhuqing, yes. Since you have already escaped the Star Luo Empire, why are you still looking for Dai Mubai, resisting that so-called impossible fate? Chen Yue shook his head. The Tiandou Empire is vast. You could easily find a small village to hide and cultivate, or join the Spirit Hall, learn from Bibi Dong to rise to power, controlling your own reputation. Wouldn't that be better? Could it be that, deep down, you feel that you are a subordinate of the Dai family, right? Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed, but ultimately turned resolute. The Dai family and the Zhu family have been intermarried for so many years. We have long become a community. In simpler terms, that means the weak are dependent on the strong, right? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, that's right. But the next moment, all expression on her face completely vanished, replaced by intense fear and panic. If that's the case, and I am stronger than you, that means you must depend on me and please me, right? Chapter 20. Zhu Zhuqing, Mubai, you go out first. I'm using the restroom. Dean, what happened? At this moment, Dai Mubai had just arrived at the dean's office and saw Flinder's heavy expression, immediately making his own face serious. He still remembered the last time he saw Flinder's expression was when the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was destroyed and the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School was severely damaged. In the dean's office at this moment, Flinder was not the only one present. Yu Xiaojiang was also there. The expressions of all three were very grim. Ning Rongrong has been kidnapped, and the lady of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School has also gone missing. What? Dai Mubai was instantly stunned. How could this happen? Then, he seemed to think of something, and his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Could it be the Spirit Hall's doing again? Whether it was the severe damage to the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School or the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Although there was no evidence on the surface, everyone knew it was the work of the Spirit Hall. And now, the only force capable of kidnapping Ning Rongrong right under the nose of the Swordbone Douluo at Shrek Academy was the Spirit Hall. Mubai, I know the 7 of you agreed to reunite in 5 years, but now that such things have happened at the Academy, it's no longer safe. Master Yu Xiaojiang, with his usual expressionless face, looked at Dai Mubai as the prince of the Star Luo Empire. If nothing goes wrong, the Spirit Hall will definitely target you. I have already invited the Poison Douluo to take you back to the Star Luo Empire. Under these circumstances, you will be the safest. Since the royal palace had already been completely controlled by Qian Renxue, and the news of the Snow Knight Emperor's illness couldn't be spread, no one knew about it. So Dugabo was not left in the Tiandou royal palace. Of course, before this, Dugabo was aware of the Snow Knight Emperor's health issues. But now the royal palace wouldn't even let him in. He couldn't just force his way in, could he? To be honest, if Dugabo did force his way in, he would definitely have a surprise waiting for him. All right, I want to take Zhu Qing with me. Dai Mubai thought for a moment and nodded. But he also put forward a condition. This is not because he has deep feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, but because he feels that if Zhu Zhuqing stays here, something will definitely happen, which is why he said that. No, we must leave right now. Master Yu Xiaojiang's zombie-like face once again fixed its gaze on Dai Mubai. Just now, when the Ning Sect Master and Bone Douluo were in the academy, it was relatively safe. But now, Bone Douluo and the Ning Sect Master have returned to their sects, and the academy is no longer safe. There hasn't been a single piece of news from the Sword Douluo who went to chase after Rongrong. And if the enemy has accomplices coming, with our strength, we simply won't be able to stop them. At this point, Master Yu Xiaojiang's zombie-like face rarely showed a hint of seriousness and heaviness. Mubai, as the Prince of Star Luo, you should also know the difference between what is important and what is not. Women do not count as population. They count as resources. In the original work, Dai Mubai once said, if you, as the Prince of Star Luo, are safe, resources will naturally be countless. But if you're captured by the Spirit Hall, even if you are eventually released, the Star Luo Emperor, the Empress, and many royal relatives will definitely no longer trust you. Do you understand what I mean? Dai Mubai's face turned green and pale, his eyes filled with hesitation. On one hand, he couldn't bear to part with Zhu Zhuqing, but on the other hand, he was also afraid that his status as prince would be lost and that he would end up like his elder brother, becoming useless. If he was really captured by the Spirit Hall, once released, given his suspicious father, he would definitely not be trusted anymore, and might even be suspected of colluding with the Spirit Hall to usurp the throne. In the Star Luo Empire, even brothers can kill each other, and father-son conflicts are naturally high-probability events. Let's go. But this moment of hesitation lasted only 3 seconds before it turned into determination. If Zhu Zhuqing is gone, he can marry another Zhu family girl. It doesn't mean he can't perform the martial soul fusion skill, the Nether White Tiger. You must know, the Zhu family is dependent on his Dai family. With his status as Prince of Star Luo, Isn't it just a matter of saying what Zhu family girl he wants? Trouble with the poison Douluo, Your Excellency. Master Yu Xiaojing looked at Dugubo. No problem. Dugubo's gaze was indifferent as he raised his hand and waved, swiftly grabbing Dai Mubai by the collar, and in an instant they disappeared from the office. The Tiandou and Star Luo empires are positioned north and south respectively, with most of the territory in between divided by the Stardo forest, and the bordering territory is not extensive. Shrek Academy has already moved to Tiandou City, and to enter the Star Luo Empire from Tiandou City, one naturally has to head south. Outside Tiandou City, in a small grove to the south, Dugubo, holding Dai Mubai, moved at high speed, disappearing without a trace in just a matter of seconds. How about it? I told you, resources can be traded, see? Chen Yue held Zhu Zhuqing, watching the two distant figures leave, and said with a playful smile, "This Dai Mubai has sold you as a resource." Zhu Zhuqing bit her red lips lightly, not believing it at all, and coldly glared at Chen Yue. With the poisoned law invited over, this must be an urgent matter. Don't stir up trouble here. I can't possibly believe you. She now felt an overwhelming hatred towards Chen Yue, completely disbelieving his devilish words. It's okay. Chen Yue was not surprised by Zhu Zhuqing's reaction. A smile appeared on his face. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the Star Luo Empire believes it or not. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, looking back at him in confusion. Meeting her puzzled gaze, Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth, but the words that came out of his mouth sent chills down Zhu Zhuqing's spine. I only need the Star Luo Emperor and the Star Luo Empress, who comes from your Zhu family, to believe it. Zhu Zhuqing trembled all over, her eyes wide as she stared at him. Chen Yue leaned closer to her ear, his low laughter interrupting her words, saying, "Tell me, if this news doesn't reach the Star Luo Emperor, will he feel disgusted towards that Zhu family Star Luo Empress? Then, taking the opportunity to accuse your Zhu family of some fabricated crime." Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale. "No, that's impossible. They wouldn't do that. I think it's possible. How about we give it a try?" Zhu Zhuqing shivered in fear and quickly grabbed Chen Yue. "No, you can't do this." Chen Yue raised a finger, placing it over her slightly pale lips, shushing her, "Don't make a sound. If Dai Mubai sees this, you really want to be able to clear your name, even if you jumped into the Yellow River." Zhu Zhuqing trembled all over, not daring to make a sound. Although she didn't know what the Yellow River was, she understood the meaning of Chen Yue's words. If Dai Mubai really saw, once he returned, it would be a disaster for her Zhu family. Who is it? But just as she felt a little relieved, comforting herself that Dugubo and Dai Mubai had already left, suddenly a familiar cold voice made her tense up all over. "Hiss, are you trying to choke me to death?" As soon as Chen Yue finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing was so frightened that she quickly turned around and covered his mouth tightly with one hand. Outside, Dugubo sensed a ripple of soul power. And not just him, Dai Mubai felt it too. This wave of soul power fluctuations feels very familiar. Dai Mubai immediately followed the sound and soon stopped in front of the tree hole. "What's wrong?" Dugubo turned back to look at the halted Dai Mubai, frowning as he asked. "It's nothing." Dai Mubai glanced around and asked, "Senior Dugubo, do you sense anything?" "No." Dugubo carefully sensed for a moment, then shook his head. There seemed to be no aura inside, but it couldn't be ruled out that there might be items with concealed soul power fluctuations. On the Douluo continent, the so-called aura is generally soul power fluctuations, unless it's a divine servant like Poseidon or Qian Douluo, who can sense life aura within the inheritance grounds of the gods. Ordinary Title Douluo usually rely on soul power fluctuations or the aura of their martial souls, as well as the aura of their domains. In the original work, the King of Slaughter found Hu Laina and Tang sinned based on the aura of the God of Slaughter. Of course, Dugubo, as an ordinary Title Douluo, might be somewhat sensitive to poison's aura, but for everything else, he could only be considered at the ordinary Title Douluo level. Zhuqing, the leaves in front of the tree hole were pushed aside, and Dai Mubai's face suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Zhuqing, startling her and turning her face pale. Mubai, what are you doing here?" Dai Mubai looked curiously at the squatting Zhu Zhuqing, showing a puzzled expression. "Zhuqing, what are you doing?" "Mubai, you go out first. I'm in the toilet." Dai Mubai suddenly realized, nodded, then said, "All right, hurry up. I'll wait for you outside." Saying that, he put the leaves back down and his footsteps gradually faded away. "You let go of me." Chen Yue smiled playfully. "You want to go back with Dai Mubai, right?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at him coldly. "Isn't that obvious? Do you believe that if you dare to go back, the Zhu family will face a disaster?" "You speak well." Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale, but she immediately showed a cold smile. I admit, you are a Title Douluo with great strength, but let me tell you, the Star Luo Empire is not to be underestimated. As an outsider, you cannot compare to the importance of our Zhu family. Chen Yue revealed a strange smile, making Zhu Zhuqing feel uneasy. Is that so? Otherwise? Zhu Zhuqing felt Chen Yue's gaze, causing her hair to stand on end. But the chance to leave was right in front of her. How could she give it up? Also, I promised you about what happened just now. You can't go back on your word. Chen Yue smiled slightly, of course. I won't go back on my word. Zhu Zhuqing breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, her expression stiffened. But if you want to leave, that won't do. Zhu Zhuqing's eyelids twitched. What do you want to do? Nothing much. Chen Yue grinned, showing his white teeth. I recently opened a restaurant with some uniquely flavored dishes and excellent drinks. Once you taste them, you can leave. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. A restaurant? She thought for a moment. She was a bit hungry after her physical exertion recently. So, she nodded without hesitation. All right, it's a deal. Remembering in his past life, Chen Yue, who had just bought a new car, lived happily in the city. At this moment, with the city license plate, he truly felt a sense of belonging to this city. Before, he was just a drifting leaf, but now he had a car, a job. And how far was it from buying a house? However, in these days of cruising around, he quickly grew tired of it. Just as he was thinking about whether to find a partner to date and relieve his boredom, he suddenly encountered a black kitten that was unconscious by the roadside. As an animal lover, how could he let this kitten be bitten to death by wild dogs? So, Chen Yue carefully picked up the kitten using the protective cover of the new car's leather seat and placed it in the passenger seat, slowly driving back to the restaurant. As we all know, stray cats are often very dirty and carry a strong odor. So after bringing it home, Chen Yue first gave it a bath. However, to his surprise, it was not a black cat, but a purple British Shorthair. During the bath, it gradually woke up meowing. Here, eat this. Although it's leftover from last night, I didn't buy any ingredients today, only what's in stock. Chen Yue took out food from the fridge, heated it, and placed it in front of the kitten. Then he took out a bottle of milk from the fridge and poured it into a bowl. Eat slowly, there's milk too. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten seemed stunned. As a stray cat, it had never seen such a lavish meal. After a moment of daze, it quickly opened its mouth and bit down on the fragrant fried sausage, its face full of satisfaction. It glanced at the pure milk in the stone bowl, curious, and stuck out its tongue to stir it. Instantly, its eyes lit up, and it began to lick it eagerly, just like Tom the cat, drinking milk in Tom and Jerry. Eat slowly, eat slowly. No cat is competing with you, good girl. Seemingly satisfied with Chen Yue's service, the kitten did not show strong defenses and allowed him to pet it. Meanwhile, it happily enjoyed the fragrant fried sausage and took a sip of the sweetened pure milk, its eyes squinting with joy. Meow. Chen Yue looked at the cute kitten, a knowing smile appearing on his face. With nothing to do, he drove around. And when there was something to do, he played with the cat. Who could resist such a lovely little animal these days? Coming back to his senses, Chen Yue watched Zhu Zhuqing leave, a thoughtful smile on his face. Star Luo Empire. I will be there soon. Chapitre 21, Yuxiaogon, Erlong. Won't you invite me in for a seat? S. 9. 6 major revision of the text. Didn't see a third person? Outside the tree hole, Dugubo narrowed his eyes upon seeing Dai Mubai come out and asked lightly. This place was already quite a distance from Heavendo City. During this time, let alone a soul emperor like Zhu Zhuqing, even a soul sage wouldn't have such speed. Therefore, even though he didn't sense the soul power fluctuations of others, Dugubo still felt that Zhu Zhuqing definitely wasn't coming alone. The aura that even the poisoned Douluo didn't detect must be extraordinary. In response to Dugubo's words, Dai Mubai replied lightly. He didn't believe that Zhu Zhuqing's speed could match that of the poisoned Douluo. However, that being said, the fact that even the poisoned Douluo only made a judgment based on common sense, without detecting any abnormalities in reality, clearly indicated that that person's strength was above Dugubo's. If he rashly revealed this, it would likely lead to trouble for both him and Dugubo. Dugubo quickly realized this point, and his expression became somewhat surprised as he looked at Dai Mubai with a changed gaze. This kid, truly worthy of being Prince Xingluo, actually has such courage. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing walked out of the tree hole. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, a somewhat unnatural smile appeared on her face. Mubai, shall we go? Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's expression, his eyelids twitched, he gritted his teeth and whispered, let's go. Out of sight, out of mind. Soon. The three of them quickly left. However, a minute later, Dugubo's figure suddenly appeared outside the tree hole. He lifted the leaves to take a look, but found no trace of anyone, not even residual soul power fluctuations. Strange? Dugubo was somewhat puzzled. But the moment he entered the tree hole, he understood. However, they had only left for a minute, and he had been staring at this side. Yet he hadn't felt anyone passing by at all. How strange. After searching for a while, Dugabo still found nothing and ultimately gave up, turning to leave. At this moment, Chen Yue had already returned to the city of Tiandou, inside Shrek Academy's dormitory building. He had his hands behind his back, a playful smile on his face, looking up at the building, and with a meaningful glance back at the dean's office. Master Yu Xiaojing, right? Your theory of the top 10 martial souls really makes one benefit immensely. It's just like the expert opinions I heard in my previous life about renting out houses to make money, driving for extra income, and suggesting college students pay to work. I can't say it's entirely unrelated, but rather, it's exactly the same, right? I think since I've come this way, if I don't give you a surprise, it might be disrespectful to this trip of mine. A whole night of catering service really made my back ache. Moreover, I currently don't plan to provide this service to anyone else. Cooking is quite exhausting and requires a lot of energy and thought. So, I intend to just try to see what kind of attitude this famous master Yu Xiaojing has. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and stepped toward one of the rooms. Ever since Tang San and the other 7 monsters became champions of the Soul Master competition, it must be said that Shrek Academy has been built quite impressively, almost comparable to the style of the former Tiandou Royal Academy. Well, compared to the scale of the Tiandou Royal Academy from the last century, it still lacks a simulated training environment. Who? In a room, Lu Erlong, who had completely been stripped of her autonomy and had sold the Blue Tyrant Academy and its faculty to Flinder and Yu Xiaojing, became their experimental subject, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the knock on the door. Is it Xiaojing? There was no response from outside the door, but the knocking sound continued every few seconds. Lu Erlong hesitated for a moment but still opened the door. After all, she was a soul Douluo and wasn't worried about someone having ulterior motives. Who are you? She opened the door and saw a stranger's face, immediately frowning as she looked at Chen Yue. Who I am is not important. Chen Yue grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. What matters is that I know how to break through the limitations imposed by innate soul power. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong frowned, staring at Chen Yue as if looking at a fool. Without any evidence, who would believe such empty words? If it weren't for the deadly sense of threat that Chen Yue gave her, with her temper, she would have practically slammed the door in his face. However, Chen Yue was not angry. His smile only widened. At the same time, Lu Erlong's pupils suddenly constricted. In the earlier suspicion and idiotic gaze, she had transformed completely in that moment, from astonishment to shock, and finally to horror. 8 black and 1 red soul rings rose from beneath Chen Yue's feet. Whether it was the pitch-black 10,000-year black ring filled with pressure or the eerie red light of the 100,000-year soul ring, at that moment, they exerted an unprecedented pressure on Lu Erlong. Even the moment the soul rings were released, Lu Erlong, who had only 8 rings, felt as if every cell in her body was facing the pressure of a mountain. Her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move an inch. At this moment, only 4 words remained in her heart. This is impossible. This is not the river. How could someone have a black first spirit ring? Lu Erlong screamed frantically in her heart. In the next moment, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Her legs felt as heavy as lead. Even though her spirit power as a spirit Douluo was desperately resisting, it was still like an ant trying to shake a tree. She was forcefully crushed to her knees by this powerful spirit pressure. Cold sweat uncontrollably streamed down, quickly soaking her entire body. The pressure brought by this Title Douluo was something she simply could not withstand, especially since Chen Yue was not an ordinary Title Douluo. Although Chen Yue's spirit power was only at level 92, his true combat power could not be measured by this spirit power level. It is worth noting that when he previously killed the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, he was only at level 91. If it weren't for the Million-Year Spirit and the Million-Year Spirit ring granted by the system, he might not have even stepped into level 92. Chen Yue retracted his spirit ring and looked down at Lu Erlong, who was kneeling on the ground with a face full of fear, and playfully asked now, "Do you believe it? Predecessor, please." Lu Erlong had seen quite a few Title Douluos, including her uncle Yu Lomian and the Sword Douluo. However, no matter which Title Douluo she had encountered, none had ever given her such immense pressure when releasing their spirit rings. This gap is like when she faced her soul saint father, Alexander the Great, during her days as a great soul master. However, thinking of Chen Yue's previous words, Lu Erlong couldn't help but raise her head with a hopeful look. "Senior, are you saying that you have a way to lift the restriction on innate soul power?" She knew that Yu Xiaojing was limited to the 29th rank entirely because of the half-level innate soul power restriction. If the restriction could be broken, wouldn't that mean her great master could break through as well? Yes. Chen Yue smiled and nodded. Senior, can you tell me this method? Of course. Lu Erlong was immediately overjoyed, just about to express her gratitude, but Chen Yu's next words left her completely frozen. But if you want something from me, shouldn't you have an attitude for asking? Chen Yu's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the stiff-faced Lu Erlong. After all, how can there be a free lunch in this world? I'm not in a good mood right now. If you can make me feel better, maybe I'll tell you. Chen Yue was a little curious about what clever tricks this character, who was set up in the original work as a lovesick person, could come up with to make him happy. Just to be clear, I am a serious person and only do serious things. You. Lu Erlong's face turned pale as she took a few steps back. She thought Chen Yue was that kind of person, actually having such thoughts about her. By the way, don't use those little tricks. I'm not that interested in you, you know? Lu Erlong's expression slightly changed, but she also felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, the other party wasn't very interested in her. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know what to do. On one hand, she wanted to be with the famous master Yu Xiaojiang, and on the other hand, she wanted her famous master to have a dual cultivation experience with her. If the other party really wanted to force her, she felt she truly had no power to resist. But if she were to take drastic measures, wouldn't that mean her famous master would have to be a great soul master for the rest of his life? This won't do. If her famous master Yu Xiaojiang really can't shake off that waste title for a lifetime. Thinking of this, Lu Erlong's gaze suddenly became resolute. This opportunity only comes once, and it must not be missed. Shrek Academy, Dean's office. Flander rubbed his temples, glanced at the sky, and said, Xiao Gang, you should go back and rest now. There's probably nothing to do at this hour, and it's getting late. If you don't sleep soon, it will be dawn. The famous master Yu Xiao Gang still had that stiff zombie face and shook his head. Xiaosen went to the Stardow Forest. If there are no accidents, he should be back today. Xiaosen mentioned the estimated time when he left, and if he still hasn't returned. We will have to enter the Stardow Forest to look for him. Flander's expression turned serious upon hearing this. If it were some time ago, he might not have reacted this way. But now, with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family annihilated and the 7-treasure glazed tile school heavily damaged, even the reclusive Haotian school had been destroyed, and Tang San, being a disciple of the Haotian school, could very well be pursued by the Spirit Hall in the forest. Xiao Gang, you have a point. Flander nodded, but then he added, we need to rest first. If Xiao Sen hasn't returned by dawn, then we'll go into the forest to look for him. The renowned master Yu Xiaojiang thought for a moment and agreed, immediately nodding and turning back to his dormitory. Erlong, what is wrong? Due to the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang feeling guilty, he decided to maintain a platonic relationship with Lu Erlong, and the two actually rested in separate rooms. He had just opened his room door when he heard a sound from Lu Erlong's room next door, and he couldn't help but ask, Erlong, are you still not resting? Didn't I say you should rest first? Just as Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, Lu Erlong opened the door, poked her head out, and upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang, revealed a somewhat unnatural smile. Xiao Gang, you're back? Is everything all right at the academy? Her hair was wet, as if she had just taken a shower, making her look even more beautiful. For a moment, the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang was mesmerized, feeling a bit heated inside. Erlong, want you invite me in to sit for a while? Lu Erlong replied. Xiao Gang, I'm getting ready to rest. Let us talk tomorrow? In the past, if Yu Xiaojiang said this, Lu Erlong would surely be overjoyed and welcome him in. But now, upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's face turned pale as she shook her head repeatedly, refusing his invitation. Huh? Upon hearing this, the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang felt quite displeased. After all, he had finally mustered the courage to make such a request. His expression hardened, reverting to his previous zombie-like face. He opened his mouth, about to say something, when suddenly a voice came from behind. It was Flander's urgent voice. Xiao Gang, come quickly. Xiao San is back. Something has happened. Upon hearing those last 4 words, the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed drastically, and he ignored Lu Erlong, turning to run towards the source of Flander's voice. You must know, Tang San is the biggest experimental product he has had over the years. He has now pinned all his reputation on Tang San. Once he achieves the title of Douluo, he can brag about it for the rest of his life. In fact, he only needs to have a name at some academies to live a life of leisure and indulgence. But now, Flinder has told him that something has happened to Tang San. How can he still sit still? Who? Lu Erlong let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang leave, but before she could fully relax, her heart suddenly tightened. She heard Chen Yu's teasing voice coming from behind her. Very good. Your performance has improved my mood just a little bit. Now have a glass of water, and then just like this, go into Yu Xiaojiang's room. Lu Erlong's expression stiffened, and she pleaded, "Can we not go in like this right now? Can I go in and then tee it off, okay?" Chen Yue's gaze was playful, and he remained non-committal. "What do you think?" Lu Erlong dared not speak. She felt that the incredibly handsome man in front of her had a very strange personality, and she was afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would anger him and ruin everything. So, she gritted her silver teeth and decided to go all out for her famous master to break through his limits. She didn't even have a single thought of going to see Tang San, because in this female Tyrannosaurus's eyes, nothing in the world was as important as her famous master Yu Xiaojiang. In a way, this fire dragon was even harder to serve than the toy rabbit. Therefore, Chen Yue had no intention of serving her. As for the method, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Chen Yue's mouth. Disaster is caused by one surname. Cut to eternal governance. Chapter 22. Teddy 3. Cuts. Very good. The Spirit Hall has gained another method of death. Flander, what happened? In the dean's office, the famous master Yu Xiaojiang hurried over and saw Flander with a serious expression, immediately asking, "What happened to Xiao San?" This is his most successful test subject in so many years. There can't be any mistakes. Flander had a somewhat grim expression. He didn't know how to explain it to Yu Xiaojiang, so he could only say, "You come in and see for yourself." To be honest, after seeing Tang San's miserable state at that moment, Flander was completely dumbfounded. In his life, he had never seen anyone with 5 spider legs and a dog leg. At that moment, in the lounge of the dean's office, Tang San lay on the chair with a face full of despair. The handsome and suave appearance he had after awakening the blue silver emperor was gone, replaced by a bruised face like Lao Gao, covered in blood. And even his clothes were muddy. God knows how he managed to come out of the Tiandou forest. Tang San wanted to cry, but had no tears. Looking at his dog leg, he couldn't adapt at all. After falling dozens of times in the Tiandou forest, he was covered in mud. If it weren't for his clever use of the blue silver emperor to bind himself like a relay race, he would have thought he might have to be smashed into a pig's head to get out. As everyone knows, dogs run on all fours. And if this dog leg were on a person, to exert strength, one would have to run on all fours like a dog. If one were to walk, it wouldn't exert any force at all. This is also why Tang San kept falling like a dog eating shit. His feet couldn't exert any strength. "Teacher, boo-hoo-hoo." At this moment, Tang San saw the famous master Yu Xiaojiang, and it felt like seeing his own father who had just lost his mother. And he started to cry loudly, tightly hugging the latter, feeling all the grievances pouring into his mind, and he began to weep bitterly. "Xiao San, what kind of shape are you in?" The first thing the famous master Yu Xiaojing noticed was Tang San's 5 fingers, which were broken at the middle, with the original fingertips replaced by spider claws, black as a zombie's nails, clearly infused with potent toxins. Boo-hoo-hoo. When Tang San heard Yu Xiaojiang's words, he cried even harder, tears streaming uncontrollably. "No, I mean Xiao San. Didn't you go to find Xiao Wu?" Tang San, with a face full of grievances, wiped his tears, crying like a bullied little wife. I don't know what happened. I didn't find Xiao Wu. When I woke up, I just turned into this." "Teacher, you have seen so much. Can you tell me what exactly happened to me?" Tang San wiped his tears and then looked up at the somewhat awkward Yu Xiaojiang, filled with hope. "Is there any possibility for me to recover?" The famous master Yu Xiaojiang's expression was somewhat unnatural. This kind of outrageous thing was indeed the first time he had seen it. It truly left him at a loss. But, as a renowned master, known as the leader in the theoretical field, how could he say no in front of his proud experimental guinea pig, his proud disciple? Just like Tang San's first spirit ring, wasn't that a result of his theories? Now, the facts prove that his theory was correct, so even though he didn't know, he had a blind confidence that he could definitely speak correctly based on his theory. Thinking of this, Master Yu Xiaojiang stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Xiao San, your fingers should be a change brought by your previous external spirit bone. They are indeed the spider claws of the man-faced demon spider, and they come with toxins. Well, this way you have an additional surprise attack method. After all, not everyone would expect your fingers to mutate." At this point, Master Yu Xiaojiang paused. "However, your fingers need to be bandaged and hidden so that others won't see them. Otherwise, the unexpected effect will be greatly diminished, and the enemy will definitely be on guard." "Then, teacher, what's up with my dog leg?" Yu Xiaojiang, His mouth twitched slightly, while Flander on the side had already tightly covered his mouth, hurriedly crouching and running out. If he didn't run now, this four-eyed cat eagle principle might not be able to hold back after all. It was the first time he had heard someone refer to their own leg as a dog leg, even if it was the truth. Cough, cough, Master Yu Xiaojiang coughed, although he also wanted to laugh a bit. Because the reason Tang San kept falling was that the one relatively intact left leg had already been scraped raw in a large area, even bleeding from the knee, making him look somewhat unsteady while standing. Perhaps due to the muscle memory of this dog leg, Tang San involuntarily got on all fours like Luo Sanpao, raising his head to look at Yu Xiaojiang. This scene is truly amusing. Even he can't help but hold back a laugh. However, the famous master Yu Xiaojiang's zombie face over the years wasn't cultivated for nothing. He knows how small-minded this little white mouse can be. If he mocks him, this little white mouse might think he's being looked down upon and seek revenge in the future. Therefore, Yu Xiaojiang forced himself to suppress his smile and said with a serious expression, "I need to go back and check my books to understand your leg situation. If you had a beast martial soul, it must be due to a mutation of the beast martial soul, but both of you have weapon martial souls, and there are no related soul bones on you, so it doesn't seem like it's caused by the martial soul or soul bones." Tang San, aren't you just stating the obvious? If I had a beast martial soul, I would have known the reason long ago. Why would I need to come and ask you? Even though Yu Xiaojiang was holding back a laugh earlier, the twitching corner of his mouth seemed to silently mock Tang San, harshly impacting his young heart. He had successfully made a note of this in his mind against Master Yu Xiaojiang. But who told him to be in need of help now? Having to rely on others? For now, you should change into a pair of long pants and wrap it up for a look. Master Yu Xiaojiang didn't realize the little schemes in Tang San's heart. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "After all, looking like this isn't good for going out and meeting people." Tang San's right leg was cut off along with the pant leg when the sole bone was taken away. Now, it's not just about hiding this dog leg. As long as he's not crawling on all fours, anyone can clearly see this leg of his, and even that slightly shy in K of his. Hearing this idea from Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had already thought of this idea long ago. Okay, he was originally hoping that this famous master could give him some advice, but he never expected it to be this. But now, he still needed something from others and couldn't afford to fall out, so he could only reluctantly respond. "By the way, Xiao San, what exactly did you encounter in the Tiandou forest?" After the bandaging was done, as Yu Xiaojiang recalled the previous events, he couldn't help but ask, "Where's Xiao Wu?" Tang San, lying on the chair, furrowed his brows deeply and searched through his memories, but to his surprise, his mind was completely blank. He only remembered searching for a whole day and night in the Tiandou forest, but there was no trace of Xiao Wu. After that, it was as if his memory had been cut off by something, and he woke up in the life lake, which was located in the core area of the Tiandou forest, and saw himself in this state. "I don't know what exactly happened." Tang San sighed and shook his head. "I can't remember." He was very confused. When he entered the Tiandou forest, he clearly had only 5 spirit rings. But why did he come out with 6? More importantly, his 6th spirit ring should be at least 10,000 years old, yet appear to be white. And the more he looked at this white spirit ring, the more familiar it seemed to him. Tang San expressed his confusion. "All right." Master Yu Xiaojing noticed that Tang San genuinely couldn't remember, so he didn't press further. He nodded and said, "You should go rest first." Coincidentally, the dormitory I prepared for Mu Bai and the others is vacant now. You can stay there for one night. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback. The dormitory for Mu Bai and the others is empty? Where did they go? During the time when the 7-treasure glazed tile school was heavily damaged and the blue lightning tyrant dragon family was destroyed, Tang San had been in the Tiandou forest. Additionally, he had been delayed for several days due to his later actions, so he was completely unaware of the events concerning the Haoyin school. As for Tang Hao, now that Ayin was gone, Tang Hao naturally wouldn't return to the blue-silver forest. After absorbing the spirit bone, Tang Hao had already set off with his brother, Tang Xiao, to the Star Luo Empire to capture Tang Rongyao and exploit the Haoyin hammer to restore Tang Hao's martial soul. Indeed, the Haoyin school had a secret method to restore broken martial souls, but only the sect master was aware of it, aimed at preventing the martial souls of the direct lineage from being shattered and thus losing their status to others. Of course, Tang San was completely unaware of all this. "I've already sent the Poison Daw to escort Mu Bai back to the Star Luo Empire. They just set off a few hours ago." Tang San was even more puzzled. Why did Mu Bai just return to the academy, and now he's going to the Star Luo Empire again? Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly remembered that Tang San had just come out of the Tiandou forest and said with a heavy expression, "Because something major has happened in the Heavendou Empire." Something major? Tang San was startled, noticing the pain in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. "Teacher, could it be that the blue lightning tyrant dragon family has been exterminated?" It was likely that only the death of a parent could cause the renowned master to have such an expression. That's right. Master Yu Xiaojing said sadly. Not only has the blue lightning tyrant dragon family been wiped out, but the other two of the top 3 sects have also suffered heavy losses. What? At this moment, Tang San already knew he was a disciple of the Hao Yin school, the #1 hammer sect in the world, and he had even visited the Hao Yin school, but he never expected it to turn out like this. He had only been in the Stardo Forest for a few days. How could the concealed Hao Yin school have been destroyed? Was it done by the Spirit Hall? Yu Xiaojing nodded. In this world, only the Spirit Hall has the power to annihilate the top 3 sects, although there is currently no evidence. What does the Spirit Hall want? Tang San's eyes widened, revealing a fierce expression. Daring to harm the Hao Yin school, very well. The Spirit Hall has added another path to its own destruction. However, unknowingly, perhaps due to the genetic inertia from his previous actions, as he revealed a fierce expression, Tang San couldn't help but jump up from the chair, landing on all 4s, raising his head like a teddy bear, his eyes shining with fierce determination. Tang San, Master Yu Xiaojing said. On the roof of the dean's office, Chen Yue covered his mouth, nearly bursting out in laughter, as he looked with great interest at the various expressions of the mother-in-law duo beside him. What do you think? If this scene spreads across the continent, will Tang San completely explode in popularity and become the new generation of spirit master stars? Upon hearing this, Yin, who had shown a hint of emotion upon seeing her son for the first time, immediately stiffened her face. No, you. Please don't do this. I beg you, let me do anything, just don't. Don't let him be exposed like this. Xiao Wu, the soft-bone rabbit, had completely given up her bottom line. She realized that there was only one chance for this kind of thing, and she now understood Chen Yu's power. Even De Ming and Air Ming were not his opponents. She had no way out and could only plead desperately. She couldn't imagine the kind of blow her proud San would suffer if this were exposed. She might even fall into despair. If her beloved San were dead, what meaning would her life have? All the humiliation she had suffered before would be in vain. I beg you, please, don't hurt my son. If you have any grievances, just come at me. Chen Yu's eyes were playful as he pressed a hand on Xiao Wu's head, looking at Yin with a half-smile. Yin immediately felt a tremor in her heart and hurriedly spoke up. She knew how bottomless this demon was. If an ordinary person were this reckless, they would have died 1,000 times by now. However, Chen Yue was different from those ordinary people. She was very aware that his strength was unfathomable. She knew that Tang Hao's martial soul had been completely crippled. If she hadn't ultimately gone to plead with Chen Yue alongside Tang Yuehua, her beloved Hao would surely have already descended into hell. That's right, there's a bit of progress, Chen Yue said, ruffling the hair of the mother-in-law duo with a smile, leisurely resting his head on the roof. With his heavenly king God Tower covering the 3 of them, they didn't have to worry about anyone in Shrek Academy, not even Title Douluo, noticing anything. Next, Tang San should be heading towards recovering the 4 single attribute families, right? This segment isn't useful to me. I should go check on the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If there's nothing there, then I'll head to the Star Luo Empire to pet some cats. Chapter 23. Flinder, Xiaojing, wake up. What are you going to do? There's one more chapter. Fellow book friends, don't neglect the book. I've come to give you a surprise update on 520. The current data is making even the dogs shake their heads. However, how can I not give this master and disciple duo a surprise before I leave to justify my visit to Shrek Academy? Chen Yue wore a meaningful smile on his face. Inside the room, Xiao San. Yu Xiaojing saw Tang San on all 4s and twitched his mouth. He then said seriously, it's getting late. You should rest first. If there's anything, we can discuss it together when Sect Master Ning and the others arrive tomorrow. Tang San nodded slightly, standing up with a somewhat unnatural expression. As he took a step forward, his dog legs stumbled and he lost his balance, instinctively using his hands to brace against the ground. His head then collided with Yu Xiaojing's body with a loud thud. It is well known that when a person is on all 4s, their head is aligned with the horizontal plane, and this kneeling and head-butting completely knocked Yu Xiaojing off balance. Yu Xiaojing, hiss. Yu Xiaojing's face changed visibly, turning from a zombie-like pallor to a deep red, and he couldn't help but show signs of pain. His hands instinctively shielded Kuan as he jumped up, yelping like a jumping zombie, bouncing out of the dean's office. Tang San thought, that damn dog leg. He glared fiercely at his own leg, wishing at that moment to chop it off. But the pure and handsome him didn't want to become disabled. He thought to himself that he would find a way to restore his legs sooner or later. With resentment, Tang San slowly crawled out of the office. As he just stepped outside, he saw the bouncing Yu Xiaojing, as if he had received some kind of boost, leap up and crash his head against the roof tiles with a loud bang, then fell to the ground with a thud, knocked out cold, blood streaming from his head. Tang-san, this definitely has nothing to do with me. Tang-san's mouth twitched, while Flander, who was watching the show, was also dumbfounded and hurriedly carried Yu Xiaojing to find a healing spirit master. Fortunately, at this moment, Shrek Academy's reputation was great, and they had accepted quite a few healing spirit masters. Otherwise, Master Yu Xiaojing's head might not have been saved. Thinking of this, Tang-san looked around and, taking advantage of the night when no one was around, he crawled on all fours and quickly used his spider lance to climb away from the office. What sound is that? Why do I feel like there's a soul beast crawling? Are you having a nightmare? We are in the academy. How could we hear the sound of a soul beast crawling? When he passed by the academy dormitory, he heard a student's voice from inside the room, and his mouth twitched. He hurriedly quickened his pace and scurried away, returning to his dormitory. It is well known that Flander exudes a stingy vibe, given his personality. He definitely wouldn't provide the 7 monsters with fully equipped dormitory rooms. Thus, when Tang-san arrived at the academy dormitory and saw the 4 temporary rooms Flander had built for the 7 monsters, he fell into deep thought. Forget it. Just pick one. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, except for Ma Hongjun, the rest are paired up, so it's no wonder Flander would think this way. Of course, if it weren't for the 7 monsters, he might have just built 2 large dormitory rooms, one for boys and one for girls. Tang-san noticed that the darkness behind him seemed to have attracted the attention of several students, who were now coming this way. He immediately didn't dare to hesitate any longer, fearing he would be socially dead. So he randomly chose a room and closed the door with a bang as he entered. Wet. The first feeling Tang-san had upon entering was that the air was too humid, like a room that had been soaked by a downpour, all damp and clammy. Strange? Tang-san felt puzzled. How could this room be like this? He remembered that when he was in the Tiandou Forest, the room was as normal as ever. How could it be so damp in just a few days? Forget it. It doesn't matter. I'll take a shower and sleep. To be honest, the journey in the Tiandou Forest these past few days had made Tang-san feel extremely tired, and he didn't think too much about it anymore as he walked into the bathroom. Just as he stepped into the bathroom, Chen Yue, and Xiao Wu appeared on the new bed. I'm feeling a bit off right now. You all know that when I'm in a bad mood, I want to hit someone. I just don't know if Tang-san can take a beating. Chen Yue lay on the bed like a master, squinting his eyes and looking at the mother-daughter duo in front of him, revealing a smile. But what he said changed the expressions of the 2 women. No, please. I beg you, don't lay a hand on my San. He is innocent. If you have any grievances, just come at me. Xiao Wu was now completely bewildered. She didn't know what Yu she had being kept by Chen Yue. Every inch of her was already under Chen Yu's control, and she felt that she was getting more and more used to this kind of thing, right? No, it's definitely not getting used to. She was just trying to protect her San from getting hurt. There is absolutely no other reason. What exactly do you want to do? Compared to Xiao Wu, whose bottom line had gradually been dragged down to the 18th layer of hell, Yin appeared to be quite reserved. She glared at Chen Yue in front of her, saying, "Is it fun to humiliate us like this?" "Not fun." Chen Yue shrugged, seemingly preparing to get up. Torturing Tang-san was a bit interesting. This time, let us take him down. Switching to a dog should be nice too. Seeing Chen Yu's apparent intention to get up, Xiao Wu, who witnessed Tang-san being turned into a dogleg, was immediately scared pale and hurriedly leaned in, saying, "No, please, I beg you, don't treat my Sam like that." Woo. At this moment, she felt a bit dissatisfied with Yin. If her Sam really ended up like this, would she have to become a spiritual couple, like Lu Erlong? Yin, facing Xiao Wu's dissatisfied gaze, was somewhat at a loss for words. Looking at the already lowered head of Xiao Wu, she also unwillingly suppressed the shame in her heart and quietly lowered her head. For her little San, she would endure it. The dean has been as stingy as ever all these years. After a whole hour, Tang-san finally finished a shower and looked speechlessly at the faucet that dripped like water droplets. Unable to help but complain as he shook his head and left the bathroom, lying down on the bed. Is there a leak? As soon as he lay down, he felt a chill. Turning over, he found that the bed was soaked by rainwater and had not dried. Why is the dean so stingy? At this moment, Tang-san was even more dissatisfied. This Flander is stingy with other students. But he actually uses this leaky and dilapidated building to deal with the Shrek 7 monsters who have returned in glory. Tang-san couldn't help but curse under his breath. But just as he got up, he instinctively glanced at his dog legs, and then thought about how he had been on all fours in the Tiandou Forest these past few days, as well as the scene in the office earlier. Tang-san thought, forget it, I just finished taking a shower. If I get dirty, I'll have to wash again when I come back. It's just one night. I can manage it. With this thought in mind, Tang Xin slowly entered the realm of dreams. In his dream, he saw the girl he had been longing for. Xiao Wu. After 5 years apart, Xiao Wu had become even more enchanting in his eyes, especially with her shy expression, which completely captivated the pure-hearted Tang San. Xiao Wu, it's been 5 years. How have you been? I miss you so much. Upon hearing Tang San's murmurs in his sleep, Xiao Wu's expression suddenly changed, and her face turned even redder at a visible speed, as if Tang San's hand in his dream had accidentally brushed against her. Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, are you giving your three a little response?" Chen Yue said with a playful smile. Or perhaps, giving your three a little something to eat? Xiao Wu, during this period, the education was very successful. This toy rabbit has already recognized the situation and has become exceptionally obedient. Even now, if asked to invite the pure and virtuous Tang San to eat some Oreos on the spot, it probably wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, is this a small matter? Soon, the sky began to brighten. Flander, looking tired, carried the already healed Yu Xiaojing back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the room, he sensed a damp smell, causing him to frown and curse. Damn it! How dare the construction team in Heaven-Do City be so corrupt? They are cutting corners too? Just a couple of days ago, there was a heavy rain, and now the room feels completely damp. Flander, not being a fool, instantly thought of the group of construction workers he hired, definitely skimming off the top and pocketing his four-eyed cat eagle's gold soul coins. No, he must confront them tomorrow. Flander thought bitterly, suddenly frowning. Wait, why does it smell a bit like Erlong? Just as he was feeling puzzled, he heard Yu Xiaojing mumbling in his sleep. Erlong, Erlong, I miss you. Thud. Flander pressed to the ground. No, why are you thinking about Erlong and pressing me to the ground? Hey, Xiaojing, wake up. I'm not Erlong. What do you want to do? Flander was cursing and about to shake off Yu Xiaojing, but for some reason, his soul power couldn't be activated at that moment. Then he was horrified to see Yu Xiaojing's face revealing a look of excitement, making him scared out of his wits. What the hell are you doing? Get away. Erlong, I miss you so much. Can we have a child? Just considered adding more bloodlines to our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Okay, Flander? No, you should go find Erlong for a child. Why come to me? Don't come over. Chapter 24. Qian Renxue, porcupine fish, snake spear. What the hell? There's a hook. 520 extra update S. The authors sacrifice today S once a year, 520, to provide extra updates for the readers. Where are your tickets? Your expressions. Oh, Secmaster. We haven't seen any trace of Madam. Not even how they left. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji, along with Bon Douluo Gurong, has returned to the sect for some time. They searched the entire sect, almost digging 3 feet into the ground, but still found nothing, not even knowing how Madam Ning Sheng Wanwan left. This news instantly darkened Ning Fengji's expression. Master, I'm afraid this is the doing of the Wuhuan Temple. The Bon Douluo Gurong's face was serious. Only the Wuhuan Temple has the ability to infiltrate our sect silently. They are probably targeting us. Uncle Gu, you are right. Ning Fengji nodded slowly, but his gloomy expression gradually gave way to shrewdness. However, I must say, the Wuhuan Temple is making a terrible move. Bon Douluo, do you want to hear what you just said? Your wife has been kidnapped, and yet you show such an expression? Noticing the strange look on Bon Douluo's face, Ning Fengji's mouth twitched. Uncle Gu, you just can't understand this. Bon Douluo nodded. Indeed, he couldn't comprehend it, but he was greatly shocked. Although we haven't found concrete evidence, we don't need it given the current situation. Wisdom shone in Ning Fengji's eyes. The Wuhuan Temple's public annihilation of the Haoyan sect has shaken the entire continent. The status of the 2 great empires has been seriously threatened, and they will undoubtedly impose sanctions on the Wuhuan Temple. Even though there is currently no evidence of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family's extermination, everyone is not foolish and naturally knows that the matters concerning the upper 3 sects are definitely the doing of the Wuhuan Temple. Not long ago, the Wuhuan Temple even issued a notice to the Star Luo Empire, demanding they hand over the remnants of the Haoyan sect, Tang Rongyao, within 3 days. Bon Douluo nodded. That's right. He also knew about this matter. However, upon hearing Ning Fengji's next words, Bon Douluo's hair stood on end. But Uncle Bon, do you think a mere disciple of the Haoyan sect, even if released, poses any threat to the Spirit Hall? Bon Douluo's expression changed dramatically. Are you saying they're feigning an attack on the Haoyan sect's remnants, while actually using this opportunity to destroy the Star Luo Empire? If that were truly the case, then the intentions of the Spirit Hall would be completely clear. You must understand, if the Star Luo Empire were to fall, only the Heaven-Do Empire would remain. However, Looking at the entire Heavendo Empire up until now, there are only he, Gu Rong, Chen Yue, and Du Gu Bo. And if we count Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, there are only 5 Title Douluo in total. Based on the actions of the Spirit Hall in annihilating the Haotian sect, it is feared that the Spirit Hall has mobilized over a dozen Title Douluo and even 2 Super Douluo at level 96. If they really succeed in destroying the Star Luo Empire, then this continent will completely fall under the control of the Spirit Hall. The key point is that the Spirit Hall is acting under the guise of righteousness, and many soul masters stand on their side. The more Ning Fengzhi thought about it, the more anxious he became, pacing back and forth. After a moment, he asked, "Has Uncle Jin not returned yet?" "No," Bon Douluo Gurong replied, his face full of seriousness. As an old rival, he knew the strength of Sword Douluo Chen Yue, who was at the peak of level 97. Of course, now that Chen Yue has lost an arm, his strength has greatly diminished, but with his martial soul, the 7-killing sword, he might still not be an opponent for an average level 98. Throughout the entire Douluo continent, as far as Bon Do Gurong knew, the only Super Douluo who could possess level 98 soul power, aside from the high-ranking offerings of the Spirit Hall, will be the current Pope Bibi Dong. However, what Bon Do Gurong did not know was that there was still a terrifying level 98 peak golden crocodile, Douluo, hidden in the offering hall. And Chen Yue was already struggling in his hands. If Sword Douluo Chen Yue's arm had not been severed, and if he had Ning Fengzhi's support, perhaps he could have fought against this level 98 peak golden crocodile, Douluo. But now, Chen Yue's strength has significantly decreased, and without Ning Fengzhi's assistance, coupled with the fact that the golden crocodile Douluo has murderous intent, it is uncertain whether he can return safely. The golden crocodile Douluo's thoughts are simple. Since this Sword Douluo Chen Yue has directly guessed their whereabouts, there might be some changes regarding the young master in the Tiandou Palace. Therefore, even if it means getting injured or seriously wounded, he must take down this Sword Douluo Chen Yue. Otherwise, if the young master were to encounter an accident, he fears the entire offering hall would go mad, and even the hidden high-ranking offering, Qian Douluo, might go berserk. Thus, Ning Fengzhi and Bon Douluo are destined not to wait for Sword Douluo Chen Yue's return. Soon, a disciple of the 7-treasure glazed tile school hurried over, whispering a few words in a Bon Douluo Gurong's ear. Gurong's expression darkened like a changing face in a Sichuan opera. "Gushu, what happened?" Ning Fengzhi glanced at the departing disciple and frowned, asking, "Sectmaster, something has happened." Bon Douluo Gurong's expression was somewhat grim. "Several of our disciples studying at the Moon Pavilion have gone missing." "What? The Moon Pavilion?" Being the gathering place for nearly all noble disciples in Heavendo City, naturally had a certain quota for the 7-treasure glazed tile school to send disciples to study there. This matter has always been the responsibility of Sword Douluo Chenshin, but Bon Douluo Gurong sent someone to monitor the movements of the Moonlight Pavilion. Of course, the people sent may not be able to enter the Moonlight Pavilion, but it shouldn't be a problem for them to stay outside and keep track of some developments. But now, the people he sent to observe have discovered that the disciples of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school inside the Moonlight Pavilion have not appeared on time for a long time. The group of disciples responsible for observation initially thought that some activities of the Moon Pavilion had taken them out. However, as time went by and the Moon Pavilion remained silent, some of the disciples became restless and went to investigate. However, this investigation led to a major problem. They went missing. The Soul Sage disciple who went to investigate the Moon Pavilion has gone missing. It's a true disappearance, like evaporating into thin air. How could this happen? Ning Fengzhi was immediately stunned. Could it be that something went wrong on the Haotian sect side? As one of the top 3 sects, Ning Fengzhi had some connections with the Yuanjin and Tang Xiao. Moreover, since Ning Fengzhi had met Tang Xiao before, upon seeing Tang Yue and noticing the resemblance between the two, he had some suspicions in his heart. However, there was no need to verify this matter, so he didn't investigate further, just keeping an eye out. Now that he thinks back on it, the Haotian sect was destroyed, and the Moon Pavilion encountered trouble. The events that occurred are completely out of order according to what Gu Rong said. In other words, before the destruction of the Haotian sect, the Yuexian Pavilion had already encountered trouble. It's Shueqinghe. Almost at the same moment, Ning Fengzhi and Gu Rong thought of the most critical figure. He couldn't hold back anymore. He was going to usurp power. This Shueqinghe actually crazily contacted the Spirit Hall. ISNT, this courting death? The two were like sitting on pins and needles, unable to calm down any longer. If the Sword Douluo Chen Yue were here, The three of them would definitely go directly to the Imperial Palace without saying a word. But now that Sordal, Chen Yue and T returned, if they rashly went there, they would probably be caught like fish in a barrel. Just then, a disciple hurried over. Sect Master, this is your letter. This person said it was a letter from an old friend and then left. The guarding disciple didn't even know when this person appeared and didn't see how he left. Upon hearing this, both Gu Rong and Ning Fengji were taken aback. Exchanging a glance, Ning Fengji then took the letter. You can leave now? Yes. After the disciple left, Ning Fengji looked at the wax-sealed letter in his hand, frowning slightly. An old friend's letter? He went through his mind, but couldn't think of who the old friend was. He glanced at Bon Deluo Gu Rong, who shrugged and spread his hands. Sect Master, I don't have any old friends either. Since he couldn't figure out, he might as well just open the letter. Ning Fengji slowly opened the letter, and upon seeing the handwriting on it, he instantly understood who this old friend was. At this moment, Chen Yue had already returned to the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Originally, he was supposed to go to the Star Luo Empire. But just as he was about to set off, they came to find him, saying that Qian Jun wanted to seek his help, but didn't specify what it was about. Immediately, Chen Yue hurried over, also taking care of a certain slightly resentful and hungry little bird. Thank you for your assistance. Qian Jun solemnly bowed to Chen Yue, his face serious. Meeting the puzzled gaze of Qian Renxue, he didn't explain, but instead released his martial soul. Red. The first blooming strange red light instantly stunned Qian Renxue, and the nearby almost popped its eyes out, exclaiming, "What the heck? There's a cheat. This damn first soul ring is actually 100,000 years old. Isn't that a cheat? Thank you." Although the demon slayer Douluo still has some prejudice against Chen Yue, he is already over 2 cycles of life, not some rabbit filled with romantic nonsense. In the face of such significant matters, he naturally sees things clearly. However, he feels a bit aggrieved. Is it a bit of disdain that they only give it to his brother and not to him? After absorbing the soul ring, it's just right. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. I have a secret place with good feng shui. Do you want to go take a look? The little mice that have come to us should play their role now. Chapter 25. What the heck, can we really hear this? Feng Shui Treasure Land? Secret Realm? Qianjun Jiangma was momentarily taken aback by these words. The two brothers exchanged glances, both seeing the clarity in each other's eyes that ran deep. They had truly never heard of any secret realm before in their lives. It's not their fault. During a fighting period, there aren't any secret realms. There's only the Rakshasa secret realm, plus the sea god secret realm, and at most, one angel secret realm. But these 3 places are all about inheriting divine positions. It's understandable that they haven't heard of the 1,000-gene demon subduing. As for the situation inside the secret realm, I haven't been there, so I'm not very clear about it. Facing the innocent clarity in the eyes of the 5, Chen Yue smiled and said, anyway, once you go in, just remember one thing. Aside from your teammates, everyone else you see is an enemy. Previously, in the Heavenly Source secret realm rewarded by the system, there was a small world filled with vine demons. But Chen Yue didn't know the strength of these vine demons since he hadn't been inside. After all, with his Pango Axe's bug power, as long as they weren't unmatched Douluos, it would probably be a matter of equality among all beings. He also hadn't fought much, so his experience was not rich, and he couldn't judge the strength of those vine demons. So, after careful consideration, he decided not to go in himself, nor did he let Qian Renxue enter. And he definitely didn't send the 2 rookies, the porcupine snake spear, in either. After thinking it over, it seemed that the 1,000-gene demon subduing was more suitable. Just right. Let the 1,000-gene demon subduing clear a vacuum area in the Heavenly Source secret realm, and then he could put the toys he collected inside. Once they were born, they could come out, and the 1,000-gene demon subduing brothers could take care of the unexpected arrivals. Perfect. Chen Yue couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his own idea. In Douluo continent, if a day in the Heavenly Source secret realm equals 10 days, then after 10 months of pregnancy, staying in the Heavenly Source secret realm for over 300 days would only mean more than 30 days had passed in Douluo continent. Right? At this moment, after hearing Chen Yue's words, the pure clarity in the eyes of the 1,000-gene demon subduing became even more pronounced. Everyone they see is an enemy? Upon hearing this, the demon slayer Douluo became even more curious. The demon slayer Douluo couldn't help but ask, so, does that mean we need to go in and seize the treasure? Yes and no. Chen Yue smiled slightly and then asked, if you develop within, you might also have the chance to have a soul ring configuration like your brother. The demon slayer Douluo, who originally felt a bit of danger, was instantly captivated by these words. Wow, such a secret realm. Wouldn't it be a waste to have lived all these years without going there? The thousand Qian Douluo glanced at his eager little brother, his mouth twitching slightly, but he didn't object. Instead, he said, since there is such a secret realm, it wouldn't hurt for the two of us brothers to go and test it out. After seeing both of them nodding, Chen Yue's smile grew even broader. These two little guinea pigs were quite obedient. No wonder he had used a soul fragment stone and gifted 100,000-year soul ring. You will thank me when you come out. Chen Yue smiled slightly and waved his sleeve, and suddenly a black vortex surged out from the door, resembling a black hole. It was bottomless, and even the slightest touch of mental power seemed to plunge deep into a quagmire, being forcefully crushed and severed. Brother? The one emanating the spiritual force, seemingly testing the waters, is naturally the demon slayer Douluo. He noticed that after losing contact with that segment of spiritual force, his expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but glance at the Tiandou Douluo. Let's go. Compared to this kid, the elder brother, Tiandou Douluo, was clearly more composed and calm. Regarding the shattering of this spiritual force, he found it quite normal. Since it was said to be a secret realm, it was naturally beyond their current ability to probe, and they probably wouldn't know until they entered. Moreover, if Chen Yue wanted to harm the two brothers, there was no need for him to provide a mysterious crystal that could shatter soul rings, along with the heavy price of a 100,000-year soul ring. Of course, rather than saying Tiandou Douluo believed in Chen Yue, it would be more accurate to say he trusted Qian Renxue a bit more. After all, Qian Renxue grew up in the Hall of Offerings before going into hiding, and to those of them in the hall, Qian Renxue was like a beloved granddaughter. Now, this Chen Yue was the man recognized by Qian Renxue, and since he had a share of the credit for taking control of the palace, it was only natural that he didn't feel there was any need for Chen Yue to harm them. With this thought, Tiandou Douluo no longer hesitated, grabbing hold of the demon slayer Douluo, and they quickly entered the black hole. Chen Yue waved his sleeve again, and the black hole instantly disappeared from that door. If not for the fact that Tianjun and Demon Slayer were already gone, Qian Renxue would even have doubted whether the black hole had ever appeared at all. Senior, do you have any instructions? Not only was Qian Renxue stunned, but even the Title Douluo friends, the porcupine and the serpent spear, were also dumbfounded at this moment. 1. No. 2. Living people just entered that secret realm? They felt as if the moment Tianjun and Demon Slayer entered, the two of them suddenly evaporated. Their presence vanished in an instant. No matter how hard they tried to sense it, they couldn't detect anything. At this moment, the perceptive serpent spear noticed Chen Yue's gaze landing on their duo, and immediately spoke respectfully. The battle between the golden crocodile Douluo and the sword Douluo is about to conclude. You should go and send Chen Renxue off. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yue finally spoke. If he guessed correctly, the previous incidents of him abducting Ning Rongrong and taking away Madame Shangwanwan, Ning Fengji's wife, had already been discovered by Ning Fengji, who must have returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to take control of the situation. Chen Renxue chasing after him for abducting Ning Rongrong would definitely run into the golden crocodile Douluo, and there would be no chance for him to return and report back. As this was a duel between two peak Douluos, and aTitle Douluo wouldn't dare to interfere. As for the remaining two from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji, they probably wouldn't easily leave the school without receiving news of Chen Renxue's return. But if another incident occurred, Chen Yue calculated and smiled slightly, adding, after sending Chen Renxue on his way, remember to bring the golden crocodile Douluo directly here to the palace. Understood? Yes. Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, the porcupine and serpent spear exchanged glances. Though greatly puzzled, they still responded in unison and quickly turned to leave. Now, the battle between Chen Renxue and the golden crocodile Douluo had entered its later stages. With Chen Renxue's one-armed strength, he probably wouldn't be able to severely injure the golden crocodile Douluo, but he might be able to inflict some damage. Perhaps a self-inflicted wound of 1,000 while taking down 300. After all, it was still the 7-kill sword martial soul. Unfortunately, without Ning Fengji's assistance, otherwise, perhaps the golden crocodile Douluo might have been killed in retaliation, though such a scenario was impossible. After watching the porcupine and serpent spear leave, Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask, what do you want the two offerings to come to the palace for? To give him a surprise. Chen Yue smiled slightly, flipping his left hand, revealing Tang Yuehua, who had been imprisoned in the Heavenly King Tower. She looked around in confusion, and her gaze finally settled on Chen Yue. What do you want to do? She didn't understand why this demon kept her alive, now that Tang Tian had fallen into this demon's hands, and her brother Ahao had his martial soul crippled, At this moment, she couldn't see any value in her life for this demon. Nothing, just simply annoyed, wanted to take a breather. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. Tang Yuehua silently glanced at the curious Qian Renxue, and then, under her wide-eyed gaze, she quietly knelt down, looking at the Tang Yuehua from the past, filled with elegance and nobility in the Moon Pavilion, now turned into such a state. Qian Renxue almost couldn't believe her eyes. I must be dreaming. Regarding Qian Renxue's murmurs, Chen Yue didn't pay attention. He smiled and rubbed Tang Yuehua's head with one hand, saying meaningfully, "The night is still long. There are quite a few things to deal with tonight." At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji received a wax-sealed letter and saw the 4 characters on it. Old friend visits. Instantly, he understood who had written this letter. Who could it be? Just then, Gu Rong suddenly raised his head, his gaze icy, and quietly said, "Old friend visits." There were 2 visitors, both cloaked, shrouded entirely within. The aura of the leading person made Gu Rong feel a strong sense of threat, as if facing a formidable enemy. "Super Douluo, Master Tang, it's been a while." In contrast to Gu Rong's vigilance, Ning Fengji smiled and stood up, greeting him with a smile. This statement also made Gu Rong pause slightly. "Tang Zongzhu? Is this Tang Xiao? You are the sect master of Haotian's sect. Tang Xiao?" Gu Rong's eyes were filled with surprise. He did not expect that the Haotian sect, which had been reclusive and isolated from the world, would have a sect master who had reached the level of Super Douluo. The 2 cloaked figures lifted their hoods, revealing their faces, which were indeed Tang Xiao and his brother Tang Hao. "Ning Zongzhu." Tang Xiao nodded slightly and pointed to his brother Tang Hao behind him. "This is my brother, Haotian Douluo. I believe Ning Zongzhu has heard of him. Haotian Douluo, I have long admired your name." Ning Fengji smiled slightly. He had heard of Haotian Douluo due to his collaboration with Tang San on hidden weapons, but he had never met this person before. Now that they met, how should he put it? It was better not to meet, as he was somewhat disappointed. Tang Hao still looked like he did back in St. Sol village. His hair a messy nest, and his tattered clothing resembling that of a beggar. He really gave off the feeling of a rich protagonist dressed in shabby clothes in a high-end place. "May I ask what brings you 2 here?" After some pleasantries, Ning Fengji asked, his expression showing confusion. The envelope did not specify the matter, only stating old friends visiting, which made him recognize it was Tang Xiao's handwriting. "There is indeed something." Tang Xiao nodded slightly and then looked at Tang Hao. "Let my brother explain it to Ning Zongzhu." Ning Fengji nodded and looked at Tang Hao, who met their gazes and spoke astonishingly. "The Tiandou Palace has already been taken over by the Wuhuan Temple." "What?" Ning Fengji suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open. While the Bon Doa Gu Rong shouted, "Tang Hao, you can mess around with food, but you can't speak carelessly. The Wuhuan Temple people appearing in the Tiandou Palace? Are you implying that the Crown Prince has colluded with the Wuhuan Temple?" It should be noted that Ning Fengji was still the Crown Prince's mentor, belonging to the Crown Prince's faction. This slander could tarnish the reputation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Don't rush to refute," Tang Hao said in a deep voice. "Haven't you been unable to contact the disciples at Moon Pavilion?" "I also went to Moon Pavilion, but I encountered 3 Title Douluo there." Upon hearing this, both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong's expressions changed dramatically. 3 Title Douluo? It should be noted that there were no Title Douluo belonging to the entire Tiandou imperial family. There was only one Dugabo who was merely a nominal guest elder at the Tiandou Empire, helping with some minor issues, but completely unreliable in times of great trouble. Yet now, 3 appeared at once. The 3 Title Douluo Tang Hao mentioned were indeed the Cuttlefish, Serpent Spear, and Chen Yue. "That's right." Tang Xiao nodded. "When I went there, I also discovered that there were 2 Super Douluos present, both at level 96, working together perfectly. Even I, at the pinnacle of level 96, was suppressed by them. At that time, Qianjun Jiangma was only at the mid to late stage of level 96, but when working together, even a level 97 Title Douluo could fight. Therefore, Tang Xiao, who was only at the pinnacle of level 96 and was injured, could not escape at all. If not for Tang Hao using charm to lure that old mother turtle to her death in exchange, Tang Xiao might have died there. Upon hearing this shocking news, Ning Fengji was immediately alarmed. He never expected that the seemingly calm Tiandou Palace had undergone such a significant change. He had not anticipated that the situation was so severe. "It's urgent. What exactly does the Spirit Hall want to do?" After wiping out the 3 major sects, they still dare to covet the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Are they not afraid of losing the faith of the Spirit Master world and becoming a rat that everyone hates? "What do you plan to do?" After a long silence, Ning Fengji finally let out a long breath, looked up at the Tang brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, and asked in a deep voice. Just as Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were about to speak, suddenly, a hurried footsteps interrupted them, and a blood-covered disciple of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school stumbled in, exclaiming, Sect Master, it's bad. What happened? Seeing this disciple, Gu Rong's heart skipped a beat because he recognized him as the one he personally sent to investigate the soul sage outside the Moon Pavilion. But at this moment, this soul sage was on the verge of death, gasping for breath. Sect Master, we heard the lady's indescribable voice outside the Moon Pavilion. Ning Fengji, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, Bon Douluo. Damn, is this something we can hear? Chapter 26 Chen Yue. Which man can withstand such a test? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Ning Fengji, their eyes fixed on him as if he had a shining crown on his head, making it impossible to look away. Impossible. Ning Fengji turned pale, suddenly standing up and shouting, This is absolutely impossible. My feelings for the lady are sincere and steadfast. She would never do such a thing. But the disciple has been in the sect for so many years and confirmed that was indeed the lady's voice. Ning Fengji, let's go to the Tiandou Imperial Palace. I want to see who is so bold. This is intolerable. Ning Fengji could no longer hold back. After all, this concerns the reputation of a sect master of one of the three major sections. He must clarify this matter. Seeing Ning Fengji angrily leaving with Gu Rong, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao exchanged glances and ultimately decided to follow. After all, their purpose for coming here was to rescue Tang Yue and aTitle from the Tiandou Imperial Palace, right? The group rushed into the Tiandou Imperial Palace, and strangely, there was no one guarding the large door, allowing them to enter the Moon Pavilion without obstruction. Why is no one here? Ning Fengji looked around in confusion. Three Title Douluos forming a protective triangle around him, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Wait, what sound is that? Ning Fengji suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He heard his lady, Shang Wanwan's indescribable voice, and his expression darkened. In the back courtyard of the Moon Pavilion. Let's go in. Just a mere Chen Renxue. Not worth mentioning. The golden crocodile Douluo coldly laughed as he removed Chen Renxue's head. Then, he cast an appreciative glance at the two who had sneak attacked the old man, Chen Renxue, and the snake spear. If it weren't for these two guys in bush, he and Chen Renxue would have had to fight at least another 100 rounds to decide the victor. Not bad, you two. I will apply to the grand offering for a soul bone reward for both of you. Thank you. Second offering. The and Snake Spear were overjoyed and nodded at the golden crocodile, Douluo, in agreement. All right, lead the way. He casually waved his hand and stored Chen Renxue's corpse into a storage bag. During the previous battle, he sensed that Chen Renxue had soul bone skills, but right now, the priority was to follow the and Snake Spear to the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Yes, the and Snake Spear did not hesitate and quickly led the way, soon arriving at the Tiandou Imperial Palace in the Moon Pavilion. Previously, in order to capture Tang Yue, Chen Yue and Qian Renxue had abandoned the prince's bedroom and made the Moon Pavilion their residence. After all, the Moon Pavilion had many rooms. However, as subordinates, they would not wait outside the bedroom, but went to the back courtyard, asking the golden crocodile Douluo to wait there. As for the and Snake Spear, they went to knock on the bedroom door to report, but Qian Renxue was not there. What is this? The good friends looked at each other, a bit confused. The young master and that senior said to bring the second offering here, right? Where's this person? Second offering, please wait here for a moment. The young master might be out for something. We will go look for her right away. Fortunately, the snake spear Douluo is quite clever, and immediately spoke to the golden crocodile Douluo in the backyard. The golden crocodile nodded slightly. It was just right, as he could check if there were any soul bones on Chen Renxue's corpse or in his storage bag. With this thought, after watching the snake spear leave, the golden crocodile Douluo sat down on a stone chair in the backyard, took out Chen Renxue's corpse, and began to dissect it. A 30,000-year-old torso bone. Too bad it has fused together. Oh, is this an 80,000-year-old right leg soul bone? Not bad, not bad. Ah, there's also a 70,000-year-old spiritual skull bone. I didn't expect this. The golden crocodile Douluo looked at the two soul bones in his hand that were over 50,000 years old, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. But in the next moment, he seemed to sense some movement, and when he raised his head, he heard Ning Fengji's murderous words. Dog thief, come and take your life. Golden crocodile Douluo. This sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it? Ning Fengji was so angry that he trembled all over. He had heard his wife, Shang Wanwan, making that indescribable sound right here before. And now, the only one left in the Yuexian pavilion was the golden crocodile, Douluo, who must have taken her. In an instant, Ning Fengji felt his entire face turn green with rage, and he let out a roar. "You dog thief, die!" However, just as his thunderous shout fell, a stone suddenly hit him on the forehead with a thud, and then he heard Shangguan Wan's indescribable voice. "Ning Fengji, Gurong, Tang Xiao, Dan Hao, golden crocodile Douluo." Ning Fengji stared blankly at the stone in his hand, which was continuously emitting that familiar, indescribable sound. His mind went blank. Could this be a soul-guiding device that records sound? During the Dou-E period, although soul-guiding devices were not very advanced, there were still many things in life that relied on them, such as this kind of recording soul-guiding device, which functioned like a recorder. "Hey, big brother, why does that head on the table in front of this person look a bit familiar?" Tang Hao turned his head, slightly unnaturally. He had also been in the Yuexian pavilion and heard the voices of Tang Yue and even Ain, so he naturally guessed that this was Chen Yue's doing. However, seeing Ning Fengji in such a miserable state didn't evoke sympathy in him, but rather schadenfreude, as if he finally found someone who was suffering like him. But as he looked at the stone table in front of the golden crocodile Douluo, he felt that the more he looked at that head, which was broken and ruined from being taken, the more familiar it became. "I have a similar feeling," Tang Xiao said, almost like Tang Hao. He had also heard similar indescribable sounds before in Haotian sect. However, after Tang Hao spoke, he also shifted his attention, and the more he looked, the more he felt that head was familiar. Is there even a need to ask? Tiandou Luo, Chen Xian's head, Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao. These two brothers have met him before, so naturally they feel very familiar. And at this moment, Ning Fengji finally turned off the recording soul guide, then raised his head to look at the gold crocodile, Douluo, who had a puzzled expression on his face. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Chen Xian's head and immediately exclaimed, "Jianshu." Gurong was also shocked. "Jiangu too? It's you killed Jianshu?" Ning Fengji widened his eyes and suddenly looked at the gold crocodile Douluo. "Are you looking for death?" "Master, stop talking nonsense. I want to take revenge for Jiangu too." Gurong's face was filled with killing intent, his eyes filled with blood-red rage. After all, this was his good friend for many years. How could he just disappear now? He couldn't swallow this anger and had to avenge his good friend. "Kill." With Ning Fengji's command, without saying another word, like a released hound, he directly activated his martial soul, true body, and charged towards the gold crocodile Douluo. In that moment, the auxiliary buff from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda was fully stacked in an instant. "We're going in." Seeing the famous sword Dao master Chen Xian actually being killed, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were both taken aback. However, they didn't hesitate and rushed to help. They understood that whoever could kill Chen Xian could naturally also kill Gurong, even with Ning Fengji's buff fully stacked. With this thought in mind, both of them took out their hammers and charged toward the golden crocodile Douluo. Earlier, Tang Hao's martial soul was shattered, but with Tang Xiao's help, he went to the Star Luo Empire to capture the survivor Tang Rongyao, using a unique secret method to take his martial soul and give it to Tang Hao. This is akin to the secret method of seizing the supreme bone in cultivation. Of course, it's just a principle and doesn't have such a heaven-defying effect. Instead, its effectiveness is quite low. Therefore, Tang Hao's soul power is only at the 91st level, unable to even maintain his original soul power level. So you're a remnant of the Haotian sect. Your 7-treasure glazed tile school is truly audacious, actually daring to shield a criminal from the spirit hall. You're courting death. Facing the attacks of these three, golden crocodile Douluo was not at all flustered. Among the three, he only regarded Tang Xiao, who was at the peak of 96, with a bit more respect. As for Tang Hao and Gurong, in his eyes, they were no different from small fish. "Since you insist on seeking death, then I shall fulfill your wish." A great battle erupted in the backyard of the Moon Pavilion, but due to the palace's blockade, hardly anyone felt it, except for Chen Yue. At this moment, Chen Yue had been brought back to the Tiandou Imperial Palace by the mysteriously smiling Qian Renxue. "What are you trying to do?" Chen Yue looked at her in confusion, truly not understanding what Qian Renxue was thinking. "I have prepared a big gift to give you," Qian Renxue snorted, assuring that you will absolutely love it. Chen Yue was instantly overjoyed and picked her up, startling Qian Renxue, who hurriedly pushed him away. "No, what are you doing? What I love is you." Qian Renxue, hissing, "This bastard, how can he say such sweet words?" Qian Renxue instinctively touched her slightly bulging abdomen, snorted, and said, "Don't mess around, I'm pregnant." At least this guy has a bit of conscience. Qian Renxue thought happily, the more she looked at Chen Yue, who was currently stunningly beautiful, the more pleasing he appeared. Hiss, how can my man be so handsome and charming? Led by Qian Renxue, Chen Yue arrived at the side hall. Upon opening the door, he saw a legal lowly dressed in Lolita lying on the big bed, unconscious. Chen Yue was stunned. What is this? Qian Renxue crossed her arms and smiled slightly. Snow Ku, the princess of the Tiandou Empire. How about it? Are you moved? Chen Yue never expected that Snow Ku, who was just a supporting character in the original work, would turn out to be a legal lowly. The charm of the girl lying on the phoenix bed, decorated by Qian Renxue, was even more pronounced. After swallowing hard, Chen Yue looked up at Qian Renxue. What are you doing? The Tiandou Empire has already been controlled by me, but this girl seemed to sense something and came to advise me a few days ago. I was afraid she would go out and leak information, so I locked her up. Qian Renxue casually said, I originally planned to marry her off after seizing power, but it seems now I can give her to you for free. How about it? Saying this, she leaned over and whispered in Chen Yu's ear with a laugh. As the saying goes, Lolas have 3 great qualities: sweet voice, soft body, and easy to topple. Hiss. Chen Yue gasped. Are you using Snow Ku to test me? Which man can withstand the test of a legal lowly? Are you testing a normal person? Which normal person can endure such a test? Chen Yue exhaled heavily, and he had to admit that Qian Renxue had indeed got him firmly in her grasp. She was really testing him like this. Seeing Chen Yu's reaction, Qian Renxue, who had listened to his question, smiled but said nothing. However, the little smugness on her face betrayed her thoughts. Sure enough, he's a thorough lecher. I am now the crown prince of the empire. I don't believe I won't be able to handle you in the future. At this moment, Qian Renxue felt as if she had Chen Yue firmly in her grasp. However, she was very clear that just one Snow Ku was not enough. She needed to increase the stakes. Tomorrow she would increase the dosage, kill Shui Yi, and after 3 days of national mourning, she would ascend the throne. Qian Renxue thought to herself that after becoming the emperor, she could present even more stakes, the most famous being the 4 Elements Academy. She didn't believe that the 4 Elements Academy would dare to resist her. All right. Suddenly, she recalled what Chen Yue had said when they first met. And thinking about Chen Yu's actions during this time, her expression became a bit strange. He wouldn't have developed feelings for a beautiful wife, would he? Upon careful thought, from the beginning, when he proposed to be her stepfather, then there was Tang Yuehua, let's not count her as a wife, but then there was Yin, and Madame Ning, Sheng Wanwan, it seemed quite reasonable. Qian Renxue did not know that Chen Yue had also raised a little cat and teased a giant dinosaur, as he hadn't brought these 2 back to the palace. But it still allowed Qian Renxue to make a judgment. By the way, Chen Yue spoke, interrupting Qian Renxue's thoughts. How you plan to explain this to her? That legal lowly Snow Ku looked too cute. He felt a bit reluctant to harm her. If the princess woke up and caused a scene, he estimated he might end up slapping her dead, which would be a pity. He could only hope that Qian Renxue had done a good job with the aftermath. No problem. Qian Renxue revealed a confident smile that Chen Yue found familiar. I have already explained to her that she will live in the palace from now on and will not be married off. At this point, her expression suddenly turned cold. But if she dares to step out of the palace by even a step, I will hang Tang Yin's head at her residence. Chen Yue almost forgot that in the original work, this imperial princess also harbored a crush on the pure and innocent Tang, certain person. Chapter 27. Qian Renxue. I'm afraid Grandfather Golden Crocodile will beat you to death. The little cat from last time was too proud, and after finishing the food Chen Yue gave it, it slipped away. Regarding this, Chen Yue was not angry at all. He drove his new car every day, speeding around, and life was quite leisurely. But that night, when he was preparing to sleep early, a golden-haired rich woman heard about his superb driving skills and brought a customized white Porsche, asking him to take her for a spin. The golden-haired rich woman stated that if Chen Yue could drive to her satisfaction, this customized white Porsche would be a gift for him. To this, Chen Yue felt it was his duty. He wasn't doing it for the Porsche, mainly because he couldn't go against a woman's wishes, right? So, he took the rich woman back to the familiar road section and sped down the road. One must say, this Porsche truly lives up to its reputation as a famous sports car, or rather a customized version. The speed it reaches while racing is completely unmatched compared to the previous few times. After Chen Yue became familiar with the controls of this white Porsche, he quickly took the blonde, wealthy woman in the passenger seat for a ride, delivering a very satisfying performance. The wealthy woman also gave Chen Yue a thumbs up, expressing her admiration, and signed a transfer agreement for the white Porsche on the spot. You really are amazing at racing. I'm impressed. This really stunned Chen Yue. It's worth noting that this white Porsche is valued at over 7 figures, and it's a custom model, so the price could be even higher. As a result, he firmly refused, but the blonde, wealthy woman slammed a stack of cash down, breaking Chen Yue's resolve. She even said that when she feels like throwing up after a meal and can't, she will definitely come at Chen Yue for a joyride, and that it would be much better than any hospital gastric lavage. To this, Chen Yue expressed deep respect and very gentlemanly asked the blonde, wealthy woman to leave. At this moment, he finally had the time to look at the slightly damaged white Porsche after the street racing. He sighed and shook his head. Well, the car can still drive, but if it races again, it will probably need to go to the repair shop. Fortunately, this white Porsche is a custom version, and the repair shop is open 24 hours. He drove the Porsche towards the repair shop, unaware that across from the shop, an old man lying down to enjoy the northwest wind suddenly widened his eyes in shock upon seeing the sorry state of the white Porsche. He pointed at Chen Yue and began to curse loudly, asking how this car came to be in his hands. How could he treat such a nice car like this? Don't you have any love for it? Chen Yue was somewhat puzzled and thought, it's my car. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. Unexpectedly, the old man turned red with anger and started to bruise, then slowly slumped back into his chair. Chen Yue thought, damn, could this lead to someone's death? What? You say Shui died? Qian Renxue had just returned to her chamber and taken a shower. Before she could lie down to rest, she saw a somewhat guilty-looking Chen Yue approaching and frowned, asking suspiciously if he had provoked him. No, Chen Yue replied, his eyes somewhat unnatural, but he insisted. I was just curious about who lived in such a luxurious palace, so I took a look inside. Who knew that old man would die just from seeing me? Qian Renxue felt that this situation was not as simple as Chen Yue described, but she had no evidence. What about Shueko? Chen Yue coughed and said, She is recovering in a very safe place. Qian Renxue was even more suspicious, but didn't ask further. Fine, just handle it well. She can't leave the palace, or someone might support her to claim the throne, which could affect our plans. All right, Chen Yue nodded, glanced at the already brightening sky, and asked, by the way, the outcome at Moonxian Pavilion should be about ready, right? Qian Renxue's expression suddenly stiffened, and her mouth twitched. Why don't you go to the Xingluo Empire first, and then come back? She remembered that Chen Yue had mentioned going to the Xingluo Empire before. What's wrong? Qian Renxue's mouth twitched. I'm afraid Grandpa Jean, he will beat you to death. Chen Yue replied, that's unlikely, right? Chen Yue whispered, it's just about letting him kill the Sword Douluo and then the god, descending to fight 1v3 against Gurong, Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao, right? This little thing shouldn't be such a grudge, right? Qian Renxue? You call this a little thing? Do you have some misunderstanding about small? Isn't this exactly what it is? Why don't you go kill him? Chen Yue argued, of course, I have to protect my dear Shui. How could I run around randomly, right? Qian Renxue thought, this bastard, how can he speak so slickly? Qian Renxue felt pleased in her heart, but her face remained stern. I advise you to finish your business in the Xingluo Empire before coming back. Otherwise, even if you flatter me, I want to plead for you when Grandpa Jean comes after you. She was also somewhat curious about Chen Yu's strength. After all, if it weren't for him letting her have a soul ring back then, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand even the combined power of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape. Since you say so, I want to go. Chen Yue chuckled and said, once dawn breaks, you announce that the 7 treasures glazed tile, sect master Ning Fengji, and elder Gu Rong have committed treason, invaded the Tiandou Imperial Palace, killed Emperor Shui, and then fled. In a couple of days, you let the Spirit Hall issue a statement saying these 2 have been executed and hang their heads at the Spirit Hall's gate. Qian Renxue was somewhat unconvinced, asking why the reputation should go to the Spirit Hall. The golden crocodile represents the worship hall. They are from the Angel clan. So why give the credit to the Spirit Hall? Also, what about the Sword Douluo? His death doesn't mean anything? Chen Yue smiled without answering. At this moment, Qian Renxue finally realized what was happening and asked in shock, how do you know that Ning Fengji and Gu Rong are dead, and that Tang Xiao and Tang Hao have escaped? She remembered that she hadn't mentioned anything about last night's battle. How did Chen Yue seem to know the outcome, as if he had foreseen it? Chen Yue smiled, but said nothing, showing no intention to explain. The golden crocodile Douluo was indeed very strong. After killing Chen Xian, he could still take on 3 opponents in a 1v3 situation, even managing to kill one. Indeed, with Ning Fengji's support, Gu Rong could unleash his peak strength at level 96. But he was ultimately not a true super Douluo and could only barely withstand the golden crocodile Douluo's attacks. However, if Ning Fengji were to assist Tang Xiao, Under the combined assault of the three, they could indeed suppress the golden crocodile, Douluo. Especially since the golden crocodile, Douluo, had exerted great effort to defeat Chen Renxue and had little soul power left, relying solely on his level advantage to keep fighting. But this would create a fatal weakness. Gu Rong. Without Ning Fengji's buff, Gu Rong's overall strength was the weakest among the three Title Douluos. Even the level 91 Tang Riqian could crush a super Douluo under the explosion of his spirit rings, and the golden crocodile, Douluo, who was well aware of how Tang Hao had once made Qian Renxue doubt his life, clearly understood that these two wielding giant hammers were not to be underestimated. Therefore, he focused on Gu Rong, who had lost his buff. Seeing this, Ning Fengji hurriedly tried to transfer the buff, but unexpectedly. The snake spear had been waiting for this moment and instantly killed the fully concentrated Ning Fengji. Just like that, without Ning Fengji's support, the three of them could not defeat the golden crocodile Douluo. In the end, relying on Tang Hao's explosion, the three retreated together, but unfortunately for Gu Rong, he was unlucky and was held back for a few seconds by the snake spear. And it was precisely during these few seconds that he could not escape. Consequently, Tang Xiao could only quickly retreat with the weakened Tang Hao after the explosion, abandoning his teammate. From the moment he had the snake spear call for help, Chen Yue had already planned everything for several days, but the arrival of the golden crocodile Douluo was beyond his expectations. Originally, his plan was for a peak Douluo like the fourth offering to come and probably take action to kill Chen Renxue, but now with the golden crocodile Douluo's arrival, he had become a super strong and invincible fighter, perfectly hiding in the background. Now the golden crocodile, Douluo, who had just come out of seclusion and experienced two thrilling battles, would probably soon realize he had been used as a pawn, right? With this thought in mind, Chen Yue no longer hesitated and quietly left the Tiandou Palace. At this moment, this old fellow must be furious and want to find out who the mastermind behind the scenes is, but I will make sure you can't find me, just for fun. Ha ha ha, how infuriating. Just a minute after Chen Yue's figure disappeared, the disheveled golden crocodile, Douluo, appeared at the scene, looking like a beggar after the battle. This is Tang Hao's blast ring hitting him. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the golden crocodile, Douluo's soul power was almost depleted. With his peak level 98 strength, he would never have been hammered like this by the level 91 Tang Riqian's blast ring. Outside Heavendo City, brother, why don't we just leave? Tang Xiao slapped him across the face with a big arm, saying somewhat angrily, leave? Ain and Yuehua are in the Heavendo Imperial Palace. How can you say such a thing? Brother, do you still remember how my martial soul was shattered? Tang Xiao frowned. Isn't it that golden crocodile Douluo? Just as Tang Hao was about to say something, he heard a voice that sent chills down his spine and made his limbs go cold. It's not him, it's me. Chen Yue, arms crossed, looked at the two brothers with a smile. How about I show you? 10 minutes later, Tang Hao, with unseeing eyes, held his head and cried out in anguish. I will never go to the Heavendo Imperial Palace again. It's too terrifying. I want to flee overseas. Woo woo woo. What are you crying for? Tang Xiao slapped him again. Let's go to Sea God Island. There must be a way to punish this demon. Tang-san, you actually stole the secrets of our sect, committing such a heinous crime, an act of great treason. Tang-san, Tang sect, raised you with great difficulty, and you repay kindness with enmity, committing acts that anger both gods and men. Voices kept amplifying in Tang-san's mind, and faces kept spreading out. Soon, more than 10 elders from the Tang sect surrounded him. I didn't, you are slandering me. There's nothing left to say. Tang-san, you are guilty of serious crimes and will bear the highest punishment of our sect. The 10 elders stared coldly at the surrounded Tang-san. With a loud shout from Tangda, catch that rabbit for me. Then, an inner sect disciple was seen holding Xiao Wu, forcing her to kneel in front of Tang-san, letting him see with his own eyes how his most beloved rabbit turned from white to black. Upon hearing this, Tang-san's eyes turned bloodshot. No, you can't. Whatever you have, come at me. Don't hurt my Xiao Wu. 3 cuts. Save me. Tang-san stared with bloodshot eyes at the inner sect disciple, suddenly feeling that the person's face looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. But if Qian Renxue were here, she would definitely recognize that the person wearing the inner disciple's uniform was none other than Chen Yue. Don't worry. I'm also responsible for the sect's punishment. Once the punishment is over, the sect will likely return you. Tang-san's eyes were bloodshot, struggling desperately. But he was bound by iron chains and couldn't move at all, only able to rage helplessly. I refuse. At Shrek Academy, Tang-san suddenly woke up, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Only then did he realize that his entire quilt was soaked with sweat. Did I have a nightmare? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lifted the quilt, and found that the entire sheet was soaked and even carried a strange smell. Why does it smell a bit like blue silvergrass? Could be that Xiao Wu came by. Just as this strange thought arose, it was cut off. How is that possible? This is the academy. How could there be such smells in my room? It must be an illusion caused by missing my mother and Xiao Wu too much. Tang San thought to himself. But at that moment, a strange smell entered his nose. Why is there such a pungent smell? Wait, why are my pants also wet? Tang San hurriedly took a shower in panic, even washing the sheets and quilt, until the sun was high in the sky. Only then did Tang San step out of his room, basking in the sunlight. For some reason, he felt that the midday sun was not warm at all. Could something have happened? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the trembling voice of the famous master Yu Xiaojiang rang out. Xiao San, something big has happened. Tang San's heart trembled. What happened? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School launched a surprise attack last night and killed the Snow Knight Emperor. Now the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has become a wanted criminal in Heaven Do. Tang San was shocked. What? Chapter 28 Chen Yue. Why do I feel like you're even more excited? How is that possible? Tang San looked at the famous master Yu Xiaojiang, who also had a heavy expression. In disbelief, teacher, did you hear wrong? How could the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School rebel? There's no reason for it. Currently, the 3 major sects have been eliminated down to 2, and the remaining Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is also heavily damaged. Given this situation, the most sensible choice for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is to ally with the Heaven Do royal family, and then ally with the 2 major empires to fight against the Spear Hall. It is absolutely impossible for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to plot rebellion in the palace. This is completely irrational. Tang San couldn't understand why Ning Fengji, a cunning old fox, would act in such a foolish way. Wait, suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he furrowed his brows as he looked up at the approaching famous master, Yu Xiaojing, whose expression seemed somewhat unpleasant. Teacher, you said before that the old monster was escorting Mu Bai to the Star Luo Empire, right? That's right. What about Zhu Qing? Isn't she at the academy? Yu Xiaojiang had no idea that this little cat had already been transported by Chen Yue to a tree hole where she encountered Dai Mu Bai and Dugabo, and they were all escorted to the Star Luo Empire together. Are you saying that the old monster escorted both Mu Bai and Zhu Qing out of Heaven Do City? After seeing Yu Xiaojing nod, Tang San suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. This is bad. It seems that things are just as I feared. After confirming that Dugabo had left Heaven Do City, Tang San's mind instantly constructed what he believed to be the truth. It was Xue Qinghe who had made an attempt on Xue Ye's life. Coincidentally, Ning Fengji and his group sensed something unusual, but by the time they went to check, it was too late, thus being framed by Xue Qinghe, and now they had become wanted criminals in the Heaven Do Empire. With this thought, Tang San's expression turned ugly, and he glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, sharing his thoughts with him. Little San, are you serious? Hearing this, the famous master Yu Xiaojiang nearly popped his eyes out. He had no idea about the poisoning of Xue Yi. If the old monster were in the palace, Xue Qinghe would have had no way to make a deadly move. But now that the old monster has left, something must have happened to the Emperor Xue Yi, and it must be that Xue Qinghe couldn't resist usurping the throne. Tang San was certain that if he wasn't mistaken, Xue Qinghe would soon hold a funeral for Emperor Xue Yi and then ascend the throne. What we need to do now is to investigate the body of Emperor Xue Yi to confirm that he wasn't killed by him, but was poisoned. If he was poisoned, it would clear the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect of suspicion. Upon hearing this, the famous master Yu Xiaojiang also found some logic in it. Little San, you have a point. Teacher, time is of the essence. Let's go to the palace and request an autopsy. Tang San said eagerly. He desperately needed the cooperation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, as the Haotian sect had already been wiped out by the Spirit Hall. Currently, they could only unite the forces of the 2 empires and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to resist the Spirit Hall. In the battle that led to the destruction of the Haotian sect, the number of Title Douluos dispatched by the Spirit Hall was astonishing and far beyond what any single force could withstand. Tang San knew very well that with his current strength, let alone resisting the Spirit Hall, he would probably be seen as an ant in their eyes. Little San, you mustn't rush things. Seeing Tang San's impatience, the famous master Yu Xiaojiang said solemnly, do you think if we go to the palace now, Xue Qinghe will let us see the body of Emperor Xue Yi? Teacher, can't we? Tang San asked in confusion. Aren't you considered a guest of the Heaven Do Empire now? This small request shouldn't be a problem. right? Since the Shrek team won the Soul Master competition on behalf of the Heaven Do Empire and took the soul bones from the Spear Hall, Shui had been greatly pleased. Thus, he specifically invited the famous master Yu Xiaojing as a guest of the Heaven Do Empire. Logically, with his status as a guest, it shouldn't be a big deal to request entry to the palace. Little San, tell me, if Emperor Shui Yu was really poisoned by Shui Qinghe, would he allow us to enter the palace? Without hesitation, Tang San replied, Teacher, if he doesn't let us in to examine the body, we can always spread the news. Seeing Tang San's naive thinking, Master Yu Xiaojing wished he could slap him to make him wake up. What the hell? Has Tang San become stupid after getting the dog legs and spider claws? They're already going in for an autopsy. If it really was Shui Qinghe's doing, how would he let them out safely? Is he a fool? We've entered the palace. Do you think he would let us leave? Xiao San, did you go to the Stardow Forest and lose your mind? What kind of nonsense is this? Demanding an autopsy, if successful, would expose Shui Qinghe's conspiracy. If not, how can you expose his conspiracy? Is there such a good thing in the world? Yu Xiaojing looked at the bewildered Tang San with frustration. Think about it. If you propose a request for an autopsy, no matter whether it succeeds or not, do you think Shui Qinghe would let you leave the palace alive? He never expected that his brilliant disciple would come up with such a foolish idea. It really infuriated him. Tang San thought for a moment and felt it made some sense, but on the other hand, he was a bit unwilling. Teacher, are we just going to watch Shui Qinghe, this parasital rebel, ascend to the throne? Although there is currently no evidence proving that Shui Qinghe killed his father to seize power, in the pure-hearted Tang San's eyes, Shui Qinghe was already such a rebel. And once this kind of rebel ascends, the people of Tiandou would be in great peril, which is not what he wanted to see. So, he has the obligation and responsibility to stop Shui Qinghe from ascending to the throne. What's the rush? The famous master Yu Xiaojing glared at him, and Tang San couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt that today Yu Xiaojing seemed a bit off compared to usual. The feeling of being stared at gave Tang San a sensation similar to when Xiao Wu used to give him a glance, filled with charm and allure. Ugh! As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Tang San felt a wave of nausea and quickly cut off this line of thinking. How is this possible? His teacher, the famous master Yu Xiaojing, is a normal man, and he's a couple with his wife Lu Eryong. How could he possibly show the same expression as a eunuch that Tang San saw in his past life? However, Tang San had no idea that the famous master Yu Xiaojing was almost incapacitated due to the critical hit he received yesterday, and was currently heading in the direction of becoming a Lord Yu. It's no wonder that the originally not very clever Yu Xiaojing suddenly had this kind of insight and immediately thought of the various drawbacks of entering the Tiandou Imperial Palace. In fact, he was not wrong. At this moment, Qian Renxue was waiting for Tang San to walk into the trap. As long as Tang San dared to come, she would dare to have him captured directly. Teacher, have you thought of a foolproof plan? Tang San saw Yu Xiaojing's expression and instantly showed great joy, quickly asking for guidance. According to the regulations of the Tiandou Empire, if the emperor dies from homicide, the new ruler must ascend the throne only after the murderer is caught. Yu Xiaojing said slowly, and now, since it has been announced that Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the murderer, then both the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo must also be accomplices. In the Tiandou royal family, they're the biggest culprits. If Shui Qinghe wants to ascend the throne, he must take the heads of the three of them. Otherwise, he can only claim to be the crown prince and cannot call himself emperor. In this sewer dimension, the combat power is not high, but there are many rules, and the class system is quite strictly divided. Even the Spirit Hall cannot escape this. After all, even if the Spirit Hall gathers almost 80 of the soul masters on the continent, it cannot rely on the monthly subsidies of gold soul coins to make these soul masters betray the country, right? Also, in this so-called world of sewers where a million-strong army can intimidate deities. Excerpting from the original ending, did the million-strong army intimidate the angel god Qian Renxue? It seems that an army composed of thousands of soul masters being able to withstand a Title Douluo is not an impossible feat, right? This point can actually be seen from the original work, where the Spirit Hall secretly targets the second of the three great sects without daring to expose itself, indicating that it still needs to occupy a moral high ground. However, this is quite understandable, as Tiandou Palace, although not caring about the Spirit Hall, has to maintain the faith in the angel god, as he is the guide for the future angel god. Naturally, he would not allow anything that would harm the believers to happen. To get back to the point, Tang San was overjoyed upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's words. Teacher, Do you mean that Shue Qinghe is currently unable to ascend to the throne? Unless he can defeat Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo, as well as take Ning Zhongzhu's head. Yu Xiaojiang did not confirm or deny this. If Shue Qinghe were to forcefully ascend to the throne, then the Tiandou Empire would immediately fall into chaos, and other kingdoms would have reasons not to recognize Shue Qinghe's legitimacy. This is what it means to uphold righteousness. It's better to comply on the surface than to openly refuse and slap faces, right? After all, the former still carries some concerns. At least it won't be too embarrassing on the surface, but the latter is equivalent to a direct palace coup. Yes, that's right. I am a kingdom under the Tiandou Empire, but I do not acknowledge you as the legitimate Tiandou Empire. I won't listen to your words. So what? Are you going to hit me? If you have the guts, come and hit me. Why don't you hit me? When you do hit me, I will use so-called self-defense to take you down. Yes, that's roughly what Sansan means. So, does that mean during this time, we just need to find Lord Ning and protect him? Tang San's words were fierce and aggressive, leaving Yu Xiaojiang stunned. No, little San, how dare you say such things? They are both Title Douluos, and one is a soul sage. How could they need protection from a mere soul emperor like you? Noticing Yu Xiaojiang's strange gaze, Tang San hurriedly explained, well, teacher, you may not know, but the three of them were definitely seriously injured during the previous attack by the Wuhuan Palace. Otherwise, with the current Tiandou Palace, unless the entire palace's soul master team is assembled, it would be impossible to pose a threat to them. But even so, the Snow Knight Emperor is still dead, and they are being hunted. From this perspective, Lord Ning and the others must have suffered greatly. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze became even more peculiar. Didn't you say before that the Snow Knight Emperor was poisoned to death by Shue Qinghe? But that doesn't affect the framing and plotting, right? Yu Xiaojiang rubbed his forehead, somewhat speechless. All right, you handle it yourself. But don't rush into the palace and force Lord Ning and the others to flee in panic. There must be many soul masters in the Tiandou Palace. He still did not believe that such a treasonous act could be committed by Shue Qinghe, and with the personalities of Ning Fengji and the others, they cannot possibly commit regicide. So, there must be some hidden reasons behind this. But last night, he practiced drilling all night long. If it weren't for today's shocking news, how could he possibly come out? Watching Yu Xiaojiang leave, Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a determined look. I indeed can't meet Shue Qinghe right now, but Shueka should be able to see me, right? As the pure and noble Tang San. Using others' feelings for his own benefit has become a norm. After all, he is doing this for the justice in his heart. Soon, with the token he obtained from Qian Renxue, while cultivating at Yuexian Pavilion, Tang San entered the palace smoothly, escorted by the guards to the gates of Shueka's palace. Mr. Tang Yin, this is Princess's palace. Please wait a moment. We will go in and report. The palace has many rules, but Tang San didn't mind, nodding his head as the two guards turned and left. As the two guards entered through the side door, their low voices floated into Tang San's ears. Who is this person? Could he be Shue Ke's suitor? Nonsense. How could Shue Ke's pursuers have a token? Who doesn't know that Princess Shue Ke is very busy all day? How could she possibly meet him? That's right. If it weren't for this token, we wouldn't have come here. Tang San ignored their words. He had heard such gossip too many times. However, when he heard that Princess Shue Ke was very busy, he paused slightly. Princess Shue Ke is busy? Then, he thought of the death of Emperor Shui Yi and suddenly understood. It must be because the emperor passed away, and as a princess, she must be helping out, right? Poor girl. Just as Tang San was lamenting about how considerate Shue Ke was, preparing a funeral for her deceased father, he was unaware that in front of him, behind the closed palace door, Shue Ke was covering her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound or let out the slightest fluctuation of her soul power. Chapter 29. Chen Yue, give Dugabo a big surprise. The customized white Porsche was indeed fast. Chen Yue received a call from the repair shop that day and was taken there, excitedly driving his car home. On the way, he ran into an old acquaintance who wanted to get in the car. Chen Yue expressed deep regret, stating that his white Porsche had a cleanliness obsession and only recognized him, so he could only apologize for his acquaintance's request. Just as he was about to roll down the window to refuse, he unexpectedly found that the one-way glass window simply wouldn't roll down. Despite Chen Yue exerting all his strength, it was no use. Left with no choice, Chen Yue had to look for the switch. But he was indeed unfamiliar with the car and had never opened a window, completely unaware of where the switch was. The old acquaintance outside was still eagerly waiting for Chen Yue to roll down the window and take him for a ride. However, Chen Yue had already tried every button that might be the switch, but still couldn't do anything, so he could only shake his head at the old acquaintance. However, the one-way glass made it impossible to see the situation inside the car from the outside. Gradually, under the scorching sun, the old acquaintance became impatient and started knocking on the window, seemingly shouting something. But due to the car's excellent sealing, Chen Yue couldn't hear what he was saying. Seeing his expression, it was obvious he was getting angry. Thinking Chen Yue was putting on airs, pointing at him and muttering while knocking on the window. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the green light turned on, and the vehicles behind Chen Yue honked to signal. Seeing the old acquaintance still knocking on the car window, Chen Yue shrugged and could only say sorry, then stepped hard on the gas, and the vehicle sped away. This car truly lives up to its brand new version. With one step on the accelerator and both hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, Chen Yue even felt like he could soar into the sky, running wild like a runaway horse. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? The old friend looked at the distant white Porsche and said resentfully, "It's fine if you don't want to see me. I even gave you a chance to pursue me, and you didn't cherish it." Thinking this way, he could only leave in a dejected manner. Coming to his senses, Chen Yue looked at the snow-colored coup in front of him and revealed a smile. Snow-Ko blushed and secretly pulled open a small crack in the door. After seeing Tang San's back disappear into the distance, she finally let out a long sigh of relief. Meeting Tang San put a lot of pressure on her. With her brother Shue, Qinghe watching in front and her brother's arranged husband watching behind, she could only apologize for the feelings she had for Tang San in the Moon Pavilion. After all, she was a princess, and he was just a commoner. Indeed, this thought was instilled by Qian Renxue. Otherwise, she would truly fear for her life. Fortunately, as a princess of the empire, she was quite obedient. Especially after the big incident last night, she became even more frightened, and the only person she could rely on was the husband her brother had arranged for her. Yes, very obedient. Chen Yue patted the little head of this lawful lowly, gazing at those eye-catching white stockings, becoming more and more satisfied. He had to express his gratitude to Qian Renxue. Can you really not kill him? As long as you listen. The Tangyin you've been thinking about will be fine, got it? Upon hearing this, Snow-Ko nodded repeatedly. I will definitely listen. Chen Yue let out a sigh and rubbed her little head. All right, for now, you seem to be very obedient. Keep it up, okay? I will. Snow-Ko nodded repeatedly. She looked at Chen Yu's back, finally sighed lightly, turned back to the direction where Tang San had disappeared, shook her head, and slowly returned to her palace. At this moment, a long-lost system notification suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female character, Snow-Ko. Reward: Bone Shrinking Technique. Bone Shrinking Technique. A miraculous skill that can completely change one's appearance by altering muscles and bones from the inside out. The host already has descendants. Please take care of them and release the descendant reward after giving birth. The sudden system notification made Chen Yue slightly stunned. He turned around and looked at Snow-Ko, who was leaving while holding her slightly bulging belly against the wall. Surprised that he had hit the jackpot, he calculated in his mind. So far, the beauties he had saved included Qian Renxue, Xiao Wu, Tang Yuehua, Yin, Madame Ning, Sheng Wanwan, Tang Tiantian, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lu Erlong. Among them, only Qian Renxue, Xiao Wu, twins, Tang Yuehua, and Yin had descendants. As for why the others did not, Chen Yue never thought about it. After all, he didn't care about the toys' feelings. Among these 4 women, except for Qian Renxue, the remaining 3 were all under his control, with no way to resist. Now, there was one more Snow-Ko. Chen Yue shook his head, having no intention of going back to check on Snow-Ko's well-being, perfectly embodying what it means to be heartless. This bastard really didn't care. Watching Chen Yue leave the imperial palace, Qian Renxue felt a mix of joy and anger. The joy was that Chen Yue didn't lie to her. She was his true love, while the others were mere accidents. The anger was that now Snow-Ko was pregnant, and she had to help Chen Yue take care of it, while he simply threw his hands up and walked away. Oh well, anyway, I'm now officially Snow-Ko's brother, so taking care of her is only reasonable. Qian Renxue comforted herself. After all, we are the true love. The others are just accidents. Having already left Heaven Do City, Chen Yue had no idea that Qian Renxue was watching, nor did he know about the happenings in the palace. In just a few minutes at full speed, he arrived in Suodo City. This was not because he was tired, but because he ran into an old acquaintance he didn't recognize in Suodo City. Yu Qianheng, Dugian. Let me think. Dugabo sent Dai Mu by, and Zhu Zhuqing back, so I should repay this kindness, right? Chen Yue stroked his chin. But aTitle Douluo didn't he really need my help? I might as well help his granddaughter. But if I give it directly, he might not accept it. So, I should give him a big surprise instead? Chen Yu's eyes gradually became arrogant, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Douluo was completely loyal to Tang San. Unless Tang San killed Douluo right in front of him, he would never betray him. But clearly, there was no need to do that. After all, Douluo was a beauty who looked quite decent, although she fell a bit short compared to Medusa from Dupo. Still, she could be considered the version of Medusa from the Douluo continent, right? As for Yu Tianheng, as one of the survivors of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, if nothing unexpected happened, Yu Tianheng would undoubtedly become Tang San's lackey under the famous master Yu Shaojing, and then who knows where he would end up dead. Of course, Chen Yue didn't care at all whether Yu Tianheng lived or died. His mind was filled with how to take action to maximize his own interests. Suddenly, Chen Yu's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Douluo became increasingly dangerous. Ashu, Douluo, who was walking shoulder to shoulder with Yu Tianheng on the street, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill and sensed a malicious gaze staring at her. Tianheng, it feels like something is watching me. Hearing this, Yu Tianheng narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings vigilantly, releasing a wave of soul power belonging to a soul emperor. 5 years ago, he had already reached level 43 in the Soul Master competition, and over the past 5 years, he had been training harder, especially after the painful blow of his family's destruction, which made him even more motivated. Finally, just a few days ago, he broke through to the Soul Emperor level and had yet to hunt for his 6th soul ring. He was waiting for Douluo to deliver people to Star Luo City and then return to take him to the Star Do Forest to hunt for soul rings. After all, now that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was destroyed, he could only rely on Douluo to obtain soul rings. Yin, I didn't see anything? Yu Tianheng felt puzzled. With his level 60 soul power, there was no one in Soto City who could hide from his gaze. But now he looked around and found nothing. Just then, a slightly familiar, yet strange figure appeared in front of them. Yu Tianheng, run quickly. The Spirit Hall has sent someone to capture you. What? Yu Tianheng was both shocked and angry. How dare the Spirit Hall be so blatant in capturing people? The 3 major sects had already destroyed 2, and only the 7 treasure glazed tile sect remained, which had also become a wanted criminal. Who could stop the Spirit Hall now? Upon hearing this, not only was Yu Tianheng stunned, but even Douluo beside him felt a tremor in her heart. What? 2 of the 3 major sects have already been destroyed. The couple turned to look at the figure, and Douluo couldn't help but exclaim, "Why, you are Tang San." Tang San grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Long time no see. Tang San, weren't you in Heavendo City?" Yu Tianheng also came to his senses and hurriedly asked. Something happened in Heavendo City. The Haoyan clan was crushed by the Spirit Hall, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school killed the emperor and became a wanted criminal of the empire. After hearing this, Tang San said with a somewhat heavy expression, "The teacher is worried that you might be killed by the Spirit Hall people in the chaos, so he asked you to stay at Shrek Academy for now. The teacher, Aunt Erlong, and the dean will protect you. Under the united force of this golden triangle, there truly is the battle power of a Title Douluo." Yu Tianheng's heart stirred. He actually already had some intentions. He didn't doubt that Tang San was deceiving him. After all, once he returned to Tiandou City, he could easily find out the truth with just a bit of inquiry, and it would be impossible to be deceived. Moreover, with the protection of this golden triangle, his safety factor would surely be better than his current situation of hiding and fleeing, right? That yin, chapter 30, Douluo, damn it. I am thinking about spicy rabbit heads again. Yu Tianheng glanced at Douluo beside him, and he still felt a bit reluctant in his heart. This is not because of feelings, but because among all the surviving members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, there are only a handful left. Among those of marriageable age, there's only him, Yu Tianheng. In other words, he needs Donggu Yin to join him in completing the mission of revitalizing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. To put simply, he wants to go to Heavendo City with Donggu Yin. Tang San glanced at Donggu Yin and said, "The old monster asked me to take her to the Star Luo Empire, because there I found a way to completely control her poisonous skills." What? Donggu Yin was immediately shocked, and then overjoyed, but a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Are you serious? The phosphor snake venom is just a minor skill. Hearing this familiar phrase, Donggu Yin no longer had any doubts about the Tang San in front of her. Fine. I will go with you. This sentence was spoken by Tang San when he first faced the Emperor fighting team, led by him, and was about to cure Donggu Yin of her green phosphor serpent poison. At that time, Donggu Yin's green phosphor serpent poison was invincible. So Tang San's words left an indelible impression in her heart. Moreover, she believed that only Tang San could remember this original statement. It was impossible for anyone else to do so. Thus, Yu Qianheng watched as Tang San took Dugu Yan towards the direction of the Star Luo Empire. It wasn't until they disappeared from sight that he let out a long breath and set off towards the direction of Heavendo City. The Heavendo Empire and the Star Luo Empire were separated by the Star Do Forest, so to enter the Star Luo Empire, one must pass through the Star Do Forest. However, entering the Star Do Forest at night was indeed risky. Therefore, after having dinner, Dugu Yan suggested staying overnight in the small town. Tang San naturally had no objections to her suggestion, but an awkward situation occurred. The staff seemed to sense that it was a bit strange for a man and a woman to stay overnight together, so they kindly reminded them, "Sorry, we only have one double room left. Do you need to book it?" Tang San was immediately shocked, shaking his head repeatedly. "No, let's skip that. We should pass through the Star Do Forest overnight instead." Dugu Yan shot him a cold glance and slammed a bag of gold soul coins onto the table, declaring, "Book this room. I warn you, although you can break my green phosphor serpent poison, I am not defenseless." As she said this, Dugu Yan glared fiercely at Tang San and warned, "Also, I am a married woman. If you dare to act recklessly, even if my grandfather tries to stop me, I will kill you." Tang San snorted coldly. "I am the pure and noble Tang San. How could I do such a shameless thing?" "I hope so." Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan's expression softened a little. She had heard from her grandfather, Dugu Bo, that Tang San was indeed pure and only loved a certain mother soul beast, never being moved by anyone else. But little did she know, this Tang San was not the real Tang San at all, but Chen Yue after using disguise techniques. When the two entered the room, Dugu Yan set up defenses with her green phosphor serpent poison on her bed, vigilantly watching Chen Yue, not even taking off her outer coat before lying down under the blanket. Her martial soul was the green phosphor serpent, so she was immune to the released green phosphor serpent poison, but anyone else who came into contact with even a bit would turn to blood water in an instant. Unfortunately, this little poison of hers was like an ant biting a tough diamond for Chen Yue, completely ineffective. But this is not Chen Yue's intention. A thought flashed through Chen Yue's mind, and a strange smile appeared on his face as he raised his second martial soul, the Heavenly King Divine Tower. The second golden soul ring shone brightly, transforming into a beam of light that entered Dugu Yan's mind. The second soul skill of the Heavenly King Divine Tower, Nightmare of the Divine Tower. It can directly envelop the opponent and release a mental realm akin to crossing a tribulation. If one becomes lost in it, their soul cannot return to their body and is deeply imprisoned within. Of course, as the user, Chen Yue can easily lift this state. Enjoy the dream I've meticulously created for you. Dugu Yan, in a daze, felt someone touching her, and as she vaguely opened her eyes, she saw the familiar face in front of her. "Tianheng, didn't you return to Heavendo City?" "You." The prelude ended, and the accompaniment rose, gradually entering the first verse of the main song. Suddenly, "No, wait, you are Tianheng, but Tianheng could not. Who exactly are you? Who do you think I am?" "Then I am whoever you say I am." Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. "If you think I am Yu Tianheng, or Tang San, or someone else, that's fine." In this illusion of the Divine Tower nightmare, Chen Yue was almost an invincible being. His face changing was like a Sichuan opera, shifting in an instant, making Dugu Yan's mentality somewhat collapse. To some extent, she resembled Tang San's pure and noble nature, but now that Chen Yue changed his face, although it was just a change of appearance, it caused Dugu Yan's mentality to shatter. "No, please don't like this. I beg you, I beg you." The next moment, Dugu Yan on the bed suddenly woke up, drenched in fragrant sweat, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with terror as she looked ahead. Realizing she had only had a nightmare, she let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a nightmare. She turned to look back, and Tang San was still sleeping under the covers, seemingly having no thoughts about her. This scene made Dugu Yan immediately breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to face Yu Tianheng. "I was scared to death." Dugu Yan sighed. "I should go take a shower first." She shook her head, not thinking too much, and got up to walk toward the bathroom. And after taking a shower, she began to soak in the bathtub. Lying in the bathtub, Dugu Yan squinted her eyes, feeling drowsy, as if she had fallen asleep again. Am I dreaming again?" Dugu Yan frowned, and when she looked around, she was shocked to find herself on a 99-story high platform, wearing a snake crown and a snake queen's robe. She turned around in confusion and was instantly stunned. She saw that beneath the layers of steps, countless familiar faces were now kneeling in fear at her feet. There was Tang San, who had previously been cold and indifferent to her, claiming to be pure and noble. There were also the evil moon Hu Lai's siblings, who trampled on her dignity during the Soul Master competition. At this moment, everyone was, without exception, kneeling in fear at her feet. This Duguyan gasped, the cold air filling her lungs, and on this high platform, she felt as if she was truly invincible in the world, a sense of floating like a celestial being, relaxed and carefree, overlooking the mountains. She raised her hand to unleash her martial soul, and was horrified to discover that her martial soul was actually the heavenly poison snake king. A king-level martial soul among the snake kings. What made her breathless was that her martial soul had 9 eerie red soul rings. 100,000-year soul rings. She had obtained 9 in one breath. If this were not a dream, how wonderful would that be? Duguyan murmured to herself, if this is not a dream, then I could directly destroy the spirit hall for Yu Tianheng's revenge, and then help Tianheng rebuild the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. She yearned to avenge Yu Tianheng against the spirit hall and revive the new Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. After all, she was Yu Tianheng's beloved wife and had this obligation. With this thought, her heart surged and trembled. Suddenly, she seemed to sense some movement and looked up at the 99 steps, only to see a man in a black and gold dragon robe slowly turning around. The face that was revealed instantly shocked her to the core. How could it be you? The person who turned around was not the one she had been longing for. Yu Tianheng, but rather Chen Yue, who had almost shattered her heart earlier. What else could it be? Duguyan looked at the approaching Chen Yue in terror, and in the next moment, she suddenly woke up from the bathtub. She looked around. There was nothing. Everything was normal. The events that had just occurred were just a nightmare. How could this be? Why did she dream about this stranger every day? She always felt that Chen Yue smile, revealing his white teeth, carried a certain fear that made her feel chills in her heart. It was as if something bad had happened. She looked at her own body, soaking in the bath, and found nothing unusual, just as she had eaten too much for dinner, which made her uncomfortable. After all, she had never tasted the delicacies personally prepared by Tang San, especially that spicy rabbit head, which was so delicious that she couldn't forget it. She vowed that tonight's meal was the best she had ever eaten. Damn it, I thought of the spicy rabbit head again. Duguyan licked her red lips, thinking of the fragrant rabbit meat, but it was already midnight, and waking Tang San to get her spicy rabbit head would not be good, right? Forget it. I'll talk about it when I see Grandpa. After cutting off her wicked thoughts, Duguyan quickly dried herself and changed into new clothes, relaying the dried sheets and quilt, and then fell into a deep sleep. As Duguyan entered her slumber, the entire hotel seemed to fall into silence. The night deepened. Chen Yue suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly King Divine Tower enveloped the entire room, and at the moment the soul ring flickered. The light of the nightmare of the Divine Tower fell on Duguyan. After doing all this, he slowly got up and sat down in front of Duguyan's bed, wearing a smile on his face, rubbing her face that was irresistible to the touch. As expected, she was the snake woman who had just begun. Chapter 31. Chen Yue. Not bad. Truly a well-behaved little kitty. Why do I feel like suddenly no one is around? The data is so cold, there's no motivation to explode updates. So smooth. The sky brightened hazily, and at this moment, Chen Yue was also very satisfied with his evaluation. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng. Such a smooth snake woman. It's better for me to take care of you. At this time, a system prompt appeared before Chen Yue. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original character Duguyan. Reward. Evil poison pill. Evil poison pill. After taking it, one can become an evil poison body, adapted from the Dopa world, but without the drawbacks and dangers of backlash from all poisons. With skin and hair carrying powerful and intense toxins, ordinary soul masters will die upon contact. After taking it, immune to all poison attacks, theoretically, no one other than the host, and those with the host's bloodline, can touch. The host already has descendants. Please pay attention to protecting them. Rewards will be given after childbirth. He looked at the system notification with a bigger smile on his face. The evil poison body, this is my gift to you. Remember not to let others touch you, or else there will be surprises. Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had just returned to Star Luo City under the escort of Dugubo. After a period of continuous travel, Dugubo did not immediately return, but rested outside the Star Luo Palace. After all, Dai Mubai and others were currently the safest in the Star Luo Palace. It did not suit Dugubo's character to stay overnight in the palace as an outsider with the title of Douluo. Upon entering the Star Luo Palace, Dai Mubai did not return to his prince's mansion, but rushed to find his father, the emperor. At this time, the emperor of Star Luo was in a daze. Hearing the news from his ministers, Your Majesty, The Spirit Hall has given us 3 days to hand over the remnants of the Haotian sect and their holy maiden, Emperor of Star Luo. Wait, when did I ever capture this holy maiden of the Spirit Hall? I want to take the blame. Immediately gather all ministers to discuss state affairs. The Emperor of Star Luo was completely confused. He really did not know when he had kidnapped anyone. Could it be some nobles in Star Luo City? He decisively ordered a court meeting. This was a matter concerning the entire Star Luo City. After all, the Haotian sect was at the top of the 3 sects, and their power was not to be underestimated, so they could not afford to be careless. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience. The Emperor of Star Luo, thinking about when he had captured the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, completely ignored the Crown Prince. He did not like Dai Mubai very much. He thought he was going to ask about the Haotian sect. Let him ask the Empress, not seeing him. Yes. When the guards conveyed the news to Dai Mubai, he was also bewildered. No, Father, this concerns the reputation and integrity of our Dai family for so many years. Why aren't you taking it seriously? He wanted to tell the Emperor of Star Luo that Zhu Zhuqing was not adhering to her duties and should be punished by the Zhu family. And then he could take the opportunity to replace Zhu Zhuqing and marry Zhu Zhiyun. But now, the Emperor of Star Luo was asking him to find the Empress. Why? How can this be told to him? After all, the Empress is also from the Zhu family. Dai Mubai was very confused. Shouldn't this matter be handled by their own Dai family? Why is Father Emperor unwilling to see me for such an important issue? Dai Mubai looked at the guard, who seemed hesitant to speak, and immediately asked. After all, he is the Crown Prince of Xingluo and the future heir. So the guard didn't dare to show him any disrespect and promptly responded truthfully. It's like this. The Spirit Hall has given us 3 days to hand over the remnants of the Haotian sect that we've been hiding, as well as the kidnapped saintess of the Spirit Hall, Dai Mubai. His reaction was the same as that of the Emperor of Xingluo upon receiving the news. What the hell? When did our Xingluo Empire kidnap the saintess of the Spirit Hall? And when did we take in the remnants of the Haotian sect? Dai Mubai was completely bewildered, but he faintly felt that the Xingluo Empire seemed to be suffering from an unjust disaster. It should be taking the blame for someone else. No, I need to see Father Emperor in court. Our Xingluo Empire has been used as a pawn. At this momentum, we absolutely cannot confront the Spirit Hall. This is related to the imperial power of the Dai family. Dai Mubai had no other thoughts in his mind and was solely focused on how to address the current situation. Otherwise, it might really lead to trouble. A thought flashed through his mind, and Dai Mubai no longer hesitated, hurriedly making his way towards the imperial palace's main hall, feeling that he should be able to catch up with the court meeting. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing also sensed that Dai Mubai's expression was somewhat off during the journey. According to Dai Mubai's character, he would definitely have tried various means to persuade her along the way. However, Dai Mubai, on this journey, acted like a virtuous gentleman, not only keeping his distance from her, but also seemingly avoiding her like a plague. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't have thought too much about it, but her mind was filled with the words Chen Yue had said in the tree hole. And now Dai Mubai was going to the inner palace to meet Emperor Xingluo without paying her any attention, which made her increasingly uneasy. If she hadn't done anything wrong, perhaps she wouldn't be so anxious, but the truth was that she had indeed done something to let down the Dai family royal family. And if it were to be discovered, the entire Zhu family would likely face trouble. No, she absolutely couldn't just sit and wait for death. With a determined thought, she hurried to the harem to meet Empress Xingluo. Upon learning that Emperor Xingluo was holding a court meeting and that Dai Mubai hadn't seen him, she breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? What is going on? Empress Zhu Qingxue glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and asked softly. She was also from the Zhu family, but not from the same lineage as Zhu Zhuqing. She belonged to the main branch of the Zhu family, while Zhu Zhuqing belonged to the 6th branch. Their bloodline had diverged for 5 generations. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen as Dai Mubai's princess. Zhu Zhuqing had her words on the tip of her tongue, but didn't know how to start. At this moment, she recalled that with Empress Zhu Qingxue's intervention, the entire source of trouble would likely fall on her 6th branch, while the other relatives would at most face some penalties in terms of salary or funds. And it was absolutely impossible for them to face strict punishment. This meant that if she spoke up now, her fate would probably be to be controlled by Empress Zhu Qingxue and then secretly executed. Is it about the Haotian sect? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing hesitate to speak, Empress Zhu Qingxue thought about recent news and immediately spoke softly. The issue with the Haotian sect is because they captured the Holy Maiden of the Wuhuan Temple. Now, the Haotian sect has been destroyed, but some people have escaped, and the Holy Maiden of the Wuhuan Temple they captured has not been found yet. At this point, Zhu Qingxue paused and asked, but it should only be a matter of time. The order from the Wuhuan temple went directly to Emperor Xingluo and had never passed through the hands of the empress. So even as the empress, Zhu Qingxue was unaware of this matter. Thank you, Mother Empress. I will take my leave now. After hearing this news, Zhu Zhuqing found an opportunity to excuse herself and quickly stood up to leave. This child still has some lingering feelings, doesn't she? Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure, Zhu Qingxue smiled and shook her head, believing that Zhu Zhuqing still had some grievances about past events, but she trusted that time would give Zhu Zhuqing the answers. What to do, what should I do? Back at the Crown Prince's residence, Zhu Zhuqing was anxiously pacing. If it were her in the past, she might have been able to just walk away, but now it was different. If she left, the entire 6th branch would probably be implicated, ultimately leading to the destruction of the Dai family. Since Dai Mubai had not reported yet, she felt there was still a chance to negotiate. As for pleading with Dai Mubai, if he hadn't shown any cracks on the way and was still trying to persuade her, perhaps Zhu Zhuqing would have thought that pleading would be useful. However, judging from Dai Mubai's indifference on the way, Zhu Zhuqing was certain that if she dared to ask for mercy, Dai Mubai would definitely humiliate her fiercely. Even if he ultimately spared the treatment of the Zhu family's 6th branch, he could still make her suffer greatly, even under the watchful eyes of Dugobo. It's all that bastard's fault. Just thinking of Chen Yue made Zhu Zhuqing grit her teeth in anger, wishing she could bite him hard. What? After just a few days apart, you miss me? Suddenly, Chen Yue's light laughter echoed, causing Zhu Zhuqing to tremble all over. She then fearfully collapsed to the ground, scooting back in terror. Why you? How did you come here? No, how did you get in? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Chen Yue in horror. This man had left an indelible impression in her heart, but it was not one of affection, rather a deep-seated fear. This man is too terrifying. Whether it was at Shrek Academy or in the tree hole, she felt nothing but a deep-seated hatred for Chen Yue in front of her. However, as she calmed down during the journey and combined it with Dai Mubai's reaction, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that Chen Yue's words made some sense. After all, Dai Mubai is a playboy, even though her heart is loyal to the Dai family. Who would believe you? After all, seeing is believing. She had personally witnessed that after they entered the palace, Dai Mubai gave her a cold glance and then went in without saying a word to her. This is no longer the normal reaction it used to be. How I got in here is actually not important. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. And what's important is that I am now your savior, able to free you from the sea of suffering. Do you believe it? Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow, coldly staring at Chen Yue, sneering. Save me? The situation I'm in right now is entirely caused by you. How can you still have the face to say you're here to save me? If it weren't for your interference, I could confidently let Dai Mubai search as he pleases to prove my innocence and purity. But now, not to mention facing this search, even now, I lack the courage to confront Dai Mubai, who is already aware of everything. Then, are you just going to watch as your 6 houses are completely severed? Chen Yue did not refute, walking over with his hands behind his back, looking down at Zhu Zhuqing with a half-smile. I've heard that in the Star-Luo Empire, some noble daughters involved would rush into the Church of Music, and then be given as resources and rewards to those commoner soul masters as gifts. The Dai family, which has produced someone like Dai Mubai, who does not treat women as resources, and has brainwashed many noble ladies to accept this view, must have some very ruthless means and cannot be truly benevolent. How could you know about this? Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale at a visible speed. And if your crime is confirmed, I estimate that being given to those rising commoner soul masters would be a kind of humiliation. Chen Yue grinned, showing his white teeth, looking as if he were basking in the spring breeze, but it scared Zhu Zhuqing to the point of losing all color. Therefore, I tend to think that the Dai family will not easily kill you. After all, this crime is the first of its kind in the Dai family for 100 years. So I believe that in the end, you will definitely be sent to the poorhouse in Star-Luo City after your martial soul is crippled, as a display of the Dai family's imperial grace. No, please. Don't say any more. I promise you. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale, completely breaking down. She fell to the ground with a thud, tightly hugging Chen Yue's thigh, almost sobbing as she said, No, don't, I beg you, don't say any more. I promise, I beg you, save me. The poorhouse in Star-Luo City can be said to be the most chaotic place in the entire Star-Luo Empire. It is nominally in Star-Luo City, but in reality, it is in a closed small city outside of Star-Luo City, akin to a smaller version of the City of Slaughter. Unlike the City of Slaughter, this place is filled with waste, whose martial souls are very poor or whose innate soul power is very low, truly representing the impoverished, or what could be called the black populace. Because a few years ago, after becoming the crown princess, Zhu Zhuqing had been here once, and she saw the residents with her own eyes, their faces dark and filthy like Kunlun slaves, with excrement visible all around, making her so disgusted that she vomited her overnight meal. And if she were to be exposed and had to marry into such a place, she would rather bow her head and serve this man before her without dignity than go there. Master, please, save me. Chen Yue was very pleased. The little kitten that he had fed was found by him, and it obediently mewed and rubbed against his leg, holding the little kitten in his arms. Chen Yue smiled slightly. Yes, you really are a well-behaved little kitten. The master will definitely find a way to help you completely redeem yourself. Upon hearing this, the little kitten became even more excited, rubbing against Chen Yue's embrace like a golden retriever, licking his cheek, responding to Chen Yue's words with the most enthusiastic actions. Chapter 32. Star Luo Empress. How can there be such a handsome and charming man in this world? In the depths of the Star Luo Palace, Empress Zhu Qingxue woke up languidly on the phoenix bed, glancing at the maid beside her. Has His Majesty not returned yet? Replying to Your Majesty, not yet. She rubbed her temples tiredly, turned over, and prepared to continue sleeping. But at that moment, the maid suddenly spoke, reporting to Your Majesty, the crown princess requests an audience. Empress Zhu Qingxue was taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing? Didn't I just see her? Why is she here again? With this doubt in her heart, the empress did not show it on her face, slightly nodding. Let her in. Yes. The maid bowed and retreated, and soon, Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in a black spaghetti strap dress, walked in. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's outfit, Empress Zhu Qingxue frowned slightly. As the Empress of Star Luo, she immediately felt that this outfit was quite inappropriate. However, as a daughter of the Zhu family, she also understood the temptation embodied in this outfit, especially for that Dai Mubai who was only in his 20s. Therefore, she did not scold her, but said, Zhu Qing, this outfit should only be worn at home. When you leave the crown prince's residence, you must wear formal attire, understood? Yes, mother, you are right. Zhu Zhuqing silently added in her heart that this outfit was not meant for Dai Mubai, but for that demon. Thinking this way, she looked around and glanced at Zhu Qingxue, hesitating to speak. You all may leave. The queen, Zhu Qingxue, immediately saw through Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts and waved her hand to dismiss the many maidservants. Although her soul power level wasn't very high, a mere soul emperor posed little threat to her, and besides, Zhu Zhuqing had no real reason to act against her. Therefore, she felt quite at ease. Yes. The maidservants bowed and withdrew, leaving only Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing in the entire palace. If you have something to say, just say it. Zhu Zhuqing showed a troubled expression. Hearing Zhu Qingxue's words, her difficulty deepened. After all, she couldn't directly say that she was not adhering to her role as a wife and had betrayed Dai Mubai. Could she? In this regard, Zhu Qingxue did not urge her. She lazily leaned against the head of the bed, squinting her eyes, waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to speak. Although Zhu Zhuqing did not say much at this moment, she guessed that it should be about the Hao Yian sect, right? But the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing's words stunned her. Mother, I don't know if you were aware of what Mubai did in the Heaven Dou Empire. How did it come to be about Dai Mubai? Zhu Qingxue frowned slightly, her lips parted. What happened to Mubai? She was also aware of Dai Mubai's escape from Star Luo City because she had arranged it. Otherwise, how could Dai Mubai, who was only a great soul master at the time, have left Star Luo City safely and reached the Heaven Dou Empire? Even though he posed no real threat, Davis would not have remained indifferent. It was still their responsibility as parents to stop Davis from pursuing him. Therefore, she knew about Dai Mubai's outrageous behavior in the Heaven Dou Empire. But as the queen, how could she take the initiative to speak about it? After all, it was just a few women. As a prince, having a few encounters with fortune was nothing, right? This is Zhu Qingxue's thought. She believed that Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat aggrieved and seeking comfort. Immediately, as the thought flashed through her mind, she smiled and said, at that time Mubai was still young and inexperienced. A bit hot-blooded was normal. After marriage, he would definitely be honest. If he dared to have any improper thoughts, you could rest assured to tell the Empress Dowager. She would stand up for you. She thought her words could comfort Zhu Zhuqing, but unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly raised her head and said, Empress Dowager, can this kind of thinking, this woman doesn't count as a population but as a resource, really change? Zhu Qingxue was stunned. What the heck? What did you just say? Zhu Qingxue could no longer sit still. She suddenly stood up, no longer the confident and assured demeanor she had before. now staring blankly at Zhu Zhuqing. Did Mubai say this? How could this child say such things? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing like this, Zhu Qingxue immediately guessed that Mubai must have been discovered by Zhu Zhuqing, and that it hadn't changed until now. Otherwise, she knew Zhu Zhuqing's character well enough to know she would not bring up old grievances. However, she never expected that this was not about Mubai being caught on the spot, but that Zhu Zhuqing had to bring it up for self-preservation. Empress Dowager, are you saying that he cannot say these words, but his actions are permissible, right? Zhu Qingxue, at this moment, if she still couldn't detect the unusual tone in Zhu Zhuqing's voice, then she had wasted her years as a queen. Zhuqing, what are you trying to do? Empress Zhu Qingxue squinted her eyes, her long white legs exposed beneath her nightgown hanging down, bare feet dangling in the air. Are you here to question me? Or do you think that now that you're the crown princess, you can wield power over the harem? She lightly raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of coldness in her gaze, a wave of soul power pressing down on Zhu Zhuqing from her body. I dare not. Zhu Zhuqing felt the pressure of the soul power, cold sweat appearing on her forehead, but she still gritted her teeth and said, however, Zhuqing feels that this title of concubine is something she cannot bear, so please change it. She still felt a bit guilty in her heart. Although she was forced, she truly felt sorry for Dai Mubai. Therefore, at the moment, she thought that if she left it to that demon to handle, Dai Mubai would probably be fine, right? In this way, it can slightly compensate for her inner guilt. However, these words sounded like provocation to Zhu Qingxue. Zhu Zhuqing, you have such boldness. The Queen Zhu Qingxue's expression turned cold. The Dai family and the Zhu family have been connected by marriage for generations, with every pair determined from birth. How could it be changed by just your words? Do you think that becoming the crown princess allows you to challenge the ancestral rules of the Dai family? Speak up. Who is instigating you? By the time she reached this point in her speech, her soul power pressure had fully erupted, causing Zhu Zhuqing to involuntarily kneel down with a thud, straining to hold herself up. Mother, I really didn't tea. Zhu Zhuqing's heart skipped a beat. She never expected that Zhu Qingxue would see through her. But at this moment, she absolutely could not reveal that demon. Otherwise, with the current power in the palace, it would be impossible to subdue Chen Yue. You must know, Chen Yue appeared in the palace without attracting anyone's notice. And although Zhu Qingxue was strong, she was not a Title Douluo yet. Zhu Zhuqing felt that she could not possibly deal with Chen Yue. Are you having an affair in the Tiandou Empire? Betraying Mubai? All of Zhu Zhuqing's little thoughts were exposed on her face, and instantly, the Queen Zhu Qingxue noticed. Her expression immediately turned cold. Well, Zhu Zhuqing, it seems you really are intent on seeking death, and you want to drag your entire sixth branch down with you, right? Zhu Zhuqing was horrified. Speak or else. None of you in the sixth branch will be left. Zhu Qingxue's gaze turned icy to the extreme. This servant dares to betray her son. If this were known to Emperor Xingluo, the entire Zhu family would likely be implicated. Therefore, she had to act decisively, directly eliminating the entire sixth branch, and then selecting a few other Zhu family girls for Dai Mubai. By then, when she steps in, surely Dai Mubai would let this matter pass. Zhu Zhuqing was so frightened that her face turned pale. Under the deeply rooted, ruling ideology of the Dai family, she felt like a commoner who had violated a heavenly decree, and it was probably equivalent to being a defendant against lawyer Zhang San, her heart filled with terror. No, you say, she's going to kill your whole family. How can you still be thinking about her? The sudden sound instantly caused the air in the entire palace to freeze. The soul pressure from the queen, Zhu Qingxue, shattered like a mirage with a crack. Who is it? Zhu Qingxue turned around in shock and saw a handsome and charming man, whose striking appearance was unparalleled. How could there be such a remarkably handsome man in this world? Her first thought upon seeing this stunning face was, then her next thought was, who is this person? As the queen, she probably knew most of the top nobles in Xinglua City, and while she might not know all the palace guards, at least some would look familiar. However, if such a handsome man appeared in the palace, she would definitely remember him for a lifetime. But now, this person, indeed, was someone she had never seen before. It was only at this point that her third thought returned to the present as she stared in shock at Chen Yue and sternly asked, "Who are you?" Chen Yue ignored the uniquely flavored queen of Xinglua and instead looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who had just managed to rise after he had shattered the soul pressure. You're about to kill your entire family, yet you're still thinking about the Dai family? Are your parents and your family meant to die? Is that it? Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed repeatedly as she glanced at Chen Yue and then at Zhu Qingxue. biting her red lip, and fell silent. Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, Queen Zhu Qingxue quickly reacted and exclaimed, "You are the instigator behind Zhu Qing? Bold of you. Not only did you deceive the crown princess with rumors, but you also dared to invade the queen's palace at night. I see you truly have a death wish." After saying this, instead of calling for help immediately, she transformed her martial soul and charged at Chen Yue. Quite clever. Chen Yue was slightly surprised, but soon understood that how many of those who became queens were fools. Zhu Qingxue didn't call for help immediately, which indeed showed a bit of selfishness. After all, with such a handsome man in her grasp, not to mention some other twisted thoughts, just the fact that Zhu Zhuqing's life and death were completely in her hands. Moreover, she felt that this charming young man could still be used to win over some ambitious noble women to serve her. Once they were entangled, those noble women would become her pawns for life. Furthermore, if she couldn't handle it, the fluctuations of soul power here would naturally alarm the entire royal palace, and the guards would arrive to take control of the situation before she was overwhelmed. I must say, this idea is indeed brilliant. Unfortunately, you have underestimated my strength. Chen Yue sighed. The allure of his handsome face was truly overwhelming. After all, who would have thought that such a beautiful man harbored a soul that had lived for over 100 years? While he marveled inwardly, Chen Yue, under Zhu Zhuqing's horrified gaze, delivered a punch that directly shattered Zhu Qingxue's martial soul manifestation, sending her crashing back onto the phoenix couch. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. How could you? She found it hard to imagine that someone could shatter her martial soul manifestation with a single punch without even needing to activate their martial soul. What do you think we should do with her now? Chen Yue mused. If he activated his martial soul, he estimated he could obliterate this beautiful woman into a mist of blood with a single punch, which would align with his interests at all. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth, glancing at the wildly changing expression of Zhu Qingxue beside her, hesitating. Please don't kill me. Queen Zhu Qingxue had only been queen for a little over 10 years and was still under 40. How could she resign herself to dying like this? I can hire you as a special worshiper of the Xingluo royal family, enjoying the highest privileges. And I can even offer dozens of women who are even more beautiful and charming than her. Truly, she was a queen. At first glance, she could tell what kind of gaze Zhu Zhuqing was directing at Chen Yue, and immediately decided to use her beauty as a trap. Chen Yue found it quite amusing. If he truly wanted to be a never-ending stud, he could probably populate a whole planet. However, this remark would likely provoke Zhu Zhuqing as well. While contemplating, Chen Yue looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed dramatically, and her gaze turned fierce. Master, I have made my decision. Chen Yue was curious. Oh? What decision? Zhu Qingxue was shocked, her face pale, looking at Chen Yue with a pleading expression. Master, I have decided. Zhu Zhuqing was well aware that she had completely lost her way out. Once she lost Chen Yue's support, her parents and the entire Zhu family would face execution on baseless charges. But now, killing the Xingluo queen wouldn't work either, as many people knew she had come to the harem to see the Xingluo queen. If she died, the entire Zhu family would definitely suffer massive repercussions. So the best course of action now is, Master, I have decided to drag her down with me. Chen Yue. Queen Zhu Qingxue. Chapter 33. Dai Mu Bai. Mother, wait a moment, Zhu Qing. Why are you also here? As night deepened, the many ministers in the Xingluo Great Hall gradually dispersed, each with different thoughts and heavy expressions. How could this happen? The Xingluo emperor paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, increasingly troubled. After discussions among the ministers, it was confirmed that a noble had gathered the remnants of the Haotian sect, but this remnant had gone missing a few days ago, seemingly abducted by someone. At the time, this noble thought that losing one remnant was no big deal, so he didn't pay much attention. But who would have thought that this would happen? Father, what should we do now? Dai Mu Bai, who had attended the court meeting, was now burning with anxiety, completely throwing Zhu Zhuqing's matter to the back of his mind. You must know, this is the Wuhuan temple that easily wiped out the Haotian sect and even left only the Seven Treasures Glazed sect barely surviving among the top 3 sects. With the current strength of the entire Star Luo Empire, they have no hope against the Haotian sect, let alone the Wuhuan temple that can effortlessly destroy the Haotian sect. Can we really capture the remnants of the Haotian sect by ordering a search throughout the empire? Dai Mu Bai looked up at the emperor of Star Luo, his expression somewhat flustered. What are you panicking about? Seeing Dai Mu Bai's demeanor, the emperor of Star Luo became even angrier, saying, You don't need to worry about this matter. Just go and rest. After a pause, he continued, you just returned, and instead of greeting your mother, you came to attend the court meeting and are panicking like this. How do you expect the officials to view our Dai family? The current emperor of Star Luo was already feeling troubled, and with Dai Mubai buzzing around like a fly. It was no wonder he was irritated. Dai Mubai, after being scolded, did not dare to retort, fearing another round of reprimands, so he wisely left the Star Luo Hall. However, just after he left the Star Luo Hall and took a couple of steps towards the Empress's palace, he suddenly recalled the matter of Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, a clever scheme began to form in his mind for framing someone. His mother also came from a Zhu family, which is considered a noble family with significant power in the entire empire. If the remnants of the Haoyan sect and the matter of the Holy Maiden of the Wuhuan Temple could be shifted onto the entire Zhu family, would that mean the Dai family would be in the clear? It is no wonder that Dai Mubai would have such thoughts, as he is not yet an emperor and has not yet clapped hands with Zhu Zhuqing. Coupled with the current betrayal by Zhu Zhuqing, it is understandable to have such an idea. Just relying on that noble who sheltered the remnants of the Haoyan sect cannot bear such responsibility. At least a large noble family, like the Zhu family, is needed. Dai Mubai knew well that the rule of the Dai family largely depended on many nobles. After all, even if the Dai family had many people, they could not govern them all directly. These nobles who were dependent on the Dai family were excellent subordinates. However, in the face of the aggressive Wuhuan Temple, a noble without weight could not bear this responsibility and would only make the Wuhuan Temple think that the Dai family was toying with them, which would surely provoke even greater anger. With this thought in mind, Dai Mubai considered asking the emperor of Star Luo, but it was clear that the emperor was currently in a fit of rage, and going to him would only invite scolding. Should he let his mother go to comfort his father instead? Thinking this way, Dai Mubai no longer hesitated. After all, his father and mother had experienced such great storms together, and their feelings were naturally very strong. He believed that his mother would definitely have a solution. Immediately, he headed towards the queen's palace. Strange, why was there no one outside? He glanced at the queen's front hall and found that not a single maid was inside. It should be noted that as the queen, she had many well-trained and capable palace maids who were always guarding the queen's palace. How could such a situation occur? With doubts in mind, Dai Mubai entered the front hall, then the central hall, and even the rear hall, but there was no one. Could they all be in the sleeping quarters? As the queen, the palace was naturally extremely large. In addition to the three main halls, there were also the sleeping quarters within. However, these sleeping quarters were generally private places for the queen, and basically, apart from the emperor and the maids, no one else would enter. It made sense. It was already late at night. They were definitely in the sleeping quarters. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally noticed the sparse moonlight and immediately stopped hesitating. He walked towards the entrance of the main hall and knocked on the door. Mother, are you resting? Just as he got close, he sensed that there seemed to be some movement inside the palace. However, as soon as his words rang out, all sounds came to an abrupt halt. It seemed that the people inside were startled by his sudden voice. This is the feeling of Dai Mubai. Mubai? The familiar voice coming from inside made Dai Mubai relax a little, but he soon became puzzled. Why did it feel a bit like the tone of the twins he was holding on both sides? But then he dismissed that thought. How could that be? His father was in the Star Luo Palace. This must be an illusion caused by him abstaining for too long. Immediately, he spoke up. Mother, have you had a rest? I am in the bathing. Is there something you need? Dai Mubai didn't think much of it and just said, how much longer does mother need? Your son has something to report to you. After all, this matter was of great importance. The deadline given by the Spirit Hall was approaching fast, and they needed to come up with a foolproof plan quickly. Otherwise, the Dai family's throne would be in jeopardy. With this thought in mind, he didn't leave immediately, but instead asked, it shouldn't take, too long, right? It was strange for Dai Mubai. How could it be uncertain even after taking a bath? But soon, Queen Zhu Qingxue provided him with an answer. I'm taking a medicinal bath, and that Mubai. If you're not in a hurry, you can go back first. Medicinal bath? Dai Mubai was a bit confused. It was the first time he had heard of this. The most he had experienced was the immortal herbs Tang San had given them. But those were swallowed directly, right? However, despite his doubts, he didn't think much of it due to the authority of his mother, and immediately responded, then I'll wait outside for a moment. After that, he heard that the noise inside seemed to have resumed. Listening closely, it sounded like she was really taking a bath, but using too much water seemed a bit wasteful, right? He heard the sound of a tsunami hitting the shore, scratched his head, and didn't pay much attention, shrinking his body and sitting outside the door to wait. The night grew deeper, But for some reason, Dai Mubai, as a sole emperor, felt inexplicably chilly all over. Looking up, he noticed that, at some point, snowflakes had begun to drift down from the sky, quickly covering his golden hair and turning it into a vast white. Strange, it wasn't even winter yet. How could it be snowing? Dai Mubai murmured, wiping the large pile of snowflakes that had formed a hat on his head, and shook his head. At this moment, a slightly flushed maid opened the palace door and walked out, holding a scarf and a hat in her hands. Your Highness, the weather is cold. Although you are a sole master, you should not neglect your health. This was knitted for you by the Empress. Dai Mubai's face showed joy, and his heart felt warm. As he raised his head to look, he was instantly taken aback. The color of the hat. Hearing his doubt, the originally blushing maid smiled shyly and said, Your Highness, you may not know. This hat is made from the skin of a 1,000-year-old gecko that Her Majesty the Queen personally killed when she was still the crown princess. It has the effect of keeping warm and resisting the cold. The previous queen said that this winter is particularly cold, so she prepared a scarf for His Majesty and this gecko hat for you. After a pause, the maid continued, However, His Majesty was furious a couple of days ago, and the Queen was also turned away, so she decided not to give this gecko skin hat to His Majesty, but to you instead. The Queen also said that this gecko has an extremely strong vitality, and its green color is natural. It even has some healing properties, representing vitality and the continuity of life. Compared to that, this hat is a bit greener, but it's really not a big deal, right? Vitality and continuity of life. Dai Mubai looked at the hat in his hands, feeling that something was a bit off, but when he touched it, he indeed felt a warmth coming from it. And even some old injuries were recovering at an extremely slow pace at that moment. Since it was personally sent by Mother, I have no reason to refuse. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai no longer hesitated. A smile appeared on his face as he put the hat on his head, then wrapped a scarf around himself. To be honest, he felt that the chill around him had completely disappeared at that moment. By the way, how much longer does Mother need for her medicinal bath? After dispelling the chill, Dai Mubai was in a good mood, looking at the maid in front of him, whose face was redder, but whose gaze seemed a bit unnatural. He curiously asked, What's wrong with you? Ah, it's nothing, the maid shyly smiled. I just thought of something happy. What happy thing? It's just that Her Majesty the Queen might be pregnant again. What? Dai Mubai was stunned. What did you say? No. Now that he has become the crown prince, how can his mother still have a child? Your Highness, don't worry. The maid smiled slightly. You are already the crown prince, and when the time comes, His Majesty will naturally pass the throne to you, so you don't need to compete for it for now. But Dai Mubai still felt a bit unsettled. After all, his father was only in his 40s, and according to the age regulations of the Star Luo Empire, he could reign for at least several more decades. What if another son were to be born? No, Mother cannot have another brother. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai's eyes turned cold, and he disregarded the matter of not intruding into the Queen's palace, directly pushing the maid aside and charging toward the palace. Ah, Your Highness, the Queen is still bathing. You can't go in. The maid was shocked and hurried to stop him, even activating her martial soul and soul ring in an attempt to block him. Get out of the way. Now, Dai Mubai was a genuine soul emperor, not someone a mere soul king maid could stop. With just one push, the maid was sent flying to the ground. He himself rushed into the palace. However, after rushing in, Dai Mubai was completely stunned. Mother, wait a minute. Zhu Qing, what are you doing here? He saw the queen, Zhu Qingxue, with a flushed face, sitting on the phoenix couch in her royal phoenix gown. Behind her, Zhu Qing, also with a slight blush, was giving her a massage. On the phoenix couch lay a red quilt embroidered with dragon and phoenix patterns, and there seemed to be something protruding in the middle of the quilt. Mubai, what are you doing? Queen Zhu Qingxue opened her eyes. Dai Mubai couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but he seemed to see a charming expression, which was something he thought was impossible before. His mother would absolutely not do such a thing. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth to deny the thoughts in his mind. But as a scumbag tiger, after sniffing the air, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his face started to tremble slightly. Get out! Get out! Queen Zhu Qingxue's face was icy, but with the flush on her cheeks, she couldn't exert any authority. Fortunately, Dai Mubai was used to her intimidation and was startled back to reality, scrambling out in a hurry. Mother, it seems he saw something. Behind her, Zhu Zhuqing cast a fleeting glance at the fleeing Dai Mubai, and a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her cold, yet enticing eyes. Now, apart from Chen Yue, the person involved, only Zhu Qingxue and Dai Mubai knew about her betrayal of the Dai family. And since Zhu Qingxue had already been dragged into this, she naturally had no worries. But what about Dai Mubai? Should I kill him? Queen Zhu Qingshue's expression changed. After all, he was still her son, and she found it hard to go through with it. You shouldn't have seen anything, right? After all, don't forget what Dai Mubai experienced in the Tiandou Empire. He wasn't a fool. Zhu Zhuqing's words instantly made the flush on Zhu Qingshue's face disappear, turning pale. If you don't kill him, once the master leaves, it will be the end for our entire Zhu family. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingshue's expression changed repeatedly, and suddenly her eyes widened, her body stiffening before she collapsed. The next moment, Chen Yue lifted the red blanket, embraced her, and with his other arm wrapped around Zhu Zhuqing, he thought, double happiness. I want to give him another chance. Is that okay? After a moment, Zhu Qingshuo regained her senses and turned to Chen Yue, who was holding her, unable to help but plead. After all, he was still her son, her only son now. In response to the beautiful woman's request, Chen Yue simply smiled, revealing his white teeth, seemingly warm, yet his words carried the ruthlessness of a wise man. Instead of fixating on his son, how about I give you? Chapter 34. Dai Mubai, father, I want a mother as palace you. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingshuo was instantly shocked, her face becoming even paler. No, this can't be. She struggled, trying to rise. But Chen Yu's next words abruptly halted her actions. Do you think being a queen is interesting, or being a regent empress? What? What do you mean? Chen Yue smiled, making a gesture with one hand. I won't interfere in your empire's affairs. So after eliminating the threat, with a prince around, this star Luo will be your domain, understand? After hearing this, Zhu Qingshue's breathing quickened, but she soon felt worried. But the Dai family still has ancestors. Don't worry before I leave. I will definitely take care of the aftermath for you. Zhu Zhuqing had no objections. She had no way out now and could only rely on Chen Yue, obediently listening. After all, she had been raised to be obedient and marry into the Dai family, and her servitude had been fully developed, making it hard to eliminate. It was just a matter of changing the target of her obedience. Dai Mubai was racing away, his mind filled with one thought. Escape. Escape. Mother has completely betrayed us. The only thing to do now was to tell father and have him suppress mother and Zhu Zhuqing. He never imagined his mother would do something to provoke the Dai royal family. This is to force his father, the emperor, into a furious rage and annihilate the Zhu family. How dare they bring shame to the royal family? If it were just a consort, perhaps it could be dealt with privately, like replacing her, which would probably only leave Di Mubai with a bit of stain, and by the time he ascends the throne, it would likely be forgotten. But now, this is the current empress. If this is not stopped at this moment and develops further, will the reputation of the Dai family still exist? Will his strong-willed father still have any face? He must immediately tell his father and have all the maidservants and palace made to know about this executed. As Dai Mubai made up his mind, he returned to the Star Luo Great Hall. What's wrong? The Star Luo Emperor furrowed his brows deeply. He looked up at the sullen-faced Dai Mubai, narrowing his eyes and asking, what happened? Dai Mubai didn't speak. He glanced at the guard around. The Star Luo Emperor immediately understood and waved his hand to dismiss them all. Father, I found an unknown man in the Empress's palace. Dai Mubai originally wanted to say it was an unknown scent, but thinking about the Star Luo Emperor's character, he figured he might downplay the matter. So he directly said he caught a man. This way, the Empress Zhu Qingshuo and Zhu Zhuqing would surely die. Moreover, no one would know about him being cuckolded. However, upon hearing this, the Star Luo Emperor's expression suddenly darkened. Take off your hat and scarf, Dai Mubai. I seem to have forgotten to take them off. He quickly removed his hat and scarf, and just as he was about to say something, he saw the Star Luo Emperor with a black face slap him on the forehead, saying, You really can come into the palace with a green hat. Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai. Tell me, what exactly happened? Dai Mubai stammered, not daring to speak. It's like this. He babbled on with a lot of details, perfectly illustrating what it means to add fuel to the fire, and completely darkening the Star Luo Emperor's expression. Shut up. A loud slap landed on Dai Mubai's face. Go, find that damned Zhu Qingshuo and demand an explanation. With this slap, soul power was infused, but it was controlled just right, only sending Dai Mubai flying to the entrance of the Great Hall without causing much harm. Feeling this move, Dai Mubai was overjoyed. If his father could control soul power so well, he must also be a Title Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing, you wretched servant. How dare you defy me and seek other men? Seeking death, are you? Immediately, the father and son hurried towards the queen's palace. As soon as they entered the queen's palace, Emperor Xingluo frowned deeply, feeling that something was off. "Father, what's wrong?" Dai Mubai was taken aback when he noticed Emperor Xinghua had stopped. He looked around curiously, but found nothing suspicious. "It's nothing." Emperor Xinghua squinted his eyes, glanced at Dai Mubai, and did not pay further attention to his slightly anxious son. He waved his sleeve and strode forward, saying, "Let's go." "Yes, father." Seeing Emperor Xinghua's pace, Dai Mubai was delighted and quickly followed suit, striding forward without hesitation. Before long, the father and son arrived at the door of the palace. At that moment, the demonic sound from within the hall surged into Emperor Xinghua's mind without any cover. "Damn it, this wretched maid." Emperor Xinghua's already gloomy expression turned completely dark at that moment. Without hesitation, he instantly activated his martial soul, and 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, floated behind him. Damn! Dai Mubai was taken aback upon seeing the 9 spirit rings. His father had silently broken through to become a Title Douluo. My goodness! He knew that the number of Title Douluo in the Xinghua Empire was extremely limited, and even he, the crown prince, was unsure of how many there were. However, he was certain that there were no Title Douluo in the entire Xinghua court. Yet, he never expected that his father, who was hidden in power, had quietly become a Title Douluo without anyone knowing. Now that Zhu Zhuqing and that pretty boy were undoubtedly doomed. Dai Mubai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With this, the embarrassing incident would be completely sealed, and no one would ever know. Of course, there was also Dugabo. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, but he felt a bit wary. Although Dugabo is a Title Douluo and the worst among all Title Douluo, it cannot be denied that his poison is incredibly difficult to defend against. If he were to act within Star Luo City, the entire city would likely be buried with him. Therefore, this matter must be planned carefully. As his thought flashed through his mind, Dai Mubai looked up at the palace in front of him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The guy inside must have been scared silly after sensing the soul power fluctuations of his Title Douluo, right? 7th soul skill, White Tiger True Body. At the same moment that Dai Mubai's thoughts were racing, Emperor Star Luo showed no hesitation. His eyes were filled with cold light, and the black 7th soul ring behind him shone brightly at this moment. In an instant, he vanished, replaced by a massive evil white tiger. With a roar like a tiger's howl, the giant white tiger true body swung its paw fiercely towards the palace door. The power of a martial soul true body beneath a Title Douluo is extremely formidable. Just think of how the Qian Douluo nearly smashed the Pope's palace door with a single strike when he first appeared. Under the paw of this evil white tiger true body, Dai Mubai was certain that this palace door, no matter how high it was, could not withstand it. Facing Dai Mubai's expectant gaze, the giant evil white tiger true body brought its paw crashing down, hitting the palace door. Once the door was smashed open, they would undoubtedly be scared silly. Dai Mubai was overjoyed. He could almost see Zhu Zhuqing's horrified and regretful eyes, and he even looked forward to the scene where she would kneel at his feet begging for mercy. Then, he would humiliate Zhu Zhuqing severely and slap this broken shoe away. What level of person dares to meddle in my Dai Mubai's affairs? However, when Dai Mubai came back to his senses from his fantasy and saw the scene before him, he was completely stunned. What was going on? He looked at the intact door in front of him, utterly bewildered. The loud sound from that previous slap was like a fart. How could the palace door remain completely undamaged? Emperor Star Luo seemed to notice Dai Mubai's doubtful gaze. Immediately, the massive white tiger true body paused, retracted its claws, and let out a low growl before slapping down again. Dai Mubai's eyes were once again filled with anticipation. The door must have been propped up by someone from behind. Otherwise, such a thing would be impossible. Dai Mubai did not believe that just this palace door could withstand the martial soul true body of a dignified Title Douluo. It must have been his mother who sensed something and sent countless soul masters to support the door from behind, plus his father not using his full strength, which is why didn't he get smashed. But when this paw landed on the door, it still showed no reaction. Emperor Star Luo, Dai Mubai. The father and son stared blankly at the palace door, and even the white tiger true body seemed confused as it slapped the floor, resulting in a loud crack as the floor shattered. This makes no sense. Dai Mubai was also perplexed. He saw how the white tiger true body slapped the floor tiles, and it was obvious that this white tiger true body had strength. But why? Couldn't he break this palace door? Dai Mubai was baffled. Emperor Star Luo was even more baffled. Strange, could it be a defensive Title Douluo? Emperor Star Luo thought in confusion. When his tiger claw slapped down, it felt like hitting a copper wall. Apart from his arm feeling numb, there was no other reaction. Logically, under the martial soul true body of a Title Douluo, it should definitely be able to smash the palace door with one slap. But how could this happen? Not believing in evil, Emperor Star Luo's soul ring shone again. White tiger bright light wave. In an instant, the white tiger true body spat out a beam of light. And with a loud roar, the entire palace door finally shattered. Emperor Star Luo, Dai Mubai, he caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai's strange eyes, as if asking, "Father, are you weak, which is why you needed to use 2 soul skills to break open this door?" Oomph. Emperor Star Luo directly ignored his rebellious son's gaze, and the white tiger true body slowly walked into the palace. Dai Mubai followed closely behind. When the father and son entered, the scene they had anticipated did not appear. Instead, the palace was extremely clean and empty, not a single person in sight. How strange. Dai Mubai was somewhat perplexed. He pointed at the neatly folded blankets on the phoenix bed, saying, "I remember seeing them here before. How could they have left in such a short time?" Oomph. Emperor Star Luo snorted coldly, and the white tiger true body spoke. "The monk can run, but the temple cannot. Anyone who dares to bring shame to the Dai family will start by exterminating the Zhu family's 9 clans." The reason the Dai family has maintained its rule for so many years is not only due to strength, but also because of the opportunity to perform martial soul fusion skills with most nobles. Let me put it this way. By exterminating the Zhu family, the Dai family indeed has no way to merge into the netherworld white tiger anymore. But perhaps a winged white tiger or a demon white tiger might emerge. However, over the years, the Zhu family status has been higher compared to other nobles, and the other nobles have had almost no opportunity to choose a prince in the power struggle for the throne because they have long been reserved by the Zhu family. But now the Zhu family has brought this trouble upon themselves. The Star Luo Emperor believes that as long as he issues an order, 99 of the nobles in Star Luo City will participate in the encirclement and extermination of the Zhu family. Hearing this, Dai Mubai also showed great joy. His father is wise. But regarding the matter of the crown princess, the Star Luo Emperor snorted coldly, saying that there are many who want to be the crown princess. So you don't need to worry. I will personally choose a noble girl with a better compatibility for you. The future martial soul fusion skill will definitely not be inferior to the netherworld white tiger. Dai Mubai was overjoyed and was just about to say something when suddenly a light, airy voice rang out. "Look, I told you. Your feelings seem so ridiculous in the face of imperial power." Hearing this, the father and son suddenly raised their heads and discovered that, at some point, the previously empty phoenix throne was now occupied by Chen Yue, who was smiling as he sat with the queen, Zhu Qingxue, in his left arm and Zhu Zhuqing in his right. Now, should they give up hope? Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances and slightly nodded. When they looked back at Dai Mubai and his son, their icy killing intent was already revealed. Since they had plunged into darkness and lost the chance to embrace the light, then let all light disappear. The Dai family is not worth pitying. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally came to his senses and shouted, "Father, it's this pretty boy." His loud shout brought the Star Luo Emperor back to reality. But the latter found him too noisy and slapped him away, sending him crashing into the side. No one has ever dared to act wildly in my Dai family's palace. Under the true form of the Star Luo Emperor's white tiger, his evil eyes were cold. "You are the first. State your name, and I will declare it to the world, hanging your corpse for all to see. P.S. I woke up this afternoon to find that more than a dozen of my posts were blocked. I was so frustrated that I completely lost my mind. I revised over 8,000 words in total. It's really not that I wanted to delay the updates. Can I get some comfort?" I cried and revised until I was dry, and then gritted my teeth to update again. Chapter 35, Star Luo Empress, main cause, we go. As the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, commanding the power of the entire empire, coupled with his own title of Douluo and soul power level, he truly had the confidence to say such things. As the words of the Star Luo Emperor fell, his 9 soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black were immediately released, and he glared with his evil eyes, slapping towards Chen Yue and the others. It would definitely kill them. Dai Mubai, who was watching the excitement from the side, struggled to get up while covering his swollen face. Seeing the scene, he was overjoyed. Perhaps the previously closed gate was just a small accident. After all, maybe that gate was reinforced? But what was before him now? These are 3 real people. How could a mortal body withstand the slap of a martial soul's true form? Moreover, this was the martial soul true form of aTitle Douluo. This pretty boy looks even more handsome than me. It's unforgivable. At this moment, Dai Mubai suddenly noticed Chen Yue's stunning appearance, and his eyelids twitched. A wave of jealousy surging to his head, but soon, this emotion turned into a cold sneer. It seemed he could already envision the scene where the three before him would be completely flattened into meat patties under the true form of the white tiger's paw. It wasn't just Dai Mubai who felt this jealousy. Even the Star Luo Emperor in his true form felt the same way. No wonder that servant girl would be moved by such a pretty face. Today, I will slap this pretty boy into a meat patty and then force that servant girl to eat it. With this thought in mind, the Star Luo Emperor directed his attack primarily at Chen Yue. If he was going to make a move, why delay and talk so much? Chen Yue had long known that the Star Luo Emperor would definitely not be able to hold back. But he didn't expect the Dai father and son to have so much drama in their hearts. As soon as the words fell, Chen Yue raised his left hand, and a red and 3 gold soul rings, mixed with a soul ring energy that suffocated everyone present, abruptly swept across the venue. What? As soon as this configuration soul ring was unleashed, it instantly captured the titanium alloy dog eyes of everyone in the palace, especially that queen, Zhu Qingxue. She finally understood why Zhu Zhuqing chose to bow her head and face reality. Even more shocking was the Star Luo Emperor. How is this possible? The first soul ring is 100,000 years old. This can't be. While the Star Luo Emperor was in shock, Chen Yue had already released his second soul skill, Soul Spirit Summon. The Soul Spirit was the projection of the heavenly court in the primordial era, the king of heaven with the pagoda. In an instant, a transparent phantom holding the heavenly king's divine pagoda stepped forward slowly, illuminated by golden light, and stood before the true form of the white tiger. When this figure appeared, the Star Luo Emperor felt as if an insurmountable mountain was towering before him, playing tricks. He had never seen a golden soul ring and was convinced this was a ruse, a mere 4-ringed soul master, even with a 100,000-year soul ring. How could he contend with a dignified Title Douluo? This thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly raised his tiger paw, the black soul ring behind him also shining brightly. White tiger's sky-rending claw. In that moment of brilliance, the enormous white tiger claw struck fiercely against the massive projection. With a swipe of his paw, the Star Luo Emperor felt as if he had slapped against a turtle shell, and even his soul skill energy vanished without a trace at that moment. Instead, his tiger claw felt a wave of swelling pain, and his sinister eyes nearly bulged out. This is impossible. How could anyone block my 9th soul skill in the true form of my martial soul? He was shocked, bewildered, and frightened. Just as he was in this daze, the giant divine tower in the projection's hand came crashing down on him like a mountain. What is this? One tiger claw lost all sensation from the pain, and the Star Luo Emperor felt a suffocating sensation, snapping him back to reality. He looked up, his sinister eyes filled with shock, but the next moment, all the soul rings behind him lit up, and he swung his other tiger claw towards the divine tower. White tiger's body protection. White tiger's radiant wave. White tiger's diamond transformation. White tiger's meteor shower. White tiger's demon god transformation. White tiger's annihilation strike. In one breath, the Star Luo Emperor unleashed all 9 soul skills. At this moment, he felt his soul power within him deplete instantly, but he didn't care at all. Channeling all the power from his soul rings into this tiger claw, he fiercely swiped at the approaching projection divine tower. However, the projection divine tower projected by the projection of the pagoda heavenly king, even if its power was less than 1/10,000th, was still far beyond any soul skill from the sewer realm. After all, even though its power was far inferior to the original in this sewer realm, it was still a million-year soul spirit. The combined lifespan of the 9 soul rings of the Star Luo Emperor is at most only 1/5 of the energy of their lifespan. How could he possibly withstand it? Boom! Without any surprise. At the moment, the massive true body of the white tiger was slapped. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, striking an egg against a stone. All the soul ring energy was crushed like fragile paper by this force. And then the divine tower thundered down upon the true body of the white tiger. Instantly, the enormous true body of the white tiger was sent flying backward as if hit by a high-speed train, scraping the entire floor of the back hall and the middle hall, ultimately crashing into the courtyard between the front hall and the middle hall, landing heavily against the stone wall, creating a large pit. At the moment it hit the ground, the massive, evil-eyed true body of the white tiger had already vanished. replaced by the critically injured star Luo Emperor, who lay in the pit, unable to stand. "I am unwilling." The star Luo Emperor struggled to lift his head, his expression a mix of shock and anger, and through the distant distance, he saw Chen Yue, with his hands behind his back in the queen's palace, just uttering 4 words before he uncontrollably spat out mouthfuls of blood and finally collapsed to the ground, feeling the vitality within him dissipate. "You're not the first, nor will you be the last." Chen Yue stretched lazily and yawned. "But compared to the first one, you are quite lucky. Your martial soul hasn't even shattered? The first one who smashed my martial soul with a hammer ended up breaking along with it." Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Qingxue felt a chill rise from their feet, suddenly bursting out from the top of their heads, cooling them from head to toe. At this moment, they finally understood how wise it was not to resist earlier, even with a focus on killing. Even the sword Douluo, before he lost an arm, might not be able to withstand his soul skill, right? Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced, and she was relieved that after sensing the deadly pressure, she had become very obedient. Otherwise, given Chen Yue's unpredictable temperament, her fate would probably be worse than that of the star Luo Emperor. This. The strongest Title Douluo Zhu Zhuqing had ever seen was the sword Douluo Qian Renxue, a peak level 97 main attack Title Douluo and known for his killing prowess. But the Queen Zhu Qingxue was different. When she was still the crown princess, she had seen an elder whose soul power was even stronger than that of sword Douluo Qian Renxue. And the soul power energy released by that person was not as pressurized as this one soul skill from Chen Yue. If she had such a powerful backing. Thinking of this, Zhu Qingxue couldn't help but tighten her thighs, a smile appearing on her face as she gracefully leaned against Chen Yue's arm and softly said, "Master Yin, if you're tired, you should rest." "Damn it." Zhu Qingxue's voice completely reminded Zhu Zhuqing, and she was startled, quickly stepping forward to hug Chen Yue's other arm. "Master Yin, I will serve you." As she spoke, her mind moved, and at the moment her martial soul manifested. A long cattail wrapped around Chen Yue's thigh, beginning to scratch him playfully. She knew that Chen Yue's intention was to torment Dai Mubai, and now it was obvious that the Dai family was doomed. If she didn't get closer now, perhaps there wouldn't be any threats, but if Zhu Qingxue took power, she felt that her future days wouldn't be too good. After all, Dai Mubai is ultimately the son of Zhu Qingxue. Even though Dai Mubai has thought about using the sword of the Starry Emperor to wipe out the entire Zhu family, he cannot wash away the fact that she previously betrayed him. Therefore, Empress Zhu Qingxue must find her somewhat displeasing. And once Zhu Qingxue manages to cling to a powerful figure, "No, this is impossible." Zhu Zhuqing cut off her thoughts. She is still young and was personally unsealed by Chen Yue. She doesn't believe that this Empress Zhu Qingxue can have such a great advantage over her. Impossible, absolutely impossible. And at this moment, Dai Mubai, who had just returned to his senses from a shock, was left with his jaw dropped, his eyes nearly popping out as he stared blankly at the dying star Luo Emperor in the big pit. His father, the dignified Title Douluo, actually lost despite giving it his all. And moreover, is this really a one-hit kill? It can't be. This is impossible. My evil eye white tiger is an unbeatable existence among beast martial souls. How could I lose? Dai Mubai staggered back a few steps, unable to believe or accept the reality before him. He felt completely lost and slumped to the ground, but whether it was his foolishness or not, he sat down right in the big pit. Then, with a graceful roll, he fell into the pit and collided face-to-face with the Star Luo Emperor. Star Luo Emperor. Dai Mubai, ugh, how disgusting. Seeing this scene, Queen Zhu Qingxue felt a wave of nausea. She quickly leaned against Chen Yue and said in a mature, alluring voice, "My lord, they are so disgusting. Why don't we go do something that isn't disgusting?" With her strength, she could naturally tell that the Star Luo Emperor was on his last breath, and even if they left the scene, nothing would happen. As for the Star Luo Emperor's last breath, she decided to use it as a token of loyalty to Chen Yue. In this way, she can firmly hold onto this thigh. After all, she doesn't have the advantages that Zhu Zhuqing has. No rush. Chen Yue smiled at her and pointed to the stone wall, saying, "I think this wall behind is also good. It can support both hands." Empress Zhu Qingxue looked confused. What does supporting with both hands mean? Not only was she puzzled, but Zhu Zhuqing was also in the dark, and the Dai father and son in the big pit also looked bewildered. But soon, Emperor Xingluo understood. "Master, you are amazing, much stronger than that green light tiger." As Zhu Qingxue's voice sounded from behind a stone wall, his face visibly turned purple, and finally, with a wow, he spat out a fountain of blood nearly a meter high. Then his eyes widened, looking like a dead fish, not closing his eyes. Father. Dai Mubai's face also turned extremely pale, but when he looked at the blood-spitting and breathless Emperor Xinluo, he was startled and trembled as he knelt down to check his breath. No breath? Dai Mubai was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. But at this moment he realized that one of his arms was firmly gripped by Emperor Xinluo. He hurriedly shook it off, only to see a piece of paper flutter down to the ground. Dai Mubai was stunned for a moment, then carefully glanced at the stone wall behind him. Hearing Zhu Qingshue's voice, his face twitched, and at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief, cursing with envy and jealousy, colorful, hungry ghost. Then, he picked up the paper and, after seeing the contents, was overjoyed. He immediately stopped hesitating, taking advantage of the high-spirited voice to sneak away. As night deepened, light gradually approached. With a long howl, Empress Zhu Qingxu no longer maintained her previous noble and beautiful demeanor, collapsing in Chen Yue's arms, her charming voice weakly saying, "Master, you are so powerful. The servant is very satisfied." She didn't dare to call herself anything grand in front of Chen Yue. Not good. Master Dai Mubai has escaped. At this moment, the rookie Zhu Zhuqing suddenly peeked out from behind the stone wall and made a shocking discovery, quickly alerting everyone. Chen Yue remained calm and even pulled her over, saying, "No rush. Let's take care of business first." At this moment, a figure was seen kneeling on one knee in front of Chen Yue in the queen's front hall. He stared intently at his toes and respectfully said, "My lord, it is the spirit Douluo who has come from Heavendo City." How is it? Bibi Dong has already gathered many Title Douluo from the Spear Hall, and they have now passed the critical point, expected to arrive at Star Luo City within a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing the words, many Title Douluo, Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing turned pale with fright and quickly clung to Chen Yue, as only this man could give them a shred of security. As for Chen Yue, he casually asked, "How many Title Douluo did they bring?" In the hall of the Pope, all elders except for the subordinates and the serpent spear have been mobilized. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing held each other even tighter, their delicate bodies trembling violently. All the Title Douluos. This is to destroy the Star Luo Empire? Chapter 36. Bibi Dong, should we go all out? The only ones Bibi Dong can mobilize are the many elders of the Papal Hall. She doesn't have the ability to mobilize the Worship Hall. Have all the Title Douluo of the Papal Hall been mobilized? What about Spirit Feather Douluo? She was heavily injured during the surprise attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and is currently recuperating, so she hasn't gone out. Chen Yue calculated with his fingers and nodded slightly. Well, at least the Worship Hall hasn't intervened. The worshippers do not support Bibi Dong's actions this time. The last time they dealt with the Haotian sect was an old and new account combined. Chen Yue understands, after all. Qian Xuanji is considered to have grown up under the watch of those old guys in the Worship Hall and is like a half-son to them, so naturally, there's some feelings involved. Good. Let's proceed according to the plan. Yes. The Porcupine Douluo came quickly and left quickly. After Chen Yue finished speaking, he bowed his head, looking like a eunuch, staring at his toes as he exited the Queen's Hall, only then daring to lift his head. My, that was close. Almost ruined the master's good deed. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then realized his back was soaked. Luckily, I didn't have too many eyes, otherwise I wouldn't be able to withstand the master's axe. At the request of Qian Renxue, the Porcupine and Serpent Spear had to change their way of addressing Chen Yue to master, as calling him senior felt a bit strange. Although, it is a fact. Master Yin, you are so amazing. At this moment, Queen Zhu Qingxue finally understood. The man before her, from the moment he arrived in Xingluo City until now, had been meticulously planning. It wasn't just about lust. While he aimed to strike at the Xingluo Empire, he was also helping to deal with the crisis of the Spirit Hall's attack. Let's continue. After a night of fierce battles, this novice, who wasn't really that inexperienced, ended up losing completely. However, Chen Yue's approach to the two of them was purely physical, focusing on comfort. Yes, the servant will come right away. 20 kilometers outside Xingluo City, led by Bibi Dong, many Title Douluos had already arrived at this place. Just as they were about to move forward, Bibi Dong suddenly frowned and raised her hand, shouting, "Stop." Then, she looked ahead and said, "Zhituan, is there an emergency in Tiandou City?" As the only super Douluo in the Hall of Popes, Bibi Dong could naturally sense the arrival of Zhituan Douluo. "Your Majesty, it's like this." The Zhituan Douluo, who had just appeared, was feeling extremely anxious but tried to maintain a calm expression. "I came here at the young master's request and have made a significant discovery." Bibi Dong's pupils constricted, and she said sternly, "Speak. The Holy Maiden has been kidnapped by the Xingluo Emperor and his son, Daimu Bai, Bibi Dong, other Title Douluos." This statement from Tiandou Douluo completely stunned Bibi Dong. After a brief moment of shock, she turned her gaze to Ghost Law and shouted, "Gui Mei, didn't you say that the remnants of Hao Yian's sect took the Holy Maiden and fled to the Xingluo Empire? Why was it the Xingluo Emperor who captured her?" "Ghost Law, my goodness, Your Majesty, I swear I really don't know." At this moment, Ghost Law was truly a loss for words. "Your Majesty, this matter was managed by old Jew. I had no knowledge of it. Wait, why am I being dragged into this?" Just as he was about to explain, he saw Bibi Dong's cold gaze sweeping over. "Yueguan, what happened?" "No, Your Majesty. Didn't you say that we should place the blame for capturing the Holy Maiden on the Xingluo Empire and make them hand over the remnants of Hao Yian's sect? And the Holy Maiden? Why am I the one being blamed here? Your Majesty, this matter is not Yueguan Elder's fault." At this moment, the Title Douluo spoke again, saying that his subordinates had secretly investigated for a long time before discovering it. This Star Luo Emperor has quietly become a Title Douluo, and he is actually a hidden old six, Bibi Dong, other Title Douluos. What? Bibi Dong's expression changed, and then she looked at the Chrysanthemum Douluo and shouted, "Yueguan, how are you responsible for the intelligence work? How come you didn't have any news that this Dai family's tiger has become a Title Douluo?" Chrysanthemum Douluo exclaimed, "No. Why am I being hit again? I really don't know." At this moment, he felt a bit like crying without tears, not knowing how to respond. It's all this dead guy's fault. Otherwise, how could the Pope be angry with me? "Your Majesty, please calm down." The Title Douluo said seriously, "My subordinates also took a long time to gather this information. It is understandable that Elder Yueguan does not know about this." Bibi Dong's expression slightly eased, and then she looked at the Title Douluo and asked, "Do you have any other discoveries within Star Luo City besides the Saintess?" She no longer asked why the Title Douluo was in Star Luo City. After all, she had finally received the news about the Saintess she had been thinking about for so long. How could she not be excited? "Your Majesty, my subordinates have discovered that there is a force hidden within the Star Luo Empire that is not weaker than the Hao Yian sect." The Title Douluo's face was serious. They're the supporting force behind the Dai family, and their overall strength is very powerful. Even with my subordinates' caution, I almost got discovered and caught red-handed. "What?" Bibi Dong's eyes widened suddenly, and then she looked at the Chrysanthemum Douluo with a cold gaze. "Chrysanthemum Douluo, I beg you, Turtle Dove, please stop talking, okay? If you keep talking, the Pope might even want to kill me." Chrysanthemum Douluo felt like crying without tears, although he managed almost the entire intelligence network of the Wuhuan Hall. He really knew nothing about this matter. When did the Star Luo Empire have such a powerful force that is not weaker than the Hao Yian sect? At this time, none of the Title Douluos suspected that the Title Douluo was lying. After all, they were right under Star Luo City, and if it were a lie, it would be exposed immediately. As a Title Douluo, it wouldn't be so foolish to tell such a lie. I'll settle the score with you when we get back." Bibi Dong coldly glanced at the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Law, then looked at the Turtle Dove and said in a deep voice, "Where is the Saintess now?" During this time, she, under the pretense of righteousness, has destroyed the Hao Yian sect. Now, the entire Tiandou Empire is left with only the struggling Seven Treasures Glazed sect. As long as she can take down the main forces of the Xingluo Empire in the name of righteousness, then both empires will become stepping stones for her to establish the Spirit Master Empire, completely trapping them. Due to Bibi Dong's actions, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has been labeled as treasonous, and the news of Shui being assassinated has not yet reached her. Currently, the Soul Saint carrying the news has just arrived in Wuhuan City and is struggling to rush to Xingluo City. Therefore, many elders of the Spirit Hall, including Bibi Dong, are unaware of this situation, and with their collective speed as Title Douluos, it is impossible for a single Soul Saint to catch up. The Cyclid Douluo scratched his head and said 3 words, "I don't know." "Bibi Dong." Other Title Douluos? "No. How did you go from saying so much to suddenly not knowing?" "My subordinate only found out that the Xingluo Emperor captured the Saintess and the remnants of the Hao Yian sect, but for some reason, only the bodies of the remnants were found in the end, and the Saintess was transferred away by the Xingluo Emperor. While my subordinate was tracking, he was almost discovered by several Title Douluos and dared not pursue any further." Sensing Bibi Dong's expression darkening, the Cyclid Douluo hurriedly explained. He certainly didn't want to receive a slap from the furious Bibi Dong. Although he wouldn't die, It would be embarrassing. After all, he was working under a senior who could kill a 100,000-year-old beast as easily as killing a chicken. But he was also a dignified Title Douluo. Even the Pope couldn't slap him. Where? Bibi Dong's gaze darkened. She had no doubt about the cichlid Douluo's words. After all, there are only so many Title Douluos in the world today, and when it comes to matters related to the Spirit Hall Saintus, she would definitely investigate thoroughly. If the cichlid Douluo dared to lie, the truth would certainly be revealed in the end. So, she did not believe that the cichlid Douluo had the courage to lie. I don't know. Bibi Dong, other Title Douluos at this moment, Bibi Dong really wanted to hang the cichlid Douluo up and beat him up. Can you just finish your sentence in one go? Just as Bibi Dong was losing patience and wanted to lead the other Title Douluos to search for people in Xinglua City, suddenly, Bibi Dong, who had just opened her mouth, suddenly closed it, her eyes flashing with a glint as she looked up at the two figures that had abruptly appeared before her. Two offerings, do you have any instructions? The other Title Douluos felt the formidable soul power fluctuations from the two newcomers and looked at them warily, as if facing a great enemy. However, Bibi Dong, with a dark expression and a forced smile, spoke. The two offerings aren't in the offering hall. Could it be that the great offering has some orders? Or is there some dissatisfaction regarding this operation? The newcomers were the Tiandou Douluo and the Jianma Douluo, who had just emerged from the Tongguei secret realm. At this moment, they stood tall, heads held high, with disdain in their eyes, especially the Jianma Douluo, who coldly snorted, completely disregarding Bibi Dong, the Pope. Your words seem a bit sarcastic, Bibi Dong. Is it possible that recently, the balance of yin and yang has been disrupted? Bibi Dong. She struggled to suppress the urge to attack. If the 7 offerings were just here to watch the show, then they should go back. The 7 super Douluos in the offering hall were like family. If she dared to lay a hand on the 7 offerings, the others would not only capture her, but would also strip her of her position as Pope. So, endure. All right. The Tiandou Douluo saw that it was about time, stopped the Jianma Douluo, who wanted to say something more, and casually threw out a body from his storage bag. Our great offerings orders have come down to handle things. We happen to encounter this person on the way. You all can handle it. Saying this, he did not linger and turned around with the Jianma Douluo, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, the corpse on the ground was curiously uncovered by a Title Douluo, revealing its face. Bibi Dong took a closer look and immediately showed a look of shock. The corpse of Emperor Xinglua? You killed him? As soon as these words were spoken, many Title Douluos gasped in shock, their eyes filled with horror. You have to know, this is the master of a great empire. Killing him would bring immense trouble to the Spirit Hall. You should know that even when Bibi Dong was furious before and wanted to pin the blame on the Star Luo Empire, she only asked for an explanation within 3 days. She didn't dare to exterminate the Dai family like she did with the Haotian sect. But now, just like that, the Star Luo Emperor is dead and killed by Chen Yue's demon subduing? In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Even Bibi Dong, with her personality, was frozen in place, her mind a complete mess, confused. What to do? Right now, she was still searching for Hulaina, yet had already killed the Star Luo Emperor. It was obvious that the ancestor of the Star Luo Empire would not let this go easily. Moreover, the Spirit Hall, which originally held the moral high ground, would likely become completely passive at this moment. Those soul masters who had recently joined the Spirit Hall but hadn't fully integrated would probably withdraw again and help their respective empires deal with the Spirit Hall. Plus, the previously escaped Tang Xiao and the missing Tang Hao would undoubtedly take this opportunity to stir up the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the soul masters of the 2 empires to declare war on the Spirit Hall, which hadn't even digested the fruits of victory yet. What to do? Should we just go all out and directly start a war to eliminate the Dai family? Your Holiness, it is like this. Just as Bibi Dong was filled with murderous intent, contemplating whether to proceed this way, suddenly, an urgent voice rang out. Looking up, she saw the sweeping spear rushing over in a hurry, sweat pouring down his face. He was holding a fainted woman in his arms. His subordinates had been accompanying the 2 high-ranking officials and happened to encounter the Saintess being captured by the Star Luo Emperor and the Star Luo Prince Dai Mubai, heading toward the mountain range. The subordinates knew that the Holy Lady's whereabouts were being sought, so they boldly asked the 2 high-ranking officials to help investigate. But unexpectedly, there was a hidden sect in that mountain range. And as soon as the subordinates and the 2 high-ranking officials arrived, they were locked onto by numerous Title Douluos. In the end, the 2 high-ranking officials teamed up with the subordinates to ambush and kill the Star Luo Emperor, snatch the Saintess, and hurriedly fled. After a pause, He added that the seventh elder was even seriously injured because of this, and he himself was also wounded. He spoke very quickly, and all of this was summarized in just about 10 seconds. After finishing, he added another sentence. Your Holiness, that group is chasing after us. I and the Porcupine Douluo have already retreated with this woman. Bibi Dong. You guys. Before she could finish her sentence about wanting to keep someone, the sweeping spear Daw, along with the Porcupine Daw, vanished with the fainted hyena. The next moment, a loud, aged shout erupted, accompanied by powerful waves of soul power, exploding in an instant. You dog thief, come here, Bibi Dong. Other Title Douluos. Chapter 37 Chen Yue. I have to say, a crazy cat is really not to be trifled with. 61 Happy Holidays. Although I also want to celebrate. It's a pity that I'm not a child and I still have to work overtime writing drafts. After a busy day of political affairs, Qian Renxue had just returned to her palace and lay down on the bed when she suddenly felt something soft against her. Instinctively, she looked up and suddenly sat up. What the hell? She was shocked to see Chen Yue lying on the bed, half asleep, looking bewildered. Hey, didn't you go to the Star-Luo Empire? It's only been a few days. How did you come back? Chen Yue was almost suffocated by her weight and woke up from his daze. I finished what I had to do and came back. Is there a problem? There's a big problem. Qian Renxue was speechless. The Star-Luo Empire is such a huge empire, and the Dai family has been operating there for who knows how many years, deeply rooted. How could you be back so quickly? Did you just go out for a stroll? From the time Chen Yue set off to now returning. It was barely a day and a night plus a few hours. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Did you know that Grandpa Jean Crocodile was in seclusion? So you ran back, Chen Yue? Oh, you mean Jean Crocodile Douluo? At this point, Chen Yue seemed to just realize it. He waved his hand casually, probably too busy to trouble me now. What? Qian Renxue was stunned, looking completely confused. Why? I guess the demon suppressor was probably lining up to fight him now. Qian Renxue was even more puzzled. The demon suppressor? They were fine, so why would they fight Grandpa Genie? It didn't make sense. Chen Yue, who had nearly been drained, had no energy left at all. After saying this, he fell back onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. To be honest, a cat gone wild is really not easy to deal with. Qian Renxue, seeing Chen Yue's fatigued expression as he slept, opened her mouth but didn't say anything more. It seemed that, indeed, he was dedicated to the matter of the Star-Luo Empire, to the point of almost dying for it, right? But how could he have taken down the Star-Luo Empire in just under 2 days? Qian Renxue scratched her head, unable to understand. Also, wasn't the demon suppressor in his secret realm? What reason did they have to fight Grandpa Jean? Confused, she turned and left the dormitory, heading towards the Emperor's palace in the Tiandou Empire. The Snow Knight Emperor, who was previously on the brink of death, was stimulated back to life by Chen Yue holding Shuekud during their last encounter, only to die of anger shortly after. Now the place was empty, which was just right for the Golden Crocodile Douluo, who had nowhere to stay. So, Qian Renxue arranged for the Golden Crocodile Douluo to live here. Outside the Emperor's sleeping quarters, there was a large courtyard. Just as she stepped outside, she heard the sounds of a fight, with the voice of the demon subduing, being the most excited. Haha, second brother, your attack is a bit lacking. Did you forget to eat? Put in a bit more effort. The voice of the Qianjun Douluo followed, seemingly unable to watch any longer. Demon, give second brother some face. Qian Renxue, confused, pushed the door open and was met with the bewildered expressions of the Qianjun and demon subduing brothers, as well as the Golden Crocodile Douluo, who was sitting on the ground, panting heavily like a farmer who had just moved 1,000 bricks, drenched in sweat. What are you all doing? Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask, her head full of question marks. At that moment, the Golden Crocodile Douluo wished he could just sink into the ground. It was embarrassing enough, and now he was seen by Qian Renxue, whom he regarded as a beloved granddaughter. This was truly a social death for him. Shue, why are you here all of a sudden? But even if the Golden Crocodile Douluo wanted to leave, his soul power and current state wouldn't allow it. So he could only grit his teeth and change the topic. Is that bastard who dared to use me as a weapon here? Just as Qian Renxue was about to retort, the demon subduing Douluo spoke faster. Hey, second brother, I advise you to show some respect. Saying this, he raised the golden dragon staff in his hand and snorted. Do you believe I will beat you up? Golden Crocodile Douluo? Qian Renxue? How can you talk to second brother like that? The Qianjun Douluo glared at him, and the demon subduing Douluo immediately shrank back, not daring to speak. As this was his biological brother, and the bloodline suppression was quite strong. Seeing this, the Golden Crocodile Douluo finally let out a sigh of relief. But just as he was about to fully relax, he heard the voice of the Qian Douluo again. Second brother, I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your words. This is for your own good. Golden Crocodile Douluo. In an instant, his face stiffened as he looked at the serious and earnest Qian Douluo. Couldn't T seem to be joking, feeling even more bewildered. Wait, what is going on here? Similarly confused was Qian Renxue. She could no longer hold back and asked, what exactly happened? The scene is really strange. It seems like these three people all understand, but she's the only one who is confused. No need to say more. Gold Crocodile Douluo is afraid that just now, this demon subduing Douluo might blurt out the scene of him getting beaten. So he immediately said, Xiao Xue, that audacious scoundrel who dares to mess with me has come back, right? I'm holding back my anger and want to teach him a lesson. Damn it. I've been beaten by these two little fellows and have a stomach full of anger, now that my soul power has recovered a bit. Educating a brat who only dares to hide behind others and play tricks should be more than enough. So, I've decided to find that guy who dared to use me as a gun to vent my anger. Grandpa Gold Crocodile. Qian Renxue was halfway through her sentence when she was interrupted by Gold Crocodile Douluo. I know, he.s. resting in the sleeping quarters, right? Fine, I'll go find him to settle the score. Qian Renxue? Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. Qianjun demon subduing. Damn. Second brother is indeed second brother. So fierce. That young master? The demon subduing Douluo looked at the rapidly departing Gold Crocodile Douluo, scratching his head. Is there a possibility that second brother might get killed by that senior? Qian Renxue, that seems indeed a bit uncertain. Shouldn't be. After a moment of calm analysis, Qianjun Douluo also spoke that senior isn T someone unreasonable. He shouldn't T kill second brother. Qian Renxue nodded, feeling a bit relieved, that's right. But before she could completely relax, she heard Qianjun Douluo add, however, it's quite possible he LL be beaten half to death. Qian Renxue? The nearby demon subduing Douluo nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Qian Renxue. After all, the senior's achievements in Star Luo City are truly breathtaking. The demon subduing Douluo couldn't help but exclaim, with his personality, if you disturb him during his rest at this time. I estimate that even if the elder brother came, out of respect for the young master, he'd still be beaten to a third death. Qian Renxue? Wait, how did this involve my grandfather? Also, what does this have to do with me? Qianjun Douluo also nodded in agreement. Indeed, this senior's accomplishments this time can be said to be a triple benefit. Next, the Pope's idea of establishing an empire will probably be impossible to realize, and he can only rely on the young master's strength. Qian Renxue was completely confused by their words. Wait, what are you all talking about? Star Luo Empire. What exactly happened? Also, weren't you in the secret realm? How come you're out now? And even beating up Grandpa Gold Crocodile? In the offering hall? In terms of age and seniority, Gold Crocodile Douluo is the oldest, and can even be said to be the highest-ranking offering in the Spirit Hall. Even Tiandou Palace is considered a junior in front of him. If Tiandou Palace were not a six-winged angel, a divine soul, he might not even be Gold Crocodile Douluo's match at the same level. After all, this Gold Crocodile Douluo was once renowned as a peer of Sword Douluo Chen in his youth, with strength that was on par. But now, what did she see? The esteemed Golden Crocodile Douluo was actually being beaten down like a dog by the Demon Suppression Douluo, who had only been around for 2 cycles of the Zodiac. Qian Renxue was truly dazzled by this. The Demon Suppression Douluo scratched his head and said, the secret realm that the senior provided us was indeed greatly beneficial. My brother and I gained significant opportunities inside. Significant opportunities? Qian Renxue questioned, but your soul power level is still at the peak of 96, with no increase at all? How did you manage to suppress Grandpa Golden Crocodile, who is at the peak of 98? Even if his soul power was reduced to a fraction, you couldn't possibly defeat him alone, right? You should know that the Golden Crocodile Douluo's martial soul is the Golden Crocodile King, one of the top beast martial souls, with tremendous strength and defense that cannot be broken through by the Demon Suppression Douluo's dragon pattern staff. Well, the Demon Suppression Douluo smiled mysteriously. Why not ask the senior yourself? Or we could go back in to help the senior explore the secret realm and set up a camp inside. Qian Renxue exclaimed. Qianjun Douluo, your calculations are so loud that I can't hear them from Earth. Demon Suppression, be serious. Although the Demon Slayer Douluo has already surpassed 2 cycles of the Zodiac, his personality is somewhat erratic, completely contrasting with his elder brother, the Thousand June Douluo, who is cautious. It's hard to imagine that they are actually a pair of twin brothers. Young master, it's like this. After being reprimanded by the Thousand June Douluo, the Demon Slayer Douluo didn't dare to speak anymore and obediently stood aside. The thousand Junduo said solemnly, in the secret realm, there are countless monsters. These creatures resemble humans, wearing brownish-yellow helmets and wielding dark brown axes that seem to be stained with blood. Their abilities are quite strange. They can rebound our soul skills by shaking their axes. Even our martial soul true forms can be reflected back. Qian Renxue was stunned. So powerful? Seeing this, the demon slayer Duo chimed in, yes, my brother and I went through life and death. It was extremely perilous before we returned. Young master, you see our noble spirit. How about letting the seniors give us another chance? Chen Yue, shut up. The demon slayer Duo suddenly found himself interrupted. And how could Chen Yue be in a good mood? Moreover, she was currently in an emotionally unstable period, so her sudden outburst was understandable. Thus, the demon slayer Duo obediently closed his mouth again. Fortunately, we can directly use our martial souls to fight. The thousand Junduo's expression was serious. The strength of these monsters was not very strong, and just a few swings of the dragon staff could hit them, and they would die. However, their skills were very peculiar. Not only could a single swing of their axe reflect any of our soul skills, but even in close combat, they could turn their axes into whips, pulling people towards them from a distance. After being hit by this axe whip, it felt as if one was poisoned. Their whole body would go numb and unable to move, merely watching themselves being dragged closer. However, fortunately, their axe attacks were not fatal. Seeing that the thousand Junduo had paused, the demon slayer Duo saw another opportunity to interject and immediately added, but it really hurts. You shut up. The demon slayer Duo, feeling wronged, closed his mouth again. The space in this secret realm is unknown to be how vast, and neither I nor the demon slayer dared to proceed recklessly, as it was all dark inside, with some monsters hiding in places that were hard to see, and the terrain was complicated, making it easy to get into trouble. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment and then asked, so what rewards did you obtain while you were in there? How could you make the golden crocodile grandpa rub against the ground? The thousand Junduo glanced at the demon slayer Duo, indicating for him to speak. Hee, young master, you may not know this. Finally, after being told to shut up twice, the demon slayer Duo had the chance to speak. He excitedly rubbed his hands, looking very pleased with himself as he said, this was all thanks to me saving my brother with that one stick. However, halfway through the conversation, a loud bang suddenly erupted, and then they saw golden crocodile Duo turn into a parabola and crash into the yard with a thud, clapped his hands, and, facing the bewildered gazes of the three, explained, the elder said that anyone who dares to enter his sleeping quarters, except the young master, will be slapped out. He then ordered, let the subordinates come and clean up the trash that was thrown out. Of course, he could not defeat golden crocodile Duo, so the severely beaten golden crocodile Duo was dealt with by Chen Yue. He was just responsible for cleaning up the mess. Qian Renxue, Qianjun Jiangma, golden crocodile Duo. As soon as he got up, he met the strange gazes of the three, and in that instant he was petrified. Social death. Completely social death. I, an old man, have lost my reputation at the end of my life. Chapter 38. Qianjun Duo, young master. I am unworthy. I have only integrated a set of 100. 000 year spirit bones until now. It feels like the data is quite cold. Is my book going to end? Second brother, we have said not to trouble the elder. And you, being magnanimous, just won't listen and insist on going to vent your anger. Jiangmao looked at golden crocodile Duo at this moment. A smirk of glee appeared on his face. Now it's good. Huh? Thrown out like trash by the elder. Golden crocodile Duo shut up. After Jiangma Duo's words fell. Before golden crocodile Duo could speak, Qianjun Duo had already reprimanded his younger brother. How can you talk to the second brother like that? He's the second brother. After all these years, do you still not understand him? The sudden accusation and excuse left golden crocodile Duo stunned, and even demon subduing Duo was bewildered. No, brother. Didn't you say you would harshly ridicule second brother when he comes back? Why is it suddenly changing now and throwing me under the bus? Qian Renxue beside them was also taken aback. Although she didn't hear the entire conversation between the three, she could roughly guess that golden crocodile Duo went to find someone because he was provoked by the two brothers. But what is going on now? Golden crocodile Duo sighed. It seems the sixth brother is quite sensible. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard Qianjun Duo continue. Second brother can't beat the senior because the senior plays dirty and ambushes. Golden crocodile Duo. And second brother is fighting with his back against the wall. Do you understand? Qianjun Duo looked like he was accusing his brother, but in reality, he was indirectly scolding him. Our second brother believes that the senior can't be that strong, so he chose to fight the senior in his current state. Even if he loses to the senior, no one can say he is inferior or overestimating himself. Golden Crocodile Douluo, no. When did anyone say I was inferior? It seems like you said this first, right? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue finally understood. Looking strangely at Tiandou Douluo, she seriously suspected that someone who had been with Chen Yue for so long, although his expression remained unchanged, probably had a lot of bad thoughts in his heart. Just look at Tiandou Douluo. On the surface, he was chatting with the demon subduing Douluo, but in reality, he was indirectly mocking Qian Douluo, saying he was overestimating himself and inferior in skill. You guys from Qian Douluo gritted his teeth. He wasn't a fool and naturally caught on to Tiandou Douluo's sarcastic remarks. His expression darkened immediately as he coldly snorted, waved his sleeve, and turned to leave. His soul power was almost depleted, and he needed to rest to recover it. If he stayed here any longer to listen, he was afraid his blood pressure would rise, and he wouldn't be able to help but retaliate, resulting in being beaten up again by the two brothers, Tianjun and Demon Subduing. A peak super Douluo at level 98 was indeed very strong, but if he had less than 1% of his soul power left, he wouldn't stand a chance against two peak super Douluos at level 96, let alone face an ordinary Title Douluo. So, among the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best strategy. A gentleman takes revenge. It's never too late. Qian Renxue resolutely made up his mind in hatred, no longer lingering, and began to enter the mimicry training room for seclusion. What exactly is going on with you and Grandpa Qian Renxue really couldn't understand. And at the same time, she couldn't figure out what kind of opportunities you all had in the secret realm that allowed you to overpower Grandpa Qian. Besides, what did that guy do in the Star Luo Empire to declare that the Star Luo Empire had already been taken? But now, there hasn't been any major news from the Star Luo Empire, right? What exactly do you mean by this one, move achieving 3 goals? This series of question marks has left Tiandou Douluo completely confused. After a long silence, the young master finally sorted out his thoughts and summarized Qian Renxue's words into 3 questions. The first is the reason why the two brothers were able to beat the Golden Crocodile Douluo without any ability to retaliate. The second is what Chen Yue did in the Star Luo Empire. The third is, since this thing was done, why has there been no news at all? With this in mind, Tiandou Douluo organized his thoughts and said, the reason we were able to defeat our second brother is thanks to the secret realm. The senior used the strategies of killing with a borrowed knife and escaping through the Golden Cicado in the Star Luo Empire to reap the fruits of victory. Because the Star Luo Empire is still in the midst of this, the outcome has already been revealed, but the result has not yet turned into fact. Having said that, Tiandou Douluo looked at Jiaoma Douluo and asked, brother, what I said should not have any omissions, right? None. Jiaoma thought for a moment and agreed that this was generally correct, but Qian Renxue was completely baffled. Wait, are you guys playing charades with me? Qian Renxue was speechless, but since this matter had already happened and was just waiting for the result, she felt there was no need to dig deeper. So, she asked another question, what kind of enhancement did you obtain in the secret realm? This is exactly what she cares about the most. She understands that there is a monster in that secret realm that can reflect soul skills. But this has nothing to do with the rewards, right? Could it be that by killing this monster, one could obtain a reward? What kind of reward could allow a peak 96th level Demon Suppression Douluo to completely suppress a peak 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo? Young master, this starts from my brother being saved by my stick. Earlier, when the Golden Crocodile Douluo was thrown in, he interrupted the Demon Suppression Douluo's unfinished words. Now, hearing Qian Renxue say this, he also became interested. Chuckling, my brother didn't believe in evil before and kept using soul skills to attack that monster. As a result, he was reflected back by that monster's strange acts and somehow ended up standing on the ground like he was being punished, just as that monster was about to chop him with its axe. As a younger brother, how could I not care about my brother's safety? So, I directly used my martial soul's true form and hit that monster's head with my stick. At this moment, the Demon Suppression Douluo was excitedly clenching his fist, looking like a good baby after 2 cycles. Qian Renxue asked, then what happened? Then that monster died. The expression in Qian Renxue's eyes gradually turned unfriendly, and her gaze became somewhat dangerous. Noticing the air turning cold, the Tiandou Douluo quickly covered the still, trying to blabber Demon Suppression Douluo, young master, after that monster died. The Demon Suppression martial soul underwent a change. Qian Renxue paused. The martial soul underwent a change? What kind of change? Tiandou didn't know how to explain. So he kicked the demon suppression Douluo. What you dawdling for? Release your martial soul and soul rings. Oh, the demon suppression Douluo felt a bit aggrieved. He finally had a chance to speak, but now sigh. With a face full of helplessness, he released his martial soul and soul rings, instantly illuminating the entire front yard with dazzling light. The martial souls of the Qianjun and demon suppression brothers are both dragon spiral sticks, and when they cooperate, they can even fight peak Douluos with an exceptionally high level of tacit understanding. As the young master of the spirit hall, Qian Renxue had naturally seen their martial soul and soul ring configurations before, but now what appeared was not just a slight difference from the dragon spiral stick she remembered. It could only be said that it had transformed entirely. The originally long dragon spiral stick, which was over 12 feet long and had a golden dragon coiled around it, was nowhere to be seen. What appeared now was a golden stick shining with holy light, about 2 meters long, with blood-red dragon heads on both ends. No, this is not a rigorous description of the long staff. In Qian Renxue's eyes, it instead resembles a double-headed dragon formed by 2 blood dragons connected in a stick shape. What kind of martial soul is this? As the heir of the spirit hall, Qian Renxue has seen countless martial souls in her life. Yet she has never encountered this particular one before. In fact, she has never even heard of it. This is the golden blood dragon staff. Before the demon suppression Douluo could say anything, the Qianjun Douluo answered, "To be honest, my martial soul is also a transformation of the demon suppression." As he spoke, he raised his palm, and a golden blood dragon staff, identical to that of the demon suppression Douluo, appeared in his hand. However, the color of his staff was darker gold, but the blood red was deeper. Golden blood dragon staff? Qian Renxue frowned slightly, wondering about its origins. It wasn't mentioned in the Spirit Hall's Encyclopedia of Martial Souls, nor did she know anything about its background. The Qianjun Douluo shook his head, saying that this martial soul also appeared in his mind after his fusion, like an instruction manual for an item. Not to mention the Spirit Hall. Even the entire Douluo continent may not have this kind of martial soul. Qian Renxue nodded and glanced at the golden blood dragon staff, feeling that the 2 dragon heads at both ends seemed almost alive, making her feel a sense of danger. This is not a pressure of soul power. The 1000 June demon suppression has not yet used soul power, but has simply released its martial soul, so this feeling comes from the martial soul. In other words, this martial soul is her 6-winged angel, which also senses a strong feeling of apprehension. This feeling is still a first. The last time she remembered making her 6-winged angel sense something was when Chen Yue released his martial soul. Her martial soul seemed to be stunned, trembling in fear. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Qian Renxue raised her head again and looked at Qianjun Jiangmo, asking, "Is it with this martial soul that you can suppress Grandfather Jin?" The golden blood dragon staff, which is said to be dyed with the blood of 2 dragons that have supposedly ascended to immortality, took countless years of tempering to form. Qianjun recalled the manual in his mind after obtaining this martial soul. It is a weapon martial soul, but it can restrain all beast martial souls and soul beasts, especially having the strongest restraining and suppressing power against dragon-type martial souls or dragon-type soul beasts. At this moment, Qian Renxue suddenly realized that it was with absolute suppression that he had restrained Grandpa Jin Yi's Golden Crocodile King, right? She thought so. The attack and defense of the Golden Crocodile King are extremely powerful, and generally speaking, it is impossible to be defeated at a higher level. But not entirely. Qianjun Douluo glanced at Qian Renxue and said, "Young master, look at the soul rings of the demon slayer." Huh? Qian Renxue was taken aback. Her attention had been completely drawn to this never-before-seen martial soul, and she hadn't paid any attention to the soul rings of the demon slayer Douluo. But now, when she looked, her eyes widened in shock. 7 black and 2 red. How is that possible? She was completely stunned. Long ago, she had heard her grandpa Tiandou Palace say that as a successor of the gods, the standard configuration of martial souls is 9 black. And her grandpa even had an outstanding configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul ring. But now, how could a demon-slaying Douluo, who hasn't even heard of the god examination, possess soul rings that are more terrifying than her grandfather's? How could this happen? How did you do this? Qian Renxue was instantly stunned. From the energy fluctuations emitted by those soul rings, she could clearly sense that these 7 black soul rings were all pure 80,000 year soul rings, and those 2 red soul rings were genuine 100,000 year soul rings. Right, young master also fortunately obtained 3 pieces of 100,000 year soul bones. At this moment, the demon slayer Douluo who had been waiting for the right moment to interject, couldn't help but chuckle and dealt another critical hit. Qian Renxue, young master, I am not talented, and it is only now that I have fused a set of 100,000 year soul bones. At this moment, Tiandou Douluo interjected. Qian Renxue, alas. What a pity. This thing automatically absorbs and merges into the marrow after killing a monster, which means it won't drop upon death, completely integrating with one's bones and becoming inseparable. Otherwise, at my age, I wouldn't be able to absorb it. As he spoke, Tiandou Douluo's back suddenly spread 2 blood-colored wings. These wings were recorded soul beast wings from the Douluo continent, specifically the wings of a blood-winged dragon. This means that Tiandou Douluo possessed an external soul bone from a blood-winged dragon. Qian Renxue, no, I must go to this secret realm. After witnessing this scene, Qian Renxue admitted she felt envious. She didn't care about that so-called 99,999-year garbage angel soul bone. Damn it, isn't a complete set of 100,000 year soul bones more appealing? No, please don't, young master. The demon suppression Douluo was taken aback upon hearing this and quickly flashed to the door, blocking Qian Renxue's path. Young master, the senior doesn't allow you to enter. There must be a reason. That's right, young master. The senior previously asked US to take the lead, and there are still many unknown areas. The area that demon suppression and I explored during this time is only about the size of this dormitory. Tiandou Douluo couldn't care less about maintaining his composure. If Qian Renxue really went in, he felt something bad would happen, because inside that secret realm, the sun never shines. It's pitch black, and there are countless monsters lurking in the dark, making it extremely dangerous. Where's there a safe place? I've been carrying out this task for so many years. Was there no danger back then? Seeing Qian Renxue's words, Tiandou and Demon Suppression exchanged glances, and the latter quickly added, Young master, the senior will definitely let you in eventually, but right now look at your condition. What if? Chapter 39. Chen Yue, I really only subverted the Star Luo Empress and the Star Luo Crown Princess, and didn't do anything else. First update. Hearing this, Qian Renxue was momentarily stunned. She instinctively glanced at her belly, which was still flat and unremarkable, but she could feel the bloodline connection within. What you said makes sense. This statement from Qian Renxue also relieved Tiandou Jiangma. If the young master insisted on entering the secret realm, they truly wouldn't know what to do. Thankfully, the young master wasn't someone who was completely unreasonable. By the way, you just mentioned want to go into this secret realm again, right? Qian Renxue suddenly looked up again at Tiandou Jiangma and asked, Tell me about the situation in the secret realm, and I'll go inform him. The earlier thorny pufferfish had said that anyone who disturbed it, besides her, would likely end up like the golden crocodile Douluo, being thrown out directly. It seemed that Tiandou Jiangma wouldn't be an exception either. Moreover, there was nothing to hide about this matter. Tiandou Jiangma quickly informed Qian Renxue. Our exploration area is limited, roughly equivalent to half the area of the Spirit City. After pondering for a moment, Tiandou Douluo continued, up to now, the only monsters we've encountered are those carrying axes and wearing brownish-yellow helmets. The common characteristic of these monsters is that they can reflect any soul skill except for the true body of the martial soul. Even my 100,000-year soul skill can be reflected by them. Generally speaking, if a soul skill is reflected and hits, the user won't be injured but will be left in a stiff state, only able to watch as the opponent attacks them with the axe. Additionally, the axes in their hands can transform into strange whips that can pull targets within a certain distance to them. Similarly, once pulled, the target also enters a stiff state. Besides this, the defense of these monsters is comparable to that of ordinary soul masters, utterly weak. Jiangma Douluo interjected, That's right. In fact, if it weren't for these 3 characteristics, I would even feel this as a group of delivery guys. Qian Renxue nodded. Is there anything else to add? No. Tiandou Jiangma thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything else, nodding to indicate that this was all the information they currently had. All right, I'll tell him once he wakes up. Qian Renxue stood up. It was getting late, and dawn was approaching. I'll head back now. You all rest well, and hope to make new discoveries next time. Goodbye, young master. Qian Renxue returned to her chamber, where Chen Yue was still sound asleep. After all, encountering 2 life-threatening cats in one day had drained her energy. He truly slept like a dead pig. Qian Renxue curled her lip, but still took a bath, changed in her nightgown, and hugged Chen Yue, falling into a deep sleep. She thought to herself, no matter what, after a good sleep, Chen Yue would surely be awake by tomorrow, right? However, she never expected that her long wait for Chen Yue to wake up would instead bring her news about the Spear Hall. When Qian Renxue saw this piece of information, she was completely stunned, gasping in shock. How is this possible? How could this happen? She stared at the letter in her hand, utterly bewildered, not understanding how things had developed in this way. What's going on? Why such a fuss? Not knowing how long she had slept, Chen Yue finally felt his energy restored, stretched, sat up from the bed, and rubbed his somewhat dazed eyes. The affairs of the Star Luo Empire. You orchestrated them all? Upon seeing Chen Yue awake, Qian Renxue momentarily set aside the matter of the secret realm and urgently asked, how could there be such a powerful sect in the Star Luo Empire? Oh, so it seems you found out? Chen Yue glanced at her with a slight smile, not expecting her to be so impatient, getting results so quickly. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have returned Hulaina to them. Qian Renxue. Oh no, I should say, I shouldn't have given the living Hulaina to that Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue, can you hear yourself? Is this something a person can say? How could someone say such cold words with lips that are over 30 degrees? What exactly did you do in the Star Luo Empire? At this moment, Qian Renxue's curiosity could no longer be hidden. She looked at Chen Yue in disbelief, struggling to imagine how this guy's mind worked. I didn't do anything, Chen Yue said. I just incited the Star Luo Empress and the Star Luo Empire's princess consort, and then used the previous situation with the Wuhuan Hall, demanding them to hand someone over to escalate the conflict. So, you killed the Star Luo Emperor and framed it on the Wuhuan Hall? Qian Renxue asked. Chen Yue coughed lightly and said seriously, how can that be called killing? This is a letter of allegiance submitted to me by the Star Luo Empress. So, you told the Pope that Hulaina was taken from the Star Luo Emperor, and then made their relationship completely irreparable, leading to an unprecedented war? Qian Renxue responded. Chen Yue whispered, this counts as effectively depleting the Pope's power. Isn't it just helping you indirectly? You bastard, how can you say that? This is also a Title Douluo of the Wuhuan Hall. Qian Renxue said angrily. If I become the Pope in the future, this will all be my power. Chen Yue replied, a pregnant woman gets foolish for 3 years. That saying is not wrong. Those people were all cultivated by Bibi Dong. As long as Bibi Dong doesn't die, they will never listen to you. Even if Bibi Dong dies, she will probably pass the Pope's position to Hulaina before she dies. Do you still want her power? Dream on. Everything you want is in your dreams. At this point, Chen Yue fell silent and poured himself a glass of water to drink. Wait. At this moment, Qian Renxue finally discovered the blind spot. How did you know that the power consumption of the Pope's hall is very great? I didn't tell you this information. Chen Yue shook his head and chuckled, leisurely sipping his tea. This so-called intelligence had already been figured out when he went to the Star Luo Empire. The Star Luo Empress, Zhu Qingxue, would definitely go crazy and pin the blame on the Spirit Hall for the sake of her reputation. Moreover, the other nobles, due to the previous oppression from the Spirit Hall, also felt fear. Naturally, the entire Star Luo Empire was united as one, with a unified statement. Of course, this was still far from enough. At this moment, it was necessary to mention the backing of the Dai family, the Star Crown sect. This is a sect that only appeared during the Dou-er period, belonging to the hidden sects within the Xinghua Empire. Generally, during the entire Dou-er period, it was in a state of seclusion. The general idea is that this sect has long existed, but no one discovered it, making it relatively unknown. Similar to the concept of soul spirits, which have always existed, but were simply not discovered by humans. P.S. I'm actually quite curious about the bug that has been sleeping for who knows how many years in Dou-er, how it knows about soul spirits. To know about this, it should have fought against many soul beasts for tens of thousands of years, right? Within the Xinguan sect, there are 2 major factions. The first is the White Tiger lineage, with the evil White Tiger as its martial soul. The second is the Xinguan lineage, with the Xinguan as its martial soul. The 2 factions have been in constant conflict, and in terms of power, they are evenly matched. However, the White Tiger lineage is slightly stronger. The 2 sides support and fight against each other, which has led to the enforcement of the iron laws of the Xinghua Empire for many years. The Xinghua Emperor belongs to the White Tiger lineage and is considered a direct descendant within it. His father is a high-ranking member of the White Tiger lineage, and his mother is the daughter of a high-ranking member of the Xinguan lineage, giving him a noble status. If it were just the nobles within Xinglua City, the influence of the Xinguan sect wouldn't be able to control so much. As long as things don't escalate too much, they generally wouldn't interfere. But now, the Xinglua Emperor is dead. This is the crystallization of the White Tiger lineage and the Star Crown lineage. Similarly, this also represents the prestige and dignity of the Star Crown sect. Now, not only has he been killed by the Spirit Hall people in this Star Luo city, but those from the Spirit Hall even dare to trespass into their star-crowned sect's sacred ground. This is completely provocative. And looking at the Spirit Hall side, the Star Luo Empire not only secretly harbors the remnants of the Haotian sect, but also dares to abduct the saintess of the Spirit Hall for nefarious purposes. In the words of the great Tang God King, this is already a path to death. Of course, at this point, there is still room for negotiation. A simple cross-examination would reveal inconsistencies, and with Bibi Dong's calmness at this moment, as well as the intelligence of the higher-ups of the Star-Crowned sect, they would definitely realize they have been used as pawns. But the problem is, Bibi Dong, along with all the Title Douluo from the Papal Hall, has stormed to the outskirts of Star Luo City. Are you telling me this is a misunderstanding? At this point, no matter how Bibi Dong explained, the Xinguan sect could not possibly believe it. They might even speculate that if it weren't for those 2 Title Douluos from the Spirit Hall rushing to their mountain gate, they probably wouldn't even know about the Spirit Hall's grand plans. Thus, the contradictions between both sides could no longer be resolved through discussion, and everything would have to be decided by force. Since this irreparable battle had occurred, casualties were inevitable. Based on the information Chen Yue had previously extracted under severe interrogation from the Xingluo Empress, it was not difficult to guess that there was a peak super Douluo of level 98 guarding the Xinguan sect. Moreover, considering the balance maintained by the 2 major factions within the Xinguan sect, it was likely that the entire sect had 2 peak super Douluos at level 98, or 1 peak at level 98 along with 2 others at level 98, or 1 peak at level 98 and several super Douluos at level 97 in such a formation. Therefore, from the very beginning, Chen Yue knew that Bibi Dong would definitely lose this time, and it would be a crushing defeat. If I'm not mistaken, there are currently less than 5 Title Douluos left in the Pope's Hall participating in this battle, right? Qian Renxue was completely stunned. How do you know? Do you already know about the existence of the Xinguan sect? Chapter 40 Chen Yue, the Xingluo Empress, and the Xingluo Princess Consort RS. Second update. If it weren't for the Xinguan sect, the Xingluo Empire wouldn't have needed me to come in person. Chen Yue cannot deny. If I calculated correctly, among the Title Douluos that Bibi Dong brought this time, only Zhu Da, Dei Da, Mo, Xiong Dalaw, and 1 dying Title Douluo are left, right? After a pause, he spoke. The 2 injured Title Douluos in Tiandou City were also sent over by her, right? You. Qian Renxue was completely dumbfounded. Can you read minds? Chen Yue smiled and did not explain. Although he had never been to the Spear Hall, he speculated based on the plot of the original work that there were more than a dozen Title Douluos in the Pope's Hall, including Bibi Dong herself. Most of them were unnamed. For example, the 2 Title Douluos who followed Qian Xuanji to capture Ayin back then. Some said they were Guizhu Thaw, but it doesn't match the outcome of 1 dead and 1 injured. So I deny this claim and say they were 2 unknown Title Douluos. There were also the 4 Title Douluos who ambushed and severely injured the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as well as those Title Douluos who annihilated the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Among the former 2, only 1 Elder Geo and Lingyuan Douluo were mentioned. Lingyuan Douluo follows the manga setting. It should be the manga, I don't really know. Lastly, after the Soul Master competition, there were 7 Title Douluos who withstood Tang Yashan's massive hammer. Sigh. Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue, lost in thought. In the end, she could only let out a helpless breath and slump onto the bed. You're right. In this operation, only the Pope Bibi Mo, Xiong and Elder 10 survived. This counts as the younger brother of Elder 9, who died in the battle against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. They lost a total of over a dozen Title Douluos. Now, that woman will definitely recall the Title Douluos who are currently away. She felt a headache coming on. Then the Snake Spear both belonged to the Pope's Hall, and now that Bibi Dong was short on manpower, she would definitely want to bring them back. If that were the case, she would have no one left to use. Why give them back? Chen Yue smiled slightly, walked over, hugged her, and kissed her face that had become even more rosy after pregnancy. You said it yourself. With the ascension imminent, you need manpower. But I already have Grandpa Jean Crocodile and Qianjun Jiangma here. Do you think she will know about the offerings hall? Qian Renxue, hissing, that seems quite reasonable. Suddenly, Qian Renxue frowned and pressed down on Chen Yu's paw angrily. What are you doing? We're discussing serious matters. Chen Yue smiled slightly. I'm doing serious business too. Qian Renxue, go to hell. Qian Renxue huffed, but in her heart, she felt delighted. Humph, the charm of this young master is still unmatched. Such a clever and resourceful handsome guy is still mine. Earlier, Qianjun Jiaoma said your 1 move 3 gains. What does that mean? She still couldn't quite grasp it. Were the 3 gains? One move should refer to the seduction of the Xingluo Empress and the Xingluo Princess Consort, right? Soon, Chen Yue revealed the answer to her. One move refers to the seduction of the Xingluo Empress and the Xingluo Prince's residence. You should know that, right? Qian Renxue nodded, changing to a comfortable position in Chen Yue's arms, but I really don't understand the other three gains. The first gain is taking over the Xingluo Empire without breaking a sweat, Chen Yue said nonchalantly. Now, the Xingluo Empress and the Xingluo Princess Consort are mine. Sooner or later, the Xingluo Empire will also become mine. As soon as those words were spoken, Qian Renxue was instantly taken aback, turning her head in shock to look at him. After a long while, she finally gave a thumbs up and exclaimed one word, impressive. You've successfully amazed me. What about the two behind? Chen Yue smiled slightly. What do you think? Qian Renxue? Ooh. How would I know? Chen Yue chuckled. Then it's better not to know. Just think for yourself. Qian Renxue. Go. Sleep by yourself. Chen Yue wasn't angry at all, and really got up. Then I'll go find my customized white Porsche. Qian Renxue. Come back. Of course, she knew what Chen Yue meant. It was that adorable legal lowly, Shueku. What does she lack compared to Shueku? I asked about the secret realm thing for you. Only then did Qian Renxue remember the matter of the secret realm, and quickly recounted what Qian Jun had said about subduing demons, and then asked, when can I go to the secret realm and enhance my strength? Don't you have an angel soul bone? Qian Renxue snorted. Trash, angel god. Even a dog would shake its head. Chen Yue? This guy is really ruthless, even scolding her own grandfather. Far away in the worship hall, Tiandou Palace suddenly sneezed. Wondering who was cursing him? Just wait a while. Chen Yue rubbed her head, saying, I'll arrange everything, don't worry. During this period of getting along, Qian Renxue understood that Chen Yue was a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. Almost cunningly intelligent. Since he didn't nod in agreement now, it must mean he still needed her here for something. Soon, as Qian Renxue had expected, Bibi Dong sent a secret message asking her to recall the but Qian Renxue decisively refused, stating that she was about to ascend the throne and needed personnel. This reply completely left Bibi Dong dumbfounded. Ascending the throne? Shui is dead. When did this happen? Bibi Dong looked at the letter in her hand with a confused expression, wondering why she didn't know about it. She had been in seclusion since returning from the battle in Xingluo City, and the sole sage who delivered the message was killed by the Xingguan sect after the defeat of the Spirit Hall, with the letter buried along with the corpse. Moreover, the Spirit Hall's spirit temples in Xingluo City and its surrounding areas, including the Spirit Master Hall, Spirit Sub-Halls, and Spirit Branch Halls, were all dismantled by the furious Xingguan sect. This action not only shocked the world, but also elevated the reputation of the Xingguan sect to an unprecedented height. This wave of pressure has been placed on her Pope's Hall. Of course, revenge is necessary, but she has decided to continue her Rakshasa god assessment. However, the affairs of the Spirit Hall cannot be left unmanaged. She must summon these Title Douluos to help. But unexpectedly, on the snowy night, Snow Knight has actually died, and Qian Renxue is about to ascend to the throne. Thinking of this, a bewildered Bibi Dong called for the confused Tiandou Douluo. Yueguan, when did Snow Knight die? As soon as Tiandou Douluo entered, he was met with a barrage of soul-searching questions from Bibi Dong. In an instant, Tiandou Douluo was also bewildered. What? Snow Knight is dead? Your subordinate truly didn't know. Previously, I went to the Star Luo Empire, and everything was entrusted to Salus. Under the Pope, there are 4 great platinum bishops, and Salus, as the master of the Wuhuan Hall in Heavendo City, is naturally qualified to take charge of this matter. Investigate immediately. Although he understood, Bibi Dong was in a very bad mood, simply coldly instructing, all right? Tiandou Douluo didn't dare to delay and hurriedly left. Soon he brought back news. While we secretly went to Star Luo City, Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo, Chen Yue, and Bone Douluo Gu Rong conspired to usurp the throne, entered the palace, and killed Snow Knight. They are currently wanted by the entire Heavendo Empire. Bibi Dong? When I express confusion, it's not because I have a problem, but because you have a problem. Yueguan, are you messing with me? Bibi Dong's gaze darkened as she coldly shouted. The relationship between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Heavendo royal family is so close. How could it do such a thing? If anyone were to kill Snow Knight, it absolutely wouldn't be the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. That's not just a terrible move. It's digging their own grave, seeking death. Your Majesty, Juthaw said, full of grievances, this is the news that Salus sent to the Pope's palace. It's his personal letter. He said so, and I just read his intelligence to your Majesty. Bibi Dong suddenly thought of something, glanced at the secret letter from Qian Renxue in her hand, silently put it away, and waved her hand. All right, I understand. You can leave now. Yes. After watching Juto leave, Bibi Dong sat back on her papal throne, her eyes flickering. So, could it be that she was really about to ascend to the throne? But according to the rules of the Heavendo Empire, if the emperor was murdered, then the crown prince must capture the culprit. Right now, she only had the porcupine and the serpent spear in her hands. How could she possibly capture Chen Yue, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji? This matter exudes a strange and inexplicable aura that she finds hard to grasp. For instance, how could the seven treasure glazed tile school want to usurp the throne and fail? Bibi Dong is confused and cannot understand. But she knows that she will definitely not be able to retrieve the and. She wants to see how you will deal with this Chenxin ancient banyan and Ning Fengji's head. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. I had already suggested poisoning and killing you, but you refused to listen. Now let's see how you handle the pit you dug for yourself, However soon, just a few days later, she was bewildered. The Tiandou Empire announced that they had killed the traitors Ning Fengji, Chen Yue, and Gu Rong, and hung their bodies in front of the Tiandou Palace's main gate. Starting today, a state funeral will be held for the Snow Knight Emperor. Bibi Dong? What the hell? She was somewhat confused, seemingly doubting the authenticity of this news. Then, she coldly looked at the somewhat anxious Salas in front of her. What exactly is going on? Your Majesty, this matter has been confirmed as true. Salas lowered his head, not daring to look at her. My subordinate went to check, and it was indeed the bodies of Chen Yue, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji. Among them, Chen Yue's head was still severed. Bibi Dong. What on earth happened while she was in Xinglua City for these few days? Chapter 41. With these words, I don't even know how to respond. What exactly happened? After a brief moment of confusion, Bibi Dong suddenly stood up, looking at the trembling Salas, the platinum bishop, in front of her. These three had extremely strong powers. How could they possibly have died so easily? She didn't know about others, but isn't she aware of the two Title Douluos from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? In the past, she had mobilized 4 Title Douluos for a surprise attack, yet ultimately, it cost her 3 heavily injured ones just to take down the Sword de Law who lost an arm. Not to mention, she had mobilized other elite soul masters, with losses exceeding 4,000. According to Bibi Dong's judgment, if she wanted to take down Ning Fengji, Chen Yue, and Gu Rong, at least 8 Title Douluos would be needed, or even more. But now, looking across the entire continent, only the Spirit Hall could mobilize 8 Title Douluos a few days ago. However, at that time, she had taken all the Title Douluos away, so Qian Renxue could not possibly find a team of at least 8 Title Douluos to kill these 3. With this thought, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed. Could it be the people from the Hall of Offerings? If it were the Super Douluos from the Hall of Offerings, then 8 Title Douluos wouldn't be necessary. 3 offerings would be enough. It is known that all in the Hall of Offerings are Super Douluos, and the gap between them and Title Douluos is extremely significant, especially during this era of Douluo. If someone from the Hall of Offerings really made a move, it would explain how it could be done. Bibi Dong suddenly realized this and glanced at the trembling Salas, who did not know how to explain. She said lightly, "Tell me everything you know." Salas replied, "Your Majesty." At this moment, Salas finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he were to be asked how Chen Yue and the other 2 died, he feared he wouldn't be able to come up with an answer even if he tore his brain apart. After all, he had no idea about this matter at all. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, he hurriedly explained that some time ago, Ning Fengji and the other 2 attempted to usurp the throne, but were ultimately defeated by the Royal Spirit Master Team and fled. Later, they were listed as wanted criminals by the Crown Prince Xue. Just 2 days ago, Xue suddenly announced that he had killed the wanted criminals Chen Yue, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji, and their corpses were hung in front of the palace gate, with hundreds of spirit masters guarding them day and night to demonstrate the imperial authority. According to the timeline, tomorrow would be the day of the funeral for Xue. And according to the regulations of the Tiandou royal family, if an emperor is killed after capturing the wanted criminals and holding the funeral for the deceased emperor, he can choose any day to ascend the throne. After a pause, Salas said that, according to the records of the Tiandou temple, a typical crown prince would choose to observe mourning for 4 days after the funeral, meaning that he would ascend the throne only after the 7th day, following the funeral. However, the subordinate also had some doubts. Hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed. What doubts? The subordinate replied that he had gone to observe the corpses of the 3 from a distance, and found that Chen Yue's head had been severed and then reattached using some special method, and there were signs of damage on the skull. After a pause, he added that there were no obvious wounds on the bodies of Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. Of course, Ning Fengji was killed in one strike by the old six, and so there are no obvious wounds on his body. You have to pull aside his clothes to see them. The same goes for Gu Rong. The two individuals actually have wounds on them, but you can only discover them by looking closely at the bodies. If viewed from a distance, they are naturally invisible. After all, the relationship between the Tiandou royal family and the Spirit Hall is not very good, as can be seen from the Soul Master competition of that year, especially with Chen Yue and the Hall Master of the Tiandou Sacred Hall, Salas. Therefore, having the opportunity to take a distant look is already considered giving face to Salas. Before knowing whose power the Tiandou royal family borrowed to capture Chen Yue and the other three, Salas naturally did not dare to forcefully intrude. Is there anything else to add? Bibi Dong's heart stirred. Since there were no obvious wounds, it must have been a one-hit kill, and since Chen Yue's body has many wounds, it indicates that a fierce battle ensued for a long time before he was defeated. This can be considered a piece of intelligence. However, with such thoughts in her mind, Bibi Dong's expression did not change at all. She said lightly, "If there is nothing, you can return to Tiandou City immediately. Yes, pay attention to the movements of the Imperial Palace. Before we ascertain what forces Shui Qinghe is relying on, do not act rashly." The previous attitude towards the Tiandou royal family can also be slightly adjusted. Salas was aware of the internal damage to the Spirit Hall this time, and naturally did not dare to overstep. Yes, after watching Salas leave, Bibi Dong had just gotten up when she saw Hulaina, who was with her head down, walk in. She couldn't help but ask Nana what's wrong. "Teacher, is there really no room for negotiation with the Haotian sect?" Bibi Dong thought. Isn't her disciple being foolish after being abducted? The Haotian sect has already been destroyed by her. What do you mean there is no room for negotiation? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's face suddenly darkened. Are you still thinking about that, Tang Yin? Hulaina's body trembled, and she lowered her head, not daring to speak. Let me tell you, Tang Yin is Tang San, and Tang San is the son of the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Now, the Haotian sect has been wiped out by me, and this Haotian Douluo is hiding like a dog. Tell me, what room do we have for reconciliation? Hu Lieno. Teacher, how can you do this? Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Why can't I do this? I have wholeheartedly trained you, just for you to fall in love with a disciple of the Haotian sect. Do you know how many elders the Papal Hall has lost to rescue you from the Star Luo Empire? You still have the face to ask me how I can do this? Hulaina lowered her head and fell silent. Go back and reflect on yourself. Bibi Dong snorted and directly turned to leave the Papal Hall. She still needed to go to the offering hall to ask if Chen Yue and others were behind this. After she left, Hulaina raised her head again, her eyes filled with determination. Tang Yin, wait for me. Since I can't move, teacher, then I will follow you. That night, she secretly left the Spirit City for Tiandou City. Just as she left the Spirit City, Qian Renxue in Tiandou City also received news that Bibi Dong had gone to the offering hall to inquire. Hey, stop rubbing. It hurts a lot. Qian Renxue slapped Chen Yue's paw away in annoyance. What should we do next? Also, what are you planning to do about the guest elder Dugubo from the Tiandou royal family? When we ascend to the throne, he will definitely participate as a guest elder. If he realizes that Shui didn't die from being killed, it might not be good for us. Although the situation was favorable now, Qian Renxue was not confused. She felt that the more favorable it was, the more vigilant she had to be. Otherwise, if it got exposed during the coronation ceremony, she would be in an extremely unfavorable position, and all her efforts over the years would be in vain. In this fantastical world of sewers, public opinion was still quite important. Dugubo? Chen Yue smiled slightly. Speaking of which, I still have a big gift package for him that he hasn't received. Big gift package? If someone else said this, Qian Renxue might think it was a real big gift package, but coming from Chen Yue's mouth, she felt it might not be so good. You don't need to worry about that. Qian Renxue snorted, obediently not asking further about it, and changed the topic. As you expected, that woman really went to the offering hall to inquire. Haven't you arranged for the golden crocodile Douluo to go back? What? How do you know this? I didn't say anything about this. You already have the answer. Why are you still asking me? How did you know that Grandpa Golden Crocodile went back? Chen Yue smiled and said, I calculated it. Bragging. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes charmingly. If you have the ability, calculate what will happen next. Next. There are indeed a few small matters. Qian Renxue was taken aback. She had said that casually, but unexpectedly, there was really something. What matter? However, Chen Yue did not answer and instead asked, in your opinion, what should be done with a traitor? Qian Renxue did not answer immediately. She ran through her mind and suddenly thought of something, then widened her eyes. Are you saying Hulaina will betray the Spirit Hall? How dare she? The Spirit Hall provides her with food, clothing, and the best training environment. She has no reason to betray. Qian Renxue wasn't foolish. She quickly guessed the prime suspect. But because of that, she found it hard to believe. What's the matter? Chen Yue smiled slightly. Where there is a thing, there is a person. Your mother was pretty much like that back then. Of course, her scheme might have been bigger, but in the end, it just didn't come to fruition. Then what do you think we should do? Chen Yue casually made a neck-slicing gesture and did not speak. But wouldn't that be a pity? Qian Renxue hesitated, looking somewhat reluctant. She wasn't feeling sisterly affection. In fact, at this point, Qian Renxue had no feelings for Hulayina and had only heard about her halfway through. There was no way she would plead for her. What a pity. So, Chen Yue was puzzled. What did Qian Renxue's expression mean? What a pity for such a beautiful woman. Qian Renxue shot him a glance and snorted. It's fine if you flirt around, but how can you leave seeds everywhere? Chen Yue? How'd she know? Don't quibble. Qian Renxue glanced at Chen Yue, who seemed to want to say something, then directly interrupted him. She took out a letter. The Star Luo Empress and the Star Luo Crown Princess announced separately that they are pregnant, saying it's the illegitimate child of the Star Luo Emperor and the Star Luo Crown Prince. But that's just to deceive others. Do you think you can fool me? Chen Yue, isn't it said that pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years? It truly is a lie. You make me feel very uneasy. Qian Renxue snorted. Chen Yue, knowing he was in the wrong, fell silent and began to comfort her with actions. Don't touch me. Qian Renxue snorted again, slapping Chen Yue's paw away. You better explain this clearly. Don't think about touching me. Hurry up. While saying this, she pressed Chen Yue's paw onto herself, leaving Chen Yue utterly confused. Do we not agree not to touch you? But you grabbed my hand to touch you. What does that mean? Isn't this a simple question? Chen Yue looked at her in confusion. When they are born, won't the Star Luo Empire belong to me? Isn't what is mine also yours? With the combined powers of the Tiandou and Star Luo empires, can you still not compete with Bibi Dong? Qian Renxue glanced at him and didn't seem to be lying anymore. She snorted and said, You've passed this checkpoint, but you have to agree to 2 things for me in a couple of days. All right. Chen Yue looked at her. After spending time together, she had already become a part of him, so it was naturally impossible for her to say anything that would harm him. Of course, if he felt it wasn't feasible later, he could refuse, right? That's right. At this moment, Qian Renxue suddenly thought of something. Should she eliminate the Avalanche and Prince Xuexing? These 2 guys have always been uneasy, especially now that Xue is dead. Right at the time of her coronation, Chen Yue shook his head. They are just 2 clowns. No need to worry about them. The day of the coronation will be their day of doom. Qian Renxue looked at Chen Yue suspiciously. You've been lying down these days. How have you made your arrangements? Chen Yue smiled and said nothing. He had been prepared for this matter for a long time. All right, I believe you. Qian Renxue rubbed her temples tiredly and said, Once you get that secret realm sorted out, I need to go in and improve myself. I also need to take a break. Chen Yue was curious. Then who will handle the administrative affairs after you ascend to the throne? I have summoned the 5th offering. She replied. Chen Yue was taken aback. The 5th offering, Guangling Douluo? He had some impression of this super Douluo with dual attributes of light and ice, but he didn't expect Qian Renxue to have summoned him as well. The original plan was for me to have someone knowledgeable in administration act on my behalf after my usurpation. While I participated in the angel god assessment, she continued. But now I have changed my mind. I want to start developing the strength to compete with that woman based on the Tiandou Empire. As she spoke, she added with a hint of bitterness, Wouldn't it be great to have some people help capture her and make her a maid? Chen Yue, this is quite a statement. And I don't even know how to respond. Chapter 42. Dugian, I feel a bit nauseous and want to throw up. Why aren't you saying anything? Qian Renxue saw Chen Yue, who was at a loss for words, and snorted. When we first met, didn't you say you wanted to be my stepfather? Why are you silent now? Chen Yue replied, well, I was just joking, okay? The corner of Chen Yue's mouth twitched. You have to believe one thing. What thing? Qian Renxue glanced at him suspiciously. Only you are my true love. Everyone else is just an accident. No matter how tired, bitter, or painful it is, it's all for you. For our child. Why is this guy so slick? But why do I feel it's so sweet, so annoying? Qian Renxue felt delighted inside, but still coldly snorted. I'll just believe you this once. Chen Yue breathed a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, he was stunned. By the way, after my coronation, I will have a grand wedding. Yes, with Xue Binger and Xue Yue from the 4 Elements Academy. Remember, don't run around. Chen Yue? Wait, why are you suddenly talking about getting married? Why do you need to get married? Qian Renxue glanced at him and said matter-of-factly, as the crown prince, I'm about to ascend the throne. If I don't marry and have children, won't that leave me without heirs? but you can't consummate the marriage. So, during this time, don't run around. Chen Yue. So you see me as a tool, huh? Noticing the strange look in Chen Yue's eyes, Qian Renxue snorted, don't worry. I'll find a way to keep this under wraps. It won't be exposed. But the wedding night still has to be with you, guys. Chen Yue's expression became even stranger, but he still nodded. He felt that Qian Renxue's behavior was somewhat self-disciplined. Hiss, that's a bit scary. What kind of look is that? Qian Renxue had no idea what Chen Yue was thinking. In the Tiandou Empire, aside from Douluo, power also held a significant place. For instance, the Four Elements Academy was indispensable. Marrying Xue Binger and Xue Yue would mean that the Tianxue Academy and the Tianxue sect behind them would be completely aligned with me. Regardless of what happens afterward, as long as we have children, even if we are exposed, they will definitely stand by our side. Chen Yue gave a thumbs up. His wife's method of gathering allies was indeed unique. It's just a pity that Douluo was nowhere to be found, and his granddaughter was with Yu Tianheng, lost without a trace. Qian Renxue sighed. If I had known, I should have acted first and pulled Douluo in. Chen Yue's gaze was somewhat strange. But when Douluo was mentioned, a more peculiar smile appeared on Chen Yue's face. Wait, what bad idea are you cooking up? Qian Renxue noticed the change in Chen Yue's expression and suspiciously glanced at him. Why do I feel your smile is so creepy? Suddenly, she shivered, feeling quite uncomfortable with Chen Yue's expression. Do you know the whereabouts of Yu Tianheng and Douluo? Chen Yue's smile became even brighter. I don't know now. Qian Renxue looked at him suspiciously for a while before saying, I feel like something is about to happen. It's fine, you can rest assured. Qian Renxue still felt uneasy and added, tomorrow is Xue Ye's funeral. Douluo will likely rush back, so be careful not to let him see the poison on Xue Ye's body. She had previously used the poison provided by Bibi Dong on Xue Yi, and Douluo, who had treated her for a while, was well aware of this. If Douluo exposed her during the funeral tomorrow, her disguise as Xue Qinghe would collapse. Don't worry, Chen Yue comforted her softly, while also eagerly anticipating what major discoveries Douluo would make upon waking up in Xingluo City. At the same time, how strange, dressed in tight-fitting clothes, Douluo rubbed her slightly aching temples as she walked through Xingluo City, looking around with a somewhat dazed expression. She had a long dream during the night she stayed there, but for some reason, she couldn't remember what it was about. She could only force herself to perk up and get up to leave the inn. After leaving the inn, she realized that Tang San had actually disappeared. Helpless, she could only head to Xingluo City to see if she could find her grandfather, Douluo, to figure out what was going on. However, just after wandering around for a couple of circles, she encountered Douluo, who had come out after being checked by the Xingguan sect. Yin, what are you doing here? Seeing Douluo was extremely surprised. He remembered that his granddaughter was supposed to be with her fiancé, Yu Tianheng, on an adventure. So why was she now alone in Xingluo City? Hearing Douluo's words made Douluo even more confused. Grandpa, didn't you ask Tang San to bring me over and say he had a way to perfectly control my poison? When did this happen? Douluo looked bewildered. The little monster didn't tell me about it. Besides, didn't he go to the Stark Do Great Forest? I brought his friend to Xingluo City. That's not the case. Tang San returned to Shrek only after Douluo took Dai Mubai away from the academy. So Douluo hadn't encountered Tang San and had only learned about it from the famous master Yu Shaojiang. Douluo scratched her head. Grandpa, we met in Soto City, which isn't far from the Star Do Great Forest, right? Meeting him isn't a lie, is it? Douluo shook his head. No, once the little monster finds someone, he will definitely return to Tiandou City. He wouldn't go to Soto City. This matter is a bit strange. At this point, he looked up at Douluo. Yin. Are you sure this was Tang San? I'm sure. Douluo recalled what Tang San had said before and immediately replied. When our royal fighting team first fought against Tang San, he said something after breaking my poison of the green phosphor snake that only we would know. Even Tianheng and the other Shreks wouldn't know. Even if they did, after all these years, they would have mostly forgotten. Only Tang San, as the one who broke the poison, and I, the one who was poisoned, would know. This is also the reason why Douluo is certain that the Tang San is indeed Tang San. Could it be that the little monster has really come? Seeing Douluo's certainty, Douluo still trusts his granddaughter, believing that there is no need to wrong her in this matter. He immediately fell into deep thought and, after a moment, asked again, what about Tianheng? When we met in Soto City, Tianheng was with me, but that Tang San said, Grandpa, you found a way to control the poison in Xingluo City. So he sent Tianheng to Tiandou City. At this point, the two of them, who were slow to realize, also sensed something was wrong. Douluo felt that Tang San seemed to have intentionally diverted Yu Tianheng and then went to Xingluo City alone with her, a man and a woman. Dugu also knew that Tiandou City had been unstable during this time, with the Seven Treasures glazed tile school suffering a heavy blow. Then the Lan Dianba Wang Long family being exterminated, and finally the Hao Ian sect being destroyed by the Spirit Hall. He was still unaware that the 3 members of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school had been listed as wanted criminals and were dead. But he could probably guess that going to Tiandou City at this moment was extremely inappropriate. It was likely that something big was going to happen in Tiandou City in the future. Thinking this way, Dugu, being the old fox that he is, felt that something was increasingly off. He frowned, feeling that this matter was very complicated, and immediately said, Yin, I'll take you to find the little monster and ask what is going on. Okay, just as Dugu was about to pick up his granddaughter. At the moment his fingers touched Dugu skin, they began to corrode at a visibly rapid pace. As a Title Douluo, he reacted almost instinctively, flashing away, and upon looking at his fingers, they had completely rotted away. If it weren't for the self-defense effect of his green phosphor snake emperor poison, he might have lost that hand in an instant. Grandpa, what is wrong? Dugu was also shocked, looking at Dugu's corroded finger in horror. Then, at her own body, noticing her skin had taken on a grayish hue, unlike her normal mature complexion. Something strange was happening. Dugu looked at Dugu with a wary expression, feeling a bit of a headache. It seems you have an unknown poison on you. One that even my green phosphor snake emperor cannot resist. If I weren't a Title Douluo, I fear I would have lost this hand. These words startled Dugu, making her face turn pale. Grandpa, are you okay? I'm fine, but it seems we'll have to travel by horse-drawn carriage. Traveling by horse-drawn carriage meant that their journey to Tiandou City would take even longer. After a night of rushing, the grandfather and granddaughter barely arrived at Tiandou City before dawn. As a Title Douluo, Dugu was not too affected, but Dugu speed was simply too slow. Even at full speed, she could only manage this pace. Yin, let's eat something first. Dugu looked at Dugu, who was drenched in sweat after rushing, and pointed to a nearby, small town in Tiandou City where vendors were selling breakfast. Okay, Dugu didn't know why, but she felt extremely tired after the long journey. Seeing the delicious breakfast, she couldn't help but take a bite, but the next moment, her eyes widened, her stomach churned, and she vomited all over the ground. Yin, what's wrong with you? This sudden scene left Dugu stunned. As someone who had been through it all, his gaze towards his granddaughter changed. I can't eat. I feel like throwing up, Dugu said, vomiting uncontrollably, even bringing up stomach acid. Dugu could only watch. As the potent poison from Dugu made him extremely cautious, not daring to touch her even slightly. Yin, are you pregnant? After Dugu finally finished throwing up and wiped her mouth with a tissue, she was taken aback by Dugu's sudden exclamation. What? This is morning sickness. Dugu used a tissue to feel her pulse from a distance, using his soul power to detect her condition. He instantly sensed a new pulse in Dugu's hand. Although he wasn't proficient in medicine, as a Title Douluo, his perception was incredibly sharp. From that pulse, he felt the life force coming from Dugu's belly. It really is happening. Dugu's face turned pale with shock. How could this be? How could this happen? She hadn't engaged in any intimate activities with Qian for nearly a year. The most she had done was have a spring dream in the same hotel as Tang San that night. She immediately sensed that something was off. What's wrong, Yin? Dugu noticed Dugu's ugly expression and was also startled. Isn't it Qianheng's? Grandpa, Upon hearing Dugu's words, Dugu's face turned even paler. She felt like crying, wiping her tears as she quietly recounted what had happened that night. What? Dugu was instantly furious. This little monster really isn't human? Yin, don't worry. I will make sure he gives you an explanation. Although his face was filled with rage, Dugu was secretly delighted. In the original story, Dugu was already infatuated with Qian, yet he still wanted to marry her off to Tang San. Initially, Dugu felt a bit regretful when he heard that Tang San wasn't interested because of the age difference, but he never expected that Tang San could be so repressed, saying he wasn't interested, but his actions were so honest. Little monster, let's see how you explain this. Dugu sneered inwardly, but still maintained his furious facade. Yin, you go slowly towards Tiandou City. I'll go ahead and make sure this little monster gives me an explanation. Okay. Dugu wiped her tears. Watching Dugu turn and leave, she stared blankly at the bowl of water in front of her, gradually doubting her life. Inside Tiandou City, Qian had already arrived at Shrek Academy and settled in. He had been verifying information these past few days. When he learned about the recent major events, He was completely shocked. What? After the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was destroyed, the hidden Haotian sect was wiped out by the Spirit Hall? The sect master of Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, along with Sword Douluo Chunxin and Bon Douluo Gurong, attempted a coup and fled. Now, being labeled as wanted criminals by Heaven Do, the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe announced that Ning Fengji, Chunxin, and Gurong had been executed. Their bodies hung at the palace gates, and a funeral was being prepared for Emperor Shui. Chapter 43 Chen Yue. They could all see this when they look up. The continuous stream of news left Yu Qianheng completely dumbfounded. How could this be? How could the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School betray the country? Yu Qianheng was puzzled, unable to comprehend the situation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Was his brain flooded? To know. Currently, with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan wiped out and the Haotian sect destroyed, although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was severely weakened, it still held a position in the Heaven Do Empire that was absolutely unassailable. Yet now he was being told that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School directly betrayed the country and attempted a coup, and then they were executed. Yu Qianheng was bewildered. Then, he encountered something even more confusing. After the famous Master Yu Xiaojiang finished telling him about the events in Heaven Do City, Tang San walked into the dean's office in a strange posture. Teacher? Tang San? After the transformation of the Blue Silver Emperor, Yu Qianheng didn't actually recognize Tang San. However, over the years, the only one who could call his worthless uncle a teacher was Tang San. Thus, without thinking, he blurted out Tang San's name. Then, upon seeing Tang San in a four-legged position, Yu Qianheng's already bewildered face became even more confused. Yu Qianheng? When I raise a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but you have a problem. What kind of shape is this? At this moment, Tang San also noticed the presence of an outsider and quickly stood up. It's nothing, I was just trying something out. Yu Qianheng? No. What kind of nonsense is it for a living person to try crawling like a dog? This isn't important. Seeing the situation become awkward, the famous master Yu Xiaojiang quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Qianheng, didn't you leave Heaven Do City? Why are you back so suddenly? Previously, Yu Qianheng had chosen to leave Heaven Do City due to the despair caused by the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Even this famous master, who was also his uncle, Yu Xiaojiang, didn't know his whereabouts. He had intended to discuss plans with Lu Erlong for the reconstruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, but unexpectedly, Yu Qianheng returned suddenly. And he returned alone? What about Duguyan? As soon as Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, he saw Yu Qianheng suddenly turn his head and point at Tang San. Uncle, you ask him. Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang? This shouldn't involve his obedient disciple at all. Yu Xiaojiang was completely confused. Qianheng, your return has nothing to do with Xiao San, right? He remembered that the last time his nephew encountered Tang San was 5 years ago during the Soul Master competition. So how could it now be related to Yu Qianheng? Yu Qianheng, what do you mean by that? Tang San's brow furrowed deeply, already tagging Yu Qianheng with the label of someone who is half a step toward death. Daring to doubt me, Tang San? If it weren't for the fact that you're the master's nephew, I would definitely make you feel my mother's entanglement. At this moment, Tang San was completely unaware that his emotions had been negatively impacted by his dog leg and spider legs, bringing out a hint of the dark side within him from the Slaughter City. What do you mean? Yu Qianheng snorted coldly. Tang San, don't think just because you've changed your appearance that I wouldn't recognize you. Tang San. Oh, you even changed a dog leg too. Tang San. Very well, daring to insult me. You are already on the path to death. Yu Qianheng had no idea that his words had already crossed the line of this Tang God King. At this moment, pointing at Tang San, he sternly shouted, "Where did you hide, Yin Yan?" Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang? As soon as he finished speaking, the pair of master and disciple in front of him were stunned. What the hell? Why is your Duguyan asking me where my disciple went? Qianheng, what nonsense are you talking about? The renowned master Yu Xiaojiang came back to his senses, glancing at the confused Tang San, and immediately shouted, Xiao San has not gone out of Heaven Do City at all. How could he possibly hide your fiancé? Yu Qianheng, I respect you, but that doesn't give you the right to slander someone. Tang San's face darkened as he coldly stared at Yu Qianheng. I can seriously tell you that I have never seen Duguyan. Are you sure you haven't left Heaven Do City in the past year? Yu Qianheng's expression turned grim as he sternly shouted. He was certain that the person he saw was indeed Tang San himself. Otherwise, Duguyan wouldn't have believed him so easily based on just a few words. Back then, during their first soul fight at the Soul Arena in Soto City, after Tang San broke Duguyan's green phosphor snake poison, he said those words. He was certain that only he, as the fiancé, Duguyan, who had the green phosphor snake martial soul, and Tang San, the person involved, would know. Other people, even if they heard it, who could remember such a sentence for so many years? In conclusion, even with the guarantee of the famous master Yu Xiaojiang, he did not doubt his and Dugu Yan's judgment. What uncle? Maybe he was trying to cover for his disciple. Thinking of this, Yu Qianheng's gaze turned cold, and he looked at Yu Xiaojiang with a changed expression. Xiaosan had only gone to the Tiandou forest once to hunt for his sixth spirit ring, but he returned quickly. Yu Xiaojiang's tone softened. If you don't believe it, you can have Xiaosan release his spirit ring for you to check. Generally, soul masters have ways to verify the time of spirit ring absorption. And what he meant was for you, Tianheng, to check the absorption time of Tang San's sixth spirit ring. Of course, this method was not originally from the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang, but invented by the Spirit Hall to capture those causing trouble in the Tiandou forest. And Yu Tianheng, from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, naturally knew this method of detection. Tiandou forest? However, as soon as Yu Xiaojiang's words fell, Yu Tianheng's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on Tang San. Previously, his look was filled with doubt, but now he seemed to be 100% certain. You just said he never left Heavendou City, and now you say he went to the Tiandou forest? Do you think I'm a fool or an idiot? Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San, damn. Why does Yu Tianheng feel like a mad dog? Tang San suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He felt something was off about this situation, and immediately used one of his signature skills, Purple Extreme Magic Eyes. In an instant, as the Purple Extreme Magic Eyes activated, he became slightly clearer. Then, two purple lights shot out from his eyes, instantly piercing through Yu Tianheng. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng froze, and after a moment, he slowly regained his composure, his emotions stabilizing as he looked around in confusion. What just happened to me? You were affected by your previous emotional state and mindset. It was easy to fall into a trance. Yu Xiaojiang understood and looked at Yu Tianheng, saying earnestly, thanks to Xiaosan, you were safe from that state. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Tang San snorted, having also dismissed the path of death that Yu Tianheng sought. After all, he was just a lost dog without a home. He wasn't that petty. All right, Tang San. Yu Tianheng suddenly slapped his thigh as if waking from a dream. Looking at Tang San, have you seen Yin Yin? Tang San. This question not only left Tang San confused, but also stunned the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang, who was about to say something. What the hell? Didn't he just ask once? And what does your fiancé have to do with Tang San? It was like this. At this moment, with his mindset and emotions restored, Yu Tianheng seemed to realize his question was a bit abrupt and quickly explained, I met Yin Yin in Soto City, and she said she and Grandpa Dugu found a way to completely control the green phosphor snake poison. Dugu Bo was Dugu Yan's grandfather, and Yu Tianheng, as Dugu Yan's fiancé, had no problem calling him Grandpa. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was stunned, and Tang San was also bewildered. This was impossible. I clearly haven't gone out of Heavendou City at all. The last time I went to the Tiandou forest was a long time ago. Master Yu Xiaojiang nodded repeatedly. Yes, Tianheng, when Xiaosan went to the Tiandou forest. It was probably around the time the seven-treasure glazed tile school was heavily injured and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was exterminated, and at that time, you hadn't left Heavendou City yet. He just came back. Didn't you confirm identities? Tang San couldn't help but ask. We both confirmed our identities. Yu Tianheng said, don't you remember what you said after you broke through Yan Yan's green phosphor snake poison? I believe that sentence should only be remembered by you, me, and Yin Yin. Tang San. What did I say at that time? He looked at Yu Tianheng in confusion. What did I say? Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow deeply, looking at Tang San in front of him. If Tang San still had the appearance of the blue-silver emperor, he might have suspected something was off. But now, with Tang San's complete transformation, it was hard not to believe that he was trying to evade responsibility or cover up the incident with a new appearance. As the saying goes, he wanted to clear himself of the crime of abducting Dugu Yan. Are you sure you don't know? Yu Tianheng narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in his gaze, his soul power surging. I'll say it again. Hand over Yin Yin. I said, I don't know. Tang San's expression darkened, revealing a chill in his eyes. Very well, I just took away your path of death, and now you want to get it back, right? Stop it. At this moment, under the pressure of these two soul emperors, Yu Xiaojiang, trembling, turned pale and shouted, stop it. Can't we resolve this peacefully? Oomph. Tang San gave the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang some face, first retracting his soul power. However, Yu Tianheng in front of him wasn't so easy to deal with. Uncle, this is your disciple. Of course, you would lean towards him. Yu Tianheng not only did not restrain his soul power, but at this moment, He had already completed the spirit embodiment and released his soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. At this moment, Yu Qianheng was a level 60 battle soul emperor, still lacking a 6 soul ring. At that time, he was waiting for Dugabo's help in hunting in Soto City, but he left for Tiandou City after encountering Tang San. Hand over Yin Yin, as long as she is unharmed. I can let the past be the past. Yu Qianheng said coldly, word by word. This is the hope for him, to revive the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. I said, it has nothing to do with me. Tang San's expression darkened, and he unwillingly released his soul rings. However, as soon as his soul rings rose into the air, they almost made Yu Tianheng burst out laughing. 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black, and 1 white for Tang San. He really didn't expect that after 5 years. Your taste has become so poor. Tang San. He looked at his own soul rings with a bewildered expression, and when he saw the white color of the last soul ring, he was instantly dumbfounded. His eyes wide open. What the heck? This is impossible. When did he get a white soul ring? He had no idea at all. And even after leaving the Stardow Forest, he found that his memories from the Stardow Forest were starting to fade. This is the effect of the sealing stone. It not only seals a specific memory, but also continuously erodes and seals more memories over time. Chen Yue didn't expect such a miraculous effect at this moment. He was pressing Lu Erlong on the rooftop, looking down with great interest at this scene. You better be careful. If there's a leak, they will all see it when they look up. Lu Erlong trembled all over, and before she could react, she heard Chen Yue's voice again, saying that in order not to expose herself, he might end up killing all of them. In an instant, her face turned pale, and she didn't dare to speak. Xiao San, what is going on with you? If we talk about the most shocking, unbelievable, and unacceptable, it undoubtedly has to be the famous master Yu Xiaojiang. He couldn't accept that his most successful little guinea pig had turned into this ghostly appearance. The 6th spirit ring is white. At this moment, he seemed to feel the snowflakes drifting and the north wind howling, brushing past him, and he didn't even know if it was his illusion. He felt sweat breaking out on his head, soaking his hair. I don't know either. Tang San's face was also written with confusion. I really don't know. What exactly did you encounter in the Stardow Forest? Tang San nearly collapsed, sitting on the ground. I really don't know. I can't remember. Where is Xiao Wu? Didn't he go to find Xiao Wu? Chapter 44. Qian Renxue, please speak with your conscience. Don't touch mine. When the famous master Yu Xiaojiang saw that Tang San's 6th spirit ring was actually white, he was completely thrown off, and his emotions were almost out of control. This has been his most successful little white mouse over the years. How could such a serious mistake happen now? According to his speculation, Tang San's 6th spirit ring should at least be able to attempt to absorb an 80,000-year-old spirit ring. But how did it turn into a white spirit ring? At this point, Yu Xiaojiang completely lost his composure and uncontrollably grabbed Tang San by his collar. Xiao San, what on earth is going on? Didn't you go to the Stardow Forest to look for Xiao Wu? And also to conveniently obtain your 6th spirit ring? How is it that now, not only have you failed to find Xiao Wu, but you also ended up in this sorry state? And why? Why is this spirit ring, actually white? Tang San looked dumbfounded at the white color of his 6th spirit ring, feeling unable to hold it together. I don't know. I really don't know. When the famous master Yu Xiaojiang mentioned Xiao Wu in front of him, Tang San felt as if his lost memories were awakening. But the intense pain in his head made it hard for him to focus. At this moment, he couldn't even pay attention to Yu Xiaojiang, who was holding his collar, as he pressed his hands tightly against his throbbing head. No, Xiao San, this is your spirit ring. Are you telling me you don't know? But the completely out of control famous master Yu Xiaojiang didn't care about Tang San's current state at all. After hearing Tang San's words, he was very dissatisfied and almost shouted. Then, with his roar, Tang San was hit by a wave of his lion's roar, and combined with the pain in his head, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely. Yu Xiaojiang, the onlookers Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng looked dumbfounded at the dramatic confrontation between a master and disciple, completely frozen in place. Xiaogang, what happened? At this moment, Flander, who noticed the commotion in the dean's office, hurried over. Ever since that night, when the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang treated him as Lu Erlong, he had completely lost the courage to see Yu Xiaojiang again. Now, upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang, he felt a tightness in his chest. However, upon seeing Tang San, who had fainted, he disregarded his own feelings and rushed forward to help him up. What's wrong with Xiao San? He asked. Seeing Tang San unconscious, Yu Xiaojiang's uncontrollable emotions finally subdued. But he still couldn't accept the fact that his experimental subject had turned into a failure. He turned and left without saying a word. Seeing this, Flander sighed in relief and then glanced at Yu Tianheng, asking, "You are Yu Tianheng, right? What happened to Xiao San just now? How could he suddenly faint?" Yu Tianheng scratched his head and stunned everyone with his words. It seems that my uncle couldn't hold back when he saw that Tang San's 6-soul ring was white. Flander, confused, exclaimed, "What the hell? If you said the first soul ring was white, I could barely understand, but suddenly the 6-soul ring is white? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm stupid?" Flander looked at Yu Tianheng with an unfriendly expression. Now that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was gone, if the other party dared to play tricks on him regarding this matter, he would have no reservations. This is a nonsense. Yu Tianheng sensed Flander's demeanor and was shaken. He quickly shook his head. "If you don't believe me, when Tang San wakes up, let him release his soul ring for you to see. This is something that can be easily verified. How could I lie?" Upon hearing this, Flander found it quite reasonable. He relaxed his expression slightly and said, "I'll ask him when he wakes up. During this time, you should not leave Tiandou City." Yu Tianheng nodded, "Of course. I still need to wait for Tang San to wake up and hand over Dugu Yin. How could I leave?" Of course. At this point, Yu Tianheng already had some doubts in his heart. He wondered if it was not Tang San who had taken Dugu Yin, but someone else. However, the pride that belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would not allow him to accept this answer. If Dugu Yin had been taken away by someone, he would probably have to face significant consequences. This is not something that Yu Tianheng can accept. So, rather than being taken away by someone else, he is more inclined to think that Tang San took Dugu Yin away. Strange, how could there be a leak? At this moment, as Flander was preparing to carry Tang San to find the healing soul master, he suddenly slipped and fell flat on his back. He rubbed his sore backside and looked at the puddle on the ground, then followed his gaze up to the ceiling, where the roof tiles were open as if it had just rained. Strange. Wasn't supposed to rain tonight, right? Flander scratched his head, jumped up, and climbed onto the roof, looking around. All he could smell from the tiles was a strong seafood and fishy odor, along with some water stains. Could it be that it just rained a bit over here at the academy? Seeing this, he believed that perhaps it had indeed rained a little, but only in a small area. He didn't think much of it and scratched his head with his slightly seafood-smelling hand, then turned and returned to the dean's office, taking Tang San to find the healing soul master. Phew! Hiding behind the chimney among the tiles, a sweating Lu Erlong let out a sigh of relief and quietly returned to his dormitory. That was close. Meanwhile, Chen Yue had already left Shrek Academy and returned to the Tiandou Palace. Where had you been messing around? Upon returning to the dorm, Chen Yue headed straight for the bathroom. It was really uncomfortable not to wash off all the stinky sweat. At that moment, Qian Renxue, still soaking in the bath, opened her eyes and was about to say something when she caught a whiff of the distinct scent of another woman on him. Immediately, her brow furrowed. This smell was neither like Tang Yuehua's nor like that of the rabbit and grass you locked up. Could it be another one? What's the situation? Chen Yue ignored her question, took off his clothes, and while lying in the bathtub, asked, "Avalanche and Prince Shueshing have been wanting to examine the corpse. They still don't believe that the Seven Treasures glazed sect would betray and kill Shui Yi." Seeing Chen Yue mention serious matters, Qian Renxue also adopted a serious expression. Swatting Chen Yue's hand away, "Be serious. We're talking about important matters here." "You say important matters. I'm also doing important matters." "Qian Renxue, what do you suggest we do about this?" Qian Renxue simply laid back, squinted her eyes, and casually asked, "If we kill him, it might cause backlash, especially from those nobles close to Prince Shueshing. Let us just directly declare that a deer is a horse." Chen Yue's 4 words stunned Qian Renxue, leaving her confused. "What do you mean by declaring a deer is a horse?" "You will summon all the ministers in the palace tomorrow, which means the representatives of those nobles, and agree to let Prince Shueshing examine the corpse, even if he finds traces of poisoning on Shui Ye's body. Just say he died at the hands of the 3 from the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Then throw their bodies in the main hall and ask the ministers who agrees and who opposes." Qian Renxue thought carefully and immediately gasped. "Your plan is completely forcing a palace coup." Chen Yue didn't even need to say the next part. She figured it out herself. With the 3 bodies as a deterrent, over 90% of the people would probably stand on my side. The remaining 10% would either be neutral or side, with Prince Shueshing and Avalanche as accomplices. No, Qian Renxue, there is only one way. Either live or annihilate the 9 clans. Chen Yue grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, which made Qian Renshue's heart flutter. She hugged him tightly. "You're amazing. I suddenly thought of what to do. It's fine. Just use soul power to protect the unborn baby." "That makes sense. Unborn baby, are you polite? Do you want to go over together?" As the sky began to brighten, Qian Renxue changed into a long dress, rubbed her swollen abdomen, turned back to glance at Chen Yue, who was hugging her from behind, and softly asked, "Today is the day of Emperor Shui Yi's funeral, and also probably the day when Prince Xuexing and Avalanche will force a palace examination." Now that she had Chen Yu's advice, she felt that this matter was completely solvable. "I'll want to go. I'll just be the man quietly supporting you from behind. The main character will do." Qian Renxue thought this made sense and nodded. "Then I'll have Qianjun Jiang and the spiked porcupine spear wait in case Douluo tries to cause trouble." Due to Chen Yu's intervention, her arrangements in Tiandou Palace far exceeded those in the original work. Apart from the two super Douluo, Qianjun Jiang and spiked porcupine spear, there were also several soul Douluo and soul sage. These soul Douluo and soul sages had long been replaced by her with reasonable identities as Tiandou guards over the years. So she wasn't afraid of Prince Xuexing making a scene. However, she was somewhat wary of Douluo suddenly attacking. After all, he was known to be a ruthless person who could leave opponents with only Title Douluo. Douluo? Chen Yue smiled. He probably wouldn't have the time. Huh? Qian Renxue was taken aback, suddenly recalling that Chen Yue seemed to have mentioned giving Douluo a big gift. "Are you planning to mess with someone else's granddaughter?" "Chen Yue, is this the only advantage I have in front of you?" Qian Renxue glared at him charmingly. "If you let go of me now, what you say would be a bit more convincing." "Chen Yue, by the way, the 5 offerings are about to arrive. You should prepare for the handover." At this point, Qian Renxue warned, "I'll warn you, don't use all of Grandfather Jean Crocodile's tricks on him. The 5 offerings are very practical people and can't stand your schemes." Chen Yue straightened his back. "Of course. Do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm telling you with a clear conscience, absolutely not." Qian Renxue speechlessly swatted his hand away. "Then touch your own conscience. Don't touch mine. We're the same. What is yours is mine." Qian Renxue huffed. "I'm not talking to you. I'm going to the palace now. Take care of yourself." "Of course." Watching Qian Renxue use her disguised soul bone ability to transform into Shui Qinghe and leave the dormitory, Chen Yue laid back on the big bed, stretched, and thought about how he and checked on the few prisoners locked inside the King God Tower for so many days. He actually missed them a bit. At present, the number of prisoners locked inside Chen Yu's King God Tower was quite considerable. The first level housed the earliest prisoners, Xiao Wu, Tang Yuehua, Yin, and Tang Tiantian. The second level had only Madame Ning, Guowan. As for Ning Rongrong, Chen Yue directly threw her into the water prison of the Tiandou Palace. This girl, who had a bit of a princess syndrome deep down and could hardly be called a princess, needed to suffer a dose of reality first. The water prison of the Tiandou Palace was also completely gender segregated. The water prison for females was located inside the Tiandou Palace, while the one for males, according to Qian Renxue, seemed to be outside the palace. "What do you want to do?" As soon as Chen Yue appeared on the first level of the King God Tower, Yin, who first spotted him, immediately shrank into the corner like a startled bird, tremblingly saying, "Why you? Don't come over." Compared to her, Xiao Wu and Tang Yuehua seemed a bit calmer. After all, their education was quite successful, as long as they knew that spreading their legs or lifting them was basically no big deal. Of course, the one who performed the worst was still Tang Tiantian. When she saw Chen Yue, she trembled in fear, rolled her eyes, and fainted. Their essay saying, "Those who know when to yield are the true heroes." Chen Yue didn't pay attention to the reactions of these 4 women. He stretched lazily and thought, "I want to see who among you knows when to yield." As soon as he said this, Xiao Wu, who knew that resisting would be futile, obediently crawled over. She truly had a huge psychological shadow regarding Chen Yue, especially since the deaths of Ming and Heir Ming were closely related to her reckless cleverness. Of course, it was precisely because of this incident that she became completely obedient, afraid to pull any tricks because she feared that if her last trick didn't kill Chen Yue, it would instead kill Tang San, and then she would truly have nowhere to cry. However, at this moment, the obedient Xiao Wu had no idea that just as she woke up from her fainting spell, she was encountering danger. "Little monster, are you not going to give me an explanation?" As Douluo rushed from Soto City to Heavendo City, the sky was already dimly brightening, but Tang San was still unconscious, so he had been waiting. Seeing Tang San wake up at this moment, he immediately darkened his face and sternly said, "What do you mean by this?" The onlookers, including Flander, Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, and Yu Tianheng, were collectively dumbfounded. Oh, especially Yu Tianheng. At this moment, he felt something ominous in his heart, along with what seemed to be something extra on his head that was beginning to grow. Chapter 45. Douluo, little monster, are you not going to give this old man an explanation? First update. Where's this? After being suddenly stimulated by the memories sealed by the God-sealing stone last night, Tang San fainted completely in pain. Now, as he slowly regained consciousness, his memories were becoming increasingly vague. Those were memories related to his journey to the Tiandou Forest. If he had originally just forgotten his memories at the Lake of Life, now he had completely forgotten why he went to the Tiandou Forest, even not knowing that he would encounter Hulaina and others along the way, and had no idea how he got his dog leg and spider claw. Teacher's wife. The dean, old monster Yu Tianheng? He scratched his head, suddenly realizing that the gazes of these 5 people were somewhat off, especially the old monster Dugubo's gaze, which carried a hint of dangerous light. Old monster, what's going on with you? Little monster, what did you do? Are you not going to give this old man an explanation? Tang San. No, why do I have to give an explanation? I just woke up from a faint, and what did I do? He looked at Dugubo in confusion. What explanation? What explanation? Upon hearing this, Dugubo's expression suddenly darkened. He felt that Tang San was just making excuses to avoid responsibility. What kind of explanation is this? Little monster, I admire you. But that is not a reason for you to act recklessly. Although Tang San had indirectly saved his life, he had also given up his collection of medicinal herbs he had kept for many years. This friendship was enough to be settled clearly, and the remaining was more about the intention of befriending him. But this intention of friendship for Dugubo was not a reason to act wantonly with his granddaughter and then deny it. You must know, Tang San, as a sole emperor, dares to brush him off. What will happen in the future? No, old monster, what exactly are you saying? Tang San was completely confused, not knowing what he had done. Hearing this, Flander sighed and said, Xiao San, if you are a man, you should take responsibility for your actions. Yu Xiaojing also nodded repeatedly. That's right. This isn't something to be embarrassed about. Since you've done it, just own up to it. Lu Erlong sighed and shook his head. Xiao San, I thought you were loyal, but I never expected you to be like Daimu Bai. This is really disappointing. Xiao Wu, who had once taken Lu Erlong as her adoptive mother, was understandably upset with Tang San over the situation. Tang San was perplexed. What? You guys just tell me what I did. He looked at everything in front of him, his mind buzzing. What exactly have I done? Why is everyone being so cryptic? The only ones who were unaware of the situation were Yu Tianheng and Tang San. Flander and the others knew because they had met Dubo earlier and heard about it from him, while Yu Tianheng had just woken up and rushed over. After all, he couldn't stay up all night watching over Tang San. So, Yu Tianheng was also in a fog, but he felt that there was something inexplicable hovering over him. Oomph. Dugubo snorted angrily. Little monster, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be this kind of person. From this day forward, I have nothing to do with you. His granddaughter had said it was Tang San, so he naturally wouldn't doubt her. Thus, he was very certain that Tang San was trying to argue back, and he could no longer contain his emotions, coldly snorting and sweeping his sleeve as he turned to leave. Tang San was bewildered. What's wrong with this old monster? I don't know anything. I haven't done anything. He felt crushed inside, watching Dugubo walk away, wanting to say something. But before he could open his mouth, Dugubo had already turned and left. Xiao San, are you still a man or not? Flander looked at Tang San with disappointment, utterly speechless. What's going on here? At this moment, Yu Tianheng, still confused, snapped back to reality. He glanced at Yu Xiaojing, who wanted to say something to comfort Tang San, and immediately asked, Tianheng, you don't need to be here for now. You should go back. Yu Xiaojing realized that Yu Tianheng was present and feared his nephew might mess up his little experiment, so he quickly changed his words. Yes, Tianheng, you should go back. This isn't your concern. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's words, Lu Erlong immediately understood and issued a dismissal order to Yu Tianheng. All right then. While he could disregard Yu Xiaojing's bias towards his disciple, he couldn't ignore Lu Erlong's authority. Lu Erlong was the strongest among the remaining bloodline of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and also his aunt. Note, Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong are cousins, not siblings. Yu Tianheng calls Yu Xiaojing uncle and Lu Erlong aunt, which is correct, so he had no reason to argue. After Yu Tianheng left, at this point, Yu Xiaojing finally spoke up. Tang San, I've always emphasized that you should be like your father, a man who dares to take responsibility. But I never expected you would dare to play dumb in this situation. Tang San, your father killed the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, and he was also someone who took responsibility for his actions, not afraid of the consequences, which led to heavy losses for the Haoyin sect and its closure, right? You're just dealing with a small matter, and you still want to argue? Tang San, oh, what have I done? Teacher, what have I done? Tang San was completely bewildered. He still couldn't figure out what he had done that would provoke such outrage. Why was he being criticized so harshly? It should be noted that even in his previous life, when he openly stole the Tang sect's ultimate skills, he wasn't criticized like this. Flender, seeing that Tang San was still trying to argue, couldn't help but exclaim, completely shocking Tang San, "You slept with Dugi Yin, and you even made her pregnant." Tang San. After the name was called, Tang San was completely stunned. The four people in the dormitory fell into complete silence at that moment. Seeing this, Chen Yue on the ceiling immediately muttered the words in the parentheses above. "Hey, Toy Rabbit, what is your opinion?" She raised her head and gently asked Xiao Wu, who was biting her red lips and had a complicated expression. "No, I don't know." Xiao Wu, with a complex expression, looked at Tang San from the ceiling. She bit her red lips, and at the moment when Flander called out his name, she was completely shocked. How could this happen? Hadn't her beloved Sangu said that he would only love her in this life? She had been guarding her spirit and heart fiercely for her dearest Sangu, not allowing outsiders to enter. But how could it be that her Sangu had suddenly fallen in love with someone else and even had a child? Where does this leave her? How can she bear it? No, Sangu won't betray me. Xiao Wu's voice trembled a bit. She really couldn't believe that her Sangu would abandon her to seek someone else. She would rather believe that all of this was false. But even if he betrayed you, it wouldn't matter, right? Xiao Wu was taken aback and turned to look at Chen Yue in confusion. What? What did you say? The child in your belly is also my baby. If you both betray once, it seems like it's even out, and weren't you resisting desperately before? Xiao Wu subconsciously nodded. Moreover, your spirit is still guarding that special place for him. Having one or having countless won't tarnish your spiritual feelings for him, right? When Xiao Wu thought about it this way, it seemed to make some sense. So, even if he betrayed you, it doesn't matter, you don't despise him. So he definitely won't despise you. Xiao Wu was suddenly overjoyed. Really? Of course. She was overjoyed and quickly turned to kiss Chen Yu's cheek. Thank you. Just this little thank you isn't enough sincerity. Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she silently supported herself on the tiles. Impossible. In the room, Tang San suddenly let out a roar, startling her so much that she almost lost her grip and fell. But at this moment, the many people in the room didn't pay attention to what was happening above. Flender, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong all looked at Tang San in shock. This is absolutely impossible. Tang San shook his head frantically. I've always been in Tiandou City and haven't gone out. And apart from seeing them 5 years ago at the Soul Master competition, I haven't seen them since. How could this be possible? Slander. This is definitely a false accusation. Although he had lost his memory of the Stardow Forest, he was certain that he hadn't seen Yu Tianheng and the others from the Imperial fighting team for a long time. So the child in Du Gaiyan's belly definitely wasn't his Tang San's. Xiao San. Lu Erlong looked at him like this, feeling increasingly disappointed. Why is there such a big gap between these two masters and disciples? And this Tang San, clearly the son of Hao Yan Doa Tang Hao. Why does he not resemble Tang Hao at all? This matter. How dare you do it, but not admit it? As a man, just admit it and apologize to the poisoned Douluo Sr. With his admiration for you, he will definitely accept your apology. Lu Erlong dropped this sentence and didn't want to say anything more, leaving in disappointment. She decided that when Xiao Wu returned, she must persuade her to give up on this Tang San, a man who dares to do but not admit it. What does he want? Don't complain, after all. It's the love continental Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang also looked at Tang San in frustration and said, Are you stupid? After you unite with Dugi Yin, the poisoned Douluo will definitely be completely on your side. At that time, whether you return to the Haotian sect or create a new sect force, you will easily gain the support of aTitle Douluo. Yu Xiaojiang paused at this point and continued, Moreover, with your and Dugi Yin's talents, the child born will definitely be an exceptional genius. If you had just admitted it, I could have let your second dragon teacher's wife work on Xiao Wu's thoughts, and it wouldn't affect you at all. Now look at this. In such a dangerous situation in Tiandou City, you actually angered the poisoned Douluo away. Are you out of your mind? Tang San shook his head vigorously. No, it wasn't me. I absolutely cannot admit it. He was certain that he had indeed never done such a thing. Therefore, as a proud member of the Tang sect, he would rather die than admit it. Sigh. Yu Xiaojiang saw Tang San's stubbornness and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Tang San, you still pretend to be crazy and argue when talking to me. If it really wasn't you, how could the poisoned Douluo come directly to you for an explanation? Tang San was slightly stunned. He had just woken up from a coma, and his mind was still half asleep. Now, after being confronted like this, he was much more awake. However, in his memory, he indeed had no involvement with Dugi Yin. I just want to say, is there a possibility At this moment, Flinder adjusted his glasses and, seeing the gaze of the master and disciple turn to him, he said, "It was when Xiao San went to the Tiandou Great Forest that he accidentally. You know what I mean, right? You Xiao Jiang." Tang San hiss. "It seems there really is a probability and possibility of that." Yu Xiaojing pondered for a moment. He recalled that the previous Tang San seemed to have lost some memories, and suddenly he slapped his thigh. "It's highly likely. The poison Douluo coming to seek justice is clearly a confirmation of the facts. Otherwise, with his personality, he would never do such a thing." Flinder nodded as well. Over the years, he had also understood the character of Douluo. If it weren't for something concrete, Douluo would absolutely not come to seek justice like this. "So, Xiao San, what exactly did you do in the Tiandou Great Forest?" "Tang San, why do I feel like something is slightly off with this?" A voice in his heart told him that it absolutely couldn't have been him, but now, all the evidence seemed to point to him. Impossible. It can't be something Tang San did. At this moment, Xiao Wu, caught up in her romantic thoughts, shook her head and said, "Tang San is not that kind of person. He said he only loves me." Only then did she, belatedly, look back at Chen Yue behind her. Although her face was red, she still bit her silver teeth tightly and almost gritted her teeth as she spat out 3 words, "You lied to me." Others might not know what happened in the Tiandou Great Forest, but she saw it with her own eyes. So, she would rather believe that this was Chen Yu's conspiracy than believe that her Tang San had fallen for someone else. "Don't be anxious." Facing her resentment, Chen Yue remained calm and unhurried, enjoying the gentle rabbit's nest while explaining, "I indeed gave him a dog leg and spider claw in front, and then sealed his memory of seeing you live. But later, didn't we leave together?" Xiao Wu was stunned. After thinking carefully, it seemed that was indeed the case. At this time, Tang San appeared in the area of the Lake of Life. What he would encounter was unknown to anyone. Just surviving could be considered a stroke of luck for him. And what specifically happened, we cannot say, right? This statement makes a lot of sense. After all, this area of the Lake of Life is the territory of the Azure Bull Python, De Ming, and the Titan Giant Ape, Air Ming. Other soul beasts, unless they have a cultivation of at least 100,000 years, wouldn't dare to intrude. And with the disappearance of De Ming and Air Ming's presence, what kind of soul beast will intrude is something no one can say for sure. Suddenly, the love rabbit's mind turned, and a terrifying guess emerged. Could it be that my relationship with Sangu has been discovered by the mysterious master at the bottom of the lake? For Xiao Wu, the master is not the Silver Dragon King Guyana. She is not yet qualified to approach her and can only interact with the 6 great fierce beasts besides Dition. However, for her and De Ming Air Ming, they're still considered a master level. The master might want to break me and Sangu apart, or make me think that Sangu is a heartless man, and then take advantage of the situation. This love rabbit, suddenly online in intelligence and afflicted with paranoia, had this thought pop up in her mind and magnified it infinitely. Yes, it must be like this. Those guys must want to separate me from Sangu, so they have controlled Sanji's mind, and coincidentally, he got involved with that snake lady. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with anger and fury. Damn it, I treated you all as my master to worship and protect, and this is how you repay me. You better not let me cultivate to Title Douluo. Otherwise, I will definitely dig you all out. At this moment, in the Tiandou Forest, the 7 great fierce beasts in the space at the bottom of the lake sneezed in unison. This is a curse from the original female lead, Xiao Wu. What's going on? I don't know, but suddenly I feel a bit chilly. Did this mutt pee? Get lost. There are no fierce beasts watching the commotion at Life Lake, because they're all busy devouring the big fat worm they just caught not long ago, enjoying their meal without caring about any of the nonsense. Impossible. At this moment, Tang San in the Shrek Academy dormitory finally came to his senses. He shook his head vigorously. This is absolutely impossible. I would never do such a thing. It's slander. Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder. So you were saying that the poison Douluo is slandering you? Tang San suddenly nodded. It must be that old monster who was instigated by someone to spread rumors about me, tarnishing my pure reputation. Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder, come on. Let aTitle Douluo slander your reputation. Flinder wanted to say, if it weren't for your father being the Haotian Douluo, do you believe that Douluo would have slapped you to death by now? Godampure reputation. So how are you going to explain this to the poison Douluo now? Tang San shook his head with authority. No need to explain. This matter has nothing to do with me at all. Why should I explain? Although he was unclear about his memories, his intuition told him that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with him. Yu Xiaojiang, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Then what do you say we do about the situation at the Tiandou Palace now? Tiandou Palace? Tang Sen was taken aback. What happened to the palace? Right now, Xue Qinghe has already started the coronation ceremony, and if nothing unexpected happens, Prince Xue Xing and others will demand an autopsy. Yu Xiaojing explained. Originally, our plan was for you to go with the poison Douluo to verify at this stage. After all, having the poison Douluo, there would be a guarantee. But now, you have fallen out with the poison Douluo, I'm afraid. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang San said with righteous indignation, we're doing this for justice. I believe the old monster will definitely agree. Yu Xiaojing, Flinder, the unusual best friends exchanged glances, and Flanders pointed his head, implying that Tang San couldn't have possibly damaged his brain. Yu Xiaojing shrugged and spread his hands. He also didn't know what was going on. Clearly, he was a very successful guinea pig. Could it be that the sixth spirit ring was white, so it messed up his brain? Let us go. We need to find the old monster. Tang San waved his hand confidently, believing that with the old monster's personality, he wouldn't ignore the Heaven-Do Empire. He also believed that under his reasoning, the truth would absolve him, Tang San. Thus, the helpless Flanders and Yu Xiaojing went to find Dugubo together. Watching the three leave, Chen Yue could no longer hold back. Is your guy always this confidently clueless? Xiao Wu, feeling a bit awkward, touched her face, still marked with traces of her earlier tears, though she couldn't explain how they got there. Why aren't you talking? Xiao Wu bit her lip, watching Tang San's distant figure, open her mouth, sighed, and shook her head. She felt that her Tang San had really changed. The old Tang San would never have lied. But now, with all the evidence, he was still denying everything. At this moment, Xiao Wu was filled with conspiracy theories in her mind, so she no longer believed in Tang San. Without speaking, Chen Yu's lips curled into a smile, and the two instantly appeared in Tang San's dormitory. Before Xiao Wu could figure out what was happening, she heard Chen Yue smilingly say, "Come on, let your guy reminisce about your fragrance. Or, I might worry he won't be able to sleep tonight." Xiao Wu hesitated as she glanced at the brand new bedding, wanting to refuse, but wasn't this a bit? Chen Yue narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. Seeing this, Xiao Wu dared not resist and obediently complied. In the Heaven-Do city, within Dugubo's residence, it seemed this little monster had thought it through. Upon seeing Tang San approach, Dugubo was overjoyed, thinking that Tang San must have come to apologize and ask for his granddaughter's hand in marriage. However, Tang San's next words completely baffled him. Old monster, the autopsy session of the Snow Knight Emperor is about to start. We can't miss it. Let us go. Dugubo? Wait, weren't you here to apologize? Look, it might be gone in a couple of days. As stated, if you haven't caught up in the past 2 days. Hurry. Starting tomorrow, the entire text will be revised. After it's changed, it probably won't be as exciting, and if I can't revise it, there's a high chance it will be sent in. Dugubo looked dumbfounded at the Tang San in front of him, a large area of question marks above his head. What is wrong, old monster, did you forget? Seeing Dugubo in a daze, Tang San frowned and asked, did you forget the plan we discussed before? Dugubo. No, isn't this the matter you said you wanted to intervene in? Didn't we just have a falling out? You haven't even let me calm down. And you're already trying to take advantage of me? Due to the annihilation of the Haotian sect by the Spirit Hall, Dugubo has also become somewhat restrained lately. Or, as people say, he's been a lot more honest. After all, even a mighty Haotian sect, the top of the 3 sects, has been wiped out. So if he continues to act recklessly, wouldn't his Dugu family be the next target? Even though now, there are only him and his granddaughter. Dugu Yin left in the Dugu family. Previously, the favor owed to Prince Chen Yue had been completely exhausted after treating Emperor Xue last time. If it weren't for Yu Xiaojing telling him about the plan earlier, he wouldn't have bothered with the affairs of the Tiandou Palace at all. Now, Tang San actually dared to quibble about such things, which greatly disappointed Dugubo. He felt somewhat reluctant to help Tang San anymore. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had misjudged the person. However, he was still willing to give Tang San a chance to apologize, admit his mistakes, and take responsibility, so that they could continue. To some extent, Tang San had told him the method to detoxify, and giving away his entire collection of herbs that he had cherished for many years was already enough to repay this favor. At most, it was just a previous favor of giving him hidden weapons, allowing him to hold his head high in front of the Judoa. However, this favor is not enough to make him take the risk of interfering with Xue Qinghe's coronation ceremony. If it weren't for their past friendship, he would never agree to it. After all, as a Title Douluo, where could he take his granddaughter? Even if the Tiandou Empire changes hands, he doesn't believe that with his status, the Tiandou Empire could do anything to him. If worst comes to worst, he could go to the Xingluo Empire. Or at least he would be a guest elder, right? Therefore, he also thinks that, in the end, Tang San will definitely give up his sophistry and admit his mistakes under the interference of Yu Xiaojiang and others. But he never expected. The first sentence that Tang San spoke completely left him at a loss. No, you made a mistake, and you're being so blatant about it. What do you mean by this? Dugu Bo suddenly stood up, his gaze icy, and the pressure of the Title Douluo instantly enveloped everyone present. Old monster, stop messing around. Tang San snorted coldly. He had already clarified his thoughts. This is entirely a grand scheme directed and performed by Dugu Bo. He has set his sights on Tang San's talent and wants to take him as his granddaughter's husband, thereby completely binding Tang San to his ship. One must understand that Tang San controls the unparalleled hidden weapons of the Tang sect, and he will undoubtedly become a top power on the continent in the future. It is not difficult to see this from how Ning Fengji has repeatedly tried to marry Ning Rongrong to him. But who is Tang San? He is the pure and noble Tang San. His one true love is the soul beast Xiao Wu, and he has no interest in these dirty female soul masters at all. I have seen through your calculations, and I'll tell you frankly, it's useless. This slander against his pure and innocent actions made him extremely disgusted. What level is this? How dare they tarnish the love between me and Xiao Wu? However, considering that Dugu Bo contributed the immortal herb, he was willing to give Dugu Bo another chance. Otherwise, it would just end with a split. But as soon as he said this, Dugu Bo was left dumbfounded. Not only was Dugu Bo stunned, but even Flander and Yu Xiaojiang, who had come along, as well as Lu Erlong, who hurried over from behind, were also taken aback. What the hell? San, what nonsense are you talking about? Flander was the first to react, quickly shouting, Are you still not admitting to the mistake you made? I did nothing wrong. Tang San coldly snorted, pointing at the increasingly gloomy Dugu Bo in front of him. His granddaughter didn't have any problems at all. It was a scheme to completely bind me to him. Flander. Yu Xiaojiang? Lu Erlong? Dugu Bo? No. Is Tang San out his mind? At this moment, the three in the golden triangle stared at each other, as if looking at a fool, fixating on Tang San. Does aTitle Douluo really need to resort to such despicable and low-quality methods? What the hell are you thinking? This is like the sun rising in the west. It's impossible to be so despicable. Old monster, I'm giving you one last chance. Tang San hated being schemed against like this. But for the sake of the past, when Dugu Bo provided him with immortal herbs, he was still willing to give the other party another chance. Now, right now, immediately, come with me to the palace to verify the body for the emperor. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. As soon as these words were spoken, Dugu Bo was completely enraged. Good. Well done, Tang San. I, an old man, have failed to see your true colors all these years. Very good, you hypocrite. Dugu Bo coldly snorted and angrily waved his sleeve to leave. Xiao San, are you out of your mind? At this moment, even Yu Xiaojiang couldn't hold back anymore. He rushed forward and slapped Tang San hard across the face, shouting angrily, At this point, what is the point of arguing? I did nothing wrong. Why should I admit my fault? Tang San covered his face. The slap had drawn blood, but he showed no signs of remorse. He had completely understood everything. Yu Xiaojiang was so angry that he trembled all over and wanted to hit him again, but was held back by Flandra. All right. Flandra shook his head. This has already happened. Let it go. However, now, regarding the autopsy at the Tiandou Palace, we probably can't go anymore. With the poisoned Douluo's help, they had the confidence to visit the Tiandou Palace, but now that the poisoned Douluo has been driven away, it would be very difficult for them to go there and come back, because now, Xueqing's reputation has reached an unprecedented peak, with over 80 of the nobles in Tiandou City supporting his ascension to the throne, along with the bodies of Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong. It has clearly shown Xueqing has power, and it is very likely that the Spirit Hall is backing him on the entire continent. The only force that can overthrow the top 3 sects is one, the Spirit Hall. So, if they were to enter the palace, it would be like seeking death. Xiao San, you really are confused. Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, looking at Tang San with disappointment. You're usually so smart. How did you become so confused when it comes to your own situation? Without the support of the poisoned Douluo, how can we interfere with Xueqing's coronation ceremony? He was able to kill the Sword Douluo and others. It's obvious that he has the backing of the Spirit Hall. And there are even Title Douluos from the Spirit Hall at the coronation ceremony. Without a Title Douluo, how can we stop him? After being scolded by Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San's expression changed. He finally realized the gravity of the situation. This doesn't mean that he thinks he guessed wrong. On the contrary, he feels that his thoughts were right. Douluo is holding on to this, and without the assistance of the Title Douluo, he absolutely wouldn't dare to interfere with the funeral in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Therefore, he resorted to this underhanded tactic, wanting to completely bind Tang San to the Douluo family's war chariot. It's commonly known as raising prices on the spot, taking advantage of the situation. But Tang San is not someone who can be easily coerced or calculated against. Teacher, don't worry. After confirming, Tang San has also made up his mind to let this Xueqing bounce around for a while longer. The one who can kill a Title Douluo may not necessarily be another Title Douluo. The hidden weapons he relies on to survive in this other world can indeed kill a Title Douluo. Among them, the most exceptional one, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lian, must be made as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation in Tiandou City will definitely become unsafe. From the fact that Xueqing has not shown himself before, and even Xueke has not been seen, it is not hard to see Xueqing's attitude towards their Shrek Academy. And now, Poison Douluo is also raising prices on the spot, taking advantage of the situation. How can Tang San, who is pure and noble, tolerate outsider slander? Does he really think that Tang San can't survive without this Poison Douluo? Let's go. We're heading to Gongxin City. At this moment, Tang San made a firm decision to no longer interfere with the matters concerning Xueqing. Meanwhile, the grumbling and muttering Douluo was rushing towards Soto City after leaving Heavendo City. Shortly before Tang San, Yu Qianheng had come to find him, and after confirming that Douluo was still in Soto City, hurriedly set off as well, so he was no longer at Shrek Academy. Tang San, damn it, all these hammer-wielding people are so unreasonable. Douluo muttered to himself, as my granddaughter's husband, aren't you being a bit unreasonable? Oomph. Once I train this great-grandson to surpass you, I'll just slap you, Tang San, to death. Just as Douluo finished murmuring, a slightly gloomy voice suddenly rang out. No need to wait, you can do it right now. Who is it? Douluo was taken aback, abruptly raising his head to see a figure with a head full of white hair, exuding an elegant scholarly aura, standing before him, having appeared out of nowhere. The figure is quite strange. From a distance, it appears extremely weathered, but upon closer inspection, it is a young boy. His voice is also peculiar. At first glance, it sounds like an old man, but upon closer reflection, it seems to belong to a youth. What is even more astonishing is that his left eye is covered in ice and snow, and he has long hair that is white yet seems silver. Using some elements from animation, not all of them. You are from the Spirit Hall. Douluo does not recognize the person in front of him, but he does recognize the golden robe with silver embroidery, which is the highest honor of the Spirit Hall, worn only by those in the Hall of Offerings. Indeed, you're Douluo, right? The visitor smiles slightly and introduces himself. I am an elder from the Hall of Offerings, titled Light Feather. I wonder if the Poison Douluo has heard of me? Light Feather Douluo, the fifth elder of the Hall of Offerings, with the spirit of the Light Feather Divine Bow. Possessing both light and ice dual attributes, he is a peak super Douluo of level 96. At this moment, Douluo was completely stunned, feeling a chill rise from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and in the next moment, he turned into an ice sculpture. What? Douluo's martial spirit manifested, and he desperately began to struggle. However, to his horror, he discovered that even when using all his strength, he couldn't leave even the slightest mark on this ice sculpture. Douluo was stunned. Useless. Tiandou Luo smiled slightly, saying, with your mere level 93 soul power, you cannot break through my ice. Of course, even if you could break through, do you think you could escape? Douluo silently lowered his hands in resistance, asking, what exactly is your Spirit Hall doing here in Tiandou City? Doing what? Tiandou Luo smiled slightly and shook his head. It seems this is no longer your concern. Douluo was silent, but his heart was already in turmoil. He felt that Tiandou Luo's arrival in Tiandou City must be related to the matter of the imperial succession. The only ones capable of killing Tiandou Luo, and the other two, are probably the Spirit Hall. Although he knew that the Spirit Hall suffered heavy losses while trying to extinguish the Dai family in Xing Luo City, the core strength remained completely intact. So, have you figured it out? Tiandou Luo smiled slightly, stepping closer. There's a saying that those who know the times are wise. I wonder, Douluo, do you count as a wise man? Douluo's expression changed repeatedly. This was forcing him to choose sides. If he chose to resist to the death, he feared that Tiandou Luo would take his life without a moment's hesitation. Such a super Douluo must have shed countless blood before becoming famous. he would certainly not hesitate in such a major matter. Dugubo opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but Title Douluo suddenly frowned and snorted. Consider yourself lucky. He no longer paid attention to Dugubo, but turned and left at a speed akin to a shooting star, rushing towards outside Tiandou City. There, he felt a strong aura of slaughter, mixed with a great deal of bloodlust, and even within a radius of several miles, there was no life force present. Whether for the sake of protecting civilians or for the great plan concerning Qian Renxue, he could not allow any mistakes to occur, especially with that bloodthirsty aura putting immense pressure on him. He had to stop it. That was close. Dugubo was trapped in ice, but he had managed to wander around the gates of hell. After seeing Title Douluo leave, he hurriedly began to strike the ice statue, trying to break free. At the same time, inside the Tiandou Imperial Palace, Qian Jun felt the intense aura of slaughter outside the city. Haven't moved my muscles in a long time? Brother, didn't you just have a go at second brother? Mo Douluo, well, it's different. After all, it's second brother. We can fight, but we absolutely cannot kill. But this situation is different. We can go, but we must inform the senior first. After pondering for a moment, Qian Jun said, no problem. Jiang Montak Douluo noted. Thus, the two brothers immediately notified Ci Tun and Shi Miao, sending one person to inform Chen Yue before setting off. Chapter untitled Going Out for a Bit? Chen Yue had just crawled out from the warm rabbit grass nest, still not fully awake, when he heard Qian Jun's words, and he was momentarily taken aback. You sense a strong aura of slaughter outside Tiandou City? When it came to the slaughter aura, Chen Yu's first thought was the city of slaughter. However, according to the current timeline, this gathering place of evil should have been destroyed by the pure and clean Tang San. Then, all the fallen soul masters rushed out. Of course, perhaps it would be more intimate to call them evil soul masters, but during this era of fighting, the term evil soul master was not yet in use. Only the term fallen soul master represented them. Yes, Qian Jun also saw Chen Yue walking out of his room, and he was still wearing pajamas, clearly just having woken up. I see. Chen Yue rubbed his chin, suddenly having a brilliant idea, and immediately punched his palm. Wait, I'll change my clothes, and we can go together. Huh? This statement has left Qian Jun in a bit of a dilemma. Senior, what if something goes wrong during the coronation of a young master? What could possibly go wrong? Chen Yue looked at them with some confusion. Worried about Dugubo? Don't worry. He won't return to the Tiandou Imperial Palace. There are no other Title Douluos in the Tiandou Empire either. Qian Jun and Jiangma exchanged glances, looking somewhat bewildered, especially Jiangma Da, who seemed hesitant to speak, wanting to ask but afraid of offending, though it seemed he couldn't hold back anymore. Go ahead and say it. Chen Yue rubbed his temples. It seems that with Tang San's IQ in the original work, managing to outsmart everyone in the Love Continent isn't too outrageous. Yet they hadn't thought of such a simple question. Senior, you just mentioned why Dugubo won't return to the Tiandou Imperial Palace, right? Jiangma Douluo asked. It is well known that he is a guest of the Tiandou royal family and has helped Xue Yi treat poison countless times. First, Chen Yue interrupted his lengthy discourse, needing to clarify one point. Dugubo is only indebted to Prince Xue Xing and not to the entire Tiandou Empire. One could say that within the entire Xue family, he only has some connection with Prince Xue Xing. Secondly, over the years, he has done a lot for Prince Xue Xing, and that favor is enough to cancel out the debt. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to help Prince Xue Xing anymore. Then, he was previously indebted to Tang San from Shrek Academy. Oh, that is to say, Tang Hao and that Grass's son. You all know about this. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang San will definitely come as a troublemaker, and then Dugubo will follow closely behind. This statement left the Demon Slayer dumbfounded, and the Demon Slayer couldn't help but interrupt Chen Yue, saying, but senior, if that's the case, you might need to stay here even more. Let me finish my words first, Chen Yue said helplessly. After seeing them quiet down, he continued, in the end, it is now. There was a little accident between Dugubo and Tang San, and now, Dugubo will definitely not come to the Tiandou Imperial Palace anymore, without Dugubo's presence. Just a Tang San and a Dung Beetle Academy definitely wouldn't dare to enter the palace at this time. So, if nothing unexpected happens, the uncle and nephew, Xuexing and Xuebeng, will become the sacrifices in this change of imperial power. They're being used as cannon fodder. Now, have I made myself clear? This situation was something he personally went to Soto City to achieve, risking himself like feeding a tiger. If he were facing Dugubo, perhaps he would have been spotted for flaws. After all, this old monster's experience is evident. But against someone like Duguyen, a 30-something mature woman, Chen Yue believed that she would be less likely to notice something amiss. He was more inclined to believe that tomorrow Mars would cross time and space to collide with Douluo star. Xiao Shui was better. Just by saying this, she would probably figure out instantly. Chen Yue rubbed his temples in frustration and glanced at the two brothers, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo, who were looking at each other. In their clear eyes, there was a flicker of naive ignorance, making Chen Yue feel like facepalming. Great, I've been playing the lute to a donkey. In fact, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo probably understood Chen Yue's meaning, but they were stuck in a loop, wondering what exactly happened to cause the rift between Dugubo and Tang San, leading Chen Yue to be so certain about the upcoming outcome. They couldn't comprehend what could provoke such an unexpected reaction, which was why their expressions were so clear and naive. But Chen Yue was already mentally exhausted and didn't want to explain anymore. Let's go. If it really doesn't work, you can stay behind. I don't care. Saying this, Chen Yue's figure flickered, and in an instant, he disappeared from his spot. He had just woken up, so he hadn't sensed the aura of slaughter earlier. Now, with Qian Jun and Jiang Mo's question clearing his mind, he immediately became aware of the discordant killing intent surrounding him. Hey, senior, wait for us. Seeing the scene, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo hurriedly followed, but their speed was far too slow compared to Chen Yue's movement. You two, stay close to the young master. Do you understand? Once Qian Jun and Jiang Mo realized Chen Yue's figure was gone, they stopped rushing and called for the and Qian Jun Douluo, with a serious expression, commanded, yes. They exchanged glances and nodded cautiously, not daring to linger any longer. They moved towards the palace hall. At this moment, Qian Renxue was already in the palace, turning truth into lies. Even though Prince Xuexing had confirmed that Shui Yi died from sudden accumulation of toxins, it was of no use. The situation had lost all suspense. Meanwhile, outside of Tiandou City, the Guangling Dao, who had arrived earlier, was now sweating profusely, his expression grave as he looked at the middle-aged man in a blood-red robe before him, whose pale face revealed a strange blood-red hue. He was none other than the ruler of the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter. The king of slaughter occupies Tang Chen's body, but in his mind is the mutated Bat King with 100,000 years of cultivation. Useless. The king of slaughter sneered, your light domain. Although it can resist my slaughter domain and temporarily avoid the effects of the soul restriction technique, your soul technique's effectiveness will be reduced by 50%. What do you have to fight me with? The Light Wings Douluo is a Title Douluo with dual attributes of light and ice, and from his martial soul, the attribute leans more towards light, possessing a light domain that purifies everything, similar to the angel domain held by the six-winged angel, though his strength is inferior to that of a true angel domain. However, it is precisely because of this light domain that the Light Wings Douluo is able to withstand the King of Slaughter for a quarter of an hour. If it were any other Title Douluo, they would have likely been defeated in an instant under the effect of the Slaughter domain's soul restriction technique. In the original work, Tang Sen also managed to gain the upper hand under the suppression of the Slaughter domain thanks to his Sea God Trident, and then used the external assistance of Sea God Light to awaken Tang Chun. The light domain of the Light Wings Douluo has some effects similar to the Sea God Trident, but unfortunately, his soul power level is far inferior to that of the King of Slaughter before him. Otherwise, if he could break the Slaughter domain and envelop the latter in the light domain, there would be a great chance of awakening. The King of Slaughter has lost his patience. He is ready to taste the blood of this super Douluo. He suddenly shouted, and the blood light burst forth. In just a moment of daze, his figure appeared before the Light Wings Douluo, his two blood-red claw-like hands lunging towards the heart, while the blood light behind him was rapidly intensifying. The Light Wings Douluo felt a chill run down his spine, his pupils dilating with the expanding blood light. And in that instant, fourth soul skill, infinite axes. Countless small axes fell like raindrops on the King of Slaughter, who hadn't even reacted before he froze in place. And the Light Wings Douluo took this opportunity to retreat rapidly. Who is this? The Light Wings Douluo retreated, looking around for the newcomer. And finally his gaze halted as he saw Chen Yue, who was only in his pajamas, appearing in front of the King of Slaughter. Be careful. He can prohibit the use of soul techniques. The Light Wings Douluo's heart jumped, and he quickly reminded, no matter what, the other party saved his life, and he couldn't just stand by and watch the other party die. But Chen Yue didn't even notice his shout. I told you to shut up so I can sleep well. Chen Yue slapped the King of Slaughter's dark red-marked face with a big arm. I was just lying comfortably in my rabbit grass nest. I told you to come. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to beat the King of Slaughter. Why did you come to my Heaven Do City to kill villagers and create panic? Thinking of this, Chen Yue slapped him again without any mercy. The king of slaughter, frozen in motion by infinite axes for a second, received a solid slap to the face as soon as he could move again, leaving him completely dazed. Who am I? Where am I? And what is the pain on my face? After coming to his senses, he was instantly furious, wanting to tear Chen Yue to pieces. But just as his anger flared, Chen Yue delivered a powerful slap filled with strong soul power to his face, breaking his front teeth and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, filling his mouth with it. You're looking for death. The king of slaughter was knocked back by the slap, covering his face, his eyes filled with rage. And without saying a word, he charged at Chen Yue. Want another slap? Chen Yue snorted coldly, not giving him any leeway, his feet moving with thunder. Charging forward like lightning. Exactly, I haven't slapped you yet. His figure moved faster than the king of slaughter, arriving first, and before the king of slaughter could react. Another slap landed on his face. In an instant, the king of slaughter, charging through the air, suddenly stopped and fell in a perfect parabolic arc with a thud on the ground. The light wings Douluo looked at the stunned king of slaughter, who was seeing stars, as if his brain had been hit with a stick, standing there in a daze. Right, what did you just say? Chen Yue dug in his ears, and suddenly remembered that the fake boy behind him seemed to have shouted something. Light Wings Douluo said no, nothing. The Light Wings Douluo replied with a straight face, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, suddenly beginning to doubt life. I have been in seclusion for so long. When did such a strong person appear in Heavendou City? In that quarter of an hour of fighting with the king of slaughter, he clearly realized that he was completely at a disadvantage, meaning the opponent's soul power was absolutely above his own. Even without that slaughter domain, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat the king of slaughter. And at this moment, the killing king that was pressing him down was actually being beaten to the ground, eyes filled with stars, by this seemingly young Chen Yue in front of him. Damn it! The king of slaughter's face was swollen on both sides, and he glared with rage. His expression beneath that symmetrically swollen face could scare a child to faint. A terrifying blood light erupted from his body, and the corpses scattered around, which showed no traces of blood, were at that moment covered by the bloodlight, beginning to dissolve at a visibly rapid pace. Everything in sight started to undergo earth-shattering changes. Faintly, it seemed like a blood mist was forming, separating the world within the bloodlight from the outside reality. Senior, retreat. The Light Wing Douluo, witnessing this scene, was immediately horrified and shouted loudly, wanting to escape outside the blood mist. However, at that moment, the blood mist had already formed a circle, trapping him, Chen Yue, and the king of slaughter within it. In that moment, Chen Yue felt as if certain shackles of confinement had suddenly been placed upon him, as if his martial soul was locked away by something. Meanwhile, the light feathered awe beside him changed his expression drastically. He sensed that his martial soul and soul skills were unusable, and he could only rely on his soul power and domain. However, his domain seemed to be under an immense pressure, only able to extend a radius of 20 centimeters. Welcome to my domain of slaughter. The king of slaughter's crimson eyes fixed on Chen Yue, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. In my domain of slaughter, your martial souls and soul skills are rendered useless. Only soul power, domain, and soul bone skills can be utilized. Right now, I am very curious to taste your blood and see what it is like. Chapter 49. Chen Yue, compared to being resourceful, I prefer to be the vanguard. Charging into battle, the king of slaughter felt as if Chen Yue before him was akin to an immortal delicacy, emanating an indescribable fragrance that made him not only envious but also salivating. His instincts told him that if he drank Chen Yue's blood, the searing heat that was evaporating from his body would be alleviated and stopped, and his strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. Now this is my world. The king of slaughter laughed wildly, raising his hands at his sides. A series of blood-red halos rippled out from his body, filled with a corrosive aura and a special energy fluctuation. The light feathered Douluo's expression changed dramatically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his domain of light, which extended 20 centimeters around him, completely collapsed with a crisp cracking sound. How is this possible? As the domain shattered, the light feathered Douluo felt a wave of weakness within him. At this moment, he could only sense his soul power and soul bone skills, and he was unable to activate the domain of light again. Haha, without your domain, let's see how you can fight against me. The king of slaughter laughed heartily, his blood-red claws lunging fiercely at the light feathered Douluo. Damn it! After losing the effect of his domain, the light feathered Douluo could only exert the peak soul power of level 96 to defend himself. At that moment, his arms shone bright, clearly utilizing a soul bone skill. Useless. Facing this soul bone skill, the King of Slaughter's expression remained unchanged, even showing disdain. The blood-red claws glowed with an eerie red light, and suddenly knocked the light feather Douluo away, causing him to crash heavily to the ground and spew blood. Clearly, without his martial soul, the light feather Douluo could not withstand even a complete attack from the King of Slaughter with just his peak level 96 soul power. It's your turn. The King of Slaughter revealed a sinister smile, charging forward without a word, his blood-red claws reaching for Chen Yue's neck. It is well known that the neck contains the body's major arteries. If this claw struck true, it would undoubtedly result in a torrent of blood, allowing the King of Slaughter to finally taste the flesh he had long desired. Seeing this scene, the light feather Douluo could only watch anxiously from the side, with no way to intervene. Senior quickly dodged. From the perspective of both him and the King of Slaughter, Chen Yue appeared to be standing there foolishly, unmoving. It wasn't until the King of Slaughter's claw was about to reach him that Chen Yue seemed to react, and then he spoke with an odd expression. Do you really think that without soul power, I am at a disadvantage? The King of Slaughter furrowed his brow and increased his soul power, striking out with his claw. However, this claw, which was previously capable of defeating a peak level 96 soul power, was easily caught by Chen Yue with one hand, as if it were made of paper. How is this possible? The King of Slaughter's eyes widened. He felt as if his claw was grabbing onto a sponge. That attack filled with soul power was completely absorbed by an unknown force, as if it had sunk into the ocean. However, before he could comprehend the situation, suddenly, a fist the size of a clay pot appeared, infinitely magnifying on his swollen face that he had barely managed to heal with his soul power. Do you think you're a sunflower? Just a little sunshine and you shine bright, right? Today, let's see if I don't beat you up so badly that even your horse won't recognize you. Chen Yue was not lost in thought. He was stunned because he felt that the power that had been restraining him was suddenly absorbed by his martial spirit for some unknown reason. This meant that he was now completely unaffected by the effects of this killing field and could even directly use his martial spirit and soul rings. So, he was contemplating whether to chop this King of Slaughter down with an axe. After all, the original form of the King of Slaughter is actually Tang San's great-grandfather. The previous generation's Haoyan Douluo, Tang Chun. If he is killed, then the Haoyan sect will lose its last support. However, before he could finish thinking about this, the King of Slaughter rushed over impatiently. Just right, Chen Yue decided to temporarily stop thinking about these matters, raised his fist, and vented his morning anger first. Bang! Bang! Chen Yue threw a left hook, causing the King of Slaughter's mouth to twist. The moment he loosened his grip, a right hook followed, and the rising dragon fist struck the King of Slaughter right on the forehead. Then he delivered a spinning kick, boom. The King of Slaughter spat out blood. His body flew heavily to the ground, his eyes rolling back, and blood dripped from his mouth. Guangling Douluo. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after confirming that this scene in front of him was not a dream, he immediately opened his mouth wide, stunned. This. Even if my big brother personally came, he couldn't be so brutal as to beat this guy into a fool just with soul power, right? Seeing the King of Slaughter with stars in his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and lying on his back, Guangling Douluo was certain that this guy was definitely beaten into a fool. Even if he hadn't become a complete idiot, he probably wouldn't be far from it. Really weak, Chen Yue twisted his neck, looking somewhat disappointed at the easily defeated King of Slaughter, and sighed. Guangling Douluo looked at Chen Yue in a daze. The latter appeared extremely handsome and suave, like a dashing young man in his 20s. Beneath that stunning appearance, Guangling Douluo had to admit that this person was undoubtedly the most handsome Douluo. Of course, he couldn't compare to the friends of this book. What level could he reach to compare his looks with my book friends, right? This senior, it seems like the domain has dissipated, and he seems to have knocked you out? Just as this strange thought flashed through his mind, Guangling Douluo suddenly noticed that the surrounding blood mist began to disperse, and the power of the domain that had previously suppressed and restricted the use of soul rings also dissipated at this moment, prompting him to speak. What waste? Chen Yue shook his still drowsy head. After knocking off this annoying thing, his mind became hazy again. He casually tossed Tang Chun to the most difficult top level of the Heavenly King's Divine Tower, also known as the Small Black Room, then turned around, deciding to wait until he woke up to talk about it. Really a waste. Guangling Douluo looked at Chen Yue in a daze. He swayed like he was drunk, stepping on the 3,000 thunder flashes, and suddenly vanished without a trace. When did such a young Title Douluo appear in Tiandou City? Guangling Douluo furrowed his brow deeply. Could it be an old monster who's been hidden away, rejuvenating himself? I remember second brother saying before that there was someone in the Tiandou Palace who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, the ancestor of Tiandou, which means he is the ancestor of Shui Ye's generation. I wonder if this person has already achieved Super Douluo in the Hall of Offerings. The Golden Crocodile Douluo holds the highest rank in age, currently over 2.5 decades old, which means he's over 150 years old. No wonder he's heard about Chen Yue, who has been in seclusion for 120 years. After all, in their era, with the flames of war raging, even the news of geniuses had a very limited spread. Only over a long time could there be a chance to learn about it. Fifth brother, what are you doing? Just as Guangling Douluo's thoughts flashed through his mind, preparing to check for news at the Tiandou Sacred Hall. He hadn't moved yet when he saw the Qianjun Douluo arriving late. Guangling Douluo coughed, preparing to say something when suddenly, the demon subduing Douluo spoke first. Fifth brother, you weren't robbed, were you? Guangling Douluo? Look at you, all tattered and torn, just like a beggar from Tiandou City. The demon subduing Douluo pointed at Guangling Douluo and shook his head. Fifth brother, please don't tell me you haven't been out for so many years that you can't even use your soul power and martial spirit, which is why you got robbed. Guangling Douluo, I'll rob you, you big-headed ghost. Guangling Douluo's mouth twitched. He had struggled for a quarter of an hour under the King of Slaughter's hand, and he was covered in injuries. If it weren't for Chen Yue's rescue, he might have been drained of blood by the King of Slaughter. Enough. Qianjun waved his hand. Fifth brother, this must be related to the mysterious person who was fighting with the King of Slaughter and Bloodlust just now. However, judging by this performance, it should be a disastrous defeat, right? Guangling Douluo, can I say it myself? That's right. The demon, subduing Douluo, nodded in agreement. Otherwise, how could fifth brother, who usually cares about his image, be so trashy? Guangling Douluo, all right, stop talking. Qianjun Douluo, with keen eyes, immediately noticed Guangling Douluo's expression darken and quickly changed his tone. We're here for serious business. Guangling Douluo's expression softened. It seemed like the usually unreliable sixth and seventh brothers finally became reliable this time, right? This time they came to help the young master manage affairs. After all, the young master is about to start the angel god assessment, so naturally, he can't waste energy on this matter. Guangling Douluo thought this way. Just as he was about to speak, unexpectedly, Qianjun Douluo spoke up. Then, Qianjun Douluo's words instantly left him dumbfounded. Fifth brother, did you just see a very handsome, very young, very strong soul master passing by this way? The demon subduing Douluo added, and he was still wearing pajamas. Guangling Douluo, wait. Weren't we just talking about serious matters? How did it turn into this? Guangling Douluo glanced at Qianjun Douluo, whose face was serious, and then at the demon subduing Douluo, who also had a serious expression, and suddenly fell into deep thought, gradually questioning his life. I came here this time,